Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next parts. Chapter 1, The Light of the Civilians to TM. On the 14th day of the 8th month in the 43 years of Konoha. Bellflower Hill. A COL in the southwest region. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded. Not good. There is an ambush. The 5 ninjas wearing cat face masks who were on the move quickly dodged. But, one of the ninjas seemed to be a beat too slow, unable to dodge in time, and his body was immediately smashed into pieces, and his head was smashed to the ground in an instant. As for the other 4 ninjas, it seems that I have become accustomed to it, and I didn't even look at the dead ninja. At an extremely fast speed, holding Kyowa back to back, facing 4 directions, he entered the state of battle with a serious look. Whoosh! 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 And just at the next moment, a sound of breaking through the air sounded, and more than 10 black shadows appeared around. The clothes are Tsunagakure's ninja uniforms. After a little perception, none of them are below the elite jonin level, and there are even many jonins among them. These ninjas surrounded the 4 ninjas wearing cat face masks, and did not attack directly. One of the leading female, elite jonin, took a step forward and showed a look of interest. Ha ha ha, the big fish has been caught. Luolei, the rising star of Konoha Anbu, took the position of vice captain of Konoha Anbu at a young age, along with Namikaze Minato, another genius ninja in Konoha village, and they are called the Light of the Commoners. Now that you are surrounded by us, it seems that the legend about you can also come to an end. When it comes to this, the female elite jonin's expression did not fluctuate in the slightest, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. This time, Sand Shinobi received secret intelligence. The vice captain of Konoha Anbu, Luolei, will bring a team of troops to reinforce Konoha's troops in Kaikyoyama. To this end, they deliberately set up a net of heaven and earth. Now, it's time to reap the fruits of victory. How is this possible? How did you know we would pass by here? Someone betrayed us. Captain, you are the strongest, covering our evacuation. Let's go to the rescue. Before he finished speaking, the expressions of the 4 ninjas wearing cat face masks changed suddenly, and 3 of them couldn't help but exclaimed. Obviously, they didn't expect that their whereabouts would be exposed so thoroughly. A must-kill situation. I will cover you and let you go to the rescue. Luolei smiled helplessly, and there was no surprise on the cheeks under the cat face mask, but a hint of helplessness flashed. Actually, after accepting the task of reinforcing Kaikyoyama, in his heart, there was an ominous premonition that something bad was happening. As predicted, as soon as we arrived at Kaikyoyama, it was ambushed. Captain Heitake Sakumo, when I was assigned to Anbu to work with you, I've really lost 8 lives. As if thinking of something, Luolei couldn't help complaining in a low voice. That's right. Luolei is actually a transmigrator. In an accident, I crossed into the world of Hokage ninjas and became a member of Konoha village. When I was young, parents died on the battlefield. In order to live well in the ninja world where the strong eat the weak, he worked hard to cultivate self-discipline as he had no blood, and at Konoha village at 3 in the morning, he was going to vomit. Hard work pays off. Quite a good talent, coupled with crazy training, made him a genius comparable to Namikaze Minato. However, fate played a joke on him. After graduating from ninja school, he was assigned to Konoha Anbu's captain, Heitake Sakumo, and Namikaze Minato was assigned to Jiraiya, one of the Sunin. It looks like it was he who took a great advantage. After all, Heitake Sakumo, but the famous Heitake White Fang in the ninja world, has a much higher prestige than Jiraiya, one of the Sunin. As everyone knows, this became an important turning point in the lives of Luolei and Namikaze Minato. After Luolei entered Anbu, he became Heitake Sakumo's apprentice and was promoted to the vice captain of Konoha Anbu at the speed of the rocket class. Certainly, in order to avoid what happened in the original, he also often gave his master, Heitake Sakumo, secret hints, to be a little more low-key. In Konoha village, too much limelight is not a good thing, and Mushiu Yu Linfeng will destroy it. But to no avail. Heitake Sakumo looks like he has been brainwashed by the will of fire, thinking that he is loyal to 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. During this period, the Konoha elders also sent someone to contact him secretly and asked him to backstab Heitake Sakumo. He refused without hesitation. Result: he refused, and it still happened. On the eve of the outbreak of the Third World War, Master Heitake Sakumo was blamed by the villagers for giving up his mission and choosing to save his companions. In the end, even the rescued companions blamed him in turn. In the end, he could not stand the crowd and chose to commit suicide. Alright. On the eve of suicide, he also went to see Heitake Sakumo, but found that the master, Heitake Sakumo's spirit has collapsed, and the whole person has lost his energy and is extremely decadent. Seeing Heitake Sakumo like this, Luolei's heart was full of mixed feelings. He knew very well that Heitake Sakumo, whose faith had collapsed and his tolerance had been broken, was completely abolished. Even if you don't commit suicide, you're still a waste. Sorry. You have to live well. This was the last thing Heitake Sakumo said to him. That same night, the genius ninja who was famous in World War II and known as Konoha's White Fang committed suicide at home. And after Heitake Sakumo committed suicide, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen acted as the captain of Anbu after pretending to Konoha shinobi. This also led to, as Heitake Sakumo's apprentice, Anbu's vice-captain, basically no one can use him. Even if it was the reinforcement of Kaikyoyama this time, the 4 Anbu ninjas around him were actually loyal to 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The funny thing is, no matter how loyal these 4 Anbu ninjas are they still considered abandoned sons and cannon fodder? Damn politics! What's the point of spending so much trouble? After thinking about the cause and effect of everything, Luo Lei's cheek under the cat face mask flashed an evil smile, and slowly clenched the chakra short sword in his hand. Chakra filled the air, emitting a dazzling white light. There is no right or wrong in politics. Some are only ruthless and cold. Just because he was Heitake Sakumo's apprentice, he was on the wrong team and didn't want to backstab Heitake Sakumo, he became an abandoned son. But, does he have a choice? Namikaze Minato was assigned to Jiraiya selectively, he was forced to be assigned to Heitake Sakumo, he really didn't have a choice. Captain, are you going to cover us? See this scene. The eyes of the other 3 Anbu ninjas lit up. I secretly rejoiced in my heart, the captain is indeed a good person, as expected of Heitake Sakumo's apprentice. At such a critical moment of life and death, they have to sacrifice themselves and protect them. It is too stalwart. When they go back this time, they will definitely report to Lord 3rd Hokage. Swish. 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 Next moment, Luo Lei waved the chakra short sword in his hand. Laugh. Almost no one can see how Luo Lei swings the knife. With the surging of chakra, 3 white sword beams pierced the air and slashed across the necks of the 3 Anbu ninjas at a fast speed. Chapter 2. Puff, puff. 3 consecutive blood spurts sounded. Woo. Yu. Before the 3 Anbu ninjas could react, they felt a pain in their necks. They could only cover their necks in hindsight. The faces under the cat face masks flashed with disbelief. Captain Luo Lei actually attacked them? Something's wrong? They are colleagues. But dearest and dearest companion? Isn't he afraid of being charged with cannibalism? Wasn't he afraid of losing his reputation, being blamed by Lord 3rd Hokage, and being cast aside by Konoha village? Countless thoughts flashed through the minds of the 3 Anbu ninjas, but they couldn't stop the flow of their body's vitality. In the end, they could only fall to the ground with blood soaking the ground. Perhaps. They didn't figure it out until they died. Luo Lei, who has always claimed to be a loyal believer in the will of fire, the spiritual successor of Heitake Sakumo, why is there such a big difference? Doing one's own hands is unforgivable. Haha. Looking at the 3 dead Anbu ninjas, Luo Lei shook his head indifferently. He just wanted to practice hard and live a good life, but reality didn't give him any chance. After Heitake Sakumo died, he had given up most of Anbu's power, but it still didn't work. Blindly give in. It will only make others feel more intrusive. What's even more ridiculous is that now they are surrounded, and let him cover their retreat. He is not a fool, but his strength is not strong enough, he has no choice, he has been holding back. Now that you are forced to the corner, then unscrupulously, let's break out completely, and kill. Heitake knife technique. You actually do something to your own people. Everyone be careful, Luo Lei's strength is stronger than expected. Sand Shinobi at the scene was also taken aback when he saw Luo Lei suddenly burst out and killed his own people. Several elite genin, who were slightly weaker, couldn't help but take a few steps back. The leading ones, Sand Shinobi Jonin. Looking at the chakra short sword flashing white light in Luo Lei's hand, he couldn't help but remind him. Luo Lei, you are so hidden that you have even learned the Heitake swordsmanship that is not known to the Heitake family. A few seconds later, the leading female elite Jonin said coldly, from the information we have collected, it seems that you are completely incapable of swordsmanship, and your strength is worthy of the level of elite Jonin, we have to reassess your strength. Yes. Luo Lei shrugged indifferently, took off the cat face mask, revealing a very handsome face, and said quietly, as a direct disciple of Heitake Sakumo, I don't know the swordsmanship, do you believe it? Do not believe. Seeing Luo Lei's handsome and unusual appearance, the leading female elite Jonin was stunned for a moment, then smiled rarely, and said, you killed your own companion, if it spreads out, you will definitely be punished by Konoha village, why don't you join us at Tsunagakuer? We at Tsunagakuer place great emphasis on talent. Not interested in. Luo Lei shrugged expressionlessly, clenched the chakra short sword in his hand, and said, what I lost, I will take it back with my own hands. Don't eat and drink a toast. Do it. Boy, go to hell. Whoosh. 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 Accompanied by 3 piercing voices. The 3 Sand Shinobi Jonin flicked their bodies and attacked from 3 directions, attacking Luo Lei at an extremely fast speed. Body flicker technique. Luo Lei's mind moved, the chakra on his body surged, and the chakra short sword in his hand burst into an extremely dazzling white light, and the whole body suddenly turned into an afterimage. So fast. What a mighty chakra! See this scene. The leading female elite Jonin's face changed drastically, and hurriedly said, "No, back off, don't fight him close quarters. Pity. It's too late." In the blink of an eye, the white chakra's short sword attacked one of them, Sand Shinobi Jonin. Danger! The face of that Sand Shinobi Jonin suddenly changed, and the hair on his body suddenly rose. He didn't seem to think that Luo Lei's body flicker technique would be so fast. In desperation, he could only inject chakra into the misery and block his body. Forward! Clang! A crisp explosion sounded. Quan shattered in response, and the white chakra's short sword flashed past Sand Shinobi Jonin's neck. How is this possible? The Sand Shinobi Jonin's expression froze, his eyes flashed with extreme awe and disbelief, and he didn't seem to understand. As Jonin, he couldn't even catch a single move? How strong is this Anbu vice-captain, Luo Lei? Puff! The next moment, the head and body of this Sand Shinobi Jonin were separated, and the blood was running wild. Not good. The other two Sand Shinobi Jonin screamed in horror and wanted to retreat, but found that Luo Lei was already flying over. At close range, it was too late to perform ninjutsu, and they were forced to pick up kunao. Clang! Clang! Two clear voices sounded again. The two Sand Shinobi Jonin's hands shattered in response, and their bodies stood stiffly in place. Immediately, under the unbelievable gazes of the remaining Sand Shinobi, the heads and bodies of the two Sand Shinobi Jonin were divided into two, one after another. Fell to the ground. Quiet. A dead silence. In less than a minute, the three Jonins were decapitated by one blow, and the rest of Sand Shinobi watched in awe. Something's wrong? They came to lay an ambush. Why does it feel like it's here to deliver food, from a hunter to a prey? Damn. All intelligence about this guy is fake. His strength is infinitely close to cage level. How could Konoha village hide such a monster? See this scene. The leading elite female Jonin's pupils shrank for a while, and the whole person suddenly became unwell. It was only at this time that she realized that from the beginning to the end, it seemed that the prey was their own, and that there was a big problem with the intelligence. The guy in front of her was really alive, right? Do not. So young. This is a more terrifying monster than the original White Fang. Chapter 3. Do not. So young. This is a more terrifying monster than the original White Fang. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Unconsciously. As if thinking of something. Cold sweat appeared on the forehead of this elite female Jonin, and the rest of the Sand Shinobi did not dare to act rashly. For a while. The atmosphere was a little weird. Ha 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 ha, I just want to live a good life, live in peace and stability, not to participate in any bullshit politics, and I don't want to pay attention to the bullshit wall of fire. But, you guys are trying to provoke me and touch my bottom line madly. Okay. Now I have a showdown, I can't bear it anymore, I won't compromise. In fact, my strength is infinitely close to cage level. When it comes to this, Luo Lei couldn't help but open his arms and laughed wildly. As a traverser, he really failed in his life. He didn't have any cheats. He practiced hard for so many years, and he learned the hay-take knife technique through hard work. The result? 15 years old and still not at cage level? And Namikaze Minato of his period. Now it seems that he has learned Flying Thunder God and Sage Mode, and is preparing to make a big Kamui in the third battle. Just because he was Haytake Sakumo's apprentice and didn't want to do some disgusting things, he was madly targeted and suppressed by the top officials of Konoha. Even if he could escape this catastrophe, what he could wait for when he returned to Konoha village was just endless suppression. Tired. He is really tired. If you can't live in peace, then live a little more vigorously. If you dare to suppress Lao Zi will let you peel off even if he dies. Ding. Ding. Energy is absorbed. Ding. Congratulations to host, the God-level template system has been activated, and host can use this system to extract templates from the great powerhouses in the heavens, and fuse them to become stronger. But, just when Luo Lei was crazy, a very clear reminder sounded in his mind. Luo Lei's expression froze, and he was instantly stunned. What? Really, whatever you say. 15 years, exactly 15 years? Cheat is so special activated? Are you not playing with him? So reliable. Ding. Since the host didn't respond, the novice package was activated, and the host was rewarded with a chance to draw a template. Ding. Host, do you want to extract? Do you want to extract? In fact, Luo Lei was reluctant in spirit. After all, after so many years, with his own efforts, he has possessed a strength that is infinitely close to cage level, but, his body is very honest. Extract. Ding. It's being drawing. Ding. Congratulations to host, I got the template of the supervillain in the comic Black Robe Picket and its adapted TV series, The Most Peak State of the Motherland. Ding. The template for the peak state of the Motherland has been opened and is being loaded. What? It's actually a native of the Motherland. That weakened version of Superman, a ruthless and pervert native of the Motherland. In an instant, Luo Lei couldn't help laughing and crying. As a transmigrator, of course he knows how the people of the motherland are perverted, and he can do whatever he wants. When he is happy, he will come to a crescent moon, a super giant baby who is alive and well. Dog Day System. Don't you think he has the potential to become a native of the motherland? Is it possible? If he integrates the template of the motherland, he will only become the ancestor of Konoha. Of course, to put it badly, if an ordinary person suddenly has superpowers, I am afraid that he will become more of a native than natives. Laugh. The next moment, before Luo Lei could react, a terrifying force poured into his body at a speed that could not cover his ears, transforming his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, if anyone can observe what's going on inside Luo Lei's body, will find the 130 trillion cells in Luo Lei's body are constantly undergoing transformation. Maybe it's the strength that keeps getting stronger. A majestic energy coercion emanated from Luo Lei's body. What happened? A sand shinobi showed a puzzled expression and said incredulously, his breath seems to be getting stronger. Lord Yukang, we have to retreat, this guy is a monster. Another perceptive sand shinobi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said cautiously, the energy in his body is rapidly increasing. Gollum, Gollum. And some other sand shinobi, even the remaining few jonin, swallowed their saliva cautiously. What the hell is going on? At this time, Yukang's expression was changing, and his heart was a little broken. Just an ambush mission. How did you meet such a big pervert? If she hadn't known about Luo Lei's specific information and the specific situation in Konoha village, she would have thought that it was a deliberate game set up by Konoha village. The only explanation for that is, Luo Lei hid so deeply that even the upper floors of Konoha village were concealed. After thinking about it, Yukang felt a little bit of regret. He didn't know what was going on. He ambushed a hammer and put himself in it. Retreat. Next moment, almost without hesitation, Yukang gestured with his hand. Pity. Just when Sand Shinobi wanted to step back, Luo Lei, who has not moved all the time, has a strange crimson light in his eyes. Laugh. Next second, a Sand Shinobi was bombarded alive by the red-hot sight. And, this is just the beginning. What? What? Bang. 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 One after another crisp explosions mixed with screams resounded, and the remaining Sand Shinobi hadn't reacted, and before they even had time to use ninjutsu, they were bombarded by a hot line of sight, one after another. For a while, blood rushes. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood and burning. After 5 seconds, except for Yukang, almost all the Sand Shinobi at the scene were wiped out. Chapter 4. What? How is this possible? All dead. The crimson heat rays are actually shooting out of the eyes. What kind of ability is this? Monster, pervert, the high-level executive of Konoha village, is there something wrong with his brain? Such a powerful pervert is hidden in plain sight, but no one has found it. And let Sand Shinobi deliver the food. Yukang stood there dumbfounded, and his heart almost fell into a blank space, feeling as if he was dreaming. She never thought. A foolproof ambush operation, will the entire army be wiped out? What is this? In the end, the clown turned out to be herself, right? Tsunagakure's mission this time was a failure. 1 second. 3 seconds. 10 seconds. As time goes by, as if he had lost 3 souls and 6 souls, Yukang stood there blankly, his body trembling slightly unconsciously. The other side. Okay, so strong. Luo Lei, who had already merged the motherland template, looked at Sand Shinobi, who was so easily slaughtered, with a stunned expression. FK. The motherland is still a weakened version of Superman, and they are all so powerful. As a Superman, how awesome would that be? However, when I think of the terrifying abilities of Silver Superman, Gold Superman, Thinking Superman, and Supreme Xiao Chao, Luo Lei is also relieved. The natives may be a little stronger than some bronze Supermen who have not grown up, far from being able to compare with Silver Superman, Gold Superman, and other pervert Supermen. The only advantage is that they are not afraid of Krypton. Stone, there is no Achilles heel. System, the template of the motherland, have I finished integrating it? Luo Lei ordered silently. Ding. The host's body is too weak. The template of the motherland is only 30% integrated, and it will gradually be fully integrated with the host over time. Understood. After a little sense of his transformed body, Luo Lei's mind moved, and he silently ordered, System, I want to see my own attribute panel. Ding. Host's property panel is being generated. Ding, the property panel is generated. Host, Luo Lei. Age, 15 years old. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin, yang. Abilities, Hey Take Knife Technique Grandmaster, Body Flicker Technique Grandmaster, Shadow Clone Technique Grandmaster, Body Replacement Technique Grandmaster, Water Style Grandmaster, Lightning Style Grandmaster, Motherlander Template in Peak State Unlocked 30% Fusion. Constitution, 830 10 points for ordinary people. Spirit, 350. Strength, 500, 1 punch and 10 tons. Speed, 450, 350 400 m/s. Heat raise, 2500 3000 degrees Celsius. The number of times to extract the template, 0. Is this too pervert? After looking around for a while, Luo Lei couldn't help taking a breath of cold air. No way. Incorporating the template of the motherland. His ability and strength have properly achieved a super transformation. Before the fusion, his hay-take knife technique, body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, body replacement technique, water style and lightning style were only proficient. He only knew about fire style, wind style and earth style. In-depth practice. After all, human energy is limited. He can't do everything, so he majored in hay-take knife technique, body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, body replacement technique, water style, lightning style. It turned out well. Incorporating the template of the motherland. Hay-take knife technique, body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, body replacement technique, water style, lightning style have all reached grandmaster from proficiency, and chakra's attributes have also gained a yang. More importantly, physique, spirit, strength, and speed have also been greatly improved. First of all, his physique is 83 times that of an ordinary person, which means that the density of his body has reached an astonishing level. To describe it with reinforced iron bones, it is appropriate. The speed can reach supersonic speed. The strength of a fist of 10 tons can be at least doubled with the blessing of speed, that is, a punch of 20 tons. I am afraid that the tailed beast can't stand it, right? Besides, there are also some hidden changes. For example, the eyes can see through, the 5 senses become sharp, the coordination of the body and the chakra in the body have been greatly increased. The only pity is that has not unlocked the ability of the motherland to fly. So strong. Not long after, Luo Lei couldn't help stretching after putting away the property panel that only he could see. Crackle 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 crackle. In an instant, a sound of flesh and blood intertwined resounded. Then, am I now a native of the country who knows ninjutsu? Luo Lei couldn't help laughing, then turned his cold eyes to Yakang, who was still standing there and shivering. Yakang. Elite Jonin. Good at using scorch style over steaming, powerful. There's nothing to say, but if you dare to set up a net of heaven and earth to surround and kill him, then you should pay the price of hard work, and I can do whatever I want now. You. Boom. It seems that I feel like I'm being watched. Yakang suddenly came back to his senses and looked at Luo Lei with trembling fear. Before he could hesitate, he turned around and wanted to run. Demon. Luo Lei is a devil. She wants to bring the news back to Tsunagakuer. It would be best to make this demon's bizarre bloodline boundaries public. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. Luo Lei's body disappeared from the spot. Next moment, the pale and helpless Yakang was hugged by Luo Lei. An hour later, Luo Lei happily walked out of a cave and moved his muscles and bones very comfortably. No way. After glancing at his attribute panel, Luo Lei's mouth curled slightly and muttered to himself, it seems that the template of the motherland has been unlocked from 30% to 32%. The strength has increased slightly. Interesting. Luo Lei nodded thoughtfully, and said indifferently without turning his head, Yakang, you don't want today's incident to spread, do you? I think, smart you should know what to do. Swish. After saying these 2 words, Luo Lei flew towards the direction of Kikyo Mountain. Why? Yakang in the cave couldn't help shivering. He recalled some scenes in his mind, and 2 lines of clear tears flowed silently again. That man is a super big pervert. Chapter 5. Bellflower Mountain. After the outbreak of the Third Ninja World War, it became the main battleground between Konoha village and Tsunagakuer. Currently, the 2 sides have been at war for over a month, each with casualties. Still in a stalemate. At this time, inside the largest tent in the center of Kaikyoyama Konoha camp, the commander-in-chief of the front, Shimura Danzo, and Orochimaru are gathering here. At present, of the 3 battlefields, only our Kaikyoyama battlefield is at a stalemate. Shimura Danzo put down the intelligence document in his hand and said with a gloomy face, on the battlefield in the country of Grass, Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato have already started to counterattack Iwagakuer. Already. As for the Battle of the Land of Waves with Cloud Shinobi Village, the large force led by Tsunade has not yet started, and is still in a confrontation. Third Raikage definitely wants to wait for a suitable time to join the battlefield. Hearing this, Orochimaru licked his lips and said meaningfully, once Third Raikage and Tsunade fight, then our pressure will be reduced. Bigger. Yes. Shimura Danzo rubbed his head with a headache. He was under too much pressure. Konoha village is also under too much pressure. The 3 wars broke out. In the face of the 3 ninja villages. Coupled with a Kirigakuer who doesn't know when to start, it's a little uncomfortable to think about. If it wasn't for the second ninja world to win, Konoha village has enough background. I am afraid that it is not the first wave of war, it will make Konoha village fall apart. By the way, Anbu's vice captain, Luolei, hasn't he reinforced us? The next moment, Orochimaru seemed to think of something. He smiled and said, as a genius comparable to Namikaze Minato, Heitake Sakumo's disciple, his reinforcements should be able to relieve our pressure. All right. For Luolei. Orochimaru is still impressed. If it wasn't for Luolei's lack of blood-related boundaries that interested him, he would have wanted to take Luolei as a direct disciple. Haha. Shimura Danzo smiled disdainfully, and said, he has some talent and is very diligent in his cultivation, but, civilians are civilians after all, and they can't fly on the branches and become phoenixes. This time to reinforce us, I just hope that we won't make any big moths. Certainly. Shimura Danzo didn't say a word. The premise of everything is that Luolei was able to reach the Kaikyoyama battlefield smoothly. As Heitake Sakumo's disciple and the only direct disciple, he rejected the good intentions of the elders, and he was already doomed to be an abandoned child. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo also showed a mocking smile. At the beginning, he also tried his best to invite Luolei to join the route, but was rejected by Luolei righteously. Are you eating your own bad fruit now? You are very loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he sold you backhand and assigned it to Heitake Sakumo. Now Heitake Sakumo has committed suicide. Your existence is like a stick in your throat, which makes Konoha high-level people uncomfortable. Right. Orochimaru shrugged indifferently, and said with some regret, if hard work is useful, what do you need to do with the limit of blood? His upper limit is already doomed, unless... Thinking of this. Inadvertently, a haze passed through Orochimaru's eyes. He thought of Namikaze Minato, who was also born as a commoner, but enjoys a completely different treatment from Luolei. I heard that the old man gave Namikaze Minato the forbidden technique Flying Thunder God technique of second Hokage. This seems to be the rhythm of Namikaze Minato to be vigorously cultivated. What does the old man want to do? Wait. Shimura Danzo didn't dwell too much on this topic, and said solemnly, with the background of Sand Shinobi Village, if we fight a protracted battle with us, there is no doubt that we will lose. We just need to stabilize. Orochimaru nodded. At the same time. Wait a minute. Lord Luolei, this is Konoha camp, even if you are Anbu's vice-captain, you must inform the commander-in-chief, Lord Danzo. Breaking into the camp of the commander-in-chief will be punished by military law. If you go forward, don't blame our root organization for being rude to you. Outside the tent. Suddenly there was a commotion. Reinforcements are coming. Hearing the voice, Orochimaru said with interest, it seems to be coming to us. Humph. The doubts in Shimura Danzo's eyes flashed away, and he snorted coldly, I don't follow the rules and break into the commander-in-chief's tent. I'd like to see who gave Luolei the courage. Come on, let's take a look. After saying this, Shimura Danzo got up and walked outside the tent. It is good. Orochimaru smiled and got up and followed. At this time, inside the leaf camp, Luolei is walking slowly with his hands behind his back, without any nervousness or vigilance. Thanks to the enhancement of his 5 senses, he knows how many ninjas there are in the entire Konoha camp. After sensing the 2 strongest auras, Luolei changed direction and walked towards the commander-in-chief's tent. Swish. But haven't reached the camp yet. He was stopped by 3 ninjas at the route, and there was a feeling that Luolei would have to do it if he continued to move forward, and deal with it by military law. What are you? Suddenly blocked. Luolei, who was in a good mood at first, suddenly became indifferent. Laugh. In an instant. Almost no one saw how Luolei used the knife. I felt that the white chakra's short sword flashed away in a flash, bursting out with a dazzling edge, which seemed to be able to divide the space into 2. You. How is this possible? No. Silently. The pupils of Jonin at the root of the 3 shrank for a while, trying to avoid the knife, but found that it was too late. He only felt that his neck was cold, and his head and body branched into a house. Puff. 3 consecutive blood spurts sounded. The heads of the 3 root Jonin fell to the ground, and the dead couldn't die any longer. And it all happened in an instant. In the camp, there were originally some Konoha shinobi watchers who were watching the lively. No. You read that right? Lord Luolei actually took action at the camp and killed the 3 Jonin at the root? At the same moment, Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru, who had just walked out of the camp, also happened to see this scene. All of a sudden, they were stunned. Chapter 6. At the same moment, Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru, who had just walked out of the camp, also happened to see this scene. All of a sudden, they were stunned. It seemed that he didn't believe the scene in front of him. Shimura Danzo couldn't help rubbing his eyes, but the fact was right in front of him, and the 3-rooted Jonin was killed in seconds. It's still the kind of instant kill that doesn't fight back. Quiet. A dead silence. The scene fell into a frozen state for a while, and there was no sound at all. What? No, something happened. It seems to be Lord White Fang's Heitake swordsmanship. What on earth does Mr. Luolei want to do? Kill the people at the root, Danzo-sama will never let it go. Lord Luolei is very strong. Before long. After reacting. The eyes of many Konoha shinobi fighters in the camp kept flickering, and involuntarily they made an uproar. Obviously. No one thought of it. Lord Luolei, who had just arrived at the Konoha camp, killed 3 ninjas at the root without saying a word. Is this the rhythm of something big? So strong. Orochimaru licked his lips and stared at Luolei with a pair of snake eyes, as if he were looking at some monster. One strike. Instantly kill 3 jonin at the root. Even he. It takes some effort. But Luolei did it easily. What made him even more incredible was that just now, even he hadn't seen clearly how Luolei made the knife. Have you been holding back all the time? The swordsmanship has clearly surpassed White Fang, but it has never been revealed. Seeming to think of something again, Orochimaru crossed his arms with a look of interest. Regarding Luolei's information, he actually has a copy. Konoha Anbu's vice-captain, Heitake Sakumo's apprentice, good at water style and lightning style, has the strength of elite jonin. The results of it? Heitake's swordsmanship is so powerful, it's comparable to the suicide of Konoha's White Fang, right? Interesting, it's really getting more and more interesting. As expected, he is a genius on the same level as Namikaze Minato, and he still has a few brushes. Orochimaru licked his lips and muttered to himself, "Hehe, old man, known as the most famous man in history. You who are strong Hokage, there are times when you are wrong." Information error, he lied to everyone in Konoha village. Beside him, Shimura Danzo's expression was also fluctuating, and his heart was a turbulent wave that could not be calmed down at all. He was very clear about the strength of the 3 subordinates. Even in the face of elite jonin, he could use subtle cooperation to deal with it, but he was instantly killed by Luolei without any strength to fight back. That means Luolei not only has the strength of elite jonin. Cage level, definitely cage level. Heitake Sakumo, you are really a BD, you deserve to commit suicide. You clearly taught your apprentice Heitake swordsmanship, but lied to Konoha executives that he didn't teach them, and said that Heitake swordsmanship will never be passed on. A cage level ninja, lied as elite jonin. Thinking of this, Rao is Shimura Danzo, who has seen countless big scenes, and a wisp of cold sweat appeared on his forehead unconsciously. Genius is not scary. But, a genius who knows how to forbear is the most terrifying. And the strength of cage level. Enough to change a lot of things. After the body has transformed, the Heitake sword technique seems to be more handy, and its power has doubled. Ignoring everyone's gaze, Luolei glanced at the chakra short sword in his hand and showed a smile. A native who knows ninjutsu and swordsmanship seems to be more pervert. Luolei-kun, you are hiding too deeply. At this time, Orochimaru took a deep breath and smiled, saying, "With your strong reinforcements, I think we will be able to defeat Sand Shinobi soon." Great troops. Yes. Luolei shrugged indisputably, and said meaningfully, "If it wasn't for my strength, I might have died on the road." Oh. Orochimaru raised his brows and instantly understood. It seems that the information has been betrayed. Ambushed. Just thinking of Luolei's cage-level strength. Pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Orochimaru couldn't help but want to laugh. The intelligence is elite jonin, but it is actually a cage-level powerhouse. Those ninjas who ambushed Luolei, I am afraid that they are not angry and curse. By the way, on the way here, I took out a team of Sand Shinobi's elite team. Luolei took out the scroll with Sand Shinobi's head sealed, chakra appeared, and a seal was formed on both hands. Puff. After a flash of white smoke, 14 bloody heads fell to the ground. 1 elite jonin, 5 jonin, and 8 elite jonin. Luolei pointed to the underground head and added, "Elite jonin Yakang, who is good at using scorch style and oversteaming, was killed by me. Sanctions have been imposed, and they have lost their combat effectiveness, and will not appear on the battlefield again." Hiss. In an instant, many ninjas at Konoha camp couldn't help but gasped. No way. After fighting Tsunagakuer for so long. Not to mention elite jonin, even the casualties of jonin are very small, almost all of the dead are genin and chinin. The result was good. Lord Luolei killed 1 elite jonin, 5 jonin, and 8 elite jonin at one time, and also made a famous scorch-style blood follower limit ninja in Tsunagakuer, Yakang incompetent. This is a terrible achievement. Once it gets out, I am afraid that the entire ninja world will be shaken. What's even more frightening is that Sand Shinobi dispatched such an elite force, but was wiped out by Lord Luolei. How strong should Lord Luolei be? No wonder he was able to kill 3 jonin at the root. Many Konoha jonins in the camp have extremely complicated expressions. As for a light of the civilian, Luolei, who is as famous as Namikaze Minato, they all know. The former captain of Anbu, Heitake Sakumo's apprentice, took the position of Anbu's vice-captain at a young age, and can be said to be the limelight of Konoha village. I thought that after Heitake Sakumo committed suicide, Luolei would be in a state of collapse, plus some political reasons, will be abandoned by Konoha high-rise. But did not expect. If it doesn't sound, it's already a blockbuster. As soon as he arrived at the battlefield, he destroyed a team of Sand Shinobi's elite team. They may not know much about politics, but they know that Lord Luolei, who possesses such terrifying combat power, can definitely turn the tide on the battlefield. Especially when the battlefield is hot. Lord Luolei will tip the scale of victory directly to Konoha village. Chapter 7. For a while, the atmosphere of Konoha camp is a little weird. Most of the Konoha shinobi people couldn't help but look at the commander-in-chief, Shimura Danzo, wanting to see how he would deal with it. After all, 3 root ninjas were killed. No matter how you look at it, they are hitting Shimura Danzo-sama in the face. If Shimura Danzo doesn't care about the past, everyone will be happy. If you want to be held accountable, then the problem is a bit serious. On one side is Konoha's high-level, root leader, who also serves as the frontline commander. On the other side is Konoha's white fange's apprentice, Konoha Anbu's vice-captain, whose strength is unfathomable, neither is a fuel-efficient lamp. I really didn't expect it. Luolei, you really gave everyone a surprise. Facing so many gazes, Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly, took a few steps forward, took a deep breath and said, "Blue is better than blue, you've lied to everyone, it's really amazing. I believe that Sarutobi will be very happy to know that you are hiding so deeply. When it comes to this..." Shimura Danzo changed the subject, suddenly intensified his tone, and scolded in a cold voice, "You are very powerful, but, you killed the people at the root, you must give me an explanation? Otherwise..." Swish. Swish. It's not over yet. 15 root ninjas flew out. Surrounding Luolei in the middle, there is a feeling of doing something if you disagree. Statement. Luolei smiled disapprovingly, and said plainly, "The root secretly colluded with Sand Shinobi, betrayed me, and prompted me to be ambushed by Sand Shinobi's elite team. Do you think this statement is okay? What did you say?" Shimura Danzo was so angry that he vomited blood, and roared furiously, "How could the roots betray you in cooperation with Sand Shinobi village? Stop framing the blame. I mean yes, that's it." With a cold shout, a crimson light flashed strangely in Luolei's eyes. "Have nothing to say. If you don't agree, then just do it and you're done. As for the strength, but also forbearance? Still lingering? That is something that will never be possible. If you endure it for too long, you will become a teenage mutant ninja turtle." In the past, he had no choice, he could only grow in a vulgar manner, and was afraid that he would be killed before he grew up. Now, he has the strength, and he just wants to be an upright native of Konoha village. No, he is a native of Konoha village. As for who betrayed him? Maybe it's the top of Konoha, maybe it's Sand Shinobi's spy hidden in Konoha village, maybe it's someone else, it doesn't matter. Who he said, that's who. At the same moment. Danger. Extremely dangerous. Originally, Orochimaru, who was still watching the strange, seemed to sense something, the whole body was tense, and the cells in the body began to warn of crazy. Not good. Everyone retreats. Swish. Without any hesitation, Orochimaru stepped back first. Retreat. Hearing the order of Orochimaru-sama, the Konoha shinobi at the camp, despite some doubts in their hearts, quickly backed away. "Luolei, what do you want to do? This is Konoha camp, are you trying to rebel? Doing your own hands is an unforgivable sin. Not only will you not be punished, but you will also be cast aside by the entire Konoha village. Konoha's white fang is a lesson from the past, you think about it." Shimura Danzo also sensed something was wrong, and while retreating, he threatened coldly. He was a little unsure of what Luolei wanted to do. First, he falsely accused the root of the blame, and wanted him to take the blame. Now he wouldn't really dare to act against him, would he? He is the top of Konoha, the commander-in-chief of the camp, and the leader of the root. However, in the next instant, now countless Konoha shinobi fans have seen a scene they will never forget. Laugh. No sign. A crimson heat ray burst out from Luolei's eyes. Boom. A ninja at the root hasn't reacted yet. The body was blown up, blood was flying, and there was a faint smell of burning in the air. What? What ability is this? Seeing this scene, the remaining dozen or so root ninjas were a little stunned. They thought Luolei would use the Hay-Take sword technique, but they didn't expect that their eyes would shoot such a terrifying ray. The root is collaborating with Sand Shinobi, it's a heinous crime. Luolei didn't care so much, and scolded violently, "Death to Laozi." What? Retreat. No, it's too late. Perhaps it was the first time to face the attack of heat rays. The first reaction of more than a dozen root ninjas was to retreat, but Luolei's speed was faster, and his body instantly turned into an afterimage. Bang! 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 In the next instant, the crimson heat rays shot out continuously, causing screams in the camp. Several ninjas at the root wanted to form the seal, but found that the seal had not been completed, and appeared on the body. A burnt blood hole with a faint smell of barbecue. Fire-style fire dragon fire bullet. Wind-style vacuum datama. Water-style water dragon bomb. Certainly. The root ninja is worthy of being the elite subordinate of Danzo. After most of them died, there were still 3 root ninjas. While panicking, they performed 3 ninjutsu at Luo Lei. The next moment, a water dragon, a fire dragon, and a high-pressure wind ball blasted towards Luo Lei at an extremely fast speed. Good come! In the face of these 3 ninjutsu, Luo Lei was not afraid at all, and did not have any intention of dodging, so he rushed forward with his flesh and blood. Boom! With a deafening sound. Under countless gazes, water dragons, fire dragons, and high-pressure wind balls were actually blown up alive. The explosion generated a large amount of energy shock waves, causing the ground to tremble violently. How is this possible? The 3 root ninjas exclaimed in horror. They never imagined that Luo Lei's body would be so strong, able to harden their ninjutsu skills. Go to hell! Swish! A cracking sound rang out. Luo Lei appeared in front of the last 3 root ninjas. Do not laugh! Laugh! With the sound of the body being burned and exploded. The last 3 root ninjas were also killed alive by heat rays. Chapter 8. I don't know when. In the originally clear sky, black clouds appeared. Campanile Leaf Camp in Kaikyoyama. 15 root ninjas lay miserably on the ground, a gust of breeze blew, and in addition to the bloody smell, there was also the pungent smell of burnt barbecue. Pity. No one cares about all this. The expressions of all the Konoha shinobi in the camp were frozen. Orochimaru was dumbfounded. Shimura Danzo is also a little silly. There are also some jonin, who also have expressions of disbelief. No way. What just happened was so shocking and incredible that everyone's hearts were shaken violently, and they couldn't believe what they saw, but, the corpse at the root of the ground clearly told everyone that everything is true. 1 second. 10 seconds. 1 minute. As time goes by. How is this possible? A Konoha jonin finally came to his senses and couldn't help exclaiming. And this seems to be a fuse, which instantly detonated the entire camp. It's so strong. It's really too strong. The eyes can shoot rays, what kind of blood limit is this? The body is capable of hard AL ninjutsu, Heitake's swordsmanship is superb, and the eyes can shoot heat rays. How did Master Luo Lei cultivate? One after another uproar resounded. Almost every Konoha shinobi person showed a terrified look. Orochimaru even stared out his eyes, even Shimura Danzo couldn't keep his calm and confident expression on his face. What? What is this? No way. It's really the ability that Luo Lei showed. It's too incredible, it's beyond everyone's imagination. In particular, the heat rays shot out of the eyes are unheard of in the ninja world. The terrifying power, just thinking about it, makes the scalp tingle. How to do? Not far away, dozens of root ninjas almost all had their legs weakened with fright. After looking at each other, they could see the horror in their eyes. 15 root ninjas were slaughtered. If it was them who went out just now, even if they weren't, they would have died without a place to be buried. For a while. Even if they are not afraid of death, they are a little scared. Could it be that this is an unknown bloodline that rivals Sharinan and Bun? Orochimaru shook his head, took a deep breath, and forcibly suppressed his inner curiosity, and Luo Lei's eyes emitting hot gazes kept appearing in his mind. Screen. Too strong. At that moment, Luo Lei was like a demon, full of pressure. No wonder he can be so unscrupulous, no wonder his strength has grown so fast, no wonder the changes have been so great. It turns out that an unknown and powerful bloodline limit has been awakened. Orochimaru twisted his head, and finally found a reason to convince himself. In his opinion, only by awakening the boundaries of Sweji can explain the transformation of Luo Lei. I see. Shimura Danzo, who has the same mind as Orochimaru, was shocked, but also suddenly realized. It turned out to be the awakening of the blood following the limit? Just how can it be so strong? Shimura Danzo didn't know what to do for a while, so he continued to fight with Luo Lei, and the remaining root ninjas might not be enough to kill, but if you take it softly and take a black cauldron that colluded with Sand Shinobi, then he will be famous forever. Not just destroyed. Distressed. It's really uncomfortable. After being a senior executive of Konoha for so many years, it was the first time that Shimura Danzo was so aggrieved and uncomfortable. Before. At least he took the blame voluntarily. Now, a black pot is going to be placed on him, no matter how you think about it, it's uncomfortable ultimate. Who on earth betrayed Luo Lei's root? Thinking of this. In his heart, Shimura Danzo scolded the person who betrayed the information, the ancestors of the 18th generation, and you have to do it thoroughly, and now it's over. Humph, Yudiden Koharu and Mitokado Homura, both of you have done a good job. Seemingly thinking of Sarutobi Hiruzan's non-stick character, Shimura Danzo cursed the elders again, cutting the grass without eradicating the roots, and regenerating in the spring breeze, although I don't know if it was the elders, but it doesn't matter. Not only to be a BCH, but also to build an archway. It's good now. Being caught by Luo Lei. Taking the opportunity to attack, it is he who suffers. I love Konoha village. When I joined Anbu, I vowed to maintain the peace, stability and prosperity of Konoha village under the guidance of the will of fire. Now that someone betrays me, do you think I should be punished? At this time, Luo Lei didn't care so much, glanced at Shimura Danzo, and smiled violently. Swish! A cracking sound rang out. So fast! Shimura Danzo was startled and was about to retreat, but found it was too late. Snapped! Luo Lei appeared in front of Shimura Danzo in a flash, and slapped Shimura Danzo without hesitation. You! Suddenly slapped. Shimura Danzo was a little confused, not caring about the knocked-out teeth, the blood gushing out of his mouth, his hands unconsciously wanting to seal. But, facing Luo Lei, who was full of murderous intentions, he was a little timid, and there was a vague feeling in his heart that once he started, he would definitely die. More importantly, he didn't know how strong Luo Lei was. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy can win 100 battles. How? I beat you, still not convinced. Seeing that Shimura Danzo didn't make a move, Luo Lei narrowed his eyes, raised his leg and kicked him to the ground. Pfft! Shimura Danzo lay on the ground and couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, he resisted the pain in his body and got up from the ground. Luo Lei, don't go too far. I really didn't do anything to be sorry to you. Speaking of this, Shimura Danzo said angrily, I don't want to carry this pot. Excessive. Lousy said you, that's you. Luo Lei showed a devilish smile, stretched out his right hand and patted Shimura Danzo's right shoulder, and Shimura Danzo was so frightened that his whole body was tense, and his forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and he entered a fighting state. Do not be afraid. I know you'll be fine. But, there are traitors at the root, and you are to blame. So, I make a report, you approve the note, and report it to 3rd Hokage. Are you okay? After all, if you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. Click. Between the words, the sound of a broken bone sounded, and Shimura Danzo's body trembled in pain. Chapter 9. Click. The sound of a broken bone sounded, and Shimura Danzo's body trembled in pain. Uncomfortable. It's really frustrating. With the character of Shimura Danzo when he was young, he fought against Luo Lei desperately for a long time, but, after he turned from a ninja to a politician, he couldn't be arrogant in many things. Before knowing the specific strength of the opponent, it must be endured, even if it is unbearable, it must be endured. As for her face? Can face be eaten as a meal? This. Seeing that Lord Shimura Danzo had his shoulder broken by Luo Lei. In the camp, many Konoha shinobi and even dozens of root ninjas swallowed their saliva cautiously. It was too cruel, too violent, too arbitrary. After all, the identity and status of Shimura Danzo is there. Even if Genbi really betrayed Lord Luo Lei, it should be handled by Lord 3rd Hokage. It turned out to be good. Lord Luo Lei decided that it was the root cause when he disagreed, and there was quite a feeling that Shimura Danzo would kill him if he did not agree to approve the note. What should I do now? So, in this situation, the Konoha shinobi players at the scene all looked at Orochimaru blankly. Whether it's Shimura Danzo or Luo Lei, they don't seem to be able to provoke them, and they don't dare to say anything more. They can only see how Master Orochimaru, one of the Sunnins, will deal with it. However, to everyone's disappointment, Orochimaru didn't mean to open his mouth, instead he showed a look of interest, especially when he looked at Luo Lei. He was full of curiosity and interest as if he were looking at some peerless treasure. I know you're not satisfied, but, it's all for Lao Zi to keep in his heart. The corners of Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, and he said solemnly, I'll say it again, I'll write a report, you can approve the note, okay? Feeling the pain in his shoulders, Shimura Danzo was really about to cry. FK. It was the first time he had seen such a blatant framing, what else could he do? Resist? With his strength, it seems that he is no longer Luo Lei's opponent. Let Konoha shinobi besiege Luo Lei, it will only make the situation even more out of control. Besides, with Orochimaru around, he may not be able to direct the movement. By the way, Orochimaru, the 6th child, why didn't he say a word from beginning to end? Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo was out of breath. In normal times, Orochimaru and him have the same odor. No, it is wrong to say that they are like-minded, and when something happens, they watch the play next to them. In this case, Luo Lei's eyes flashed a ray of crimson light. Kin. Seeing that the devil-like Luo Lei was about to explode, Shimura Danzo glared in his eyes, and the hairs on his whole body burst into flames. Resisting the throbbing in his heart, he hurriedly said, there is a traitor at the root, you write a report, I will approve the note, immediately report to Konoha village. Now it's right. Luo Lei shrugged and said softly, smart move. Boom. It's not over yet. Luo Lei bombarded Shimura Danzo's chest with a fist. You. In an instant, the pain in the chest made Shimura Danzo's cheeks twist, his eyes widened, his body also showed a bow shape, and a few mouthfuls of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with Luo Lei. At a loss. Why? He clearly agreed, right? Why not play cards according to common sense, but also beat him? Boom. Next moment, the powerful force made Shimura Danzo fly out and smashed onto the ground dozens of meters away, causing a burst of dust. Lord Danzo. See this scene. The root ninja in the distance finally reacted and wanted to help and rescue Danzo. Pity. The body hasn't moved yet. Luo Lei looked at them with cold eyes. Laugh. It's like emergency braking. Those root ninjas all stood stiffly on the spot, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and they didn't even dare to breathe a little bit. They were afraid of an accident and annoyed Luo Lei. Cough cough. Shimura Danzo, who was beaten and flew out, coughed violently a few times, spitting blood in his mouth, climbed up from the ground tremblingly, and looked at Luo Lei with a rare gleam of fear in his eyes. Madman. The guy in front of him is a pervert lunatic. Speaking and doing things, he acted recklessly, as if he wanted to take revenge on the society, but his strength was still so pervert. With the punch just now, he felt that his internal organs were damaged. I didn't exert any strength at all. Luo Lei slowly loosened his fist and said in a low voice, if you do your best, you will be blown away by me. Shimura Danzo wisely stopped talking, and could only stand there staggeringly, blood dripping from his mouth. Go and treat him so he won't die. Looking at Danzo who was about to die, Luo Lei frowned. He just didn't exert much force, so he gestured at several medical ninjas. Swish. Swish. Been instructed. A few medical ninjas were relieved, and with a flick of their bodies, they helped Shimura Danzo to start treatment. Mr. Luo Lei, it's really unbelievable. At this time, Orochimaru, who had not spoken all the time, took a deep breath and said meaningfully, awakened to an unknown bloodline limit. From now on, whether it is the ninja world or Konoha village, there will be a place for you. Only. Speaking of this, Orochimaru paused, looked at Shimura Danzo who was being treated, and said, Danzo has lost his combat power, and our Konoha village is missing a high-end combat power, which might affect the overall situation. Oh. Luo Lei raised his brows, and did not deny that he had not awakened to the Sweji boundary. He said disapprovingly, it won't affect the overall situation, it will only shock Konoha village. It is good. Orochimaru is also a smart person, and he said neatly, I am relieved to hear what Mr. Luo Lei said. 3 days later, we will launch a general attack on the Sand Shinobi army. Kin. Luo Lei smiled and nodded, and said, I just want to have a good explosion. No problem. A ray of light flashed in Orochimaru's snake eyes. He was already looking forward to Luo Lei's performance on the battlefield. Once he can kill the quartet, Luo Lei's eyes will definitely become comparable to Bun and Sherinon, shaking the entire ninja world. As for what happened to Shimura Danzo, what does it have to do with his Orochimaru? Orochimaru. Only like people who are interested in you. Chapter 10. The next thing is much simpler. Shimura Danzo was seriously injured, so Orochimaru, the deputy commander-in-chief, took over everything in the camp and turned it straight. The new officer took office 3 fires. The first order Orochimaru issued was to let the Konoha shinobi people forget what happened in the camp today. Whoever dared to disclose it would be charged with collaborating with the enemy. The second order was the former commander Shimura Danzo is sick and wants to return to Konoha village to recuperate. The third order is to appoint Konoha Anbu's deputy captain, Luo Lei as deputy commander. To this. With the lessons of Shimura Danzo. Of course the Konoha shinobi at the camp dared not have any opinion. What's more, I am still secretly happy. After all, Luo Lei's strength is obvious to all. Once he enters the battlefield, he will definitely give Sand Shinobi a big surprise. Whoever leaks it will be a fool. So. In this situation. Kaikyoyama Konoha camp achieved a fairly smooth transition. It is said that after learning of all this, Shimura Danzo, who was still healing, was furious and vomited several mouthfuls of blood. That night, after Luo Lei wrote the report and Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru approved the slips, Shimura Danzo was secretly escorted back to Konoha village by a team of root ninjas like a lost dog. Konoha village. Hokage building in the central area. Inside the Hokage office. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is looking at a large sand table on the table. This sand table is a small ninja world map. After the outbreak of the Third World War, Konoha village, Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and Cloud Shinobi all took the initiative to attack. On the sand table, Kaikyoyama, the country of grass, and the country of soup all have small flags representing the ninja troops. Among them, Kaikyoyama is Konoha and Sand Shinobi, and the country of grass is Konoha and Rock Shinobi, and the country of it is Konoha and Cloud Shinobi village. 3 fronts. Among them, the 2 battlefields of Kaikyoyama and the country of grass are very anxious. As for the battlefield with Cloud Shinobi, Third Raikage seems to be still watching, and did not rashly confront the Konoha army led by Tsunade. With Tsunagakure's heritage, we will lose a long battle with our Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe and took a few puffs, his eyes fell on the area of the grass country and the soup country, and muttered to himself, Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi village are the biggest threats to our Konoha village. Third Tsuchikajonoji and neither Third Raikage is a fuel-efficient lamp. As for Kirigakure, Third Mizukage hasn't made any news yet, but, you still have to be prepared. If you get stabbed in the back, it's easy to cause big problems. Call. Thinking of this. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of white smoke in annoyance. After the outbreak of the Third World War, as the victor of the First Ninja World War and the Second Ninja World War, Konoha village was the first to be attacked by Tsunagakuer, Iwagakuer, and Cloud Shinobi village. Although there were also skirmishes between Tsunagakuer, Iwagakuer, and Cloud Shinobi village, but the main force was targeting Konoha village. This makes Sarutobi Hiruzen quite uncomfortable. So, Sunan Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Shimura Danzo were all sent out, and the elite forces of the Hyuga, Uchiha, Nara, and other families were also sent into the battle. If it's not enough, the students of the ninja school can go to the front line to be cannon fodder at any time. No, it is a backup force. Anyway, no matter what, even if it is to empty the savings and heritage of Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen is going to win the Third Ninja World War. Hey, take Sakumo, why did you commit suicide? Can't you be guided by the will of fire and live with grievances? After thinking for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the chair and looked up. The roof sighed softly. For take Sakumo. He has always been very trusting and reassuring. But with the passage of time, take Sakumo's prestige is too high, especially after the end of the Second Ninja World War. The prestige of the Konoha hero, take White Fang, has reached a peak. In this situation, the Konoha folks actually raised the voice of making take Sakumo the fourth Hokage candidate. This undoubtedly touched the scales of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the elders. They are still young and can still serve Konoha village for decades. What is the fourth Hokage candidate? Are you kidding me? So, by default by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the elders began to try their best to suppress take Sakumo's prestige. Finally, grasping the flaw that take Sakumo gave up the mission and chose to save his companions, the Konoha elders took the opportunity to attack. But he didn't expect that take Sakumo, who had exerted too much force and had a violent temper, chose to commit suicide while he was decadent. For this reason, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt heartache for a long time, and scolded the elders angrily. If you were still alive, Konoha village wouldn't have been so passive in the third battle, right? Your apprentice, Luolei, it's really a pity. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a few puffs of white smoke, his expression changed for a while. At first, he hesitates between Namikaze Minato and Luolei. In the end, Namikaze Minato, who seemed more obedient and controlled, followed Jiraiya, and Luolei followed take Sakumo. But he didn't expect that he had misunderstood. After entering Anbu, Luolei published a series of articles about the will of fire. For example, under the new era, we must be led by Third Hokage's will of fire and firmly support Third Hokage, on the strongest Hokage in history. Third Hokage, pioneers of the will of fire in the new age. Satisfied with this series of articles, Sarutobi Hiruzen promoted Luolei to the vice-captain of Anbu, responsible for the ideological and political work of Konoha village. Result: being implicated by take Sakumo. A few days ago, he asked Luolei to lead a team of Anbu ninjas to Mount Kikyo to support Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru. Unexpectedly, as soon as Luolei left the front foot, Mitokato Homura of the rear foot elders revealed Luolei's whereabouts to the Sand Shinobi spy hidden in Konoha village. After getting the report from Anbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned Mitokato Homura, but he didn't expect Mitokato Homura to admit it neatly, saying that if we cut the grass without eradicating the roots, the spring breeze will regenerate. At first, before take Sakumo gave up his mission to save his comrade, the elders sent someone to secretly contact Luolei, and wanted him to stab take Sakumo in the back and give take Sakumo a heavy blow. There is a lot of meaning to stand in line with take Sakumo. So, Mitokato Homura wanted Luolei to pay the price. Don't you want to backstab take Sakumo? Aren't you unwilling to stand in the Konoha elders group? Don't you understand the will of fire very well? There is no use for any eggs, we have 100 ways to let you die without a place to die. Politics. Just so cruel and ruthless. To this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious. But, seeing Mitokato Homura's fearless appearance, he finally sighed and fell into a state of indecision. Finally, he still chose to pretend he didn't know. The elders and him both prosper and suffer. Luolei, as take Sakumo's apprentice, sacrificed himself if he sacrificed, so he could be considered a contribution to the will of fire. As for why I choose not to know, of course, it is to maintain my bright image of being splendid, and non-stick. Take Sakumo, don't worry, even if Luolei dies, Kakashi will be fine. It's my compensation and promise to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, picked up his pipe and started smoking again. Put your mind on the sandbox. Chapter 11. Don't worry, even if Luolei dies, Kakashi will be fine. It's my compensation to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, picked up his pipe and started smoking, and put his mind on the sand table. Now, the first task is 3 wars. Other things are not worth his attention. Boom. However, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a cigarette and looking at the sand table, an Anbu ninja with an unbelievable expression knocked on the door and entered the Hokage office directly. Lord Third Hokage, emergency information on the front line. Say it. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, thinking that something was wrong on the battlefield, and his heart sank slightly. Sir Orochimaru has sent an urgent report. The Anbu ninja took a deep breath and said in a shocked and unbelievable tone, Sir Shimura Danzo is unwell and is not suitable to stay in the Kaikyoyama battlefield, and is on his way back to Konoha village. What? After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen froze for a moment, then showed a hint of anger. This Shimura Danzo is really doing what he can't do. He is the first to be lazy. At such a critical moment, he is still so sick, how can he not die on the battlefield? And. The Anbu ninja hesitated for a moment, his voice trembled, he opened his mouth, he wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to say it. It was really this piece of information, which was so explosive that he still hadn't recovered from the shock. What else, tell me now. See this scene. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in a fit of rage, let out a roar. Yes. The Anbu ninja was frightened and said incredulously, Anbu's vice-captain, Luolei, was attacked by a team of Sand Shinobi elites on the way to Kaikyoyama. 4 Anbu members were killed. In order to avenge his comrades, Lord Luolei fought bloody battles, destroying the Sand Shinobi elite team, killing 1 elite jonin, 5 jonin, and 8 elite jonin, and let scorch-style blood follow the bound ninja. Yakang lost the combat effectiveness and withdrew from the battlefield. After arriving at Kaikyoyama Konoha camp, Lord Luolei found out that it was the ninja from the route who secretly colluded with Sand Shinobi, betrayed him, and specially wrote a report. Lord Shimura Danzo and Lord Orochimaru also approved the slips. After saying this, the Anbu ninja lowered his head without even breathing. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent at first. Immediately, wisps of disbelief filled his eyes, as if he didn't believe what he heard at all. What are you kidding? Don't you dare to write the script like this? Is Luolei that strong? Isn't he an elite jonin? How did you destroy the Sand Shinobi elite team? To put it bluntly, 1 elite jonin, 5 jonin, 8 elite jonin, plus a scorch-style blood follower limit ninja, Yakang, can ambush a cage-level powerhouse and kill Luolei. Isn't it easy to do? The result was good, the Konoha Anbu ninjas who were traveling with him all died, but Luolei killed an elite Sand Shinobi team. Even more ridiculous is that, after arriving at Kaikyoyama Konoha camp, it is said that there are ninjas and Sand Shinobi colluding at the route. You know, in order to restrain his subordinates from telling their secrets about him, Danzo put a mark on the tongues of the members of the route, and if the practitioner said anything about him, his whole body would be paralyzed. Unable to speak or move. Therefore, other ninjas may collude with Sand Shinobi village, but it is absolutely impossible for the ninjas at the route to collude with Tsunagakuer. Really ridiculous. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the pipe and took a sigh, saying, what about the sliver approved by Danzo and Orochimaru? It's here. The Anbu ninja seemed to be ready for a long time, and hurriedly took out a scroll, handed it over, and said, Lord Third Hokage, this was sent back together with the frontline emergency information. Humph. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly, picked up the report and read it. Took a look. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a little squeamish. Because, the content of the report, Luolei said that the route was colluding with Sand Shinobi, and hoped that Konoha village could clear the route, and also said that there was no evidence. He said yes, it must be, no question, no evidence, Konoha the upper management will do it. Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru, do you know what you are doing? Are you letting Luolei mess around? Boom. See the end. Especially the autographs of Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen finally couldn't bear it any longer. Maybe because he was too angry, he smashed the pipe in his hand on the table. The powerful force caused the pipe to shatter into pieces in an instant. Fool around. Is it really too ridiculous to treat war as a child's play? He didn't know why Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo signed the report. But Luolei's actions are very different from what he did in Konoha village. He was really unscrupulous and unscrupulous. Did he take his third Hokage seriously? Is there a spirit of fire will? He is not old-fashioned, nor is there a problem with his brain, and there is no evidence. How can he eliminate the roots? Besides, this was not what Danzo did in the first place. Isn't Luolei insulting his IQ and rubbing his IQ on the ground? If the Sand Shinobi elite team is really destroyed, Luolei must be hiding his strength. It's mainly what happened at Kaikyoyama Konoha camp that got both Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo to sign the report. This Luolei is hidden too deep. No, Danzo has to hurry back to Konoha village and make things clear. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless for a long time. After a long while, his eyes were fixed, and he ordered in a deep voice, send a team of Anbu immediately to pick up Danzo and return to Konoha village as quickly as possible. Sir Shimura Danzo is ill, and if you have a long bumpy ride, you may. As long as it's not dead, it's fine. Yes. The Anbu ninja didn't dare to say anything, and left the office in a flash. Luo Lei, what exactly do you want to do? After the Anbu ninja left, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the report in his hand, his face changed for a while. For some reason, he felt like he was seeing the wrong person. This Luo Lei is too deep to hide, hiding from everyone, it must be an old coin. Chapter 12. The next day. Early in the morning. Hokage office in Hokage building. The 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yuditen Koharu, and Mitokato Homura of the elders were all assembled. Call. It seems that he hadn't slept all night. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen yawned a little tiredly, rubbed his temples, then picked up a brand new pipe and took a few gulps, barely raising his spirits. Last night. He read all the information about Luo Lei once. But he didn't find any flaws or anything wrong. If it wasn't for what happened on the front line, Luo Lei could be said to be a perfect ninja brainwashed by the will of fire. Anyway, the understanding of the will of fire. Even he is ashamed. As for Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura, their expressions are also not good looking, and they obviously know what happened in the Kaikyoyama battlefield. You all know what happened on the front line, right? I do not know how long it has been. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, Luo Lei killed an elite Sand Shinobi team, and also wrote a report saying that there were ninjas colluding with Tsunagakura at the root, and Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru both signed the report. What are you kidding? Yuditen Koharu said with a gloomy face, there is no evidence, why does Luo Lei say that there are ninjas at the root colluding with Sand Shinobi village? Is it black and white? Humph. No matter what, this Luo Lei hides so deeply, his heart can be punished. Mitokato Homura snorted coldly, did Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo be bewitched and actually signed the report? Character. What exactly is Shimura Danzo trying to do? Yuditen Koharu had a gloomy face and said incredulously, you actually took the initiative to take the blame. Put the responsibility on the root. When it comes to this. Yuditen Koharu also took a look at Mitokato Homura. The meaning of the expression is very simple. Is there any pie transaction between you and Danzo actually takes the blame for you? I'm also here for Konoha village. Facing Yuditen Koharu's gaze, Mitokato Homura did not panic at all, and retorted righteously, if it wasn't for me, would Luo Lei's foxtail be exposed? Enough. Upon hearing this, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't let out his anger, and scolded coldly, do you think Luo Lei didn't know that it wasn't the root? But, he insisted that it was the root ninja who did it, and just wanted to punch us in the face. Say black as white. Having said that, Sarutobi Hiruzen also paused, adding, he wrote the report and Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo signed it. This is a show of prestige, and he is trying to force us to compromise. It's a big deal. Do you really think we are vegetarians? Boom. However, just as Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Master 3rd Hokage, Master Danzo has returned to Konoha village. An Anbu ninja walked in and hurriedly reported. Oh. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yuditen Koharu, Mitokato Homura all paused. Quick, let Danzo come to the office. The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave an order. Yes. The Anbu ninja twitched, his body flashed, and he withdrew. After 5 minutes, the 4 root ninjas bowed their heads and carefully carried the stretcher into the office. This. Looking at Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yuditen Koharu, and Mitokato Homura who were lying on the stretcher and wrapped in white gauze, all of them looked at each other with a hint of surprise. What's the situation? Don't you mean your body is ill? How did this happen? It was like being beaten hard. Danzo, what's wrong with you? Soon. After reacting, Mitokato Homura stepped forward a few steps, lowered his head, and asked with great concern. Did you do it? On the stretcher, Shimura Danzo reluctantly opened his eyes and said weakly, you leaked the news that Luo Lei was going to reinforce the Kaikyoyama Konoha unit to Sand Shinobi, didn't you? Mitokato Homura hesitated, not sure what Danzo was talking about. He does things. Also for Konoha village? Also for everyone's benefit. Snapped. Pity. Shimura Danzo didn't care so much. Resisting the pain in his body, he lifted his uninjured left arm and slammed it into Mitokato Homura's cheek. The shit you did. Let me take the blame. What's more, in the face of the unscrupulous Luo Lei, he could only smash his teeth and swallow in his stomach, begging for mercy. Now seeing the culprit, Mitokato Homura, feeling aggrieved, depressed, and wanting to vomit blood, Danzo finally broke out. Even if he was seriously injured, he would slap Mitokato Homura on the face and relieved his hatred. Danzo, what are you doing? Suddenly beaten. Mitokato Homura covered his cheek and took a big step back. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yuditen Koharu's eyes widened, as if they didn't expect that the seriously injured Danzo would actually do something. What? Cough, cough. Shimura Danzo coughed a few times in exasperation, endured the pain in his body, and said coldly, Laozi helped you take the blame, and was beaten like this by Luo Lei, I won't beat you and who will be beaten? What? You were beaten by Luo Lei. How is it possible that Luo Lei committed the following crime and dared to beat you up? It's okay not to say. As soon as he said it, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yudatan Koharu, and Mitokado Homura all let out an exclamation. Ha ha! Shimura Danzo took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, you should have seen the report written by Luo Lei and the note I approved. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, the report says that the Root and Sand Shinobi colluded, and you signed it. Why did you sign? Mitokado Homura covered his blushing cheeks, and said yin and yang, as a senior executive of Konoha, don't you have any judgment? Let Luo Lei do whatever he wants in the camp? Are your roots a decoration? To shut up. After hearing this, Shimura Danzo said gloomily, you think I don't want to? But Luo Lei's strength is too strong, and I have to strategically defeat him. You. Mitokado Homura suddenly didn't know what to say. Let's talk about what happened at the camp. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little stiff, Yudatan Koharu, who didn't speak much, took the initiative to change the subject. It is good. Cough, cough. Shimura Danzo coughed a few times and gestured to a root ninja carrying a stretcher. The root ninja understood in an instant and immediately began to talk. That day, Danzo-sama and Orochimaru-sama were having a meeting in the tent. Hear the voice of the root ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, picked up his pipe and started smoking slowly. He wanted to listen carefully to what happened. However, with the narration of the root ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed from solemn and serious at the beginning to horror and disbelief. Silently. Click. This is the sound of the pipe being squeezed alive by the hand. As third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who can freely use the 5 chakra attributes and enjoys the title of Professor of Ninjutsu, could not control his emotions, which is obviously a gaffe. However, at this time, no one has noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaffe. Because not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also Yudatan Koharu and Mitokado Homura all froze, looking terrified. Chapter 13. Quiet. The office is silent. After the root ninja described what happened at Kaikyoyama Konoha camp, he noticed the almost frozen atmosphere in the office, so he lowered his head cautiously, not even daring to breathe. Cough, cough. See the gaffes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yudatan Koharu, Mitokado Homura. Shimura Danzo, who was lying on the stretcher, showed a sneer and seemed to let out a breath, and even the sound of coughing became pleasant. He was beaten at the front, and you enjoyed at Konoha village. It's good now. Let's swing together. No, let's be uncomfortable together, let's be shocked together. But when I think of Luo Lei's strength and the unknown boundaries of blood. Shimura Danzo was trembling and trembling, but there was still a greedy look in his eyes. He thought that the Sharinan and Hyaga's eyes of the Uchiha clan were too awesome, but he didn't think about Luo Lei's eyes, does not seem to be weak. Why? Luo Lei, how did you become so unfamiliar after being bathed in the will of fire? If you can show your bloodline limit earlier, I will definitely reuse you. Calling a deer a horse, reversing black and white, acting recklessly, killing ninjas at the root, are you trying to get revenge on us and hit us in the face? After an unknown period of time, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes with helplessness and heartache while feeling terrified after pinching his pipe. Look away. Everything was wrong after all. How could it be possible? The unknown blood successor limit has transformed Luo Lei's strength. If there is no miscalculation, Luo Lei's strength is stronger than Haitake White Fang who committed suicide. It's too deep, too scheming, and it's only now exposed, obviously intending to tear our face and embarrass our Konoha executives. What to do? What to do now? Yudatan Koharu and Mitokado Homura gradually came back to their senses, and they could both see the horror in their eyes. This Luo Lei, more pervert than expected, killed a team of Sand Shinobi elites, brutally killed 15 root ninjas, and beat Shimura Danzo, a real villain? Mitokado Homura is the most timid. His strength. Even Shimura Danzo can't compare. If Luo Lei returns to Konoha village to attack one day, what will he do? Thinking of this, Mitokado Homura suppressed the throbbing in his heart and said sadly, Sarutobi, Luo Lei's actions are no longer a simple violation of the law, but a confounding of black and white, deliberate provocation, ignoring us, and we must make him pay the price. Otherwise, the troubles are endless. That's right. Yudatan Koharu's eyes showed a trace of solemnity, and he also said solemnly, Luo Lei's behavior is completely trampling on the rules of Konoha village, hitting us in the face, and he must pay the price. Let him understand that our rules are the rules. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were solemn and silent. Why couldn't he see that Luo Lei was deliberately provocative, unscrupulously referring to a deer as a horse, confounding black and white? But now is the Third Ninja World War. Kaikyoyama is the main battlefield where Konoha and Sand Shinobi fought. Once Luo Lei has any action, it may lead to the collapse of one front, thus affecting the other two fronts. 3 wars. Konoha village cannot be defeated and cannot afford to be defeated. What are you going to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly to Yudatan Koharu and Mitokado Homura. Summon Luo Lei back and control him. Yuditen Koharu hesitated before answering. Find a way to kill him. Mitokado Homura gritted his teeth and said with murderous intent, our prestige cannot be violated, Konoha's rules cannot be trampled, and Luo Lei must pay the price. Kill him. It's okay not to say. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already angry when he said that, was even more angry, and roared at Mitokado Homura, if it wasn't for you, who made an assertion, would there be something like this? I sent Luo Lei to reinforce, and you betrayed others on your back. Okay, everything is over now. Now Konoha is empty, and the ninjas are almost all on the battlefield. With Luo Lei's terrifying strength, he is summoned back. How can we kill him? Besides, the third battle is at a critical moment. Once Luo Lei loses control and Konoha fights, the whole body will be affected. The Battle of Kaikyoyama will undoubtedly affect our Konoha village, which will also affect the battlefield of the Land of Grass and the Land of Waves. Boom. When it comes to this, Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fist and patted the table uncontrollably. Distressed. It's so uncomfortable. What Luo Lei did was like a snake hitting 7 inches. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen not be able to exert himself, and dare not do any extreme actions at all. Therefore, in order to take care of the overall situation, even if Luo Lei called the black as white, the white as black, and unscrupulously referred to a deer as a horse, he could only recognize it with his nose. Mitokado Homura opened his mouth, trying to say something, but was speechless. FK. Co-authoring bad things was done by him alone, right? You all know, why don't you stop it, and now that there is a problem, push all the problems on him? Alas. I agree with Sarutobi. Yuditen Koharu sighed and said in a deep voice, no matter what, we must focus on the 3 battles. Since Luo Lei has shown such terrifying strength, let him serve Konoha village on the battlefield. Okay, whatever you want. Mitokado Homura took a deep breath, too lazy to say anything. He is very clear that things have developed, and only compromise can maximize the benefits, so as not to affect the peace of the 3 wars in Konoha village. I believe in Orochimaru, he will definitely handle his relationship with Luo Lei. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have made a decision, saying, according to Luo Lei's report, we will make a strategic compromise and let the root bear the blame. Of course, I will also communicate with Orochimaru often to learn more about Luo Lei from Orochimaru. Don't rashly make decisions against Luo Lei. Can. Agree. Yuditen Koharu and Mitokado Homura nodded with ugly expressions. It doesn't matter, anyway, I have to rest for at least half a year. I heard that I was going to take the blame again. Shimura Danzo, who was lying on a stretcher, did not have any unexpected expressions. As a politician, he is also very clear that it is the best choice for Konoha village, and everything is for the good of Konoha village. However. But they don't know. Compromise, with the first time there will be countless times. Chapter 14. The top management of Konoha village has reached a consensus, and the next thing is much easier. That afternoon, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced 2 news. The first news is that there are ninjas in the route who colluded with Sand Shinobi village and betrayed the deputy captain of Anbu, Luo Lei. The senior management of Konoha village will conduct an inventory of the route. The second piece of news is that Anbu's vice-captain, Luo Lei, awakened the mysterious blood successor limit, and decided to do whatever it took to kill an elite Sand Shinobi team, killing 1 elite Jonin, 5 Jonin, and 8 elite Jonin. It also made the Scorch-style blood follow the limit ninja Yakura lose his combat effectiveness. As soon as the 2 news came out, Konoha village was shaken instantly. Many civilians spit at the roots, thinking that the roots are eaten inside and out, and they lose the face of Konoha village. On the other hand, many civilians regard Luo Lei as a hero, and if he is betrayed, he can even kill a team of Sand Shinobi elites. Certainly. I don't know if the conscience of Konoha's high-level executives found out. It also began to publicize that Luo Lei was the inheritor of Konoha's White Fang's spirit, saying that although White Fang committed suicide, his unquenchable will of fire was still inherited by Luo Lei. Even more ridiculous. Many civilians seem to have selectively forgotten to scold White Fang for giving up the mission to save his comrades, and began to advocate Luo Lei again. What to say about the mistakes White Fang made? Luo Lei will definitely not make it again, he will definitely kill the quartet on the battlefield, and lead the Konoha army together with Lord Orochimaru to win the Battle of Kaikyoyama. Country of Grass. Konoha's frontline camp. In the largest tent in the center of the camp. Looking at an intelligence document in his hand, the commander-in-chief, Jiraiya frowned and fell into deep thought. The content of the intelligence files. The news is that there are ninjas colluding with Sand Shinobi at the route, and the news that Luo Lei's regiment destroyed a team of Sand Shinobi's elite team. On the surface, the 2 pieces of news are nothing, but if you think about it carefully, you will know that something is wrong. There are many flaws, and there are ninjas colluding with Sand Shinobi village at the route, which is almost impossible. And the Luo Lei group destroyed a team of Sand Shinobi elites. Does he have such strength? Could it be because of the awakening of the mysterious bloodline limit? Doubt, puzzled. If it weren't for the tense battle with Rock Shinobi's main force, Jiraiya would have wanted to go back to Konoha village to have a good understanding and see what the old man was thinking. Mr. Jiraiya, what's wrong? Looking at Jiraiya's changing expression. Inside the tent, Namikaze Minato, who was cultivating originally, asked curiously. Minato, you have to work hard too. Hearing these words, Jiraiya shook his head and said meaningfully, Luo Lei, who is as famous as you, seems to have awakened the mysterious bloodline limit and destroyed a team of Sand Shinobi elites. All right. Luo Lei is Heitake Sakumo's disciple, Namikaze Minato is his disciple. Now that Heitake Sakumo has committed suicide, if Namikaze Minato can't be better than Luo Lei, then he, the master, will have some shame on his face. Yes. In Namikaze Minato's calm eyes, there was a glimmer of light, and he picked up a special flying thunder god kunao and said confidently, Teacher Jiraiya, don't worry, I will never lose to him. Jiraiya put down the intelligence document in her hand and nodded silently. He has learned both the flying thunder god technique and the sage mode, but he can't think of how Namikaze Minato will lose. Even Luo Lei's awakening of the mysterious blood religion limit can't compare to Namikaze Minato. At the same moment, Bellflower Hill. The camp of the Konoha army. Inside the big tent in the middle. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru received an instruction from Sarutobi Hiruzen, smiled at Luo Lei next to him, and said, the old man has compromised, saying that he has already cleaned up the roots, and also announced the news that you have destroyed a team of Sand Shinobi elites. Come out, you've become the hero of Konoha village's limelight at this stage. Ha ha. Luo Lei spread his hands and said disapprovingly, in fact, it is my duty to maintain the peace and stability of Konoha village. From now on, I will be a villager of Konoha village. The villagers. Orochimaru showed a puzzled expression, as if he did not understand the meaning of these three words. It means a hero. Luo Lei smiled lightly and explained, Konoha Anbu's village people, people from the motherland, Oh. Orochimaru didn't think much about it, thinking that Luo Lei likes to be a hero, he took the initiative to change the subject, and said a little curiously, Luo Lei-kun, what exactly is your bloodline limit? How about physique, speed, eyes, strength, chakra? There is a clear improvement, especially the heat ray, which is a big killer. Alright. Ever since I saw Luo Lei making a big deal on Kamui that day. Orochimaru's heart is like a cat's claw. After consulting a lot of information, he couldn't find what the bloodline limit of Luo Lei's awakening was. Nothing. Luo Lei glanced at Orochimaru and said meaningfully, actually, it is an unknown bloodstock. I am still groping. If there is a chance, I will discuss it with you. What? It turned out to be a blood-based snare that surpasses the blood legacy limit and blood legacy elimination. The Orochimaru snake's eyes shrank violently a few times, revealing a look of sudden realization. I see. No wonder he couldn't find it. If it is the legendary blood following the snare, it would be much easier to explain. It is rumored that the Blood Legion net is a fusion of 7 nature transformations of fire, wind, earth, water, thunder, yin, and yang, which is even rarer than Blood Legion boundary and blood leg elimination. Perhaps only with the awakening of Shueijiseo, Luo Lei will achieve a shocking transformation. Thinking of this, Orochimaru has some envy and hatred in his heart. I thought Luo Lei was an ordinary civilian, but I didn't think that when others woke up, they would be caught by blood. People were more than people, and it was too shocking. In the end, the clown turned out to be himself. Luo Lei-kun, I'm convinced. After a while, Orochimaru shook his head in sigh, then changed the conversation and said, tomorrow is the day to launch a general attack on the Sand Shinobi army, I hope you can use your full firepower. No problem. Luo Lei nodded indifferently. Actually, said blood follows a snare. Just to hide people's eyes and ears. It can't be said that he has integrated the template of a peak motherlander. Chapter 15. Correct. Sudden. Just at this time, Orochimaru seemed to have thought of something, and said tentatively, Mr. Luo Lei, I wonder if you are interested in the position of 4th Hokage. Not interested in. Luo Lei didn't hesitate, just shook his head neatly and said, I just want to be a hero of Konoha Anbu, a villager, maintain the peace, stability and prosperity of Konoha village, contribute to the development of Konoha village, and shine. Looking at Luo Lei, who was in high spirits and seemed to give everything for Konoha village, Luo Lei spoke without hesitation. Orochimaru's expression is a little stiff, what's the matter? If I hadn't seen you beat Danzo violently and recklessly reversed black and white, I would have believed it, you young man, you are really bad. How? Luo Lei raised his brows, glanced at Orochimaru, and said in surprise, are you interested? He remembers Orochimaru from the previous life, doesn't he seem to be interested in the position of Hokage? Instead, he was obsessed with forbidden technique and human experimental research, and secretly cooperated with Shimura Danzo. Finally, after the human experiment was exposed, he broke with Sarutobi Hiruzen and his disciples and defected to Konoha village. Some idea. Orochimaru smiled faintly, without concealing his ambition, and said, the development of Konoha village has entered a bottleneck. The older generation's ideas are already somewhat rigid and rotten, and the system is also somewhat backward. I hope to carry out some reforms. If we can pay attention to science research, I believe that the development of Konoha village will enter a new stage. You're right. Luo Lei nodded lightly and said in a serious manner, technology is the primary productive force, and I support you on this point. Really? Orochimaru was visibly stunned. It seems that he did not expect Luo Lei to agree with his point of view so much. You know, he once suggested to Sarutobi Hiruzen to reform the ninja school. After all, not everyone is suitable to be a ninja. If you can pay attention to scientific experimental research, there will be unexpected results. But he was rejected by Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying that ninjutsu and chakra are the root, and everything else is unrealistic. It must be true. Luo Lei thought for a while before slowly saying, technology and invention are the first elements of the ninja world's transformation. Certainly. Luo Lei didn't say a word. That is in the original work, Orochimaru's genetic modification technology, cloning technology, Sharingan arm, cell transplantation technology, Mecha Naruto, Mecha Nine Tails, artificial human technology, and research on some forbidden technique, all of which are very important to Konoha village and even Konoha village. The entire ninja world has a profound impact. If Orochimaru can become fourth Hokage, not so extreme, but the smooth and steady development of science and technology, then Konoha village may go the other way. Ha ha ha, good, very good, with your support, I will be more confident. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth twitched slightly. Although he is very clear. The chance of becoming Hokage himself is very small, not to mention the major families, Konoha's high-level executives are expected to object collectively, and Shimura Danzo, who was beaten, also has a gap with him. Especially after the old man spared no effort to support Namikaze Minato, the chances are even smaller. But, there is still a dream. He is optimistic about Luo Lei, a villager from Konoha Anbu. Okay, let's work together. Luo Lei stretched and didn't want to say anything more. Anyway, he did whatever he wanted, and he was so happy that it was not impossible to face the moon with a crescent moon. It's just that Atsutsuki Kagaya seems to be sealed on the moon, right? So, isn't it good? At the same moment, Kaikyoyama, within the middle camp of the Sand Shinobi troop. After learning that the Sand Shinobi elite team sent out had been nearly wiped out by Luo Lei, the entire camp was in a state of depression. No way. Who did not expect such a result? Sand Shinobi took the initiative to send someone to attack Konoha Anbu's vice-captain, Luo Lei, but was killed instead? What is this? Do you take the initiative to deliver food? Why is this? Is it so difficult for me to take revenge? Cho murmured to himself with an ugly face, hey, take White Fang killed my son and daughter-in-law, and I sent a team of elite Sand Shinobi to ambush and kill his apprentice, isn't it too much? Why did it fail? Yukang, why didn't you go back to the camp, but to Tsunagakur? What happened to her? After some time, Abizo said with a fluctuating expression, she is the only one left in a team of elite Sand Shinobi, no matter what she thinks. Something wrong? Yukang, didn't you say anything? Cho thought for a while before asking a ninja from Sand Shinobi Anbu. Said. The ninja from Sand Shinobi Anbu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said cautiously, Master Yukang said, be careful of Konoha Anbu's vice-captain, Luo Lei, he not only has the strength of cage level, he is also a downright pervert. As a woman. Cho immediately understood what Yukang had gone through, and immediately stopped talking. However, when I thought that the enemy's apprentice killed a team of Sand Shinobi elites, and after enjoying the Yukang, they arrived at Konoha camp without incident. Her heart is as uncomfortable as eating shit. Not only the record, but also the woman, is really a shame for Sand Shinobi village. Damn. Boom. As for Abizo, he slapped the table fiercely, gritted his teeth and said, the fake news that Konoha village deliberately released, and said that Luo Lei only has the strength of an ordinary elite jonin, made us Sand Shinobi suffer a big loss, it's really despicable. Shameless. Ugh. At this time, 4th Kazekage Luasha, who had never spoken, seemed to have thought of something and sighed, perhaps Luo Lei is hiding too deep, and even the senior officials of Konoha have been deceived. After all, in Heitake Sakumo after his death, Luo Lei was not welcomed by the senior officials of Konoha. When talking about this, Luo Shad also added, there should be a big incident at Konoha camp. Shimura Danzo has been withdrawn to Konoha village due to his medical condition, Orochimaru has become the commander-in-chief, and Luo Lei has become the new deputy commander-in-chief. What exactly happened? Upon hearing this, both Abizo and Cho showed puzzled expressions. For the past 2 days, the two have been paying attention to Yukang leading the team to ambush Luo Lei, and not paying much attention to Konoha camp. Do not know. Luo Sha shook his head and said slowly, I sent a lot of ninjas to Konoha camp to collect information, but they all fell into the sea and never came back. The only certainty is that Luo Lei is not an elite jonin, but a cage level strong. Is that so? Cho and Abizo frowned and fell into silence. Chapter 16. Then what should we do now? After a moment of silence, Cho clenched her fists and said with a gloomy expression, Yakang can't be counted on, she doesn't even dare to say what abilities Luo Lei possesses. Now although Danzo has retreated, a mysterious and unpredictable person arrives. Vice Captain of Anbu, Luo Lei. Yes. Ebizo seemed to have thought of something, and said angrily, Heitake Sakumo killed us Tsunagakure in World War II, and now his apprentice has come to the battlefield. No matter how we look at us, we are all targeted. Whether we are targeted or not, we must not be cowardly and we must not step back. At this time, Luo Sha took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, this is our Tsunagakure's last chance. Once we can defeat Konoha village and bite a piece of meat from Konoha village, then all the difficulties that San Shinobi village faces, everything can be solved. Otherwise. All right. The words are not finished. But Ebizo and Cho both know what it means. Over the years, due to the continuous reduction of the number of ninjas and the funding of the ninja village by the daimyo of the Land of Winds, Tsunagakure's combat power has been continuously reduced. If Third Kaze Cage used magnet style to collect alluvial gold to provide basic protection for the village, Tsunagakure would have collapsed long ago. Now, after the disappearance of Lord Third Kaze Cage, the internal conflict within Tsunagakure has rapidly intensified, and the conflict can only be eased through external warfare. More importantly, Tsunagakure is really too poor and can only find a way to make Konoha village bleed. Boom. But just at this time, a San Shinobi Anbu ninja hurried into the camp. Report, Lord Fourth Kaze Cage, Konoha Corps has made a big move. Luo Sha, Ebizo and Kyande frowned upon hearing this. Call. The ninja of San Shinobi Anbu lowered his head, adjusted, and quickly reported, according to the information we have collected, the Konoha troop is frequently mobilized, and it seems that it is going to fight us. What? Want to fight us? Isn't Orochimaru thinking that we are going to eat San Shinobi? In the next instant, Luo Sha, Ebizo and Cho couldn't help but let out unbelievable voices. War between ninja villages. Generally, it is a protracted war and a tug-of-war, and it is normal to fight for a year or a half. Now Orochimaru is going to fight San Shinobi, which means that Konoha village is sure to defeat the San Shinobi army, otherwise, if it fails, it will affect the morale of Konoha Shinobi in other Konoha village battlefields. Okay, if he wants to fight, we San Shinobi will fight. Before long, a cold look flashed across Luo Sha's cheeks, and he said, I want to see how strong this Luo Lei is, making Orochimaru so confident that he wants to go to war with our San Shinobi army. Originally, Tsunagakure and Konoha village fight for a long time. Both sides are betting, Konoha village is betting that Tsunagakure can't hold on, and San Shinobi village is also betting that Konoha village will be defeated in other battlefields. Well now, don't have to gamble, it's time for a big battle. Agree. Cho nodded and said, as long as we can win, we can eat a big fat man in one go. You can contact Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi village and ask them to put a little pressure on Konoha village. Ebizo narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, 3 battlefields at the same time, even if it is the first ninja village in the ninja world, I'm afraid it will be very uncomfortable. It is good. Luo Sha did not hesitate, and deployed at an extremely fast speed. While preparing for a decisive battle with the Konoha army on Kaikyoyama, on the other hand, Anbu ninjas were sent to negotiate with Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi village. Even if they paid some price, the 2 ninja villages had to temporarily aim their guns at Konoha village. That afternoon, the news that Kikyoyama's Konoha troop and San Shinobi's troop would fight for a decisive battle could not be concealed at all, and spread out at a speed that could not be concealed. It quickly attracted the attention of countless people in the ninja world, including the battlefield of the country of grass, the battlefield of the country of waves, and even Kirigakure, which has not yet started, have been affected to some extent. No way. It's been a few months since World War III broke out. The conflicts between the major ninja villages are mainly local wars, and a large-scale decisive battle has not yet erupted rashly. Now the Konoha team in Kaikyoyama is going to fight against San Shinobi, which means that the third battle has entered a new stage. Whether it is the victory of the Konoha team or the victory of the San Shinobi team, it will have a profound impact on the third war. Impact. It seems to be influenced by Tsunagakure. Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi village, also began to move frequently, which made the pressure on the Konoha troops in the Kingdom of Grass and the Kingdom of Waves suddenly increased. The Third World War is about to enter a turning point. In this situation, many ninjas who are a little knowledgeable in the ninja world all looked in the direction of Kaikyoyama, and an idea popped up in their minds involuntarily. Of course, Konoha Anbu Deputy Captain Luo Lei killed a team of San Shinobi elite team and became the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of Kaikyoyama Konoha Corps. The decisive battle of the Shinobi army added a few highlights. Bellflower Hill. Inside the largest tent in the center of Konoha camp. Because a decisive battle is about to take place, Orochimaru is discussing combat with a group of Konoha's elite jonin. In the face of San Shinobi, who almost came out to fight, Orochimaru did not dare to relax his vigilance despite Luo Lei's strong joining, but felt Alexander If he wins, everyone is happy, and his resume can add another conspicuous record. If he loses, even if he is the apprentice of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, one of the legendary Sunin, I am afraid that he will not be put into the cold palace. At this time, on a tent not far away, Deputy Commander, Luo Lei was lying there comfortably, bathed in the moonlight. If someone looks at Luo Lei's body with white eyes, he will find that a trace of energy from the moon is being swallowed, transformed, and absorbed by countless cells in Luo Lei's body, thus causing Luo Lei's body to continue to become stronger and stronger. Big. Comfortable. Feeling the warmth all over his body, Luo Lei couldn't help but let out a light smile. Chapter 17. Comfortable. Feeling the warmth all over his body, Luo Lei couldn't help but let out a light smile. Last night, while admiring the moon, he accidentally discovered. To be able to gradually unlock the template of integrating the peak motherland people by basking in the moon is as simple and easy as Superman getting stronger in the sun. The only pity. It is that the speed of unlocking fusion is really too slow. Ding. Congratulations, host, after absorbing 5 hours of moonlight, the cells of the whole body have been strengthened. Ding. Congratulations to host, the template unlocking and fusion progress of the peak motherland has increased by 0.3%. Listening to the system prompts ringing in my mind. Luo Lei's mind moved, and suddenly a transparent attribute panel that only he could see appeared. Host, Luo Lei. Age, 15 years old. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin, yang. Abilities, Hey Take Knife Technique Grandmaster, Body Flicker Technique Grandmaster, Shadow Clone Technique Grandmaster, Body Replacement Technique Grandmaster, Water Style Grandmaster, Lightning Style Grandmaster, Motherlander Template in Peak State Unlocked Fusion 32.8%. Constitution, 890 10 points for ordinary people. Spirit, 385. Strength, 550, 11.5 tons per punch. Speed, 480, 385 435 m/s. Heat rays, 2830 400 degrees Celsius. The number of times to extract the template, 0. Glancing at his attribute panel, Luo Lei couldn't help sighing, after basking in the moon for 2 nights, I only unlocked 0.8%. It's not as good as sanctioning Yakhang, so I just gave it to 100. 2/3. Alright. Although only fusion unlocked 0.8%. Luo Lei's physique, spirit, strength, speed, and heat rays have all increased, and his strength has inadvertently grown stronger. If there is a crescent moon, will the progress of unlocking increase a bit? Soon, after putting away the attribute panel, Luo Lei looked at the moon in midair, his expression changing. If you guessed correctly. It is because of its Satsuki Kagaya sealed in the moon. Only by basking in the moonlight can he gradually unlock the template of integrating the peak motherlanders. If you can sanction its Satsuki Kagaya well, I am afraid that it will unlock more fusion, but the current strength is not strong enough, and it has not unlocked the ability of the motherland to fly. Wait for a while. Before long. Luo Lei narrowed his eyes gracefully, too lazy to think so much. All along. He doesn't have much ambition. Just simply do whatever you want. Anyway, as long as he is strong enough, no one can interfere or block any of his wishes. The next day. The weather was clear and cloudless. A large number of Konoha village ninjas rushed out under the command of Orochimaru, left the camp in batches, and rushed towards Tsunagakure's camp at the fastest speed. Such a big move. Of course, it was the scouts who couldn't hide from the Sand Shinobi army. Almost after the action of the Konoha troop, the Sand Shinobi troop, who had received the news and was well prepared, also moved quickly. The large army came to meet him. Finally. Armies on both sides. Meet at the foot of Kikyo Mountain. Look around. Both sides are densely packed, facing each other across a long distance. Although there was no movement, and no one spoke, the invisible chilling atmosphere made the atmosphere in this area cold and solemn. That's Orochimaru, and the one next to him should be Luo Lei. Right behind Sand Shinobi's army, 4th Kazekage Luasha stared coldly at Orochimaru and Luo Lei who were standing at the center of Konoha's army, and then said to Ebizo and Cho next to him, I gave Orochimaru to me, Luo Lei will leave it to you. When it comes to this. Luo Shat also confidently added, as long as we can hold Orochimaru and Luo Lei back, we will definitely win this battle. Just kidding, this time Sand Shinobi village almost came out in full force. More than 3,000 ninjas were put in. Except for not using the tailed beast Jinchuriki, the rest of the ninjas were sent. And what about Konoha village? The 3-line battle resulted in the dispersion of troops, and the Konoha troop in Kikyo Mountain was only about 1,000 people. So, as long as the 2 high-end forces of Orochimaru and Luo Lei are contained, Sand Shinobi will be able to defeat the Konoha Shinobi army with an absolute advantage in numbers, and win this decisive battle, playing Tsunagakure's majesty and haki. As for support? That is impossible. Tsunagakure has reached a small agreement with Cloud Shinobi village, Iwagakure. That's when Sand Shinobi and Konoha's army are in a decisive battle. Iwagakur and Cloud Shinobi village will hold the Konoha Shinobi from the country of grass and the country of waves. Understood. We will definitely let Luo Lei know that Zhang is still old and spicy. After hearing these words, Cho and Ebizo nodded without any hesitation, and looked at Luo Lei with murderous and cold eyes. Have nothing to say. New hatred and old hatred together. Luo Lei, hey, take White Fang's apprentice, must die. The other side. Luo Lei-kun, that guy with short brown hair is 4th Kazekage Luo Shat, and the two immortals next to him are Cho and Ebizo. Orochimaru looked at the Sand Shinobi unit from a distance, as if he had recalled something, and said with sigh, during World War II, our son and your master killed the Sand Shinobi unit, especially your master, and also killed Cho's son and daughter-in-law. Yes. Luo Lei showed a weird smile and said in a low voice, it looks like I must have been targeted. Orochimaru nodded and said solemnly, we are at a disadvantage in numbers, and you and I will be under more pressure, but, as long as we can suppress the high-end combat power of Sand Shinobi's army, we can win. Suppress? No, only by killing can there be no future troubles. Swish. The voice did not fall. Luo Lei took the lead and flew out in a flash, standing at the forefront of the Konoha Shinobi army. Chapter 18. Swish. 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 With Luo Lei standing at the forefront of the Konoha Shinobi army. Almost in an instant. Both Konoha Shinobi and Sand Shinobi on the battlefield focused on Luo Lei. Among them, the Konoha Shinobi players are of course excited and happy, but they have seen Lord Luo Lei make a big deal on Kamui, the mysterious blood of the awakening, and the fight against Lord Shimura Danzo has softened. As for Sand Shinobi, is he a little confused? There is even a very special Sand Shinobi's elite Jonin, who frowned inadvertently. What's the meaning? Thinking that he killed a team of Sand Shinobi's elite team. Just want to rush up to show off alone? Want to be the hero of Konoha village? Are more than 3,000 Sand Shinobi just a decoration? Or do you think you can beat 1,000? What does he want to do? Right behind Sand Shinobi's main force, 4th Kazekage Luo Sha frowned, revealing a look of doubt. Luo Lei doesn't want to be the first to charge, right? Cho said with some disdain, as the deputy commander-in-chief, what he did was too reckless. I just don't know what his specific strength is and what special abilities he has. Ebizo said a little unhappily, Yakang really has more than enough success, just saying that Luo Lei is a pervert, not to mention his specific abilities, now we can just take a good look at it. However, just at this time, Luo Lei stood in the center of the battlefield, folded his arms across his chest, looked at the countless Sand Shinobi in front of him, and said in a low voice, everyone, I don't really want to do anything, you'd better choose to surrender. Quiet. A dead silence. A battlefield that was already terrifying. In an instant, you could hear a needle falling to the ground. Many Sand Shinobi were a little stunned and confused. Looking at Luo Lei, who was standing in front of the Konoha army, they all showed sarcasm. What? Haven't started fighting yet. Some people tell them to surrender and admit defeat. The vice-captain of Konoha Anbu, Luo Lei doesn't have a problem with his head, right? Luo Lei, are you looking for death? Destroyed an elite team of our Sand Shinobi, we haven't settled with you yet. Even if you are very strong, but, we have more people than you. Do it, don't talk nonsense with him. In the next instant, Sand Shinobi Genin, who were lined up at the front, began to seal their seals one after another, under the command of an elite Jonin. Wind-style great breakthrough. Wind-style great breakthrough. Wind-style great breakthrough. Boom. In an instant, when dozens of Genins jointly performed a C-rank ninjutsu and superimposed them together, a giant whirlwind appeared on the battlefield, attacking Luo Lei at an extremely fast speed. And this is just the beginning of one by one. When the Sand Shinobi Genin in the first row was finished, dozens of Sand Shinobi Genin in the second row started to make their hands again. Fire-style fire bullet. Fire-style fire bullet. Fire-style fire bullet. It is also a sea-level ninjutsu, and after superimposing it together, it forms a huge fireball, setting off a monstrous heat wave. Immediately after, it's Sand Shinobi Genin in the third row, starting to seal again. Do it. Seeing Sand Shinobi Genin methodically using a large-scale compound ninjutsu, the Konoha Genin who were also standing in the front row did not hesitate, and started to make seals one after another. But, the action has been slow. Why bother? The corner of Luo Lei's mouth raised a slight arc, and his eyes flashed strangely with a crimson light. In all fairness, he really didn't want to do it, but, there's no way? Disobedient? Then just kill. I'm coming. Orochimaru, who was standing at the center of the Konoha troop, looked shocked. Is this unknown blood follower about to make a big splash in Kamui? Immediately afterwards, Orochimaru gestured at some Konoha elite Jonin around him. The meaning of the expression is very simple. Once Luo Lei starts, it is the time for the Konoha army to launch a general attack. Laugh. Next second, two red-hot eyes burst out from Luo Lei's eyes. Violently bombarded on the giant whirlwind. Boom. A deafening roar resounded, and the giant tornado was blasted like a smashing rot. Immediately, the aftermath of the hot site bombarded the huge fireball, and there was another roar. The huge fireball also didn't last for a second, and then collapsed with a bang, and the hot aftermath swept out, making the battlefield. The temperature has risen a few degrees. And for this sudden scene, the Konoha shinobi who had already prepared for it had nothing to do, but the Sand shinobi of the Sand shinobi team were all stunned. What? What a joke, what kind of ability is this? The eyes shoot out red lasers, what kind of bloodline limit is this? How is this possible? In the next instant, the ninjas of Sand shinobi's main force, including some elite jonin, and even 4th Kazekage Luasha, Elder Cho and Ebizo all showed their jaw-dropping expressions, and couldn't help exclaiming. It's just that Luo Lei's abilities are so weird. Eyes shoot lasers, is there a mistake? This kind of bizarre ability, they really have never heard of it. Ha ha ha. Luo Lei laughed violently, opened his arms, and said, if you don't obey, then die. Swish. Swish. 2 crimson heat sights, carrying a temperature of more than 3000 degrees Celsius, shot at the genins directly in front of Sand shinobi's main force at a lightning-fast speed. What? 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 Bang. 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 In an instant, a series of crisp explosions mixed with screams resounded. Those genin of Sand shinobi seemed to be frightened and dumbfounded. Before they could react, they were bombarded by terrifying hot eyes one after another. From a distance, 2 red rays, like Shinigami's scythe, were frantically harvesting Sand shinobi's life on the battlefield. Almost every second, several Sand shinobi were bombarded to death alive. Many Sand shinobi genins still perform some defensive ninjutsu. But it was defeated by the hot sight. I can only stare at the crimson rays swept across my body. Chapter 19. What? The screams continued to sound, and the hot sight was under the control of Luo Lei, constantly strafing, harvesting Sand shinobi, and in less than a minute, more than 400 Sand shinobi would be standing in front of the Sand shinobi army. Genin killed. The smell of blood and burns filled the battlefield. Faced with this bloody, violent, one-sided situation, many of Sand shinobi's chunin and jonin's minds are blank, and their scalps are numb. Special. Haven't started playing yet. Sand shinobi's genin is a third of the way dead, so what else? This. Many Konoha shinobi practitioners were shocked even though they had been prepared for a long time. There was only one thought in their hearts. Mr. Luo Lei is so strong and pervert. How is this possible? No wonder Yekang said Luo Lei is a pervert. Behind Sand shinobi's army, Cho and Ebizo looked at each other, and they could both see the horrified look in their eyes. They never thought that Luo Lei's bloodline limit would be so terrifying. Continue. After killing Sand shinobi genin in front of him, Luo Lei grinned, red eyes, and looked at the chunin squad of Sand shinobi's main force. Killing genin was boring, let's level up and kill chunin for a bit of fun. Not good. 4th Kazekage Luo Shat, who was bleeding in his heart, flew out, almost without any hesitation, his whole body chakras surging, and he pressed his hands on the ground, magnet style. Gold dust. The magnet style ability is activated instantly. A lot of sand mixed with gold dust appeared. At a speed invisible to the naked eye, a gold dust wall was formed directly in front of Sand shinobi's main force. And at the moment when the gold dust wall was formed, crimson rays burst out from Luo Lei's eyes. Boom! A metal crash resounded. The heat sight and the gold dust collided, and a terrifying energy shock wave erupted, causing the battlefield to shake a few times. Melting. Luo Lei did not panic at all. Instead, increase the temperature of the thermal sight. Laugh. After just holding on for a second, the gold dust wall began to melt. How is this possible? Seeing this, Luo Sha's face changed suddenly. To know. The melting point of placer gold is as high as thousands of degrees. With Chakra's blessing, the melting point is even higher, but, it's all melted, so how high should Luo Lei's thermal sight be? Click. After a few seconds, countless melted cracks appeared on the huge gold placer wall, and finally collapsed under the unbelievable gaze of countless Sand shinobi. Countless melted placer gold splashed everywhere, and there was a constant burning sound in the air. It hurts. A part of Sand shinobi couldn't dodge in time, and was splashed by the melted gold water, and let out a scream of pain. For a while, the scene is extremely chaotic. It can't go on like this. Luo Sha suppressed the throbbing in his heart and ordered loudly, "Don't worry about Luo Lei, let's all fight together and enter the camp of the Konoha army. Do it. Try to fight with the Konoha shinobi." Upon hearing this, Cho and Ebizo also reacted, and together with more than 30 jonin from Sand shinobi, they took the lead in flying towards Luo Lei, wanting to kill Luo Lei completely. No way. After what just happened, they all knew that Luo Lei was a big problem for his confidence, especially the mysterious bloodline boundary. Even Lord 4th Kazekage's gold dust was helpless. Swish. Swish. The voice did not fall. One after another, the sound of breaking the air sounded. The Sand shinobi, who were still a little terrified, They also reacted, and they all went to the place where the Konoha army was located. As long as he fought with the Konoha shinobi, Luolei would definitely not dare to use the crimson rays that burst out of his eyes. Do it! Seeing Sand Shinobi take the initiative to attack, Orochimaru, who had been impatient for a long time, gave the order simply and neatly, and then, with a flick of his body, he flew towards Luo Sha. Fourth Kaze Cage, your opponent is me. Humph! Seeing Orochimaru rushing towards, Luo Sha gave a cold snort, and did not participate in the siege of Luolei. Her hands quickly formed seals, and countless melted gold dust gathered together again, forming sharp dust gold like bamboo shoots, overwhelming thorns to Orochimaru. Triple Rashomon! Orochimaru didn't panic at all, with both hands on the ground. Boom! On the 3 gates, many gates symbolizing death images suddenly emerged from the ground, blocking Orochimaru's face. And as Orochimaru and Luo Sha fought, Konoha's ninja troop and Sand Shinobi's troop also fought together in a mighty battle, and the overwhelming chakra fluctuation broke out. You don't think I'm only hot eyes, do you? Facing Sand Shinobi, who had already fought with Konoha's army, and Sand Shinobi who avoided him, Luolei's mouth was slightly raised, and when he grabbed his right hand, the powerful lightning-style chakra appeared in the palm of his hand, sending out a sound like the sound of 1,000 birds chirping. Exactly. It's been a long time since I used ninjutsu. With the ability of the motherland, to perform ninjutsu, it will definitely explode in an instant, right? Chidori. Shoo. A cracking sound rang out. Luolei's body turned into an afterimage. Bang, bang. Another explosion sounded, and I saw 10 Sand Shinobi Jonin who were performing compound ninjutsu, and their hands were sealed. Before they could react, a blood hole appeared in their chests. How is this possible? The 10 Sand Shinobi Jonin's cheeks were filled with extreme horror, and they stared blankly at the bloody hole in their chest. They opened their mouths to say something, but they couldn't say anything. Good. Luolei didn't even look at Sand Shinobi, who was surrounded by 10, and muttered to himself, even without the Sharingan, it can still exert terrifying power. Before the integration of the Motherland template, he majored in lightning style and water style, and silently developed Chidori, because without Sharingan, the power of Chidori cannot be revealed. Now that the template of the Motherland is integrated, it may be that the body has undergone a transformation. I feel that any ninjutsu is twice the result with half the effort. It is almost possible to perform ninjutsu without the need for seals. Take Chidori as an example, in terms of speed, strength, with the cooperation of the eyes, the damage can be multiplied. Chapter 20. Kill 10 Sand Shinobi Jonin with one blow. See this scene. Some of the Sand Shinobi who were fighting couldn't help but gasped, and involuntarily a look of astonishment appeared in their eyes. Pervert. Really a pervert. Eyes can shoot terrifying rays, even ninjutsu is so terrifying. It's true that the natives can ninjutsu, no one can stop it. At this time, after feeling the terrifying power of Chidori, Luolei glanced around. When he saw that Orochimaru and Luo Sha had already fought, Cho and Ebizo were rushing towards killing intent, a ray of light appeared in his eyes. If there is no smile, it looks like Sand Shinobi has not realized the seriousness of the matter. That being the case, then try another ninjutsu and let the battlefield explode. The next moment, Luolei's eyes became cold and serious in vain, and an undisguised domineering aura emerged from his body. Body flicker technique. Swish. When the body flicker technique and Luolei's own speed were combined, his body instantly turned into an afterimage invisible to the naked eye. Not good. Attention to all Sand Shinobi. Cho and Ebizo, who were rushing in, suddenly changed their expressions and shouted, because, at this moment, they could no longer see Luolei. Quick! An ultimate is almost here. Water style hard eddy water blade. A cold voice sounded, Luolei came and brought it in front of a group of Sand Shinobi Chunin who were performing compound ninjutsu. When he grabbed his right hand, a terrifying water vortex appeared, and then condensed the shape into a water javelin and threw it forcefully. What? In the face of this attack, those Sand Shinobi Chunin didn't have time to react at all, and could only scream subconsciously. Boom! In the next instant, the water javelin slammed into the Sand Shinobi, forming a huge water spout, sweeping the group of Sand Shinobi Chunin at an unbelievable speed. Puff! Puff! With the continuous rotation of the water spout, those Sand Shinobi who were thrown into it haven't reacted yet. The body was mashed into flesh, and the water spout turned into a blood tornado, which flew into the sky, and finally exploded with a bang, causing the entire battlefield to start raining blood. Call. Facing the rain of blood, many Konoha shinobi fighters gasped, and while they were horrified by the strength of Lord Luolei, they all became wary. On the contrary, many Sand Shinobi became a little trembling and frightened. FK, this Luolei, just like a demon, didn't kill everything in seconds with the ray shot out of his eyes, but used ninjutsu to continuously kill Sand Shinobi. Under this ebb and flow. Even though the number of ninjas in Sand Shinobi's army is large, but, the momentum has already begun to fall. How is this possible? Awful water style. Seeing this scene, Luo Shat, who was fighting with Orochimaru, even lost his temper and shouted, "Cho, what are you doing? You can't let Luo Lei kill Sand Shinobi. Luo Shat, are you distracted?" The array of 10,000 snakes. Seeing that Luo Sha still had the mind to observe the battlefield, Orochimaru was also secretly shocked by Luo Lei's strength. He smiled evilly, his hands quickly formed seals, and spit out countless lion majesty from his mouth, and rushed towards Luo Sha overwhelmingly. Damn! Luo Sha scolded angrily, and Chakra quickly formed a seal, magnet style. Gold dust burial. Clap la la. Countless gold dust mixed with sand poured out from the ground, dragging countless lion majesty into the ground. The body flicker technique and my speed don't work perfectly. At the same moment, after killing a group of Sand Shinobi Chunin with one blow, Luo Lei didn't show much change in expression and muttered to himself, "The power of water-style hard vortex water blade is much greater than expected. Luo Lei, you really are damned." Swish. Swish. But just at this time, Cho, Ebizo, with more than 30 Jonin from Sand Shinobi, surrounded Luo Lei angrily. "Let's try it out with you guys." Luo Lei glanced at Cho and others with a flat and indifferent gaze. "Be careful." "All right. Just a look." Cho, Ebizo and the others involuntarily entered a state of battle, seemingly guarding Luo Lei's eyes. "Ha ha!" Luo Lei shook his head. He didn't intend to use his heat vision. Instead, he slowly took out a chakra short sword. A dazzling white light radiated from the chakra's entanglement. "You." Seeing Chakra's short sword, Cho seemed to have thought of something, and said through gritted teeth, "Luo Lei, new hatred and old hatred, let's count together, I will definitely let you feel the pain Sasori endured." "Yes. Do you know how fast the body flicker technique and supersonic speed work together?" Swish. The voice did not fall. Luo Lei's body disappeared in place. "Be careful." Cho shouted with a solemn expression. "What? Pity. It's too late. I didn't even see how Luo Lei came out." A Jonin from Sand Shinobi only felt his neck cold, blood surged, and his head and body branched out. "Use the body replacement technique and the clone technique." Ebizo quickly made a seal with both hands, and said solemnly, "His speed is too fast, he can't fight recklessly, he has to outsmart. Body replacement technique, soil clone technique, shadow clone technique." Hearing this sentence, the remaining 30 or so Jonin were extremely horrified, and they dared to confront Luo Lei, who could not even see a shadow, and they all began to perform ninjutsu, trying to disturb the audio-visual. But all in vain. Luo Lei's eyes have the function of see-through eyes, so you can clearly see what is the body without looking carefully. Whoosh! Another white blade flashed by. A daze flashed in the eyes of a Sand Shinobi who performed the body replacement technique, as if he didn't know why Luo Lei knew his body accurately. Puff! This is the sound of blood spraying, and another Sand Shinobi Jonin has been killed. Next. One knife, one knife, one knife. The white sword glow is like a ruthless murder weapon, revealing the coldness of the forest and the endless murderous intent. Looking around, I saw a flash of white sword light flashing, and the Jonin of Sand Shinobi, like lambs to be slaughtered, were killed one by one without any resistance. In a blink. More than 30 Sand Shinobi Jonin were slaughtered. Chapter 21. In a blink. More than 30 Sand Shinobi Jonin were slaughtered. The smell of blood is spreading. More than 30 Sand Shinobi's bodies fell to the ground, unable to rest. It seems that they didn't even think of it until death. Why is Luo Lei's speed so fast? Even as Jonin, they didn't have any room to fight back, and they were killed in an instant. And this time, not only Cho and Ebizo, who were at close range, were stunned, but even Luo Shat, who was fighting against Orochimaru, was a little frightened, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. What is this? One-sided slaughter. Killing Jonin is like killing a chicken. What kind of bloodline limit is this Luo Lei awakening? Speed, physical fitness, eyes, and strength are all incomparably powerful. It's not the Flying Thunder God, but it's comparable to the Flying Thunder God. Orochimaru muttered to himself with a shocked expression, if I read correctly, Luo Lei can burst into supersonic speed just by relying on his body. The speed of the body paired with the body flicker technique is so pervert. Thinking of this, a flash of excitement flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He knew very well that as long as Sand Shinobi couldn't restrain Luo Lei, it was only a matter of time before Konoha won. In a sense, Luo Lei, alone, has subtly decided the direction of a war. Luo Shat, let's continue. Orochimaru once again erupted with majestic chakra fluctuations, and he had to explode it well, otherwise he would be compared by a junior. Damn! Looking at Orochimaru, who is as intractable as candy cane, Luo Shat wanted to vomit blood. With his strength, he could only tie with Orochimaru, and he couldn't be distracted to limit Luo Lei. Cho, it's all up to you. After a roar, Rosa and Orochimaru fought together again. At the same time, seeing Lord Luo Lei killing Sand Shinobi Jonin like killing a dog, Konoha Shinobi, who had high morale, exploded again as if he had taken stimulants, and directly dominated the number of people, and his morale was low. The large force of sand shinobi was suppressed. It can't go on like this. Seeing that the situation was not right, Cho gritted his teeth, glanced at Ebizo, and said, let's do it together and try to hold Luo Lei back. All right. After seeing Luo Lei's terrifying abilities. Even if she hated Luo Lei very much, Cho didn't lose her mind. She knew very well that Luo Lei was a better pervert than He Take White Fang. There are some difficulties in winning, so use puppet technique to hold Luo Lei. Okay, old lady. Almost without any hesitation, Ebizo took a deep breath, chakra surging his hands in a quick knot. Swish. Swish. With a twist of space. Countless figures were summoned out of the alien space by Ebizo and attacked Luo Lei at a very fast speed. Luo Lei glanced at the figures and frowned, because these figures were not real human beings, they were all grotesque puppets. Go to hell. Maybe it's because you know that ordinary attacks don't work. Before they approached Luo Lei, these strange-looking puppets sent out strangely shaped hidden weapons. Almost every hidden weapon flashed with dim light, obviously tainted with poison. Court death. No sign. The chakra short sword in Luo Lei's hand flashed a dazzling white light. Swish. I didn't even see how Luo Lei made a knife. A white sword glow with a fierce aura that seemed to split everything in two, stormed out. Clang. The sound of a series of metal collisions sounded. Those messy hidden weapons, like paper, were blown up one by one. In the end, the terrifying sword light was bombarded on those strange-looking puppets. Boom. A deafening roar sounded. In front of everyone's eyes, the puppets that were brought out by Ebizo summoning were all cut into two pieces by the white sword glow from their waists, and they were scattered on the ground one by one like broken copper and iron. Cho was stunned, and Ebizo was also stunned. For some reason, the scene in front of me is exactly the same as the scene in World War II when He Take Sakumo cuts off the puppet with the white fang. This moment. Cho and Ebizo. It seemed to recall the fear of being dominated by He Take White Fang at the beginning. Looks like you haven't learned your lesson yet. Luo Lei glanced at Ebizo, a ray of killing intent flashed in his eyes, and said in a low voice, those who are disobedient have only one end. Be careful. Cho screamed, her hands quickly formed seals, summoning out of the Kinmatsu 10 people. However, Luo Lei is faster. A crimson hot sight burst out without warning. Not good. Puppet technique machine light shield seal. Ebizo's hair rose, his old face was startled, and the chakra in his whole body surged rapidly. He quickly used the puppet mechanism as a medium to transform his chakra into a shield that could defend against everything. Boom. After a second. With a crisp crashing sound. The heat sight bombarded the machine light shield with a destructive force, and a terrifying heat shock wave erupted, causing the ground under Ebizo's feet to collapse instantly, and his whole body was dripping with sweat. How is this possible? After holding on for a second, Ebizo trembled a few times, and a deep sense of powerlessness and despair poured out of his heart. Because the machine light shield seems to be melting, this scarlet laser is too scary, right? Haha, go to hell. Boom. Luo Lei's mind moved. The temperature of the thermal line of sight was suddenly raised to 3400 degrees Celsius. Clap, clap. A cracking sound rang out, and the machine light shield did not last for a second, before it was merged with a wisp of cracks, and finally collapsed. Boom. Immediately after. The hot sight unabated bombardment on Ebizo's body. What? Ebizo let out a horrified scream, but before he could react, he was bombarded alive by the hot sight. In an instant. Its blood splattered. The smell of wisps of charred meat permeates the air. Chapter 22. Quiet. After Ebizo was bombed alive, the entire battlefield seemed to freeze. The eyes of countless sand shinobi were filled with expressions of extreme astonishment and disbelief. It seemed that Elder Ebizo, the elder of Tsunagakuer, who was good at using puppet art, was also tortured to death. That's right. It's torture. The awesome puppet technique is useless at all. Without causing any obstacle to Luo Lei, the terrifying hot sight blasted everything like a smash. Amazing. As for the ninja of Konoha, in addition to the explosion, is more confident. Even the famous Ebizo was brutally killed by Lord Luo Lei, isn't it a matter of time before Konoha wins? What the hell are you doing Sand Shinobi while you're sick? Waste. And Luo Shat, who had already been suppressed by Orochimaru, scolded inwardly after Yu Guangjian saw that Ebizo was tortured and killed. FK, usually because of his seniority and age, after he took over the position of 4th Kazekage, he sang against him everywhere, now it's okay, he can't die anymore, he's really an iron waste. Luo Shat, die. Seeing that Ebizo was dead, Orochimaru licked his tongue, as if he had been slapped with blood, and began to seal quickly again. What? How is this possible? Luo Lei, you're dead. I'll do nothing for the rest of my life, just stare at you. On the other side, after a few seconds of silence, Cho finally reacted and rubbed his eyes, only to find that his younger brother Ebizo was really dead, so he grabbed his hair and roared frantically. Anger. Extreme anger. At the beginning, his son and daughter-in-law died at the hands of Heitake Sakumo, and now his younger brother died at the hands of Heitake Sakumo's apprentice. Cho felt that her spirit had collapsed, and her heart was filled with endless killing intent except for anger. She stared at Luo Lei fiercely. She wanted Luo Lei to pay the price, even if she died. Ha ha! After hearing this, Luo Lei looked at Cho with cold eyes and said, "Are you worthy? Okay, I'll let you know how powerful a top puppet master is." Cho laughed angrily, controlling one puppet with one finger and 10 puppets with both hands, and directly performed his famous stunt, White Secret Skill, Kinmatsu 10 People. Whoosh! Whoosh! With the blessing of chakra and the internal organs of the puppet, the speed of the 10 puppets was very fast, and the fastest 2 puppets appeared in front of Luo Lei in the blink of an eye. Shoot away! Have! Seeing this, Cho's face was overjoyed. At such a close distance, no matter how fast Luo Lei is, he can't escape. As long as a poisonous needle cuts through Luo Lei's skin, even if Tsunade comes to the battlefield, Luo Lei cannot be saved. Pity. Next second, Cho's expression froze on his face. Clang! 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 A series of crisp collisions sounded, and the poisonous needles hit Luo Lei's body, just like hitting steel. Not only did they not break the defense, but they bounced back and fell on the ground like raindrops. What kind of pervert's defense is this? Cho was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. She thought of countless possibilities, but she didn't expect Luo Lei's defense to be so strong. Is he still a human being? Humph. Luo Lei didn't care so much. He clenched his fist and slammed it out. Click. A punch of 11.5 tons hit the air. Directly, there were visible cracks in the air, and a terrifying air shock wave appeared. Boom. With a roar, the 2 puppets in front of them were blasted by the shock wave and turned into countless pieces of parts. What a powerful force! Seeing Luo Lei, he burst the air. Cho's pupils shrank, resisting the throbbing in his heart, his fingers moved slightly, and 3 more puppets flew out, forming a triangular array. Surrounded Luo Lei in the middle. Puppet Technique 3 Treasures Suck. As the organs Buddha, Fa and Sang were opened, a tornado that penetrated the sky seemed to be born out of the sky, enveloped Luo Lei, stirring frantically, and the powerful force even made this area tremble. However, tornadoes are powerful. Luo Lei, who was entangled by the tornado, stood still and seemed not to be affected at all. Blast me! Luo Lei is still the same punch. Boom! A powerful force bombarded the tornado, and a shock wave of terrifying abilities erupted. Perhaps the force was too strong, the tornado persisted for a few seconds, and together with the 3 puppets, they all shattered with a bang. In an instant, the torrential weather wave was mixed with countless metal fragments and swept away in all directions, setting off a lot of dust. This isn't human. Faced with this scene, Cho's forehead finally overflowed with cold sweat, and there was a sense of powerlessness in her heart. No way, Luo Lei really doesn't look like a person, there are no flaws to speak of, her strong personal ability makes her feel a sense of frustration, and this feeling is even more uncomfortable than facing Heitake White Fang at the beginning. How could such a monster appear in Konoha village? Retreat. Cho's eyes narrowed slightly, and he muttered to himself, "I'm sorry." She really didn't want to let Luo Lei go, and even wanted to avenge her son, daughter-in-law, and brother, but, until now, she clearly knows that facing Luo Lei, who has no weaknesses, she is proud of the secret puppet technique there is no egg use. The difference is really too big. Wait for me. Leave the green hills without worrying about no firewood. I will definitely take revenge. Swish. Cho, who has experienced strong winds and waves, is also a ruthless character. After deciding to retreat, she decisively manipulated the remaining 4 puppets and attacked Luo Lei like a suicide, but she turned her head and ran away. Chapter 23. That's right. Just turn around and run away. The sudden change, in addition to Luo Lei, many Sand Shinobi, Konoha Shinobi, and even Luo Sha and Orochimaru who were fighting were stunned. What? The super-class puppet master who manipulates puppets, Cho is actually about to escape? Cho, what do you want to do? Luo Sha took the lead in reacting and shouted, "Do you know what you are doing? You will become Tsunagakure's sinner and stink 10,000 years. Lord Cho, you can't just walk away. How could you abandon us? We Sand Shinobi are not defeated yet, Cho-sama, you can't be the first to be a deserter." And with the beginning of Luasha, many Sand Shinobi Jonin who were at war with the Konoha Shinobi couldn't help but made a begging sound. No more. The Armageddon has reached this stage. Once Cho, who has a pivotal position, withdraws from the battlefield, it will cause a series of chain reactions, leading to the complete collapse of the Sand Shinobi army. However, listen to these words. Cho's figure didn't even stop for a while, but the speed was even faster. Is this interesting? Looking at Cho's embarrassed back, Luo Lei smashed the 4 puppets who were planning to commit suicide, and there was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. This old lady Cho is really cunning, and she acts like a real person. She is so cruel that she even deceives her own people and uses a puppet to run out. Do you really think that his perspective is a vegetarian? Of course, in good conscience, the old woman Cho's body is not good looking, and he was only forced to use clairvoyance for the sake of fighting. Then let me cooperate with you a little. Laugh. The next moment, Luo Lei's eyes shot a hot gaze. Boom. With a roar. With a distance of hundreds of meters, the hot sight bombarded the chest of Cho, who was fleeing at an extremely fast speed, but strangely, a hole was blown out of the chest, but no blood came out. Cho's whole person directly turned into countless parts, scattered on the ground. A puppet. Seeing this scene, the Sand Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi players on the battlefield were stunned. Obviously they didn't expect Cho to play such a trick. Mr. Luo Lei, be careful. Orochimaru frowned and couldn't help but reminded loudly. Ha ha ha, it's too late. Boom. No sign. The ground around Luo Lei suddenly crumbled, and more than a dozen puppets covered with detonating talismans appeared. Burst. A cold voice sounded. Cho flew out of one of the puppets and saw Luo Lei's gaze, as if looking at a dead person. Escape is just a tactic. The puppet avatar just now was carefully made by her, which can achieve the effect of being fake and real. On top of these more than 10 puppets, there are not only countless detonating charms, but also special explosives. It is easy to kill a cage-level powerhouse. More importantly, she is still on the explosives. Smeared with highly poisonous, as long as a small wound is blown out on Luo Lei's body, or a little bit is inhaled, he will be poisoned and die. Boom. A deafening roar resounded. The explosion of the detonating talisman and the special explosives produced a majestic shock wave, which swept out in all directions, setting off a sky of dust, and the powerful aftermath even shook the entire battlefield, like a 12-magnitude earthquake, causing countless waves to appear on the ground. Visible cracks. Shocked. Absolute shock. The sudden change made the entire battlefield fall into a state of dumbfoundedness. Sand Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi, who were originally fighting, as well as Luasha and Orochimaru, all stopped and looked at the center of the explosion, where a small mushroom cloud created by the explosion rose up. No one thought Cho was actually overshadowed by Luo Lei. It also worked. As soon as they saw the shock wave generated by the explosion, many Konoha Shinobi people at the scene were shocked for a while, and their cheeks were filled with extremely astonished expressions. Even Orochimaru's expression was a little stiff. It was obvious that he was going to win. How could this be? Ginger is still old and spicy. Cho, I'm sorry, I wrongly blamed you. Fourth Kazekage Luosha couldn't hide his excitement, and quickly changed his face, with a happy look on his cheeks. Once Luo Lei was killed. Then this time, Sand Shinobi won the decisive battle. But thinking of those Sand Shinobi killed by Luo Lei, Fourth Kazekage Luosha's heart was still dripping with blood. No. I didn't sense Luo Lei's breath. Suddenly, at this moment, a perceptive ninja from Sand Shinobi exclaimed in surprise after sensing it. Ha ha ha. It was blown up, the Shinigami-like guy was blown up. Counterattack, counterattack Konoha Shinobi, we Sand Shinobi will definitely win. Cho-sama is awesome. This sentence was like a fuse, and instantly detonated the remaining ninjas of Sand Shinobi's large group, and very few Sand Shinobi were already dancing with excitement. From the beginning, Luo Lei gave them great pressure to die. It's alright now, the pressure is gone, it's really nice. Lord Luo Lei, are you dead? In stark contrast to the Sand Shinobi army is the Konoha Shinobi. Many Konoha Shinobi people are like riding a roller coaster in their hearts, and their cheeks are full of grief, and they don't seem to want to accept the fact that Mrs. Luo Lei has been bombed to death. But the power of the explosion is obvious to all, and some Konoha's perceptive ninjas did not perceive Luo Lei's breath, which made the momentum of Konoha Shinobi instantly decline. Call. Vengeance, I avenged you all. Cho laughed miserably, and all of a sudden he slumped on the ground. An old face is full of excitement. It's not easy. After so many years, she is finally lingering until this day. The son, daughter-in-law, and brother can rest in peace. Sasori, I avenged your parents. Cho, are you happy? Pity. Just at this time, an indifferent voice came from the center of the explosion. And this was like a thunderclap on the ground, causing Cho's expression to freeze instantly, and the pupils of his eyes contracted even more. Chapter 24. And this was like a thunderous sound on the ground, causing Cho's expression to freeze instantly, and the pupils of his eyes shrunk sharply. The whole battlefield. And in an instant there was a dead silence. Not dead. Luo Lei was not killed? How could it be possible that the earth-shattering explosion like a 12-magnitude earthquake didn't kill Luo Lei? For a time, not only Sand Shinobi, but also Konoha Shinobi fans could not help but focus their attention on the center of the explosion, obviously wanting to witness it with their own eyes to see if Luo Lei is dead or not. 1 second. 3 seconds. 6 seconds. As time goes by, the dust from the explosion gradually dissipated. Finally, when the dust has completely dissipated, a huge pothole with a diameter of tens of meters appeared in front of everyone. Swish! A cracking sound rang out. Luo Lei's body flew out from the center of the pothole in a flash, and stood slowly in an open space, shaking off the dust on his body. Who? Looking at Luo Lei intact. There were countless gasps of cold air from the entire battlefield. Many sand shinobi's eyes flashed with disbelief, and some even rubbed their eyes, as if they couldn't believe what they saw. How is this possible? Really not killed? Is this Luo Lei really human? Lord Luo Lei isn't dead. The cheeks of many Konoha shinobi are also filled with incredible colors. It seems that they did not expect that things would turn around. Happiness really comes too suddenly. Fourth Kaze Cage Luo Shad almost vomited blood. I was so happy, this Luo Lei couldn't be killed by blowing up like this, what kind of monster is he? Luo Lei-kun. It's really unexpected. Orochimaru's mouth twitched a few times. The explosion just now shocked him a lot. Fortunately, there was no danger. As long as Luo Lei was fine, then this time the final battle is basically settled. Certainly. At this time, the most collapsed and powerless is Cho. Hearing this very familiar voice, Cho was completely stunned, especially when she saw Luo Lei who was completely intact. Her mind buzzed, and a storm surged in her heart, and she couldn't calm down at all. She tried her best to hide Luo Lei's hand, but it didn't work. If she knew about this situation, what would she do? You can't win if you fight, and you can't die if you blow up. What kind of monster is this? I don't know what happened. Cho's heart was vaguely regretful. No wonder Yakang didn't even dare to go to the battlefield. It's not that Yakang can't bear it, but Luo Lei is too pervert. On one's own strength. They flew the Konoha shinobi battalion. The defense is not bad. No wonder the people of the motherland can resist the attack of missiles or even armor-piercing bombs. Judging from the setting of the comics, they should also be able to resist nuclear explosions. At this time, Luo Lei involuntarily gave a sigh. He actually just wanted to test how strong his defense was, and the result did not disappoint him and was unscathed. What? No, I obviously didn't sense his breath. Sudden. Just at this time, a perception ninja from Sand Shinobi looked at Luo Lei who was not dead, and screamed frantically. Humph. Luo Lei snorted coldly. Glancing at the perceptive Sand Shinobi indifferently. With his current strength and exquisite control of chakra, is it difficult for a weak person to not perceive the breath? Laugh. The crimson hot sight flashed away. Boom. The next moment, the perceptive Sand Shinobi was directly shot in the head, red and white things rushed, and the dead couldn't die any longer. This. Looking at Luo Lei, who had acted as soon as they disagreed, many Sand Shinobi showed expressions of anger and refusal to speak. It's your turn. Luo Lei didn't care so much. He turned his eyes to Cho and said, don't use those boring avatars, I don't want to hit you. You've already seen it, it was intentional just now. After hearing this, Cho seemed to have thought of something and let out an unbelievable exclamation. Luo Lei nodded casually. Ha ha ha. Cho laughed miserably. I see. She has always been like a clown, right? Older gingers are more spicy? It's just a joke. At this time, Cho seemed to know his fate and shouted, I lost completely, hey take Sakumo, I lost to you again. Murder and kill your heart, then let you lose a little more thoroughly. White Fang twinkle. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. When many people haven't reacted yet. A white chakra slash attacked Cho at an extremely fast speed. Even if I lose, I won't let it go. Cho gritted his teeth, and the chakras surging in his body immediately launched the chakra shield to defend. Pity. The ideal is full. The reality is very skinny. Click. An explosion sounded. Cho's chakra shield shattered. Immediately afterwards, Cho only felt that his neck was cold, and blood began to spew out. Released. Feeling the fading vitality of his own, Cho was stunned for a moment. There was no fear of death in his mind, and he did not cover his wounds, but fell to the ground with a sad expression. Failed. She was completely relieved. Son and daughter-in-law died, brother also died, Sasori also defected to Tsunagakuer. This, may be her destiny as a ninja. Think about it. Cho's eyes completely lost their spirits. What? Cho-sama is also dead. What should I do now? What should I do? Looking at the killed Cho-sama, and the Sand Shinobi who were on the verge of collapse, they all lost their last bit of fighting spirit, and their faces were terrified. They didn't know what to do. After all, at Sand Shinobi village, Cho's identity is second only to Kaze Cage. Relying on the pinnacle of puppet art, he has shocked the entire ninja world. The results of it? Such a great man was killed. Is Cho dead? And countless Konoha shinobi, their cheeks are also full of shock, excitement, disbelief and other emotions. For them, Cho is an unattainable powerhouse. Especially in World War II, although Sand Shinobi was defeated, Cho also played his illustrious name. Well now, maybe it's fate, he didn't die in the hands of Hay-Take White Fang in World War II, but died in the hands of Hay-Take White Fang's apprentice in World War III. Chapter 25. Go. Our final battle with Sand Shinobi isn't over yet. Suddenly, A Konoha shinobi came back to his senses and shouted excitedly. This sentence directly exploded the frozen battlefield instantly. Many Konoha shinobi practitioners seemed to be waking up from a dream. Have nothing to say. Since the powerful Ebizo and Cho have both been killed, what is the use of the Sand Shinobi army with more ninjas? Compared to Konoha Shinobi, who was full of momentum and killing intent, Sand Shinobi fell into a state of panic. They didn't know what to do anymore, especially after Ebizo and Cho were both killed. That kind of powerlessness, depression, fear, etc., inadvertently spread in the hearts of each Sand Shinobi. So, in this situation, Sand Shinobi, who seems to have an absolute advantage in numbers, it started to lose ground, and the battle line began to move in the direction of Sand Shinobi. Even a fool could see that Sand Shinobi's defeat was only a matter of time. Waste. A bunch of trash. At this time, facing an irreversible trend, 4th Kaze Cage Luo Lei scolded Cho and Ebizo hundreds of times in his heart. Two old things. Are you talking about revenge? As a result, he was killed. Hey Take White Fang couldn't beat it, and Hey Take White Fang's apprentice couldn't beat it either. It was a real shame. Thinking of this, a ray of resoluteness flashed in Luo Sha's eyes. As long as he can escape back to Tsunagakuer, he is still the famous 4th Kaze Cage. As for all the responsibility for the defeat, Cho and Ebizo can shirk all responsibility. More importantly, it's not necessarily good to lose the battle. At the very least, after Cho and Ebizo are dead, Tsunagakuer will have no one to check his power. From now on, in Tsunagakuer, he will be like a soil emperor. Magnet style. Sans waves. Boom. With a roar of rage, the chakra of Luo Sha's body surged frantically, and directly controlled countless gold dust to rise from the ground, rushing towards Orochimaru overwhelmingly. Orochimaru frowned, subconsciously retreated dozens of meters. Anbu, cover me. But, in the next instant, Luo Sha gave an unexpected command. Shh! One after another, the sound of breaking the air sounded. Dozens of Sand Shinobi Anbu's ninjas were like death squads, leaving the battlefield where they were fighting Konoha Shinobi, and flew towards Orochimaru and Luo Lei. Not good. The array of 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru's expression changed suddenly, his hands quickly formed seals, and in an instant, countless snakes were summoned. Withdraw. Luo Sha glanced at Sand Shinobi, who was in retreat, and looked at Luo Lei, who was like a god of war. He finally spit out a word, and then even used magnet style to manipulate Jinsha, wrapped himself, and escaped into the ground. It disappeared in an instant. Damn! Seeing that my snake was empty, Orochimaru scolded angrily, then controlled the snake to burrow into the ground. It's a pity. After the group of snakes searched underground for a long time, they could not find any trace of Luo Sha, and could only vent their anger on those Sand Shinobi Anbu ninjas who were covering Luo Sha's retreat. Ran. 4th Kaze Cage ran away without looking back. The sudden change was like the straw that broke the camel's back, causing countless Sand Shinobi's hearts to collapse on the battlefield. Lord Cho, Lord Ebizo was killed, Lord 4th Kaze Cage ran away without looking back. They became outcasts. So fast. Puff, puff. After killing dozens of incoming Sand Shinobi Anbu ninjas using the Hay-Take sword technique, Luo Lei couldn't help but looked at the ground of the battlefield with a perspective eye, but found that there was a secret passage that was polished with gold dust several dozen meters below the ground. Using this secret passage, Luo Sha had already disappeared in this area. Looks like he's already prepared, and even the escape route has been laid out. Luo Lei nodded thoughtfully, and turned his playful gaze to the remaining Sand Shinobi Anbu ninjas on the battlefield. Aren't you desperately covering 4th Kazekage Rosa? Then Lao Zi will kill you all. At the same moment. Kill. Sand Shinobi's Kazaks are gone, they're lost. Come on. Konoha Shinobi, who was already imposing, saw that Sand Shinobi even ran away, and once again broke out with amazing killing intent, and slammed into Sand Shinobi, who had been defeated. Block. A Jonin from Sand Shinobi Anbu subconsciously roared. Pity. It's not over yet. A fissure appeared on his neck, blood rushed out, and his head and body were instantly divided into two halves. Whoosh. In this instant, Luo Lei's body seems to be transformed into an afterimage. Constantly shuttle on the battlefield, reaping the life of Sand Shinobi Anbu ninja. Whether it is Jonin, Elite Jonin, or even some other Anbu ninjas who are quasi-cage level, they all died one after another under Luo Lei's chakra short sword. And this seems to be a catalyst, causing Sand Shinobi to completely collapse, and even a little bit of resistance has completely disappeared. Surrender. A Sand Shinobi's Chunin seemed to be in a trance. He stumbled and fell on the ground with his hands and head shot, his whole body trembling constantly. I surrender too, surrender, surrender. In an instant. It's like a chain reaction. Sand Shinobi, who was defeated like a mountain, all shivered and chose to surrender. Among them, there are some ninjas from Sand Shinobi Anbu. They seem to know that Luo Lei is madly hunting Anbu ninjas. Anyway, Lord 4th Kaze Cage has escaped. They were captured and should be redeemed by 4th Kaze Cage. If surrender is useful, why would a war break out? It's better not to surrender. Seeing that the ninjas of Sand Shinobi Anbu also began to surrender, Luo Lei showed a cold look, with red eyes flashing in his eyes. Surrender to death? Can you escape by surrendering? Can I be treated like a prisoner by surrendering? Do not. Lao Zi said to kill you, he will kill you. Swish. The next moment, on the battlefield, there was a scene that made countless Sand Shinobi Anbu ninjas extremely desperate. They who have already chosen to surrender and no longer resist, are like lambs to be slaughtered. They are blown up one by the hot attention. The scene is extremely bloody and violent. Many Konoha shinobi who watched it stayed in place with shock. Scalp tingling. No way. The scene in front of me was so terrifying. Lord Luo Lei. Sand Shinobi has surrendered, you can't kill. Lord Third Hokage has long said that you should treat the prisoners kindly to show the spirit and atmosphere of our number one ninja village in the ninja world. That's right, Lord Third Hokage said that prisoners cannot be tortured and killed. We must have the style of the first ninja village. Suddenly, some Konoha shinobi practitioners seemed to be unable to bear it. The virgin's heart attacked, resisting the fear in her heart, and involuntarily made her own voice, especially some Konoha Anbu and the root ninja, who directly moved out of the Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The underlying meaning of the expression is simple: Sarutobi Hiruzen laid down the rules for treating captives well, don't you want to abide by them? What are you talking about? After hearing these words, a wicked smile flashed across Luo Lei's face, and he slowly turned his head. Chapter 26. What are you talking about? After hearing these words, a wicked smile flashed across Luo Lei's face, and he slowly turned his head. Special. He does things. Do you need someone else's consent? Moreover, this is on a cruel battlefield. If you win, you must be merciful and show the spirit and charm of the largest village in the ninja world. What if you lose? Will others show mercy to you? Will you be merciful? It's really funny. Not good. See this scene. Orochimaru cursed inwardly. These brainless people who have been completely brainwashed by the will of fire are really more than successful. Isn't that just killing some Sand Shinobi? What's the big deal? War doesn't kill people, is it still called war? Moreover, being soft to the enemy is cruel to oneself. The result is good, you moved out of Third Hokage, and you still talk about preferential treatment of prisoners. Isn't this trying to court death? However, just when Orochimaru was about to speak to relieve himself, he was stopped by a look from Luo Lei. Lord Luo Lei, as Anbu's vice-captain and the deputy commander-in-chief of the Konoha troop, you should abide by the rules set by Third Hokage. Facing Luo Lei's gaze, a Konoha Anbu elite jonin wearing a cat face mask gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, we have already won, so we can't kill the captives indiscriminately, this is detrimental to the reputation of our Konoha village. If we win, we will be upright. We Konoha village should have our own courage and pride, and disdain to kill prisoners. Lord Luo Lei, you've worked hard, go to rest first, clean up the battlefield, and leave the matter of preferential treatment to the prisoners to us. After all, we all do things under the leadership of Third Hokage. Murdering and killing prisoners is tarnishing the will of fire. With the Konoha Anbu elite jonin opening, some of the other Anbu ninjas, as well as several root ninjas, spoke with flashing eyes, and their words were full of arrogance. It seemed that they had won the final battle with Sand Shinobi. There were also some Konoha shinobi, whose expressions said it all, although they did not speak. Oh! Luo Lei smiled, laughing very happily. That leading elite jonin. It is the nail that Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged in Konoha Anbu, and one of Sarutobi Hiruzen's faithful lackeys. Before cheat was not activated, he was an overhead Anbu vice-captain, but he was often ignored and suppressed. If I remember correctly, after his master Heitake Sakumo was riddled with the fallacy of giving up his mission to save his comrade, this elite jonin jumped up and down on Anbu and forced the rescued ninja to accuse Heitake Sakumo in turn. Why bother? Isn't Shimura Danzo's lessons learned enough? Just after winning the Sand Shinobi army, he couldn't wait to jump out and attack. Is it because he is too talkative, or does he think he is afraid to attack his own people? Originally wanted to wait to go back to Konoha village and clean up the muddy Anbu, but now you jumped out. Sorry, my rules are rules, Lao Zi can do whatever he wants. Stinky bug. Are used to it. The killing is over. Deputy Commander Luo Lei, you should go to rest. Seeing that Luo Lei didn't speak anymore, that Anbu's elite jonin's tone was a little smug. He doesn't believe it anymore. Luo Lei dared to act against his own people in public. Besides, he represented Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and what he did was also in line with the rules, without any problems or faults. Humph. No matter how deeply you hide, isn't it useless? That Anbu's elite jonin snorted coldly, and his heart was full of envy, jealousy, and hatred for Luo Lei. Before. While in Anbu. Even if Luo Lei is the vice-captain of Anbu, he will suppress Luo Lei. But Luo Lei didn't know what kind of shit luck had happened. He woke up to a mysterious blood succession limit and started to kill the quartet. Therefore, he finally caught the flaw of Luo Lei's torture and murder of the prisoners. Of course, he had to seize the opportunity. Of use. Hey, take Sakumo can commit suicide because of fallacies, and they don't believe that Luo Lei will not be affected. Okay, I can go to rest. Luo Lei nodded with a smile, cold light flashing in his eyes, and said extremely coldly, but, what are you to question Laozi? Laozi can do whatever he wants. My rules are rules. Laugh. The next moment, a crimson ray burst out. Not good. The elite Jonin of Konoha Anbu was a little confused, his expression was extremely stiff, and he didn't react at all while trembling, and he didn't have time to connect to the seal. To be more precise, he did not expect that Luo Lei, under the watchful eyes of so many Konoha shinobi and Sand shinobi, would dare to do something to himself without any reason. Don't even follow the most basic rules? Wasn't he afraid of Lord Third Hokage's rage? After all, Lord Danzo was beaten violently, Luo Lei reversed black and white, and has touched the bottom line of Konoha's high rise, and now he comes again? Boom. A crisp voice sounded. The elite Jonin of Konoha Anbu was bombarded alive. Maybe to death. He didn't even figure out why. The script also didn't go in the direction he imagined. Death to Laozi. After killing the one who jumped the most, Luo Lei didn't have any sense of showing mercy, his fire power was full, and his hot eyes kept shooting out. What? Lord Luo Lei, I. No, Lord Luo Lei, I. In the next instant, one after another screams resounded on the battlefield. I saw that all the Konoha Anbu ninjas who had just jumped out, the root ninjas were bombarded alive by Luo Lei's heat vision. My memory is very good. After killing a circle of ninjas at the root and Konoha Anbu, Luo Lei glanced around with his crimson eyes, then set his eyes on the ninjas of Konoha's army, and said coldly, if you dare to say it, then there is a price to be paid. Don't want. A Konoha shinobi shuddered a few times and screamed. He just said righteously and awe-inspiringly, asking Lord Luo Lei not to kill innocent people indiscriminately, but to treat the prisoners kindly under the will of fire. Laugh. What greeted him was a hot line of sight, and as soon as the scream fell, his body was blown up alive, and blood splattered everywhere. And this is just the beginning. What? What? A series of screams sounded. All the Konoha shinobi who spoke up just now were bombarded and killed one by one. Chapter 27. What? What? A series of screams sounded. Just now, all the Konoha shinobi who spoke up and had the heart attack of the Virgin were bombarded and killed one by one. The scene is extremely cruel, bloody, violent, and one-sided. Looking around, the blood flowed into rivers and corpses all over the battlefield, turning into a horror like a hell on earth. Under Luo Lei's ruthless hot gaze, almost no one escaped the catastrophe. 1 second. 10 seconds. 1 minute. Facing Luo Lei, who is frantically slaughtering Konoha shinobi. The entire battlefield was sluggish, whether it was the Konoha shinobi who had not been affected, or the shivering Sand shinobi who had surrendered, their expressions were frozen, and their scalp was numb for a while. No way. No one thought. Luo Lei is so flammable and explosive, unscrupulous. No matter how many you are, if you go against his will, whether it is your opponent or your own people, you will kill people if you disagree. Too violent. A smile flashed in Orochimaru's ghostly eyes, and he didn't mean to stop him. Some Konoha shinobi people really hadn't cleaned up, didn't they see that Shimura Danzo had been f'd? Now take the initiative to pick things up, and being killed is your own fault. Besides, can easily win Sand shinobi. Mainly because Luo Lei made Kamui. Do you really think that you virgins are doing some shit? Boom. Another explosion sounded. A root ninja was shot alive. Do you have any comments? Soon. After killing almost 100 Konoha shinobi, Luo Lei's mind was moved, and he stopped his hot eye attack. He looked at the remaining Konoha shinobi with a half smile, and said lightly, my rules are rules, understand? After listening to this sentence, none of the remaining Konoha shinobi dared to speak, or were frightened, their minds became blank, and they no longer knew what to say. Joke. This time, the Konoha army and Sand shinobi had a decisive battle, and together with Anbu and the ninjas at the root, it was only about 1,000 people. Not many Konoha shinobi fighters died in the battle, but more than 100 were killed by Lord Luo Lei, which is close to 1/10. Thinking about it, it makes people tremble and can't help themselves. Therefore, they no longer dared to have opinions, nor dare to disobey Lord Luo Lei, let alone say anything more. Lord Luo Lei's rules are rules. Certainly. In fact, the more desperate and powerless is Sand shinobi who surrendered. I thought that Luo Lei would kill them ruthlessly, but, just now, the scene of Luo Lei slaughtering his own people was like a basin of cold water pouring down from their heads, making them shiver all over. Cruel to the enemy. No mercy to his own people. Only at this moment did they know what kind of monster they were facing. Didn't those dead people just keep shouting to treat the captives preferentially, to show the spirit and atmosphere of the number 1 ninja village? Why don't you talk now? You remember, the big fist is the last word. The first village in the ninja world, Ninja Village, did not rely on preferential treatment of prisoners, but was beaten. Luo Lei's tone contained a hint of sarcasm and contempt, and said in a low voice, "Third Hokage said something to treat prisoners kindly, you can treat it like a scumbag, just listen to it, there is no need to repeat it in front of me. By the way, those Konoha shinobi people were killed by Sand Shinobi just now. They are all heroes of our Konoha village. I will write a note myself and ask Konoha village to compensate and erect a monument." Quiet. The whole place was dead silent. Following Luo Lei's words, both the Konoha shinobi and the surrendered Sand shinobi lowered their heads and showed fear, daring not to say anything, and for a while they didn't even dare to breathe. Not much more to say. Rule. Lord Luo Lei's words are rules. Besides, with the outrageous temper shown by the target Lord Luo Lei, I am afraid that it is not the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen who will come, and they will get two mouths. Forget it, clean up the mess. In the next moment, he glanced at Sand Shinobi, who was lying on the ground in fright, not even breathing. Luo Lei was also a little bored, so he waved his hand casually. All to hear. Orochimaru, who was still watching the play, ordered coldly, "Clean up the battlefield as quickly as possible." Yes. The voice did not fall. The Konoha shinobi on the battlefield hurried into action. If you look closely, you will find that almost every Konoha shinobi's eyes are filled with trembling colors. Obviously, Luo Lei's actions have a psychological shadow. Mr. Luo Lei, if you hadn't dominated the battlefield, even if we could win, it would have been a tragic victory. Orochimaru came to Luo Lei's side in a flash, and said in a sigh, Sand Shinobi's army was defeated, Cho and Ebizo died in battle, and the Jonin world would be shaken if he wanted to come to Malaysia. The Third Ninja World War will enter another stage. The only pity is that Luo Xia escaped. Speaking of which, Orochimaru couldn't help but clenched his fists and said with a bit of self-reproach, I was careless, I didn't expect Luo Xia of 4th Kazekage to run without any hesitation, abandoning Sand Shinobi. Force. Do not blame you. Luo Lei stretched and said, a few dozen meters below the ground, there is a dark tunnel polished with gold dust. I think Luo Xia has already prepared a way out. Yes. Orochimaru showed an expression of sudden realization. This time, the ninja world should be completely run away, right? The next moment, Luo Lei's cheeks flashed a playful look, and said, I'll write a note later, you can also sign it. Actually, I don't want to do anything to my own people, but, they insist on courting death, no wonder You. Orochimaru smiled evilly, nodded and said, don't worry, I will definitely sign, but the old man will definitely have his blood pressure raised again. After saying this, Orochimaru also showed the expression of watching the play. For a long time, the old man has always been sitting on the Diaotai, even in the third battle, facing the attack of the three ninja villages, he is full of confidence. Now, in the face of what Luo Lei has done, I wonder if he will continue to compromise? As for concealment, Orochimaru gave up after thinking about it. He couldn't have killed all the Konoha shinobi on the battlefield and the surrendered Sand shinobi. So, it is impossible to hide. Let the storm come more violently. Chapter 28. Correct. After a few seconds, Luo Lei raised his brows and said excitedly, I wonder if Third Hokage will call me back to Konoha village. Orochimaru thought for a moment, licked his lips and said, with the character of the old man and the urination of the elders, it should not be possible. It is very likely that you will be transferred to the other two battlefields. It doesn't matter. Luo Lei said disapprovingly, anyway, depending on the mood, I will go back if I want. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru laughed evilly. He is very clear. With Luo Lei's fighting power on the battlefield, in the ninja world, there is nothing to stop him. I just hope that the senior management of Konoha can understand a little bit of reality, and compromise as much as possible. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. At the same moment, while Luo Lei and Orochimaru were talking, the messy and ravine battlefield was also cleaned up. A Konoha Jonin flashed and came to Luo Lei and Orochimaru and bowed respectfully. Immediately afterwards, the Jonin handed over a document and cautiously reported, Lord Orochimaru, Lord Luo Lei, the battlefield has been cleared, this is the approximate statistics of our Konoha shinobi and Sand shinobi troops. If you listen carefully, you can also hear the voice of this Jonin trembling when shouting the four words of Lord Luo Lei. Let's talk about it. Orochimaru didn't pick up the document, but instead asked a question out of curiosity. There were 3,100 Sand shinobi troops in total. About 1,900 people died, about 800 people were captured, and the remaining hundreds of people may have escaped during the chaos. Oh. Orochimaru nodded, as if thinking of something, and said, what about the specifics? And the number of enemies killed by Lord Luo Lei, have you counted them? The statistics came out. The Konoha Jonin's voice trembled a little, and said in an unbelievable tone, among the 1,900 people who died in the Sand shinobi army, there were more than 110 people in Jonin, 1,100 people in Genin, and 110 people in Chunin. About 700 or so. Gollum. When it comes to this, The Konoha Jonin swallowed his saliva carefully, resisting the horror in his heart, and continued to add, among them, there are more than 100 Sand Shinobi Jonin who died in the hands of Lord Luolei, and more than 620 Chunin, Genin more than 1030. So much. The voice did not fall. Rao is already mentally prepared, and Orochimaru is a little confused. Looking at Luolei, it is like watching a murderer without blinking. Special. Luolei is simply not human, but a ruthless battlefield killing machine. Master Orochimaru. The Konoha Jonin glanced at Luolei with trembling fear, and said cautiously, there are also some corpses that have been scorched, and corpses that have become debris, we have not counted them, otherwise the number of enemies killed by Lord Luolei. There will be more. In an instant. Orochimaru's mind began to hum. He doesn't know what to say, killing so many Sand Shinobi can be said to have destroyed Tsunagakure's decades of accumulation. Not to mention Genin, Jonin, and Chunin are the mainstays in every ninja village. This time Tsunagakure has gathered more than 3,000 Sand Shinobi troops, which can be regarded as the strength of the entire country of Wind and the savings of several years of recuperation after World War II. The result was good, a big battle brought Tsunagakure back to before liberation. At least it's going to take a few more decades to recuperate. Haha. To this, Luolei showed a very indifferent expression. The hot site of the motherland is very suitable for large-scale wars. A person who can kill a person with a Gatling gun cannot blame him. What about the casualties of our Konoha shinobi? Soon. After Orochimaru regained his senses, he asked again. This. The Jonin hesitated, glanced at Luolei, opened his mouth, but made no sound. Don't worry. Luolei said something very grand. Guru. After hearing this, the Jonin breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, in the battle with Sand Shinobi, our Konoha shinobi army suffered only more than 30 casualties, but... Okay, needless to say. Luolei interrupted the Jonin neatly and said solemnly, put all the casualties on Sand Shinobi's head and Orochimaru, and I will personally sign and report to the top of Konoha village. Understood. That Jonin's face was extremely pale with fright, his forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and he hurriedly nodded. Go down. Luolei waved his hand and said in a low voice. Yes. The Jonin left with relief. Mr. Luolei, I'm really convinced. After the Jonin left, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and said with emotion, you are a god of killing. Fortunately, you are in Konoha village. Otherwise, I would not have dared to imagine facing you. I just don't want to be restrained, I can do whatever I want and follow my heart. Luolei smiled and said meaningfully, I always wanted to be a villager of Konoha village and protect me well. Konoha village. I just want to be the hero of Konoha village, I understand. Orochimaru showed an expression that had already seen through everything, and said, don't worry, this time Sand Shinobi was defeated, you are a villager of Konoha village and a hero who is famous in the ninja world. After a while, as Luolei's record spread throughout the battlefield. Similar to Orochimaru, although everyone knows that Luolei killed a lot of Sand Shinobi. But, after seeing the actual data, many Konoha shinobi people were shocked and speechless, and finally heard some gasping voices. It's true that Luolei has killed too many people. Compared with Luolei's record, the Konoha shinobi army seems to have no effect. In other words, even a tethered dog can win against the Sand Shinobi army. Chapter 29. Battle of Kaikyoyama. Because it is the big battle between Konoha village and Sand Shinobi village. It was also the first massive large-scale team battle in the Third World War. Therefore, it has attracted the attention of the entire ninja world, countless ninjas and major ninja villages. This also led to, in the afternoon of that day, the result of the Battle of Kaikyoyama, Sand Shinobi's fiasco to Konoha, spread throughout the ninja world at a lightning-fast speed. In an instant. The entire ninja world exploded in an instant, setting off a stormy sea. That's right. Just a blast. Although the specific casualties of Sand Shinobi are not known. But, more than 3,000 ninjas were defeated by about 1,000 Konoha shinobi, which really shocked countless ninjas. In addition, the news that Tsunagakure's superclass puppet master, an almighty female ninja with powerful taijutsu, medical ninjutsu, and sealing techniques, Cho, and Tsunagakure's high-level advisor, Ebizo, died in the hands of Luolei also spread throughout the world. Ninja world. For a while. It is the first time that Luolei's name has officially appeared in everyone's field of vision. In fact, before the war, Luolei, the vice-captain of Konoha Anbu, killed an elite Sand Shinobi team and became the deputy commander-in-chief of the Kaikyoyama Konoha unit, which attracted everyone's attention. But, no one would have imagined that Luolei would be so fierce on the battlefield that he would kill both Cho and Ebizo. So, in this situation, the major ninja villages began to collect information on Luolei. Soon, a series of information about Luolei appeared in front of the major ninja villages. Luolei, the genius of Konoha village. When he was young, he was the light of the common people with the same name as Namikaze Minato, good at water style and lightning style. But, after entering Anbu and becoming Heitake Sakumo's apprentice, he became extremely low-key. Even when he was promoted to Anbu's vice-captain, he didn't have any outstanding records. This time, he was dispatched to reinforce Kaikyoyama Konoha shinobi. The troops exploded without warning. It is said to have awakened a mysterious bloodline limit, the strength has undergone rapid transformation, and the eyes can still spray hot lines. Only then did he kill the veteran powerhouses Cho and Ebizo in a destructive way. Led the Konoha unit to defeat the Sand Shinobi unit. Influenced by. The entire ninja world fell into a brief silence. Certainly. Just after half a day. Perhaps it was because he knew the specific situation of the Kaikyoyama battlefield that could not be concealed. The commander-in-chief of Kaikyoyama Konoha Corps, Orochimaru, voluntarily released a data report. One of these data. In an instant, countless ninjas were in an uproar. Luolei, more than 100 jonin, 628 genin, and 1035 genin killed Sand Shinobi, and killed Cho and Ebizo. Boom. Those cold data, like a terrifying depth bomb, shook in the minds and hearts of countless ninjas, leaving many ninjas' minds blank for a while. No one thought. Sand Shinobi's fiasco is actually such a thing. It can be said that Luolei suffered a complete defeat. What kind of monster is this? Certainly. There are also gossip. That is, Luolei is an extremely violent, unscrupulous maniac who can do whatever he wants. Pervert, he not only killed the prisoners of Sand Shinobi during the war, but also attacked the ninjas of Konoha village. However, this news. There was no response from Orochimaru, the commander-in-chief of Kaikyoyama Konoha Great Forces. Besides, countless ninjas in the ninja world began to call Luolei Konoha's god of killing. So far, the name of Konoha killing god thoroughly resounded throughout the ninja world. Tsunagakuer. In an office in Fengying building. 4th Kazekage Luo Sha is sitting there, without any expression, silent. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Defeat. It is still a kind of fiasco that is almost destructive. Even after fleeing back, Luo Sha couldn't believe it. Sand Shinobi, who had more than 3,000 people, was defeated like this. In addition to the dead elders Cho and Ebizo, it can be said that Tsunagakuer's decades of savings were all destroyed. Sweep away. The only good news. Maybe it's because he has completely secured the position of 4th Kazekage, and no one in Tsunagakuer dares to sing the opposite. But, this is really not what he wants. I didn't expect that Konoha would come up with a monster that is more pervert than Heitake White Fang. After an unknown amount of time, 4th Kazekage Luo Sha sighed sullenly and muttered to himself in disbelief, what exactly is that terrifying limit of blood succession? It feels much more terrifying than Jinchuriki. Although I don't want to admit it, but Luo Sha is very clear that it is better to say that the Sand Shinobi army lost to Konoha village than Luolei. Now, Tsunagakuer was almost empty. Luo Sha's heart said that it would be a lie if he didn't drop blood. Next, we Tsunagakuer can only withdraw from the third battle, and we have to negotiate with Konoha village to redeem the captured Sand Shinobi. 4th Kazekage Luo Sha's eyes showed a ray of unwillingness, but unable to change anything. In the end, I can only sit down in the office chair. 3 wars. Sand Shinobi village is the first out. At the same moment, in a desert outside Tsunagakuer, a red-haired, handsome boy looked at 3rd Kazekage, who had been transformed into a puppet, and couldn't help showing a ray of joy. It worked. It took several months. He has finally transformed 3rd Kazekage into a human puppet of timeless beauty. Mother-in-law Cho, I have successfully surpassed you. The next moment, as if thinking of something, Sasori looked in the direction of Tsunagakuer with a proud face, and said, without 3rd Kazekage, I don't know what the current situation of Tsunagakuer is. Thinking of this, Sasori hesitated and decided to sneak into Tsunagakuer and watch the show. However, an hour later, Sasori left Tsunagakuer with a blank face, and sat down on a weathered rock. He didn't expect. When he retreated and transformed the 3rd Kazekage, so many things happened in the ninja world, and the 3rd Ninja World War broke out. Luo Sha became the 4th Kazekage, and brought more than 3,000 Sand Shinobi in Konoha village in a decisive battle, but was defeated like a smash, and even his mother-in-law Cho and uncle Ebizo were killed by a guy named Luolei. Shock. So many things happened. Sasori doesn't even know what to say. As for the death of Granny Cho and uncle Ebizo, although he didn't want to admit it, he still had some faint heartache in his heart. Parents were killed by Heitake White Fang. Granny Cho and uncle Ebizo were also killed by Heitake White Fang's apprentice, who also defected to Tsunagakuer. He was completely orphaned. Eternal beauty is the truth, and you have to find a way to transform yourself into a puppet. After an unknown amount of time, Sasori regained his senses, clenched his fists, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. Killing 3rd Kazekage, he is still not relieved. Until you become stronger. He also had to find a way to turn that Konoha shinobi named Luolei into a puppet with eternal beauty, in order to dispel the hatred in his heart. Chapter 30. Land Country. The central area of Iwagakuer. Tsuchikage building, within 3rd Tsuchikage's offices. I don't know what the outcome of Konoha and Sand Shinobi's battle will be. After processing some documents, Third Tsuchikajonoji stretched out, a smile flashed across his eyes. The final battle between Konoha village and Tsunagakuer, in his opinion, is a dog bites a dog, and it is the best to lose both. Especially Konoha village. It would be fun if the battle of Kaikyoyama was lost to Sand Shinobi. As for winning, 1,000 Konoha shinobi against 3,000 Sand shinobi, Orochimaru and Luolei against Luasha, Cho, Ebizo, Tsunagakuer is dominant in any way, plus on the battlefields of Grassland and Waveland, they Rock shinobi and Cloud shinobi was putting pressure on Konoha and he couldn't figure out how Tsunagakuer would lose. Boom. Sudden. There was a knock on the door. I saw Lois holding 2 intelligence scrolls and rushing in with a horrified face. Looking at the unsteady Lois, Oyemu's brows couldn't help but wrinkle, but, when he thought that it was his own seed, he suppressed his unhappiness. Father, something is bad. The Lois rushed in, and before he could stand firm, he said with a panicked expression, front line, something big has happened on the front line. Say. Onoji thought that there was a problem in the battlefield of the country of grass, and said in a deep voice. Tsunagakuer and Konoha village's final battle, Tsunagakuer was defeated. Lois said eagerly, took a deep breath, and said in an unbelievable tone, now the entire ninja world has exploded. What? Third Tsuchikajonoji was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't react, he blurted out, you're sure you're not mistaken, it won't be the Konoha village fiasco, right? No. Lois's fat face flashed with disbelief, shook his head, and said in a trembling voice, I have confirmed it dozens of times, and it is indeed the Tsunagakuer fiasco, and that is. What is it? Third Tsuchikajonoji also realized that something was wrong and increased his tone. Huang Tu opened his mouth, but found that because he was too frightened, he couldn't speak at all, so he could only turn around in a hurry. You see for yourself. The next moment, Lois handed an intelligence scroll in his hand to Onoji. Third Tsuchikajonoji narrowed his eyes and took a deep look at the Lois. Is this really his own kind? Apart from a big nose, why haven't any of his advantages such as height, calmness, composure, etc. been inherited? Certainly. Think so. Third Tsuchikajonoji still opened the scroll and looked at it. Just started. Third Tsuchikajonoji's expression is still very relaxed. But, as time passed, Third Tsuchikajonoji's expression gradually became shocked and unbelievable, and in the end, Third Tsuchikajonoji's expression was gone, only a rumbling sound in his mind, it was still blank. How is this possible? Why is this happening? He thought of many possibilities. I just didn't expect such a result. Also, how did Luolei appear as a monster, and how could his strength be so terrifying? Thinking of Luolei's astonishing record, even Third Tsuchikajonoji, who had seen Uchiha Madara's might, was a little terrified. A long time. Third Tsuchikajonoji came back to his senses, glanced at the Lois, and said, is there any information on Luolei? Have. It seems to have been expected, Lois handed another intelligence scroll. Bring it. Third Tsuchikajonoji took the information scroll and read it word by word. The light of the commoners, Heitake Sakumo's apprentice, Konoha Anbu's vice-captain, was transferred to reinforce the Konoha shinobi army at the Battle of Kaikyoyama. Finally. Third Tsuchikajonoji set his eyes on the sentence in the last row. His eyes are not white eyes and Sharinon, but they can shoot heat rays. It is suspected that he has awakened the mysterious limit of blood, and his strength has undergone a transformation. Blood next to the limit. Third Tsuchikajonoji showed a disdainful expression. If the general blood-like limit is so powerful, then the blood-like elimination dust done that he has above the blood-like limit can dominate the entire ninja world? It's not the boundaries of blood that are clearly awakened. It is very likely that it is the legendary blood net that surpasses the blood limit and blood elimination. If that's the case, then it all makes sense. There are too many geniuses in Konoha village, right? After an unknown amount of time, Third Tsuchikajonoji couldn't help but groaned and rubbed his big nose with a headache. At first. After learning that Heitake Sakumo committed suicide, he was also happy for a long time, and Konoha village lost a high-end combat power. Well now, the third war broke out, a genius ninja named Namikaze Minato appeared on the battlefield of the Land of Grass, and the battlefield of Kaikyoyama was even more incredible. Luolei became famous in the first battle, and the world knew it. Father, there is still some gossip. Huang Tu hesitated for a while, but added, that Luolei is said to be an extremely violent person. What he does is all his own liking. When he is irritable, he even dares to kill his own people. As long as he doesn't defect from Konoha village, he is part of Konoha village and our enemy. Third Tsuchikajonoji said with an expressionless face, genius and lunatic are in the same thought, we don't need to care, we should care about the top management of Konoha, besides, Jinchuriki often gets out of control and kills his own people, what's the big deal? The Lois showed a hint of ignorance, and looked at Onoji, father, you are saying that Luolei's awakening ability is too strong, and there are side effects, so he is a little out of control and violent? Then now what should we do? Raise the danger level of Konoha shinobi's Luolei to S rank. Third Tsuchika took a deep breath and said solemnly, the battlefield in the country of grass is a little unstable, let 5 tails Jinchuriki Han lead another 1,000 rock shinobi goes to the land of grass. Yes. The lowest nodded solemnly. Correct. Seemingly thinking of something, Third Tsuchika flashed a gleam of coldness in his eyes, and said, prepare all the ninjas in Iwagakure, I feel that the sea tactics will be used in advance. Clear. The lowest looked startled. He didn't say anything anymore. Crowd tactics is a secret tactic of Iwagakure. It is specially prepared for the third raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village. Now that we have to prepare in advance, it means that we have to prepare for the big battle. As for who to fight, it is self-evident. Joke. 3,000 sand shinobi were defeated, and over 10,000 rock shinobi, if you have the ability, you can kill them all. Tired of you. Chapter 31. Country of Thunder. Raikage building in Cloud Shinobi Village. In an office on the top floor. Waste. Sand shinobi is really trash. Cho, Ebizo, and Luasha are not bad either. The sand shinobi army with more than 3,000 troops was actually killed by a ninja like a devastated one. Is it shameful? Boom. With the sound of a slap on the table. I saw Third Raikage tore up an intelligence document in his hand and slapped the table fiercely. Is he still going to watch the fun, waiting for Konoha and Sand Shinobi to lose both? The result is good? The surprise did not wait, and a shock came directly. The Konoha Shinobi army did not suffer many casualties, but the Sand Shinobi army was crushed by one blow, which made me feel a little irritated just thinking about it. Is there a lot of genius in Konoha village? Like Onoji. Even the grumpy Third Raikage couldn't help but let out a groan. Especially thinking of Luo Lei's awakening of the mysterious blood following the boundary, Third Raikage doesn't take it seriously on the surface, but he is actually a little frightened inside, too pervert, too strong, too violent. The only good news. That is what is gained and what is lost. Luo Lei is too powerful and has side effects. Similar to Jinchuriki, he even kills his own people without restraint. No matter how many you are, this time the third battle, our Cloud Shinobi village will win. Soon, Third Raikage's eyes flickered, showing a look of extreme confidence, because, killing the Sand Shinobi army, he is confident that he can do it. Arrived. As a man who can suppress the rampant state of 8 tails, he has confidence in his own strength. The battlefield in the Kingdom of Soup seems to be unstable, let the two of you let Wooden Golem help AI and Killer B. Self-confidence is very self-confidence, in order to be safe, Third Raikage still plans to send Airway Jinchuriki. As long as it can defeat the Konoha Shinobi army led by Tsunade, one of Sunin, on the battlefield of the Land of Clouds, Cloud Shinobi village will still be able to exert its own power, and even be able to smash the Yellow Dragon and enter the territory of the Land of Fire. And Iwagakure and Kirigakure, don't let your guard down. Third Raikage narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, I can't leave Cloud Shinobi village until the critical moment, lest I be stolen by that old coin of Onoji and Third Mizukage. Thinking of this, Third Raikage couldn't help showing a wise smile. He is not as rumored by the outside world, he is a fool with a simple mind and strong limbs. Now Sand Shinobi village is basically abolished, as long as you can find a way to kill Konoha village, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, then Cloud Shinobi village can win the final victory of the Third Ninja World War. Then he, as Third Raikage, can definitely be passed down through the ages and immortalized. Kirigakure. In an office on the topmost floor of the Mizukage building. What? Sand Shinobi lost so badly. The killing god Luo Lei defeated Sand Shinobi's army alone. Third Mizukage looked at an intelligence document in his hand with a look of confusion and disbelief. Originally, he is still waiting for Konoha and Sand Shinobi to lose both. Kirigakure is waiting for the opportunity to participate in the third battle. Now, Konoha village has won a big victory. Luo Lei, the god of killing, is famous in the ninja world. How do you think that Konoha village occupies the right time, place, and people? Is Kirigakure still involved in the third war? For a while. Third Mizukage was caught in a tangle. Anyway, Kirigakure didn't participate in World War II, and it wouldn't be a big deal if he didn't participate in World War III. No, no matter what, Kirigakure must participate in the third battle. Before long, a cold look flashed in Third Mizukage's eyes, and he said firmly, after so many years of preparation, if Kirigakure doesn't make a move, the ninja world may forget Kirigakure's existence. Now that the Kirigakure is strong and strong, it may not be impossible for a new army to emerge. First let the 7 ninja swordsmen, Mist Ninja Anbu, the Ghost Lantern clan, the Huayoryuaki clan, the Suizuki clan and other Blood Jijija clan all enter a state of combat readiness. At the same moment, Ninja World. An unknown underground. Cough cough. Accompanied by the sound of coughing. I saw an old man with pale hair and wrinkled face, whose vitality had been lost, was sitting there with his eyes closed. The old man seems to be dying, and he wants to enter the coffin at any time. But, invisibly, there is an aura that is proud of the world, as if it is above everything. That's right. This old man is the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. Lord Madara, something has happened. Laugh. White Zetsu emerged from the darkness and made an incredible sound. Say. Uchiha Madara didn't open his eyes, and said in a low voice, could it be that the outbreak of the Third Ninja World War caused our plan to go wrong? No. White Zetsu shook his head, took a deep breath, and said, the Battle of Kaikioyama, Konoha village won a big victory, and the vice-captain of Konoha Anbu, Luolei, killed the entire Sand Shinobi army alone. When it comes to this, White Zetsu also added, according to the information collected, Luolei beheaded more than 100 jonin, 628 genin, and 1035 genin of Sand Shinobi, and beheaded Hihi. The famous Cho and Ebizo are suspected to have awakened some kind of blood limit, and their eyes can shoot heat rays. What? How so? Uchiha Madara, who was originally light-hearted, suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of ordinary Sharinans, with a rare look of surprise on his old face. This Luolei. How can it have such terrifying power? Although it can't be compared to him at his peak, but, for today's ninja world, he is definitely a monster-like existence. More importantly, he once collected information about Luolei, and found that he had nothing special, that is, he was a little harder than others, and like Namikaze Minato, it was not suitable for his plan, so he gave up. Well now. Awakened a mysterious blood after the limit broke out? No, the ordinary Sweji boundary should not have such great strength and power. It is very likely that the legendary Sweji snares can make a person undergo such a big transformation. If that's the case, then Luolei has a secret. Interesting, the ninja world is finally starting to be a little more interesting. After shaking his head slowly, Uchiha Madara said in a deep voice, in this case, add Luolei to the watch list. I'm very interested in him. Yes, Madara-sama. White Zetsu nodded, then went underground and disappeared. I hope you don't disrupt my plans, otherwise. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes calmly and didn't think too much anymore. He has confidence in himself. So far. The cave was dead silent again. Chapter 32. The ninja world is shaking. As the winner, Konoha village also set off a storm. Especially when Luolei's record against Sand Shinobi was announced, the Konoha village caused an earthquake no less than a magnitude of 12. Countless Konoha shinobi and civilians are boiling and excited. 1. Konoha village won a crucial decisive battle. Actually, no one thought of it. When Konoha village fell into a quagmire in the Third War, Anbu's vice-captain, Luolei can be so powerful, just like Take White Fang during World War II. If you don't ming, it's already a blockbuster. Relying on the decisive battle with Sand Shinobi, he played the majesty and haki of Konoha village and became famous in the ninja world. Certainly. I don't know if it's a signal from the top of Konoha village. Konoha officials also denied the fact that Luolei unscrupulously tortured and killed Sand Shinobi prisoners and killed many Konoha shinobi prisoners, and said that everything was a false accusation, and other shinobi villages were wanton rumors, in order to disturb the morale of the army, to combat Luolei's reputation and Konoha village's prestige. It's a matter of course. Countless ninjas and civilians in Konoha agreed with this statement. Instead, they supported Luolei more actively, and raised their hands and shouted, we can't let the conspiracy of other ninja villages succeed. Luolei. He is the superhero of Konoha village. For a while, Luolei is in the limelight in Konoha village, and the limelight has vaguely covered Sunin. At this time, inside the Hokage office in the Hokage building, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitokado Homura and Yuditen Koharu of the Elders, and Shimura Danzo, who was still in a wheelchair, all gathered. No one spoke. The meeting room fell into silence for a while, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. That's right. A day before, they made another order that went against their original intention and compromised with Luolei. That is, in the name of the official, denying the fact that Luolei tortured and killed Sand Shinobi prisoners and killed many Konoha shinobi people, and also issued a gag order, so that the Konoha shinobi who participated in the Battle of Kikyo Mountain were silent. It is ridiculous to say that they issued a gag order, and the Konoha shinobi who participated in the Battle of Kaikioyama actually did not have the slightest dissatisfaction, but all of them readily agreed. Apparently those Konoha shinobi people have been frightened deep down by Luolei's unscrupulous behavior, willing to forget what happened that day. Students are afraid of a disagreement, and trouble come to the door. In the end, those who died Konoha shinobi, like Luolei's note, were all recorded on Sand Shinobi's head. And Luolei, who is in the limelight. It is also logical to become a rising superhero in Konoha village. Humph. Perhaps seeing that no one was talking, Shimura Danzo snorted coldly and said, we compromised. Luolei became the superhero of Konoha village, and his prestige skyrocketed. Inverting black and white, referring to a deer as a horse, with no rules, this Luolei has ruled us. Mitokado Homura's face was gloomy, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. Obviously, he was still in the shock of the Battle of Kaikioyama. He never imagined that Luolei could achieve such a shocking record on the battlefield. Haha. Yuditen Koharu thought for a while before saying meaningfully, he is a pervert who is unscrupulous, does things without considering the consequences, and does whatever he wants. Call. After listening to a few people, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe and took a puff with a fluctuating expression, and exhaled several large puffs of white smoke. At the beginning, he received the information about the battle situation of Kaikyoyama. He was happy and excited, and he wanted to tell the ninja world immediately, but after learning about Luo Lei's unprecedented record, and killing Sand Shinobi prisoners, he killed a lot of people against his will. After the Konoha Shinobi, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood again. What? Isn't this Luo Lei uncomfortable if he doesn't do something about it? Doesn't he know how to restrain a little bit and endure it? So, Luo Lei didn't endure it, but they endured and endured. Considering the actual situation and the great victory of the Kaikyoyama battle, the 3 battles were still in progress, and after weighing the pros and cons, Sarutobi Hiruzen et al. Once again, he chose to compromise, endorsed Luo Lei, and denied the fact that he had brutally killed Sand Shinobi captives and killed many Konoha Shinobi people. Sarutobi, say something. Shimura Danzo glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a sneer, and said, what should we do now? Should we just allow Luo Lei to act recklessly and not abide by our rules? There is no good way to do it except for a temporary compromise. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and said solemnly, according to the information sent back by Orochimaru, Luo Lei awakened an unknown and mysterious blood snares, which led to the skyrocketing strength and domineering style of conduct. What? The blood follows the snare. Has it been determined that Luo Lei is the awakened blood follower snare? If that's the case, then the transformation of Luo Lei's strength can be explained. The voice did not fall. Shimura Danzo, Yuditen Koharu, and Midokado Homura changed their expressions slightly, all exclaimed one after another. As Konoha's high-level people, they are no strangers to the legendary Blood G snares. The terrifying ability that surpasses Blood G boundary and Blood G elimination is no wonder Luo Lei's strength is perverted, killing Sand Shinobi. Force. Under normal circumstances, the overuse of powerful blood relays has side effects, such as the Sharingan of the Uchiha family. If I'm not wrong, Luo Lei's awakened blood follower should also have extremely powerful side effects. That's why Luo Lei's actions are extremely violent, and he dares to do whatever he wants. So, we compromised for the time being and tried to figure out what kind of blood sequel Luo Lei awakened. When it comes to this, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also added, Orochimaru said that Luo Lei wants to be a Konoha village villager, that is, he wants to be a Konoha village hero, then we will let him be a Konoha village superhero as he wishes. When he has the burden of idols, once he turns his face, we can also make him lose his reputation in an instant, and become a rat crossing the street and everyone shouts. Chapter 33. Understood, play hard to catch. Sarutobi, I'm convinced, it's up to you to think about it. When Luo Lei really has the burden of being an idol, then we can handle him at will. After all, we all know what he did. Everyone is wise. Sarutobi Hiruzen has not finished speaking. Yuditen Koharu, Midokado Homura, and Shimura Danzo all lit up and revealed abusive smiles. No matter how high Luo Lei is held up now, the worse he will fall in the future, and the top management of their Konoha village can also use another way to control Luo Lei, just like controlling Jinchuriki. Only in vain. Just at this time, Midokado Homura frowned slightly, and said with some concern, Luo Lei, as Anbu's vice-captain, must know a lot of things that we don't see the light of. Humph. It's okay not to say. As soon as he mentioned Sarutobi Hiruzen, he got a little angry, and snorted coldly, I was blind and I promoted him to be the vice-captain of Anbu. The former Luo Lei was low-key, obedient to orders, and had a thorough understanding of the will of fire. So, Anbu does a lot of things. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not deliberately hide Luo Lei. Among them, the incident of Namikaze Minato's Heroes Save the Beauty also let Luo Lei personally participate in it. Otherwise, just a few Cloud Shinobi will want to kidnap Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, no kidding, all of this is just a game set up by the high-level Konoha. The result is good. How much trust was there at the beginning, how much heartache Sarutobi Hiruzen is now, a tool man who was brainwashed by the will of fire is gone, and he has changed his body and awakened the unknown and powerful blood snares, unscrupulous, not giving him any face, also. If you don't follow the rules, it's a little uncomfortable to think about. As long as our master has the right to speak, don't be afraid. Seeing this, Yuditen Koharu said lightly, everyone speaks of gold, Luo Lei can reverse black and white, and we can also make black into white. That's right. Midokado Homura nodded and said, in the end, Luo Lei is only one person, and we control the entire Konoha village. He can't kill everyone who opposes and disobeys him, right? Sarutobi, Orochimaru seems a little disobedient. Shimura Danzo looked gloomy, glanced at the white gauze wrapped around him, and said, it's not a good thing to get too close to Luo Lei. Once Luo Lei is affected, the consequences will be serious. Finished. Shimura Danzo still snorted inwardly. Orochimaru, you old sixth, you watched the play when Luo Lei started, now I will give you some eye drops. Orochimaru, is my apprentice, I know very well. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it for a moment, and then said solemnly, he also wanted to win the battle of Kaikyoyama. I believe he will not do anything against Konoha village. Hope so. Shimura Danzo shrugged and said nothing more. Then we are going to summon Konoha's superhero, Luo Lei, to go back to Konoha village. Yuditen Koharu said with a smile. Need not. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and said, Luo Lei is too uncontrollable. At least we have to wait until the situation of the third battle is clear before he can be summoned back. Otherwise, there is a very high chance that something will go wrong. Speaking of which, Sarutobi Hiruzen also glanced at Shimura Danzo in a wheelchair, and said calmly, this is a lesson from the past. Sarutobi, you. Shimura Danzo was furious. He wanted to say something, but finally shut up angrily. He is indeed a lesson from the past, helping Mitokado Homura to bear a big black cauldron, and being framed by Luo Lei for a while, resulting in a bad reputation at the root, and he has nothing to say. Danzo, Sunen's bad words, you'd better say less. Yuditen Koharu shook his head and said meaningfully, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru are all Sarutobi's proud disciples, he has his own measure, and he does not need you to cross the line. Danzo fell silent. Humph. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo, then looked away. This Shimura Danzo will go to the house without beating for a few days. If you don't strike, I'm afraid I don't know who Hokage is. By the way, let Jiraiya and Minato hurry up in the country of grass and make some achievements. At this time, Yuditen Koharu took a sip of hot tea from the teacup, and said slowly, especially Minato, it's time to act. Luo Lei has the title of Konoha Killing God, and he better be able to play his own title. I've already made arrangements. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff on his pipe and said meaningfully, as long as Minato can put up a good record on the battlefield, I will let Konoha village give him momentum. Mitokado Homura nodded and said, it's better to bundle Luo Lei and Minato together for marketing, which can achieve twice the result with half the effort, and also help to enhance the power of our Konoha village. Agree. Kin. Yuditen Koharu and Shimura Danzo's eyes lit up and nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and said solemnly, the battle of Kaikyoyama is over, Tsunagakure's vitality is severely damaged, and he must be unable to organize Sand Shinobi to fight again, so I will call Orochimaru back. As for Luo Lei, I will let him choose to go to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Grass or the Kingdom of Tang. Compared to Tsunagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure and even Kirigakure are our enemies. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head wearily. At this stage, Tsunagakure is just an appetizer. Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Kirigakure, who did not even participate in World War II, are the real enemies of Konoha village. So, although Luo Lei is uncontrollable, Sarutobi Hiruzen still wants to keep Luo Lei on the battlefield, even if he kills 1,000 enemies and loses 800, he is willing. Okay, let's break up. Feeling almost there, Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured. After hearing this, Yuditen Koharu and Mitokado Homura slowly got up, pushed Shimura Danzo's wheelchair and walked out of the office. Call. Looking at the backs of Mitokado Homura and others leaving, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of white smoke, his eyes changing in the smoke. He was really blind at the beginning, and he didn't see Luo Lei's true nature. He could only say that Luo Lei was hiding too deep. Haha. Hey, take Sakumo. You have a good apprentice. Chapter 34. Country of Grass. Konoha's frontline camp. In the largest tent in the center of the camp. I really didn't think so. The commander-in-chief, Jiraiya, looked at an intelligence document in his hand and couldn't help but sighed, Orochimaru, you really found a treasure. The battle of Kaikyoyama has shocked the entire ninja world. No doubt. Facing Luo Lei's amazing record. Even Jiraiya, one of the Sunin, was shocked. More importantly, he felt that his face was swollen with a crackle. He thought that Namikaze Minato would win Luo Lei by a large margin, but he didn't think that it was just wishful thinking. What kind of blood follow the snares of the awakening, and it is so pervert that the eyes can still shoot rays. Thinking of this, there was a curious look in Jiraiya's eyes. Just thinking of the side effects of this blood following the snare, Jiraiya couldn't help frowning. The old man seemed to compromise again. Even if Luo Lei recklessly killed the Konoha shinobi, he could let go of the past and pass all the responsibilities to him. Sand shinobi. For this matter, he can't understand anyway. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. What Luo Lei did was obviously unruly and reckless. Laugh. But just at this time, along with a spatial fluctuation, I saw Namikaze Minato appearing in the tent, and said with a happy face, Mr. Jiraiya, just killed a team of rock shinobi's elite team, killed 1 elite jonin, 8 jonin and 10 elite jonin. After saying this, Namikaze Minato also handed Jiraiya the scroll with the heads of rock shinobi's elite squad sealed. Understood. Jiraiya took the scroll expressionlessly and placed it on the table. This. Namikaze Minato was a little confused. He didn't understand what Mr. Jiraiya meant, but he killed an elite team of rock shinobi? No matter what, it has to be praised. It turned out well. Teacher Jiraiya has no surprise reaction at all. Minato, you still need to cheer up, keep up the good work. Jiraiya seemed to see Namikaze Minato's doubts, said something to himself, and handed an intelligence document to Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato took the intelligence document with a puzzled look, and read it. He came to see. What is Teacher Jiraiya trying to say? How so? After reading it for a while, it seemed that he couldn't believe it, but Namikaze Minato read it again and again, word for word, and he couldn't keep his peace all of a sudden, his cheeks were full of disbelief, and his mind was blank. What? More than 100 jonin, 628 genin, 1035 genin who killed Sand Shinobi, and the famous Cho and Ebizo? Is this really the Luo Lei he knew? As a genius as famous as Luo Lei, Namikaze Minato also has his own arrogance and pride. Therefore, after becoming Jiraiya's apprentice, he grew up quickly, and also learned Sage Mode and Flying Thunder God technique. He thought he was no longer on the same level as Luo Lei. Even the last time he heard that Luo Lei killed an elite team of Sand Shinobi, he didn't care, because he could easily do it. Good guy. How long has it been? Luo Lei played such an appalling record, it's terrible. The key is, after killing so many people, how did Luo Lei do it? Even using the Flying Thunder God technique, it is impossible to be so easy, not to mention that it is even more difficult for veteran powerhouses like Cho and Ebizo. Jiraiya-sensei, no way. I do not know how long it has been. Namikaze Minato came back to his senses and said incredulously, is Luo Lei's record real? Real. Jiraiya nodded with a wry smile, and said, it all happened while you were on a mission, if you count the Konoha shinobi who were killed, there would be more. Namikaze Minato is a little stunned again. Luo Lei seems to have awakened an unknown blood stalker, which has transformed his abilities and strengths, but, when using it, there may be side effects, and his behavior will become unscrupulous. Jiraiya explained slowly, so, this time, the top officials of Konoha helped him hide it, and also issued a gag order to the Konoha shinobi who participated in the Battle of Kaikyoyama. Understood. After hearing this, Namikaze Minato lowered his head, not knowing what to say. Turn out to be. He and Luo Lei are really not on the same level, the clown turned out to be himself. Are you going to work hard? Jiraiya took a deep breath and said solemnly, Luo Lei's birth has disrupted all the arrangements of the top management of Konoha. It is both pressure and motivation for you. Teacher Jiraiya, I will definitely work hard. Namikaze Minato clenched his fist, his calm eyes filled with undisguised fighting intent. Next. He'll be on fire too. No matter what, he has to compare with Luo Lei, who is more talented. At the same time. Bellflower Hill. Inside the Konoha frontline camp. The Konoha Shinobi Battalion is holding a celebration banquet because of the great victory in the decisive battle with Tsunagakuer. At this time. In the largest tent in the center of the camp. Luo Lei and Orochimaru were eating and drinking wine there. Mr. Luo Lei, the old man has compromised again. Orochimaru smiled evilly, took a sip from the wine glass, and said neatly, now Konoha village is advocating that you are the hero of Konoha village, I think it's hard to get hold of you, want to hold you up, make you stand higher, fall the worse. Ha ha ha. Luo Lei nodded with a smile, and said, the executives of Konoha village just want me to be burdened with idols, and then threaten to pinch me. Aren't you afraid? Orochimaru poured a glass of wine on his own, and said curiously, your current power is more than our Sunin's. Once you fall from the altar, you can really accept it. Why can't you accept it? Luo Lei shrugged in disapproval. Just kidding, he won't be like the people of the motherland, the idol burden is very heavy, and the mental breakdown caused by the black color. In a word. As long as he doesn't have the burden of idols, no one can threaten him. As for the side effects of those who thought that he was awakened by the blood and the snares, he just laughed without saying a word, and was too lazy to explain so much. You can think what you think. From the beginning to the end, he just wanted to be the ancestor of Konoha, and he didn't need any bullshit side effects at all. Chapter 35. Correct. Orochimaru laughed and asked curiously, does the blood follower that you awaken really have side effects? During this time, facing Luo Lei's unbridled style of doing things, Orochimaru is also a little puzzled. It stands to reason that it is impossible for a person to change so much in a short period of time. It is simply a different person. The only reason. Perhaps it was the side effect of using Swedgy Snail that changed Luo Lei's temperament. No. Luo Lei spread out his hands and said neatly, I've always been like this. I didn't have the strength before, so I could only choose to go out and grow vulgarly. Certainly. Luo Lei didn't say a word. That is, whoever gets the ability of the motherland, I am afraid that there will be some transformation. To put it in a bad way, an ordinary person has obtained superpowers, and I am afraid that he will become a more motherlander than the motherland. Is that so? A glint of envy flashed in Orochimaru's snake eyes, and he stopped asking. In fact, at the beginning, he still had some greed for Luo Lei's ability, and wanted to find opportunities to obtain some Luo Lei's cells for research, but after seeing Luo Lei's terrifying strength, and the two are still like-minded, he also extinguished the greed in his heart. Keeping a friendly relationship with Luo Lei may gain more benefits than friendship. As for some of the secret orders of the Konoha elders and the old man, Orochimaru has already left them behind. Everyone is smart, and Orochimaru understood the thoughts of the senior executives of Konoha village at once. Besides, the current Konoha system is a bit rotten and rigid, and needs some reforms. If Konoha's top 4 giants are allowed to mess around, even if they can win the Third Ninja World War, Konoha village will be severely damaged, and the sun will set in the west. Correct. The next moment, Orochimaru shook his head and changed the subject voluntarily, saying, I'm going to be recalled to Konoha village. What the old man means is, the battlefield of the land of soup and the battlefield of the land of grass, you can choose at will. At present, Tsunade is the commander-in-chief on the battlefield of the land of soup, Jiraiya is the commander-in-chief on the battlefield of the land of grass. The large troops of the Uchiha clan are on the eastern border of the land of fire, guarding against Kirigaku's sneak attack. Having said that, Orochimaru said, the battlefield of the country of grass is okay, Jiraiya and Minato are enough to stabilize the overall situation and deal with the rock shinobi army, but, the battlefield of the soup country, Tsunade faces the cloud shinobi village army, maybe a little reluctantly. Hazy blood. Luo Lei raised his brows and said something with a smile. Yes. Orochimaru showed a look of sighing and said, war will kill people, and life is fragile. With Tsunade's current state, it has been beyond my expectations to last so long. Then let me go to the country of grass. Luo Lei laughed teasingly and said meaningfully, if you can persevere, let her persevere a little longer. The battlefield of the country of grass seems to be more interesting. Orochimaru froze for a moment, his expression a little stiff. FK. He said so much. I just wanted Luo Lei to help my close friend, Tsunade. The result was good. I went to the battlefield of the country of grass, and co-authored him and said a lot of nonsense. Just thinking of Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato in the battlefield of the grassland, Orochimaru always had an ominous premonition in his heart. Actually, I was in Anbu, and I accidentally came into contact with a lot of information. Before Mr. Heitake Sakumo committed suicide, he secretly gave me a secret information. Luo Lei narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, the water in Konoha is much deeper than you think. If I see Tsunade, I will give her a surprise, and try to cure her dizziness. Joke. Luo Lei is just unscrupulous when he does things, he can do whatever he wants, and he doesn't want to worry about anything, but when the top management of Konoha village does things, it is really as dark as it is necessary. Yes. Seems to realize something. Orochimaru's snake eyes shrank violently for a while, and after taking a deep breath, he picked up the wine glass and took a sip, forcibly suppressing his inner impulse. Many things. In fact, if you think about it, you will know. All this time, Orochimaru didn't want to think about it, and didn't want to investigate. After all, one day is like a teacher and a lifelong father. Is that his dearest teacher? Okay, let's not talk about it, drink a bar. After a few seconds, Orochimaru took a deep breath, smiled evilly, and said, the next time we meet, maybe at Konoha village, I hope everything will develop in a good direction. It is good. Luo Lei raised the corner of his mouth slightly, picked up the wine glass, and drank it. After more than 2 hours, Luo Lei glanced at the drunk Orochimaru, shook his head, and left the tent without looking back. The current Orochimaru has not gone dark like in the original, resulting in a more and more terrible acting style, and has deep feelings for Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. For example, just after getting drunk, Orochimaru said drunkenly that if there was something wrong with Jiraiya on the battlefield of the land of grass, let him not be ruthless and teach him a lesson. The deepest love and hatred are probably all forced by a good teacher like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Luo Lei murmured in his heart and couldn't help muttering to himself, I hope not to provoke me, otherwise, I will let you know what a real villager is. Do whatever you want, be afraid of a hammer. Thinking of this, Luo Lei appeared on top of his tent in a few flashes, and lay down happily, bathing in the moonlight. It's time for the sun to get stronger again. Wait a minute, the power seems to have undergone a big transformation. Sudden. Seems to sense something. Luo Lei abruptly stood up from the tent, clenching his fists uncontrollably, his cheeks filled with incredible color. If there is no perception error, his power seems to have doubled several times, which is unbelievable, right? Chapter 36. Wait a minute. I got used to my sudden surge of strength. Luo Lei frowned and muttered to himself, it should be because he defeated the Sand Shinobi army, which made the progress of unlocking and merging the templates of the Peak Motherland people increased. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for defeating the Sand Shinobi army, killing sand shinobi, unscrupulously killing some sand shinobi captives and Konoha shinobi who suffered from Madonna's heart attack. The system specially rewarded 6% of the experience. Ding! Congratulations to host, you have become a super villager, hero, of Konoha village. The system specially rewards you with 1% experience. Ding! Congrats to host, in front of Konoha's high-level executives, black and white are reversed, and deer is a horse. The system specially rewards 1% of the experience. Ding! I hope host will continue to work hard, follow his heart, not be bound, and do whatever he wants. The next moment, a series of prompts sounded in Luo Lei's mind. Listening to Luo Lei was stunned. Did not expect. He really didn't expect. The system will reward so much experience at one time. The last time when Yakang was sanctioned, the system rewarded him with 2% of his experience. He thought it was an accident, but now it seems that it was not an accident. The system just wanted him to do whatever he wanted. If you have the strength, you don't have to live so tired. It's not right. The next moment, Luo Lei showed a look of doubt again. Even if he unlocked 8% of his experience, his power would not have increased that much. System, I want to take a look at the property panel. Out of curiosity, Luo Lei opened the transparent property panel that only he could see. Host, Luo Lei. Age, 15 years old. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin, yang. Abilities, Hey Take Knife Technique Grandmaster, Body Flicker Technique Grandmaster, Shadow Clone Technique Grandmaster, Body Replacement Technique Grandmaster, Water Style Grandmaster, Lightning Style Grandmaster, Motherlander Template in Peak State Unlocked Fusion 41.8%. Constitution, 1690 10 points for ordinary people. Spirit, 685. Strength, 1050, 1 punch 73.8 tons. Speed, 680, 565 635 m/s. Heat rays, 4850 400 degrees Celsius. The number of times to extract the template, 0. Quickly glanced at some of his own property panels, Luo Lei's head suddenly became a little confused. The attribute change was so great that he couldn't believe it, but only 8% was unlocked with more fusion. Almost all attributes have been doubled, and the strength has been doubled several times. An astonishing punch of 73.8 T. The overall strength is definitely enhanced. Isn't this where the peak Motherland template is really perverted? After a while, Luo Lei gradually calmed down and muttered to himself, as he unlocks more fusions, his attributes will increase. Bigger, almost double the growth. Wait a minute, Chakra seems to have reached the super cage level 2. Luo Lei felt it carefully, and there was a ray of surprise in his eyes. What is this? After the body has become stronger in all aspects, is Chakra unwilling to be lonely? Or that his current body is comparable to Sage body? No, it should have surpassed Sage body in all aspects. At the same time, in a corner of Konoha camp, White Zetsu cautiously popped his head out, looking at Luo Lei on the tent. A rare shock filled the air. Just now, he who was secretly monitoring Luo Lei could clearly perceive that Luo Lei was getting stronger. That invisible pressure seemed to be raised to a new level, and what was even more terrifying was that the kind of arrogant, above anyone else. He seemed to have only felt it in Uchiha Madara's body. Could it be that Luo Lei is already comparable to Madara-sama? An idea suddenly popped into White Zetsu's mind, but he quickly shook his head and stifled this unrealistic idea in the cradle. Madara-sama is called the legendary ninja together with Senjo Hashirama. How could Luo Lei be so powerful? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hehe. So that's the case, no wonder there is always a feeling of being watched. But, just at this time, Luo Lei, whose comprehensive strength has only changed a bit, and when his perception has become several times stronger, suddenly perceives White Zetsu who is perfectly hidden in the dark, and a cold look flashes in his eyes. He hates being watched the most. Not good. Feeling Luo Lei's undisguised killing intent, White Zetsu's heart tightened, although he didn't know how he was exposed, but, he still sneaked into the ground and wanted to escape. Did you run? The corners of Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, his mind moved, and he quickly sensed it. Swish. The next moment, Luo Lei's body turned into an afterimage. A few minutes later, Luo Lei glanced at a big mountain in front of him and said in a low voice, White Zetsu, I know you're inside, listen to me, if you come to watch me again, Lao Zi will FK Uchiha Madara all at once. Laugh. The voice did not fall. Under White Zetsu's unbelievable gaze, a crimson ray passed through the obstacles of the rock at a lightning-fast speed, and penetrated his body with great precision. How is this possible? How did he know his name? Looking at the body that collapsed in an instant, there was only one thought in White Zetsu's mind. He couldn't figure out why. Luo Lei can actually perceive his exact location? To know. He is a special kind of living being. At the same moment. No, it's impossible. Rain country. Inside a mysterious underground cave. Perceiving the last bit of news from his clone, White Zetsu's cheeks flashed with a look of extreme astonishment. Luo Lei actually said that he wanted to FK Madara in one go. Doesn't that mean? Not only does Luo Lei know his name, but also that Uchiha Madara is still alive? How can that be? No, it's a little serious, I'm going to tell Madara-sama. Without hesitation, White Zetsu disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 37. The Other Side. After killing White Zetsu with precision, Luo Lei gritted his teeth and cut the mountain in front of him into squares with his heat vision. Laugh. Laugh. Accompanied by the sound of hot side cuts. A mountain more than 4,000 meters high is like tofu. It is extremely fragile. It is cut into pieces by heat vision. From a distance, the mountain looks like a building block assembled. Humph. Soon. After cutting, Luo Lei let out a cold snort, still somewhat unfinished. In the past, every step he took in Konoha village was like walking on thin ice, so when he was in Anbu, even if he discovered the trajectory of White Zetsu's activities in Konoha village, he could only pretend not to know. Weaky. I can't provoke a big guy like Uchiha Madara, let alone Black Zetsu hiding behind the scenes. It turned out to be good, he has strength now, and White Zetsu came to monitor him, so I'm sorry, it's over to see if I do it or not. Even in the face of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, he will not admit it. Everyone is not guilty of river water. If you dare to take a step forward, then Lao Zi will fight you immediately. Compared with before, it has become stronger again. Luo Lei clenched his fist slightly and muttered to himself, especially after the perception has become stronger, the range of perception is wider than before, within a radius of 6 kilometers. Nothing can escape my perception. I'm too lazy to go back to camp. Then bathe in the moonlight and go to the battlefield of the country of grass to play. Next moment, a look of anticipation flashed across Luo Lei's cheeks. He has harvested so much in the Campanile Mountain battlefield, and there may be more harvests in the battlefield of the country of grass. Swish! A cracking sound rang out. Luo Lei's body turned into an after-image invisible to the naked eye. Boom! That is, the moment Luo Lei left. The mountain that was more than 4,000 meters high collapsed suddenly, setting off endless dust, and the powerful force was like an earthquake, making this area tremble violently. Ninja World. The unknown underground cave. Lord Madara. White Zetsu emerged from the ground and said in a trembling voice, again. Another big event happened. Madara, who was closing her eyes and resting, frowned. This White Zetsu. What happened during this time? There is always a fuss about it at any time, and it's not like the sky is falling, so what are you afraid of? Speak. Uchiha Madara said in a flat tone. Luo Lei's strength has become stronger again, not only did he kill my clone, but also. When it comes to this. White Zetsu's tone was a little hesitant to speak. What else? Uchiha Madara aggravated his tone and scolded, if you have something to say, you can fart. Okay. White Zetsu nodded, tremblingly said, he called my name accurately, and even threatened to FK Madara-sama at one time. Don't you just say your name. Wait a minute. Boom. Uchiha Madara, who was originally light and windy, didn't have a big reaction yet. But, think about it carefully, isn't it wrong? He suddenly stood up from his seat, with an unbelievable expression on his old face. What? Not just saying White Zetsu's name, but knowing he's still alive? How is this possible? It stands to reason that no one in the entire ninja world should know that he is still alive, let alone White Zetsu's name, they are all behind the scenes. Really? After a few seconds, as if in disbelief, Uchiha Madara asked again. Real? White Zetsu took a deep breath and said, my avatar was originally monitoring Luo Lei, but he found out. In his rage, he not only killed my avatar, but also said that if he went to monitor him, he would be with us. Go to war. After hearing this, Uchiha Madara's eyes flickered with suspicion. With White Zetsu's concealment level, he was actually perceived and said these words, obviously knowing that he was still alive. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But, glancing at White Zetsu, he doesn't seem to have the guts to lie either. For a while, Uchiha Madara fell into contemplation. Sir Madara. Seeing this scene, White Zetsu hesitated for the rest of the time, and then added a little cautiously, Luo Lei's strength seems to have become stronger again, and my clone was perceived by him after he became stronger. Understood. I do not know how long it has been. Uchiha Madara revealed a smile after realizing it, and muttered to himself, interesting, so interesting, it seems that Luo Lei has secrets that even I don't know about. Lord Madara, what should I do now? White Zetsu whispered, should we continue to monitor Luo Lei? No need. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed, and he said, now is the critical moment of our plan. Don't make extra troubles. After the plan is almost implemented, I will go to meet him for a while. Look at where his courage came from and FK me at once. After saying this, Uchiha Madara's body was filled with arrogance, and there was no fear on the old face, but full of arrogance. Yes. White Zetsu nodded hastily. Correct. Uchiha Madara seemed to think of something and said, what happened to Uchiha Obito, is it in our plan? Everything is in our plan. White Zetsu replied without thinking. Find some time to collect internet cafes. Uchiha Madara sighed and said with a sense of, there's some unrest in the ninja world, let's hurry up. And on Nagato's side, we can't relax our vigilance and continue to monitor and guide secretly. Okay, you go down first. Uchiha Madara waved his hand and sat down again, hunched over. Understood. White Zetsu agreed and dived into the ground. Ugh. After White Zetsu left, Uchiha Madara sighed. If he had used his violent temper in the past, he would have gone to clean up the arrogant Luo Lei, but, now he is really powerless. This body. It seems to be unable to hold on anymore. He had to arrange everything before he died. Too difficult. I just hope there won't be any more bullshit in the future. He remembered Luo Lei. Chapter 38. Konoha Village. Hokage building in the central area. I wonder which battlefield Luo Lei will choose to go to. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen reassured an intelligence document in his hand and muttered to himself, no matter which battlefield you go to, as long as you can get the final victory, that's acceptable. As a qualified politician, Sarutobi Hiruzen's idea is also very simple. In order to maximize profits, regardless of Luo Lei's actions, as long as he can win the 3 battles, everything is easy to say. Boom. Sudden. Just at this time, an Anbu ninja hurriedly pushed the door and said with a heavy face, Lord Third Hokage, there is an urgent report from the border, the 7 ninja swords seem to have secretly infiltrated the territory of our country of fire, and the mission hall has been cancelled a lot bounty quest. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed suddenly, and said, didn't Kirigakuer not participate in the 3rd battle? How could the 7 ninja swords sneak into our country of fire? Do not know. The Anbu ninja also shook his head suspiciously. Without any warning, the 7 ninja swords sneaked into the country of fire, which caught them off guard. Damn, Third Mizukage must be trying to declare war on our Konoha village. Boom. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe, slapped the table angrily, and ordered in a stern voice, send someone to deal with the 7 ninja swordsmen immediately, we cannot allow the 7 ninja swordsmen to wreak havoc in our country of fire. Yes. The Anbu ninja nodded and wanted to turn around and leave. He seemed to have thought of something, and whispered, that 10,000 years genin seems to have gone to die. Wait a minute. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, what did you say? The Anbu ninja was stunned for a moment before replying, that 10,000 years genin might die, when receiving the mission, learned that the 7 ninja swordsmen had sneaked into the country of fire, and rushed out like crazy. Said he was looking for his son. Wait a minute. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and hurriedly took out a document, which said Might Guy, Ebisu and Shiranui Genma and their teacher went to the border to carry out a B-level investigation mission. Apparently Might Dai was worried that his son would meet the 7 ninja swordsmen. Dai. After all, you can't help it anymore. After a few seconds, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and waved at the Anbu. The Anbu walked out in a daze. What's the meaning? What did Third Hokage say Might Do couldn't help it, wasn't that a 10,000 years genin? What if you can't help it? Can it still explode? If you do, I hope you can sacrifice yourself, fight a few ninja swordsmen, and relieve all pressure on Konoha village. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe and took a breath, exhaling a large puff of white smoke. With 10,000 years genin, and 7 people with ninja knives, Konoha village is not a loss. After all, the 7 ninja swordsman is a trump card of Kirigakuer, specializing in performing difficult tasks for the Mizukage of the past dynasties. As long as a few of the 7 ninja swordsmen are killed, Kirigakuer will lose blood. As for whether it will work? Of course. If you have practiced that suicidal ninjutsu, you will definitely be able to do it. It's just that Might Dai has to sacrifice himself. Anyway, no matter what, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely not lose. Fire Country. In a forest not far from the frontier, the 3 teenagers wearing ninja uniforms and Konoha forehead protectors on their heads are escaping in a panic. If you look closely, you will see some wounds on their bodies, and blood is dripping continuously. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 bursts of air sounded, attacking the backs of the 3 teenagers. Get out of the way! Might Guy yelled and rolled on the ground, dodging a shuriken. Boom! The other 2 teenagers gritted their teeth and twisted their bodies to avoid the shuriken's attack. The little devil of Konoha, you can't run away. However, just such a delay. A gloomy voice sounded in the depths of the forest. Immediately afterwards, under the terrified eyes of Might Guy, Genma Shiranui and Ebisu, 7 mist ninjas with different expressions appeared not far away. One of them had green stripes on his cheeks. He also held a bloody human head in his hand. Teacher. See this scene. Might Guy showed a very painful expression, and his heart was desperate to the ultimate. 10 minutes ago, they had completed their mission and encountered the 7 famous ninja swordsmen in the ninja world. Their teacher had been killed in order to cover them, and now it was their turn. How did you meet the 7 ninja swordsmen here? Beside them, Genma Shiranui and Ebisu also had expressions of despair on their faces, and their bodies were shaking constantly because of fear. Little devil, is this your teacher? Upon hearing this, the watermelon mountain puffer fish grinned, showing an extremely cruel expression, and said, we broke his body into 8 pieces, and now bring the head here, just so that you can see him for the last time. Damn it! Might Guy raised his brows, and even though his body was shaking with fear, he summoned up his courage. We will not give in. Ha ha ha, Konoha's ninjas are bloody. Loquat Shizuo laughed, took out the beheading sword, and said violently, don't worry, I will cut a few knives on you, so that you will slowly bleed and die. Die. Why don't you just roast it to death? No. No, electrocution might be more delicious. You are so pervert, I like it. How about we have a taste of the Konoha shinobi? Ha ha ha, sure enough, we came to the country of fire to wreak havoc. It's the most fun. Killing Konoha shinobi is like killing a dog. It's so cool. With the beginning of the Loquat and 10 scallops, Li Haochuanwan, Tonko Yabaran, Wolajin Ba, Hihao Leia and others all looked at each other, and each could see the playful color in their eyes. They like to see their opponents weak and helpless and pitiful. Especially the ninja of Konoha. It can make their violent hearts get great satisfaction. As for eating, they also think it's normal. Anyway, no one knows what it's like to eat some Konoha small fresh meat. You. After hearing these words, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu collapsed on the ground as soon as their legs went weak. Might Guy fought back the fear in his heart, but he was so nervous and scared that his mouth couldn't say anything. Konoha's ninjas are rubbish. Seeing that it was almost time, the watermelon mountain puffer fish looked at Might Guy's trembling appearance, and laughed loudly, let my same Hada send you the last ride. Everyone, add me. But just at this time, an equally violent voice sounded. In an instant, the expressions of the 7 ninja swordsmen froze. Chapter 39. What? How is it possible that someone is hiding in the dark? No, it may be an enemy attack. Who? Get out! In the next moment, the expressions of the 7 people in the ninja world suddenly changed, and they picked up their ninja knives, carefully observed the surroundings, and quickly entered a fighting state. For them who perform S-level missions outside all year round, they must conduct careful exploration in almost every place they go to prevent being ambushed. Even if they sneak into the country of fire, they are all careful, and now suddenly there is a mysterious mystery. The sound, no matter how you look at it, is abnormal. Ha ha ha, you guys are really cruel, I want to join you too. However, I didn't let the 7 ninja swordsmen wait for a long time. I saw a figure in a black tight-fitting combat uniform with a red cloak walking out from behind a big tree not far away. It seems like there's only one person. The black hole Leia, whose upper body was wrapped in bandages, sensed it. There's really only one person. Tonko Yabaran with a beard on his chin also nodded with a heavy expression. Wait a minute, this guy seems to be Luolei, the god of killing. Suddenly, Kurihara Koshiwan, who was wearing the mask of mist shinobi Anbu, seemed to have thought of something after seeing the appearance of the ninja in front of him. His pupils shrank for a while, and he couldn't help but feel mad. Kill Luolei who pierced through Sand Shinobi's army, how could he be here? Not only Li Xianwan, but Wolai Jinba also recognized Luolei's identity later, with doubts written on his face, and let out an exclamation. As a group of 7 famous ninja swordsmen. Of course they know. Luolei, the god of killing who has just become famous in the whole ninja world. Especially after learning about Luolei's record, even if they were rebellious and murderous, they had to take a deep breath. What AFG god of killing, I didn't recognize this title. Loquat Shizuo sneered, put the beheading sword on his shoulder, and said disdainfully, if there is only one person, we can kill him with 7 people, and take his head back to Kirigakure to ask Lord Mizukage for credit. Hehe, here comes a big fish. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost said indifferently, he has only one person, we have 7 people, prepare to fight. It is good. Upon hearing this, Li Hao Koshiwan, Tonko Yabaran, Wolai Jinba, Black Hole Leia and the others clenched their ninja knives one after another, bursting out with undisguised killing intent. Joke. Luolei's reputation is very high. They are not vegetarians. Perhaps their individual strength is not Luolei's opponent. But, with the cooperation of the 7 ninja swords, even the cage-level powerhouses will be brutally killed by them. This is Konoha's superhero, Lord Luolei. Compared to the 7 ninja swordsmen, Might Guy, Genma Shiranui, Ebisu's expression is undoubtedly the most happy and excited. Originally, they were ready to be tortured and killed. The dawn of hope suddenly appeared. You must know that the adult in front of him has become a superhero in the eyes of countless Konoha shinobi after defeating the Sand Shinobi army. Especially Might Guy, looking at his idol, the whole person is stunned. Because, after learning about Luolei's glorious record, he secretly vowed to become a real man as powerful as Luolei. Pity. to the disappointment of Might Guy, Genma Shiranui, and Ebisu. Facing their adoring eyes, Luo Lei didn't look at them right from the beginning to the end, as if he wasn't here to save them. Shiranui, Genma and Ebisu showed embarrassed expressions. No, why is it completely different from what I imagined? Shouldn't the superhero, Lord Luo Lei, come to comfort them? By the way, encourage them again and let them relax. Go away. Facing the unresponsive Genma and Ebisu, Luo Lei shook his head and scolded expressionlessly, if you are weak, don't go to the border to carry out the mission, or no one will collect your corpses when you die. All right. Luo Lei is also a little speechless. Special. Good luck too. On his way to the country of grass, he could encounter such a thing. I didn't want to worry about it. After all, in the original book, Might Dai will suddenly arrive and open the 8 inner gates formation to face the 7 ninja swordsmen. After a big battle, Might Du will eventually die, and the 7 people will also suffer heavy casualties. Loquat Shai Zhang, Zigwishan Pufferfish, and Black Hole Leia survived, and the other 4 were killed in the battle. But the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish insisted that the Konoha shinobi people are garbage. As a villager of Konoha village, he felt that he was offended. What? After hearing this, Shiranui, Genma and Ebisu froze for a moment, feeling a little uncomfortable in their hearts, and there were even faint tears in their eyes. Without encouragement and comfort, he was actually reprimanded. The superhero in this Konoha village is too harsh. Wow. Might Guy, who had a completely different brain circuit, raised his eyebrows, his eyes lit up, and said, Lord Luo Lei, let's get out of here immediately, you can fight with confidence. After saying this, Might Guy also excitedly pulled Genma Shiranui and Ebisu and withdrew to the rear. True hero. Just like Lord Luo Lei. Want to go? Death to Lao Zi. See this scene. Loquat Shizuo showed a cold smile, grabbed the huge beheading knife in both hands, and threw it towards Might Guy and others. Swish. The next moment, a piercing sound of breaking through the air resounded. The beheading sword cut through the air and flew towards Might Guy and the others at a lightning-fast speed, as if to kill Might Guy, Genma Shiranui and Ebisu alive. What? After realizing it, Genma Shiranui and Ebisu screamed in horror. Why bother? A sneer appeared on Luo Lei's cheeks. You are cruel. Then I am only more cruel than you, right? It's time to try the speed after you become stronger. Swish. The next moment, Luo Lei's body disappeared in place, turning into an after-image invisible to the naked eye. Clang. This is the sound of the body colliding with the beheading sword. Click. A crisp crack sounded. The beheading sword that was spinning suddenly broke into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. Not good. At the moment when the beheading sword broke, Loquat Shizuo's expression changed suddenly, and the cells in his body were madly warning, as if he was about to die. Puff. Pity. It's too late. When the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost and others have not responded, Loquat Shizu's body disappeared in front of them, followed by hot blood sprayed on the cheeks of Loquat Shizu and others. Chapter 40. Quiet. The place was full of silence. What happened suddenly made the expressions of Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost, Li Hunchuanwan, Tongko Yabaran, Wolai Jinba, and Black Hole Leia all stunned. What happened? What exactly happened just now? In a blink, the Loquat 10 scorpion disappeared from their eyes. Do not disappear. Instead, it was hit and exploded alive. In the face of Luo Lei, who has reached an ultimate speed, even if he is as strong as a Loquat and 10 scorpions, he doesn't seem to have reacted. He was smashed by a living collision, and the sticky blood on their faces is the best proof. It's not time-space ninjutsu, how can it be so fast? Shocked. Perhaps too unbelievable. The minds of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost and others were almost completely blank. Suddenly became stupefied. No way. They thought that Luo Lei would be very strong, but they didn't expect the speed to pervert to such a level that the speed of sound, may have reached the point of supersonic speed. Not to mention, I have always practiced the beheading sword, and the physical quality of the Loquat Tenzang is not weak. Luo Lei can smash Loquat Shizuo's body alive, which proves that Luo Lei's body is definitely stronger than Loquat Shizuo's body. 1 second. 10 seconds. 13 seconds. With the passage of time little by little, it wasn't until Luo Lei's body flashed back to where he had just stood that the 7 ninja swordsmen woke up like a dream. How is this possible? The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish clenched the same hata in his hand in fright, and his cheeks painted with green stripes were filled with a horrified look. Is this the speed a ninja can have? Li Xiechuanwan's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but take 4 or 5 steps back. Tong Cao Yabai Ren, Wu Li Jinbie, and Heiji Lei Ya couldn't keep their calm expressions, and they all swallowed their saliva subconsciously. Too cruel. Before, they thought they were doing things pervert, but did not expect. In front of this so-called hero of Konoha village, Luo Lei, it's more pervert to do things. He uses his body to smash the Loquat and 10 scorpions alive, thanks to his ability to figure it out. The other side. Might Guy, who was retreating originally, both Genma Shiranui and Ebisu froze for a moment. Only Genin and the others didn't know what was going on. They only felt that Luo Lei had disappeared for a while, and then stood in place again. Then, the loquat 10 scorpions among the 7 people of Ninja Sword disappeared. That's right. Just disappeared. Where did it go? Shiranui Genma and Ebisu glanced around and subconsciously wiped the water droplets that had just been sprayed on their faces. There are still doubts in the heart, and it is not raining. Where does the rain come from? It was only when Genma Shiranui and Ebisu looked at the blood on their hands, and once again looked at the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost and others of the 7 ninja swordsmen, they were surprised to find that there were strands of bloodline on their faces. At this time, perhaps the impact of the impact was too great. After the head of Loquat Shizuo was hit in the air, it just fell to the ground not far away. Look around. You can also see the eyes of the Loquat and 10 scorpions. Perhaps even to death. Loquat Shizuo never thought that he would die so suffocated and uncomfortable. What? Shiranui Genma and Ebisu screamed. Was blown up. The Wu ninja named Loquat Shizuo was knocked out alive by Lord Luo Lei. Is physical art so pervert? Might Guy frowned and muttered to himself, when the speed reaches an ultimate, the pressure on the body will be great, but Mr. Luo Lei does not have the slightest pressure. Doesn't that mean that Mr. Luo Lei's physical skills, absolutely very strong? Physical training really has a future. Next moment, Might Guy raised his eyebrows, revealing his big white fang. For a long time, his father, Might Guy, instilled him with the most powerful physical skills. He didn't believe it very much. After all, if the physical skills were excellent, how could his father have the title of 10,000 years genin? Now he understands. Physique is the most awesome. Without seeing Luo Lei's body, he smashed the 10 loquats, one of the 7 members of the ninja swordsmen. Really f***ed up. Really? At this time, Luo Lei showed no expression. After his strength improved again, it was normal to use his speed and physical strength to smash an unprepared loquat and 10. After all, ninjas are some crispy skin. Even if it is a loquat, its body is only slightly stronger. Then who should I kill next? Luo Lei took out Chakra's short sword in his hand and stared at the remaining 6 ninja swordsmen with a smile on his face. Next, he will let the 7 ninja swordsmen know what the real Konoha ancestors are. This. Facing Luo Lei's undisguised killing intent. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, the Chestnut Squash Ball, the Wild Bait Man, Woolijan Ba and the Black Hole Leia are all tight, and the whole person is like being stared at by some lion majesty, and the hair on the whole body rises. It's just you. Swish. Another cracking sound resounded. Luo Lei's body disappeared again. Not good. The faces of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost and others changed suddenly, and their subconsciousness dispersed. However, Wuli's Haiba, who was being targeted, didn't have time to move when he found a figure standing in front of him. Do not move. With a cold voice. Wuli Jinba felt a chill on his neck. How fast? Before Wuli Jinba's explosive knife and droplets were raised, his expression froze, and a helpless, wry smile appeared on his face. No wonder you can kill the Sand Shinobi army, with such a speed, you can kill Jonin even more. Like killing a dog. That's right. Swish. A white light flashed by. What? Wuli screamed in pain. And on his chest, there was a knife mark that was visible to the naked eye with blood flowing. And this is just the beginning. A piercing sound of breaking the air sounded. Wuli Jinba's body began to appear knife marks visible to the naked eye, and blood was constantly flowing. What? Influenced by. The screams of no pairs and 8 are also incessant. He wanted to resist, but he realized that at some point, the tendon in his right hand had been torn off. Not to mention Yuyan's ninjutsu skills, it's difficult to even pick up a blaster or droplet. What frustrates him even more is that Luo Lei's every knife is not on the vital point of his body, which makes him feel that life is worse than death. Is this too cruel? In the face of the cruel and inhuman encounter, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost and others, who have spread out everywhere, can't help but feel numb in their scalps. FK. Also the heroes of Konoha village. Obviously a super big pervert who likes to abuse people. Luo Lei, you forced me. Sudden. Seems like he can't stand it anymore. Wuli Jinba, who has become a bloody man, laughed miserably and said, then let's perish together. Explosive knife ninja, fatal death by strangulation. As if returning to the light. The whole body of Chakra without any pairs and even 8 flocked to the blasting knife and the droplet, and then the huge explosion scroll on the blasting knife and the spray began to spontaneously ignite. Chapter 41. Not good. Back up, back down. Facing the flaming explosion scroll. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, Chestnut Squash Pill, Tonka Wild Bait Man, and Black Hole Leia changed their faces, and they didn't turn their heads back. They know how pervert the detonating scroll that comes with explosive knife and droplet is the strongest explosive technique. Even people with immortality will be blown to death. Especially when there is no pair and even 8 to die together, a more terrifying power can definitely erupt. Another explosion. Luo Lei shook his head, and didn't mean to stop it. He gave Wolai Jinba the last knife and cut his neck mercilessly. You! Wolai Jinba let the blood rush, and laughed bitterly. Finally freed. The detonation scroll has been detonated. This demon-like man will die with him, right? He is still not at a loss, the limit is changed one by one. Rumbling. A deafening roar resounded. The explosion of the detonating scroll produced an extremely huge energy shock wave, which swept out in all directions. The powerful force caused the earth to shake, the air trembled, and the forest turned to ashes in an instant. What? An exclamation sounded. Might Guy, who had already retreated a little further away, both Shiranui Genma and Ebisu screamed, and was blown away by the imposing shock wave that was rolled up, hitting the ground hundreds of meters away. Puff, puff. There was a sound of vomiting blood. Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu both smashed to the ground and spit out several mouthfuls of blood. But, the three of them didn't care so much, their eyes were fixed on the center of the explosion, where endless dust had already been set off, and a mushroom cloud had appeared straight into the sky. Lord Luo Lei. Might Guy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, ignoring his wounded body, and exclaimed. No way. Shiranui Genma and Ebisu also showed a look of horror, and they couldn't help but panic. No way? Have you just had hope before falling into despair again? Lord Luo Lei will not be bombed to death. Did you make it? Blast knife, droplets are terrible. If you change it one by one, we will not lose the 7 people of Rendao. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, the Chestnut Kush Iwan, the Tonka Wild Bait Man, and the Black Hole Leia looked at the center of the explosion, and they all involuntarily made a sound of exclamation while their expressions were horrified. Apparently, he was also frightened by the explosive power of the suicidal explosion of the blasting knife and the droplets. Ha ha ha, this level of explosion power is not enough. However, the ideal is full. The reality is very skinny. Just at this time, a violent laughter sounded. Immediately afterwards, under the extremely unbelievable gazes of Ziguitian Pufferfish Ghost and others, a figure flew out from the center of the explosion. It was Luo Lei, who showed no signs of injury. Impossible. Not only was he not killed, but he wasn't even injured in the slightest. Is this a monster? The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, the Chestnut String Pill, the Tonka Wild Bait Person, and the Black Hole Leia are completely there, and their minds are more than shocked. Fine. Is it okay? The self-explosive attack of the blaster and the droplet. Wouldn't it make all ninjas with immortality die without a place to die? Why didn't Luo Lei get killed? How pervert was his body? Now, is it your turn? Luo Lei glanced flatly at the remaining 7 people with ninja swords, showing a look of thinking, as if thinking about who to start the killing. What? Facing Luo Lei's unremarkable gaze. Even if it is invincible, the rebellious Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish is a little frightened, and the fighting spirit has begun to disappear, and the fear in the heart begins to spread like a tarsal maggot. No need to communicate. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost, the Chestnut Kush Iwan Pill, the Tonka Wild Bait and others want to run without turning their heads. Special. What idiots and idiots are they? Luo Lei is a pervert, when will he not run at this time? And all of this happened in an instant. Might Guy, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu were stunned to watch this scene, and couldn't help but say a few words in their hearts. The legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, that's all. Just kill you first. Seeing that the 7 ninja swordsmen were about to run away, a ray of crimson light flashed in Luo Lei's eyes. Laugh. The next moment, a crimson hot sight shot out. FK. Hundreds of meters away. Tonko Yebaran, who was escaping, turned his head and saw that his frightened beard stood upright, gritted his teeth, and subconsciously turned around to cut the dull knife kabuto in front of him. Zizi. With the sound of the air burning, the powerful heat sight bombarded the blunt knife kabuto cut, and a high temperature of more than 5,400 degrees Celsius broke out, instantly scorching the hands of the grass and wild bait people. What? Tonko Yebaran screamed loudly, and when he was about to say something, his body was roasted into charcoal, and he couldn't die any longer. Maybe he never thought that he would be scorched to death. You next. Killed one. Luo Lei turned his eyes and looked at the owner of the double knife flounder among the 7 ninja swordsmen, and a heat ray slammed out. Do not. The owner of the double knife flounder screamed in fear, chakras surging, released a ninjutsu, fling, liberation. Boom. Next second. The chakra ball of light released by the flounder was exploded by the heat sight, and a terrifying energy wave erupted. Then, the heat sight bombarded the owner of the double knife flounder and shot it alive. What? You can't run like this. To perform the mist shinobi technique together, block his sight, or we will be a living target. 2 more companions died. The remaining Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghosts, Chestnut Skeins, Black Hose and Thunder Teeth are all staring out, and the hands are quickly sealed, releasing the mist shinobi technique. Laugh. The next moment, a large special mist formed by chakra filled this area. Facing the extremely concentrated chakra white fog, Luo Lei was a little speechless, especially when he saw Ziguishan pufferfish ghost Li Hoquanwan and Black Hole Lei Ya in the fog, cautiously escaping into the distance. There are some who want to laugh. Mist shinobi technique. In front of him is like a girl without clothes. It's useless. Chapter 42. Hi, then we shouldn't be able to see us. Boost. We have to bring the intelligence back to Kirigakuer. Luo Lei is more pervert and stronger than imagined. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, Chestnut String Pills, and Black Hole Leia are in rapid progress, their hands are constantly knotted, and they are performing the Mist Shinobi technique with an ugly look. This time, the 7 ninja swordsmen were hit hard. If they knew, they should not have rashly entered the country of fire. Otherwise, they would not have encountered Luo Lei, a super pervert, who was obviously a Konoha shinobi. How could he be so cruel? He is also ruthless when he strikes, and if he doesn't agree, he will kill him. Wait a minute. Sudden. As if sensing something. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, the Chestnut String Pills, and the Black Hole Leia seemed to sense something, so they turned their heads and glanced. Result. Don't see, don't know. I was shocked when I saw it. At some point, Luo Lei was already standing a few meters behind them. Even though the white fog was thick, they could still vaguely see the playful look on Luo Lei's cheeks. Isn't it possible? The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, the Chestnut String Pills, and the Black Hole Leia's faces suddenly turned extremely pale. Their proud Mist Shinobi technique doesn't seem to be of any use. Luo Lei quietly caught up and found their position accurately. How is this possible? Everyone, time is up, it's time to end. Laugh. Crimson hot sight shot out. The terrifying heat instantly dissipated the white fog in this area. Do not. The Black Hole Leia screamed in panic, a look of despair appeared on his face, he did not think about how to resist, but instead accelerated the speed of escape. Boom. An explosion sounded. Black Hole Leia's body was bombarded by the heat vision and turned into a pile of coke. Fool. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish scolded, gritted his teeth, suppressed his inner fear, picked up Samehada and stormed towards Luo Lei. Luo Lei waved the chakra short sword in his hand, chakra filled the air, emitting a dazzling white light. Swish. The next moment, chakra short sword and Samehada collided suddenly, and a terrifying shock wave erupted. Immediately afterwards, a ray of horror flashed across the cheeks of Ziguishan Pufferfish Ghost, because the power above Chakra's short sword was stronger than he imagined. Even more powerful. How is this possible? Boom. Perceiving the terrifying power emanating from the Chakra's short sword, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish flew out with a horrified expression. Laugh. At the moment of flying backwards, a crimson hot sight cut through the air and followed. Damn. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost that was flying out was going crazy, he gritted his teeth, and picked up Samehada to block his hot sight. Pity. Samehada, who is usually very obedient. At such a critical moment, he actually broke free from his right hand. Samehada. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer let out a piercing cry, perhaps because he was too angry, and his cheeks were a little distorted. Obviously, he did not expect that at such a critical moment of life and death, Samehada actually betrayed him. Boom. An explosion sounded. The body of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish instantly turned into coke residue. No. Witnessing the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost and the Black Hole Leia being blasted alive, the cheeks under the mask of the Kush Iwan ball were filled with fear, and the heart had completely collapsed. Demon. The man in front of him is a devil-like man. Cruel, violent, bloody. He didn't know how to describe it. If there is a choice, he really won't come to the country of fire again. Ha. Luo Lei smiled and shook his head. He didn't mean to be merciful, and his red-hot eyes swept out violently. Boom. Another explosion sounded. Li Hao Kush Iwan, who was already broken-hearted, almost did not resist, and was defeated by the hot sight, and the dead could not die any longer. At the same time, a lot of white fog. Sir Luo Lei will be okay. It shouldn't be a problem, the 7 ninja swordsmen have been frightened. Might Guy, Genma Shiranui and Ebisu had already climbed up from the ground, looking at the white mist with a visibility of less than 5 meters, all with lingering expressions on their faces. They were rescued. Konoha's superhero, Luo Lei saves them. The fog has dissipated. After a few minutes, Shiranui Genma let out a loud cry. Where's Lord Luo Lei? Ebisu looked around, wanting to see where Lord Luo Lei was. Guy. Just as Might Guy was looking everywhere, a voice came from a distance. Father. Hearing this familiar voice, Might Guy froze for a moment. Swish. That is at this time. A figure with green energy all over his body appeared in front of the 3 of Might Guy at a very fast speed. Fine. Fortunately you're all right. Looking at Might Guy and others who were only slightly injured, Might Guy breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at the messy ground, and said subconsciously, "It seems that someone has fought here." Might Guy nodded and said in a very excited tone, "Lord Luolei saved us, and he blew up the 7 ninja swordsmen by himself." "That's right, my father." When he said this, Might Guy said with some doubts, "What are you doing here as a genin?" "We're all right, don't worry. When I go back, I will work hard to cultivate and become a real man like Lord Luolei." Talking. Might Guy also raised his right hand and gave a pause with a thumbs up enthusiastic. Boom. Saw some shitty Might Guy. Might Guy reached out and patted Might Guy's head, raised his thick eyebrows, and also posed a middle two posture, revealing a big white fang, and laughed loudly, "Dad, I'm not weak, this time, Daddy came here, I just want you to see the ultimate strength of Dad." "Wait a minute, you mean Lord Luolei?" Might Guy, who had been led astray, hesitated for a moment before he came to his senses. Might Guy nodded subconsciously. "Dai, we meet again." The next moment, when Might Guy wanted to say something, Luolei had already appeared not far away. Ugh! Looking at Luolei who appeared. Might opened his mouth to say something, but finally sighed. He and Luolei had known each other for a long time, and they had done some missions together, but, after obeying the orders of the senior officials of Konoha and refusing Luolei to study 8 inner gates, the relationship between the two gradually drifted away. Now, meet again. He is also the 10,000 years genin. Luolei has already become famous throughout the ninja world and has become a well-known killing god. "I want the practice of 8 inner gates." Luolei didn't hide it, and said in a calm tone, "I know, it was the senior officials of Konoha who told you not to give it to me and alienated me, but now, what I want, I must get." The words are not finished. Luolei looked at Might Guy and said meaningfully, "Your son is very good. Over time, it will not be a problem to surpass you." You. 10,000 years old genin Might didn't know the potential meaning of this sentence. With a wave of his hand, he stopped Might Guy and the others behind him, staring at Luolei with vigilance. "I don't like wasting time." The corners of Luolei's mouth twitched slightly, and he said softly, "Give it or not." "You." Might Guy gritted his teeth, the green aura on his body fluctuated. He didn't expect Luolei would actually become like this. Compared with before, he was completely different, and the strangeness was a little scary. "It is good." In the end, a firm look flashed in Might's eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "You saved Might Guy, I can give it to you." Chapter 43. It is good. In the end, a firm look flashed in Might Guy's eyes, he took a deep breath, and said, "You saved Might Guy, I can give it to you." "Ha ha." Luolei stretched and said, "A wise choice. Luolei, with your strength, there is actually no need to learn 8 inner gates." Might Guy thought for a moment before exhorting with a serious look, "Although 8 inner gates can explode with terrifying power, but, the side effects. It's too big, it can be said to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800. Your strength is so strong, once you use 8 inner gates, the power of the explosion will be very large, and the relative side effects may be greater, and the loss outweighs the gain. Tell you the truth. I practice 8 inner gates just to protect those worthy of my protection." Having said that, Might Guy also glanced at Might Guy. "This time, if you hadn't defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen, I would have sacrificed myself and opened the 8 inner gates formation to be tough. I can do without it, but can't do without." Luolei said disapprovingly, "I am very interested in 8 inner gates." "Certainly." He didn't say a word. That is, he wants to see how powerful the 8 inner gates can be after the fusion of the Motherland template is completed. Thinking about it, there are some people looking forward to it. The native people can't stop ninjutsu, then the native people will know 8 inner gates. I'm afraid it's not the crescent moon rushing every day. Take it. Might Guy took a scroll from his body and said with a complicated expression, "I hope you can use it with caution and try to restrain yourself." Understood. Luolei took the scroll and left without looking back. His purpose has been achieved, there is no need to waste time here. As for how Might Guy will tell Third Hokage, will he not care? He has already figured out Sarutobi Hiruzen's character, he will only endure and endure, compromise and compromise. Ugh. Looking at Luolei's disappearing back, Might Guy sighed heavily again. The original choice. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong. However, from now on, he and Luolei are already on 2 levels. What makes Might even more shocked is that perhaps the rumors about Luolei's unscrupulous massacre of Sand Shinobi captives and many Konoha Shinobi murderers are true. Think about it. Might Data broke into a cold sweat for his son. Fortunately, I met Luolei. Otherwise, ordinary ninjas meet the 7 people with ninja swords and send food, and they can't save them. By the way, why haven't Anbu's people arrived yet? Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Might Guy showed a puzzled expression. It stands to reason that when he arrived, Anbu's ninja should also be there? Not. The next moment, Might Guy inexplicably thought of a possibility. That was Lord Third Hokage, who deliberately slowed Anbu down so that he could compete with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Terrified. If that's the case, A wisp of cold sweat appeared on Might's forehead involuntarily. Father. At this time, Might Guy seemed to have just regained his senses, and said with a moved face, you actually plan to use that suicide ninjutsu? Ha 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 ha. Might Guy shook his head and didn't bother to think too much. He laughed loudly, revealing his big white fang, and said, as a qualified ninja, Dad will protect his most important things to the death. Father. Might Guy. The next moment, Might Guy and Might Guy couldn't help but hug each other and cried passionately. In the face of this situation, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu both turned their heads helplessly, and in their minds they couldn't help but the image of Lord Luo Lei violently killing the 7 ninja swordsmen appeared in their minds. Too bloody, too domineering, too violent. An hour later, Konoha Anbu's teams of ninjas arrived late. When I saw Might Guy, Genma, Shiranui, and Ebisu who were all intact, they were all stunned. Soon after learning that Luo Lei had killed the 7 ninja swordsmen, all of Anbu's ninjas suddenly changed their expressions and took a few big breaths. Obviously, they didn't expect that the famous 7 ninja swordsmen would be wiped out by the group. The leader, Elite Jonin, went back to Konoha village to report without looking back. He is very clear. The 7 ninja swordsmen were all annihilated. Once it spreads out, the ninja world will be shaken again. Konoha village. Inside the Hokage office in the Hokage building. What? Might Guy, Genma, Shiranui, and Ebisu are all right. When you arrived, Luo Lei had already killed the 7 ninja swordsmen. Boom. It seems too appalling. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smoking, stood up abruptly from the chair with an unbelievable look on his cheeks. The 7 ninja swordsmen have sneaked into the country of fire, wanton destruction. But he was met by Luo Lei, and the group that was beaten was destroyed. Coincidence, right? Yes. The Anbu's elite Jonin nodded with a heavy expression, and said terrifiedly, from the investigation of the scene and the questioning of Might Guy, Lord Luo Lei's attack was extremely cruel, and the 7 people with the ninja sword died very badly. Sadly, several have become coke, turned to ashes, and one has been blown up. Okay, got it. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his head with a headache. He really didn't expect that the 7 ninja swordsmen would meet Luo Lei just right, let alone that Kirigakure's ace team would be so vulnerable. Originally, his plan was for Might to wear it recklessly. Trouble now. The 7 ninja swordsmen were annihilated by the group. Kirigakure certainly won't let it go. Third Mizukage is afraid that it is not about to give up watching and directly participate in the third battle. Thinking of this, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the chair a little irritably. At this stage, Tsunagakure is nothing to worry about. Konoha village is in a tug-of-war with Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi village. If Kirigakure is involved again, Konoha village will resume a 1-on-3 situation. Chapter 44. Too difficult. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, picked up his pipe and took a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, the situation in the ninja world will be complicated again. Lord Third Hokage. That Anbu's elite Jonin seemed to have thought of something, and added in a deep voice, Might Guy asked me to tell you that Lord Luo Lei took the 8 Inner Gates practice scroll from him. As a man, he couldn't refuse Luo Lei's demands. What? Cough cough. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smoking, choked at once, coughed a few times, and looked extremely complicated. 8 Inner Gates. It is a physical technique that kills 1000 enemies and damages 800 to oneself. It is extremely difficult to practice. Might Guy has practiced for almost 20 years before becoming a master of this technique. It is precisely because he puts his mind on 8 Inner Gates. Only then has the title of 10,000 years genin. At the beginning, Luo Lei and Might Guy got too close and wanted to learn 8 Inner Gates. He was directly ordered by the top management of Konoha to let Might Guy refuse. On the one hand, he wanted Luo Lei to focus on the practice of ninjutsu, on the other hand, he did not want Luo Lei to learn this kind of ninjutsu that could burst seeds. Just kidding, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows the power of 8 Inner Gates, especially 8 Inner Gates formation, which is simply a killing move used to perish. He couldn't have made 8 Inner Gates popular, and he couldn't have made a second person other than Might Guy learn. Even if Might wears it dead. And only let his son inherit the mantle. So, over the years Konoha village, he only allowed one Might to learn, and guarded the 8 Inner Gates tightly. It's good now. It seems that there is one more Luo Lei who has awakened the mysterious blood snares. Okay, you go down. I do not know how long it has been. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand tiredly. Yes. Facing Third Hokage, who was obviously in a bad mood, Elite Jonin from Anbu bowed his head and carefully exited the office. Boom. However, as soon as he left, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned cold, and he slammed the pipe in his hand to the ground. He seemed a little displeased, and smashed the teacup on the ground again. What's more, as a ninja in the Megatron ninja world, he can freely use 5 chakra attributes. Grandmaster Konoha has all ninjutsu, and he has the title of Ninjutsu Professor. When has he been slapped in the face one after another? Now someone has done it. This Luo Lei. Do what you want, do whatever you want, recklessly, reverse black and white, and simply ignore him. After all, he is also third Hokage? What Luo Lei did, what did he want to do? Crazy hit him in the face. Challenge his authority and patience. He thought it would stop for a few days after the Battle of Kaikyoyama. As a result, in less than a week, he blatantly obtained the 8 Inner Gates training scroll. You don't need to think about it. You don't let me learn, then I want to learn, what can you senior Konoha do to me? This made Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart feel as uncomfortable as eating shit. Even if Luo Lei's group killed the 7 people of Ninja, he couldn't be happy. Facing Luo Lei, being a Hokage is really a bit embarrassing and uncomfortable. More importantly, now that the third battle is still in a state of anxiety, he can't rashly deal with Luo Lei, lest he will move his whole body and cause a complete collapse. Konoha superhero. It's sad. 8 Inner Gates have serious side effects. You are so strong. Once you use them, the side effects will be even more serious. What should I do? Like a resentful woman, she muttered and cursed a few words. Have nothing to say. For the sake of Konoha village and himself, he decided to compromise again. What's more, with Luo Lei's terrifying strength, he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only wait for the victory in the third battle, then take a step by step, and slowly think of a way. No, I can't let Luo Lei stand out. I have to hold up Namikaze Minato and compete with him in the courtroom. The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and took out an intelligence document that recorded Namikaze Minato's record on the battlefield. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, he killed 3 Rock Shinobi elite teams and killed elite in total. 3 Jonin, 32 Jonin, and more than 60 elite Chunin. Although it's still a little short, but, if you double it, it's enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with satisfaction, and said, Namikaze Minato, it's up to you, don't be fooled by Luo Lei after all, you are the hope of our Konoha village executives. The next day, Konoha officials released a message directly. Kirigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen infiltrated the territory of the Fire Country and were discovered by Konoha's superhero, Luo Lei, who killed them all. Boom. As soon as the news came out, the 3 wars, which were already in a stalemate, shook violently in an instant. No one would have imagined that the killing god Luo Lei would strike again, not long after the cessation, to destroy the 7 famous ninja swordsmen. Shock. Extremely shocking. To know. This is Kirigakure's ace, the 7 ninja swordsmen? As a result, the Mist Ninja Village is still waiting to see when they will participate in the third battle, and their ace team will be wiped out first. For a while, Luo Lei's power has once again risen a notch, but he is in the limelight. Certainly. That is at this time. Konoha village came to a show operation, tied Namikaze Minato and Luo Lei together, and announced Namikaze Minato's dazzling record on the battlefield of the Grass Country, using Flying Thunder God to easily kill Elite Jonin 6, 52 Jonins, and over 100 Elite Jonins. What else to say? Konoha village's twin stars are rising, Konoha will win the 3 battles. So, in this situation, countless ninjas will bring the golden flash, Namikaze Minato when they call Luo Lei the god of death. So far, Namikaze Minato can be regarded as passive resounding throughout the ninja world. Chapter 45. Land Country. The central area of Iwagakure. Tsuchikage building. Inside the offices of 3rd Tsuchikage. Sarutobi thief, you are really shameless. We Rock Shinobi have so many dead ninjas, how dare you double the data? Looking at an intelligence document in his hand, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoji really wanted to vomit blood, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the dog day, was really shameless to ultimate, and he did everything to tout Namikaze Minato. The 3 elite Rock Shinobi squads that Namikaze Minato attacked. Obviously there are only 3 elite Jonin, 32 Jonin, and more than 60 elite Chunin. The result was good. Sarutobi Hiruzen came directly to a double, which made Onoji feel as uncomfortable as eating a fly. What's more, 3 Rock Shinobi elite teams also attacked dozens of Konoha village ninjas. You Konoha village just pretending to be invisible? Good news or bad news? Konoha village is really shameless. In my opinion, Namikaze Minato doesn't deserve to be compared to Luo Lei. After hearing this, the Lois in front of him snorted coldly, and said with lingering fears, Namikaze Minato was blown out, and that killing god, Luo Lei is really terrifying, and he was able to destroy the famous 7-person group of ninja swords. It is said that the 7 ninja knives all died miserably, and the 7 ninja knives are also broken, rotten. When talking about this, Huang Tu said with some emotion, if only we could have a talent like Luo Lei in Iwagakure. I feel that even Deidara is a few grades behind Luo Lei. Do not talk. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoji glanced at the Lois with some irritability. There is also a genius like Luo Lei. He would be thankful for a genius like Namikaze Minato. Although Konoha village is touted, but even Onoji has to admit that Namikaze Minato has the ability and capital, and the golden flash is well deserved. Only a more pervert Luo Lei appeared, only slightly inferior. Konoha village is really shit luck. Thinking of this, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoji cursed with envy and hatred. What's so special? Konoha's genius is just like he doesn't want money, he keeps popping out. Sunin and Heitake White Fang appeared in World War II, and Namikaze Minato and Luo Lei appeared in World War II. Even Oyemu has some jealousy, and jealousy makes people unrecognizable. I can't let Konoha village go so smoothly. The next moment, Third Tsuchikajonoji's eyes flashed with a fierce cold light, and he said in a deep voice, "Let the rock shinobi army in the country of grass increase the attack on the Konoha army. Lao Ziai and Han can also move a little and let Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato feel the pressure from the tailed beast Jinchuriki." "Yes." The Lois nodded hastily. "Okay, you go down first." "It is good." The Lois left the office with a heavy face. He is very clear. Following the actions of Lao Ziai and Han. The battlefield of the country of grass, I am afraid it is not about to enter the white-hot stage. The 7 ninja swordsmen were destroyed, so Kirigakuer can't help it, right? Third Tsuchikajonoji took a document and looked at it with a frown. He muttered to himself, once Kirigakuer joins the war, it will disperse the forces of Konoha village. We may not have a chance to win. If it really doesn't work, use a secret weapon to have a head-to-head battle. Kirigakuer. In an office on the topmost floor of the Mizukage building. Third Mizukage was drinking hot tea leisurely, looking at the intelligence files, and when he saw how many ninjas died in a ninja village, Third Mizukage couldn't help but smile, showing a smug smile. Let's hit. You go crazy. Anyway, we Kirigakuer will not do it for the time being. Wouldn't it be nice to watch the fire from the other side? Whoosh. While Third Mizukage was drinking tea and reading the intelligence document, Anbu's Captain Yagura entered the office in a flash, and said with a look of disbelief, "Lord Third Mizukage, something big has happened." "What's the matter?" Third Mizukage said something quietly. "The 7 ninja swordsmen have all been wiped out." Puff. Third Mizukage, who was drinking tea, sprayed out the tea in his mouth, looked at Yagura with incredible eyes, increased his tone, and said, "What did you say?" "The 7 ninja swordsmen were in the country of fire, and the group killed by Luo Lei from Konoha shinobi was wiped out." Yagura didn't hesitate, and said, "I sent the 7 ninja swordsmen to patrol the border, but I didn't expect that they would sneak into the country of fire without authorization. When they met Luo Lei with bad luck, they were brutally attacked. The group is gone." After saying this, Yagura was clearly unhappy. What a special ninja sword of 7 people. He has always been independent and accustomed to acting recklessly, and is unwilling to obey his orders. Well now, I often walk by the river without wet shoes, I met a more pervert and cruel Luo Lei, and was sent directly to reincarnation. Deserve it. Of course facing Third Mizukage. Yagura didn't show it at all, and pretended to be sad. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Third Mizukage shook his head and said, "With the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen, you can escape even if you can't win. That's the truth." Yagura showed a bitter smile. "Now that the ninja world is boiling, our Kirigakuer 7 ninja swordsmen have completely become a joke." Quiet. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive. Good. It's really good. Third Mizukage was silent for a while, then took a deep breath, like a volcano about to erupt, and sneered, "We ninja sword and the 7 people went to the country of fire to be destroyed by the group, then Konoha village is hitting our Kirigakuer in the face. The order goes on, and the major families are ready. I want to declare war on the country of fire." "Yes, Lord Third Hokage." Swish. The voice did not fall. Yagura left the conference room in a flash. Luo Lei, is he really that strong? After Yagura left, Third Mizukage's face was gloomy and uncertain, but, in the end, there was only a trace of undisguised killing intent on his face. Kirigakuer was silent for too long, and it was time to show his sharp fangs. As for the 7 ninja blades being destroyed by the group, then reform a team of 7 ninja blades. The only trouble? It is the 7 ninja swords that are lost. But, no problem. Let's start by putting together the second batch of 7 ninja swordsmen. Chapter 46. The next day. Kirigakuer, who has never moved. Suddenly it was announced that they would immediately participate in the third battle, and would be the first to declare war on Konoha village. As soon as the news came out, the ninja world shook violently once again. Although many ninjas knew that Kirigakuer would take action after the 7 ninja swordsmen were destroyed, they never thought that Third Mizukage would not hesitate to participate in the third battle and declare war on Konoha village. Seems to be in response to Kirigakuer. Iwagakuer and Cloud Shinobi village have stepped up their attacks on the Konoha shinobi army in the country of grass and the country of soup, respectively. There is a feeling that the 3 major ninja villages are going to attack Konoha village together. So far, the situation in the ninja world has changed. The 3 wars have completely entered the white-hot stage. Country of grass. Konoha's frontline camp. In the largest tent in the center of the camp. "Mr. Jiraiya, isn't there something wrong with this?" Namikaze Minato looked at an intelligence document in his hand, his face was slightly ugly, and he couldn't keep calm and said, "The data on killing the enemy is wrong, I didn't kill them at all. So many rock shinobi. No way." After hearing this, Jiraiya, who was originally processing the documents, shook his head helplessly, and said, "This is the decision of the top management of Konoha, and I can't say anything." Alright. In fact, even Jiraiya didn't think of it. The high-level Konoha will tout Namikaze Minato so much, which makes his teacher's face light up. However, Jiraiya still felt a little uncomfortable at the thought of Luo Lei's group extermination of the 7 ninja swordsmen in the Land of Fire. This Luo Lei is arbitrary, unscrupulous, and defiant. He can do whatever he wants, but he is still strong. It's really unfair to grow so fast. I really don't know why the old man has to endure and endure. Let Luo Lei continue to act recklessly. It will definitely do more harm than good to Konoha village. Jiraiya couldn't help complaining inwardly. He didn't even understand what the old man wanted to do. This. Alright. The next moment, just when Namikaze Minato opened his mouth and wanted to say something, he was interrupted by Jiraiya, saying, "Minato, you have to have confidence in your own strength, you deserve the title of Golden Flash. You don't need to think so much." "Got it, Teacher Jiraiya." Namikaze Minato lowered his head and nodded shyly. "Actually, I held you up for the good of Konoha village." Jiraiya thought about it for a while, and then said with deep eyes, "Luo Lei's actions constantly touched the bottom line of Konoha's high level, so only by holding you up can he compete with him in the chamber." When talking about this, Jiraiya paused for a while and said meaningfully, "Actually, we are all for the good of Konoha village. After all, you also know that Luo Lei used blood to kill even his own people after the snares got out of control, right? For Konoha village." Namikaze Minato clenched his fist with a different look in his eyes, and said to himself, "Teacher Jiraiya, don't worry, I will definitely not lose to him. It is good." Jiraiya said with great satisfaction, "Judging from the place where the 7 ninja blades were destroyed, Luo Lei should have come to the battlefield of our country of grass, so before he comes, you have to kill a little more rock shinobi." "Understood." Namikaze Minato didn't hesitate, and said, "I will try my best to use all my fire power. Why don't we start a war with the rock shinobi army before he arrives?" The next moment, Jiraiya's eyes flashed, and he said, "After he arrives in the country of grass, although it will increase our chances of winning, but we will share the credit." "Teacher Jiraiya, is this not good?" Namikaze Minato hurriedly shook his head and said, "Now we are not ready, and rashly launching a decisive battle against the rock shinobi army may cause major problems." "Minato." Jiraiya's eyes brightened, and she said, "I'm also doing it for your own good. Luo Lei has already won the title of God of Killing on the Kaikyoyama battlefield, and killed the 7 people of the ninja sword. If you don't show a decent record, you will be those who are suppressed by Luo Lei will never be turned over. Besides, I don't want to lose to Orochimaru either." At this stage, Sunin was on 3 battlefields. Orochimaru wins, neither he nor Tsunade have settled the battle. Therefore, Jiraiya also has an arrogance in his heart. If you Orochimaru can lead the team to win the Sand Shinobi team, then Jiraiya can also lead the team to win the Rock Shinobi team. Alright. Namikaze Minato hesitated, but finally agreed. Geniuses have their own arrogance and dignity, and he doesn't want to lose to Luo Lei, who is also the light of the civilian, and he doesn't want to rely on exaggerated data to obtain the title of Golden Flash. He wants to let the title of Golden Flash work. It is done rightly and can stand up to doubts and tests. "Minato, don't worry, the strength of Rock Shinobi's troop is almost the same as that of our Konoha troop, and we have a good chance of winning." Seeing that Namikaze Minato still has some worries, Jiraiya said confidently, if something goes wrong, I'll let Mount Myaboku do it." "Understood." As soon as I heard Mount Myaboku, Namikaze Minato had no opinion in an instant. As one of the 3 holy lands, once Mount Myaboku is willing to help, winning is almost a certainty for him. "Okay, then go get ready." Jiraiya took a deep breath and said firmly, "It's better to hit the sun if you choose a day." The Mist Ninja declared war on our Konoha village, which made the Rock Shinobi army jump. The troops launched a general offensive. Namikaze Minato nodded solemnly, "Mr. Jiraiya, I'll go first." Laugh. With a wave of space fluctuations, Namikaze Minato's body disappeared inside the tent. Call. After Namikaze Minato left, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief and showed a fluctuating expression. Many things. He didn't want to do that either. But, there's no way, who made him care about Konoha? After the end of the Third War, he must have a good time to have fun, ignore the mess in Konoha village, and preferably take a bath and wash his feet every day. Chapter 47. At the same time, Country of Grass, Iwagakur frontline camp, inside the tent in the middle. Captain Rock Shinobi Anbu also serves as the commander-in-chief. Tien Ono, 4 Tails Jinchuriki, Elite Jonin Sumeiji, Tsuchikage's Shield of Unparalleled Tsuchikage, Terra, Explosion-style ability carry and others, as well as 5 who secretly rushed to the front line. Tails Jinchuriki Han is coming together. The 7 ninja swordsmen were annihilated by Konoha's god of death, Luo Lei, and Kirigakur joined the battle. Captain Anbu, Ono Tien put down the information scroll in his hand and said in a meaningful way, "Third Tsuchikage means, let's put some pressure on Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato." Humph. After hearing this, Lao Ziai, who had a ponytail and a long beard, snorted coldly and said, "I will make them feel the pressure from the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Konoha shinobi should not know that I have secretly led 1,000 rock shinobi to the country of grass. It is better to directly fight with the army of Konoha shinobi in the country of grass and catch them by surprise." Han, who was wearing bright red armor, said. A hoarse, cold voice. "Kin. I agree. Master Han and 1,000 rock shinobi elites will definitely catch Konoha shinobi like Jiraiya by surprise." Upon hearing this, Elite Jonin's eyes lit up, and they nodded in no particular order. To know. This time, in order to prevent Konoha village from discovering Uegaku's support for the battlefield of the country of grass, they deliberately used several special teams secretly cultivated by rock shinobi to dig underground holes from hundreds of kilometers away. In order not to be discovered by Konoha sensing ninjas, the underground holes were more than 20 meters above the ground, leading to rock shinobi below the camp. Therefore, even if Han and 1,000 rock shinobi elites have arrived at the rock shinobi camp, Konoha's scouts do not know about it, which can be said to be unknowing. Okay. Onatian nodded solemnly and said solemnly, "Since you all agree, then we will start a war with the Konoha shinobi army, preferably before Luo Lei arrives at the Konoha camp, to end the battle. What are you afraid of? Luo Lei is strong, and we are not weak." Boom. The voice did not fall. The grumpy old Zi was a little unhappy, patted the table and said, "If Luo Lei comes to the battlefield of the country of grass, I will let him know how terrible Four Tails is." Old Zi. Onatian frowned and scolded, "Luo Lei has been listed as an S-rank dangerous ninja by Lord Third Tsuchikage, we must be careful. Whatever you. Third Tsuchikage is really old and likes to grow other people's ambitions and destroy his own prestige." Lao Zi looked unhappy, got up impatiently, and walked out of the tent without looking back. Ignore him. Onatian also knew Lao Zi's character, so he didn't say much, but continued to say, "Cut the mess with a quick knife, we will attack the Konoha shinobi army tomorrow. Try to solve the Konoha shinobi army of the land of grass as quickly as possible, and use the power of our Uegaku." After saying this, Ono Tien turned his eyes and looked at Wu Taijin Churiki again, saying, "Han, you will lead 1,000 rock shinobi elites to hide in the tunnel later, I will give Jiraiya a big day." Terrified. "No problem." Han let out a hoarse laugh and said coldly, "I really hope the Konoha shinobi people can survive a little beating. Whether Konoha is beaten or not, we must not be careless." Ono Tien heard the words, took out a map, pointed to a marked place, and said, "This is the buffer zone between us and the Konoha shinobi army. It is very likely that we will start a war here tomorrow. Then let's discuss some details." At the same moment, the border between the land of grass and the land of fire. In a canyon. Boom. A deafening roar resounded. Immediately after, accompanied by violent vibrations, I saw a huge rock hundreds of meters high rise up from the ground. At this time, if anyone is here, you will be stunned to find that under this huge rock, there is actually a person who is holding dozens of tons of rocks with both hands, exercising up and down at a very fast speed. 19,990, 19993, 19996, 20,000. Phew, get it done. After a few hours, Luo Lei took a few breaths and threw the rock out as soon as he used his hands. Boom. Another sound of earthquake shaking. The rock hit the ground so violently that the entire canyon shook a few times, and there were visible cracks on the ground. "I can't open 8 inner gates at will. I'm too energetic, I really can't stand it." After calming down for a while, Luo Lei wiped the sweat from his forehead and murmured. After getting the training method of 8 inner gates, he just randomly found a canyon and wanted to take a look and practice a little. Again. He can do without it, but can't do without. As a result, Might Dai has been practicing for more than 20 years before becoming master. He may be too physically strong. After practicing for a minute, he opened the door of the 8 inner gates, lifted some brain restrictions, and then opened the closed door. Remove physical fatigue restrictions. So, there is a scene of holding a giant rock to practice. He's going to have a good vent. Okay, now you can try to open the 3rd gate. After a few minutes of rest, Luo Lei's mind moved, and he wanted to control chakra to break the shackles of the 3rd gate in his body. However, just as he was about to open the 3rd gate, a powerful side effect swept through his whole body. It seemed that the force released was too strong, and some of his body couldn't stand it and was about to collapse. Can't go on. The next moment, Luo Lei urgently stopped opening the 3rd gate, a look of extreme horror flashed on his cheeks. How is this possible? How could he have such a big side effect when he opened the 3rd gate? With his present body, he cannot bear it. Wait a minute. It doesn't seem to be a side effect. It was because the power that opened the 3rd gate was too strong, and the body couldn't stand it. Chapter 48. Wait a minute. It doesn't seem to be a side effect. It was because the power that opened the third gate was too strong, and the body couldn't stand it. That's right. It's just that the body can't bear it. Luo Lei frowned, recalled the scene when he just opened the door, and shook his head involuntarily. 8 inner gates. Sure enough, it is the forbidden technique. With his current strength, even with 8 inner gates open, he can still explode seeds, which is terrifying. The only pity is that his own strength is stronger and his seeds are stronger, and his body seems to be unable to withstand it. It seems that we must continue to integrate and unlock the template of the motherland, so that the body will continue to become stronger. Luo Lei had a certain expression, and shook his head slightly regretfully. In general, 8 inner gates is a qualitative change after the opening of the third gate. The function of the first gate is to release the limitation of the brain domain, so as to achieve 100% of the physical ability, and the overload consumes the energy of the body to increase the attack and speed. The second gate releases the limitation of physical fatigue, and the overload squeezes the energy of the body to restore the physical strength, offsetting the opening of the door. Fatigue caused by the rate of energy consumption. It turned out well. His own strength is too strong. The first and second gates were very energetic when they opened, but the power of the third gate's body burst was unbearable. Sure enough, I'm still too strong. Thinking of this, Luo Lei smiled helplessly, but didn't think so much anymore. The further the 8 inner gates are opened, the greater the side effects on the body, especially the 8 inner gates formation. Once you open it, your body will basically be abolished, and it will not last long. So, before the critical moment of life and death, Luo Lei was reluctant to let his precious body be damaged. Besides, the opponent is also not worthy of the 8 inner gates formation used by the ancestors of Konoha. It's just, there is still some energy. Feeling the excitement from his body, Luo Lei clenched his fist and glanced at the sun in the sky again. In the end, he managed to hold back the rush of the sun. Looks like you have an acquaintance. But, just at this time, Luo Lei seemed to sense something, showing a look of doubt. There seems to be someone from Konoha Anbu nearby. Interesting. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. Luo Lei's body disappeared in place. Not far from the border of the country of grass. In the jungle. A Konoha Anbu ninja with long purple hair, a cat face mask, and Anbu's red logo tattooed on his right shoulder is moving at a very fast speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! With the sound of piercing the air. The 3 shuriken were shot from the ground at the Konoha Anbu ninja from 3 extremely strange angles. Damn! Konoha-style swordsmanship. The Konoha Anbu ninja shrank his pupils and waved the samurai sword in his hand. Clang! Clang! The sound of 2 metal collisions sounded. 2 of the shuriken were knocked out by the samurai sword, but there was another shuriken that flew over. That's too late. Facing the attack of the last shuriken, the Konoha Anbu ninja could only twist his head and dodge. The shuriken only cut through her cat face mask. Click! An explosion sounded. The cat face mask shattered, revealing an amazingly beautiful cheek. Boom! Boom! It was at this time that the ground suddenly shook a few times, some cracks appeared, and 13 rock shinobi emerged from the ground. Are you surrounded? A pale color flashed across Mao Yuzian Qiao's face, and her body stood on the top of the tree, looking down at the 13 rock shinobi that emerged from the ground. Her heart was filled with despair. She just wanted to go to the Konoha shinobi army in the land of grass to find Lord Luo Lei. It's all over now. Boss, are all Konoha's female ninjas so watery? Ha ha ha, take her back, Lord Onatian will be very happy. I finally waited for a small fish. She should have wanted to go to the camp of the Konoha shinobi army, but we caught her. It's just too weak. Looking at the appearance of Uzuki Zian, rock shinobi, who had just come out of the ground, his eyes lit up slightly. He made a series of teasing voices, and some of them already showed a very wretched smile. They were just ordered to hunt the Konoha shinobi. But did not expect. Here you will meet a female ninja of Konoha Anbu. What else can I do? Of course, it is to grab it for a while, and then capture it back to make a deal? Damn it! Mao Yuzian clenched her teeth tightly, and clenched the samurai sword in her hand. She would not give in easily. Only regret. I just didn't see Mr. Luo Lei. At first. She graduated from ninja school. After joining Anbu, he was assigned to Anbu's vice-captain, Luo Lei as secretary. After getting along for a while, she fell in love with Lord Luo Lei, but in the face of her suggestion, Luo Lei was like a straight man of steel, ignoring it all. Now, Lord Luo Lei is already famous in the ninja world. She wanted to find him. One comes. Showdown. Do it. The next moment, the leading rock shinobi elite Jonin looked cold and said, "Attention, she is only one person, we must catch her." Boom. But the voice did not fall. That rock shinobi's elite Jonin hasn't reacted yet. The body was hit by an afterimage that could not be seen clearly by the naked eye. Faced with such a terrifying scene, the remaining 12 rock shinobi involuntarily widened their eyes and wiped the blood on their cheeks, especially after seeing the boss's head falling from the sky. They were all stunned and their minds were blank. What happened? Why did the boss suddenly explode? What? Enemy attack, enemy attack. Several screams sounded. The remaining 12 rock shinobi seemed to be frightened and dived towards the ground in a panic. However, it's already too late. Laugh. A crimson hotline flew out. Boom. Boom. Accompanied by bursting sounds. The remaining 12 rock shinobi didn't react, and they were shot by the hot sight one by one. Can't the dead die? This. Seeing this scene, Mao Yuxian, who had planned for the worst, was stunned. She didn't even see what was going on, the rock shinobi in front of her was all dead, and if it weren't for the smell of blood in the air and the smell of burning meat, she would have thought nothing happened. Shi Yan. After killing 13 rock shinobi at random, Luo Lei's body flashed, and he appeared on the top of another tree with a smile. Mao Yuxian stared at Luo Lei blankly, unable to react for a while. Forget it, do the right thing first. Feeling the energetic body, Luo Lei didn't bother to think so much. When he was in Anbu, he knew what Xian suggested to him, but, in such an environment, at that time, he just wanted to become stronger, and then to become stronger, women would only affect his speed. Don't think too much now, just do whatever you want. It's done. Swish. Next moment. With a cracking sound. Under the unbelievable look of Mao Yuxian, she was taken away by Luo Lei. Chapter 49. After 3 hours. Luo Lei walked out of a cave contentedly. Cool. The high energy caused by opening the first door and the second door finally subsided. Is it getting dark? Looking up at the moon in the sky. Luo Lei's body flashed, and he appeared on a rock, bathed in the moonlight. This time, the unexpected arrival of Mao Yuxian can be said to have solved his urgent needs. Otherwise, he might really have to face the moon and have a crescent moon that destroys the sky and destroys the earth. The only downside is that Yuxian is really too weak. Ding. Congrats host, congratulations host, you have completed a perfect release, and the system specially rewards 3% of the experience. Ding. I hope host will continue to work hard, follow his heart, not be bound, and do whatever he wants. Next moment. 2 cold mechanical reminders sounded in Luo Lei's mind. 3% experience. Luo Lei was a little stunned. He remembered that when Yakang was sanctioned, the system only rewarded 2% of his experience. Now that Yuxian has been sanctioned, he has directly given 3% of the experience, which is simply unreasonable to play cards. But, he likes it. The next moment. A terrifying energy poured into Luo Lei's body, constantly transforming his body. Stronger again. Feeling the warm body, Luo Lei's eyes moved, and he couldn't help clenching his fists. He could clearly feel that his strength became much stronger. System, I want to take a look at the property panel. Luo Lei's mind moved, and he opened the transparent property panel that only he could see. Host, Luo Lei. Age, 15 years old. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin, yang. Abilities, Hey Take Knife Technique Grandmaster, Body Flicker Technique Grandmaster, Shadow Clone Technique Grandmaster, Body Replacement Technique Grandmaster, Water Style Grandmaster, Lightning Style Grandmaster, Motherlander Template in Peak State Unlocked Fusion 45.6%. Constitution, 1990 10 points for ordinary people. Spirit, 785. Strength, 1450, 1 punch 110.5 tons. Speed, 690, 625 655 m/s. Heat rays, 5800 6500 degrees Celsius. The number of times to extract the template, 0. Except for speed and mental attributes, the rest of the attributes have been greatly increased. After a brief glance, Luo Lei nodded with satisfaction. It's only been 2 weeks, right? His strength has undergone another qualitative change. His physique is already 200 times that of ordinary people. It is foreseeable that the strength of his body has increased again, and his strength has reached an astonishing 110.5 tons with 1 punch. If it is at supersonic speed, the power of the fist will be even more terrifying, at least it can reach more than 200 tons. As for heat sight, the maximum temperature he can control reaches 6500 degrees Celsius, and he can shoot almost anything. Certainly. Heat sight can also be used to burn fire and warm water. Before long, Luo Lei put away the property panel contentedly. Lord Luo Lei. At this time, Mao Yuxian limped out of the cave, and with every step she took, her brows would wrinkle slightly. Are you awake? Luo Lei dodged and hugged Mao Yuxian on the rock. Perceiving the breath on Luo Lei's body, Yuxian's pretty face turned red, she didn't know what to say. Why did you come to the country of grass? Seeing Mao Yuxian so embarrassed, Luo Lei asked curiously. Me? Mao Yuxian hesitated for a moment, then said cautiously, Lord Luo Lei, I'm here to find you. Find me? After hearing this, Luo Lei said with a half-smile, don't you know that the country of grass is very dangerous? Konoha and rock shinobi are fighting in the country of grass. You, Chinen, are here to deliver vegetables. I'm not afraid. Mao Yuzian lowered her head and said in a low voice, Lord Luolei, after you were transferred to the front line, I was transferred to the Anbu mission hall and had nothing to do all day, so I wanted to come to you. Luolei frowned and said, who gave the order? Lord Third Hokage. Mao Yuzian thought for a while, and then said in a low voice, after you left, Anbu was changed again. Understood. Although expected. Luolei still couldn't help sighing. If it wasn't for the sudden awakening of the system and the integration of the template of the peak motherland, I am afraid that not everything would be under the control of Konoha's senior management. Pity. He seems to have disrupted the plans of the Konoha high-level officials one after another. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen. I don't dare to act rashly now. Correct. Mao Yuzian seemed to have thought of something, gritted her teeth, and added, Lord Luolei, after I joined Anbu as your secretary, Lord Third Hokage had secretly summoned me twice and asked me something about you. Did you tell the truth? Luolei asked indifferently. Uzuki-zian nodded embarrassedly. It's okay. Luo indifferently shrugged and said with emotion, Sarutobi Hiruzen is really tired of living. I have pretended to be impeccable, and I am completely determined to fire Wool, but he is still not at ease, as expected of Third Hokage. Now that I have the strength, if I don't pretend, he must be even more worried. I'm afraid he won't be able to sleep every day. Uzuki-zian wisely stopped talking. Before, when she first entered Anbu, she was a political idiot and was full of hope for everything, but, the more she has seen in Anbu, she is no longer the idiot she used to be. This time, I came to find Lord Luolei just to fulfill a wish. Let's go. The next moment, a cold look flashed across Luolei's cheeks, and he said meaningfully, let's go to the camp of the Konoha shinobi army in the land of grass, this time there will be a good show. Recently, Luolei is not doing nothing. Under the strong perception, he actually had an unexpected harvest, that is, the rock shinobi army actually dug a tunnel more than 20 meters underground. Typical. For what? That goes without saying. Chapter 50. Country of Grass. Konoha's frontline camp. In the largest tent in the center of the camp. Early in the morning, Jiraiya called some high-level leaders of the camp and all came to the meeting. As for the reason, of course, it's a matter of launching a big battle against the rock shinobi army. After discussing with Minato, Jiraiya didn't sleep for almost a night, just to make some pre-war arrangements. He was going to defeat the rock shinobi army in one go. At this time, in addition to Namikaze Minato, Narashika Issa, Yamanaka Kiki, Akamika Dingza, and some elite jonin, all gathered together. I called everyone here this time to discuss it with you. I want to launch a general attack on the rock shinobi army this afternoon. Jiraiya yawned and said with a serious face, we attacked by surprise, and there will be unexpected surprises. Reward. What? Lord Jiraiya, are you in such a hurry? Will it be a little too short, and we're not ready yet? In a normal decisive battle, it takes at least 2 or 3 days to prepare for mobilization, so that the greatest cohesion and combat effectiveness can erupt. The voice did not fall. There was an uproar in the tent. Many elite jonin had puzzled expressions on their cheeks. They couldn't figure out why Jiraiya-sama was in such a hurry. In the morning, he announced that he would fight rock shinobi in the afternoon. The time was too tight, and the war was like a child's play. This. Narashika Issa glanced at Namikaze Minato, whose expression did not fluctuate, and his eyes flickered. Very sensible not to say more, he is not a fool or a fool, Jiraiya is so uncharacteristic, obviously to defeat the rock shinobi army before Luolei comes. This has already involved the conflict between Luolei, Sunan, and Konoha executives. Only. I don't know what happened. There was a vague foreboding in his heart. Lord Jiraiya, why don't you give us a day, there is no need to fight with the rock shinobi army this afternoon. A few seconds later, an Anbu's elite jonin said solemnly, if we start the war tomorrow, we can actually be unprepared, unexpected effect. Humph. Jiraiya snorted coldly, glanced at Anbu's elite jonin, and said solemnly, I will explain it to the old man, you don't have to rush to report, understand? Broken my mind. The Anbu's elite jonin smiled awkwardly and stopped talking immediately. Anyway, Jiraiya has spoken. Once Lord Third Hokage is to blame, he will put it all on Jiraiya, and he doesn't have to take any responsibility. Do you have any comments? After securing the Anbu man, Jiraiya turned to look at the remaining elite jonin. No comment. Okay, just listen to Jiraiya-sama, we will launch a general attack on the rock shinobi army in the afternoon. Okay, let's go back and prepare. Seeing that Jiraiya didn't even give Anbu's face, Ishine was determined to fight rock shinobi's army, and the rest of the elite jonin were not fools and idiots, so they simply nodded in agreement. Luju, how about you? Jiraiya nodded with satisfaction. He turned his gaze to Narashika Hisa, who had not spoken, and Yamanaka Kiki, Akamika Dingza. The Inoshikacho three families have always been in the same spirit, and achieved alliances as early as the Sengoku era, so that after Konoha village, the three families have become one of the solid pillars in Konoha village. Now, he wanted to see if Ino, Shika, Cho would support. Thinking of this, Jiraiya also glanced at Namikaze Minato very vaguely. One day in the future, if Minato really wants to sit on the 4th Hokage seat, in addition to the support of him and the old man, the support of the Ino, Shika, Cho family is essential. That's all, since that's the case, then the teacher will be a big wicked person, and pave the way for you first, right? Haha. The smart Narashakuji didn't know what was going on, but smiled helplessly and said, Lord Jiraiya, the Rock Shinobi Corps is not a soft persimmon, if we don't make adequate preparations, we may encounter a fierce battle. Agree. With our current strength, we can only achieve a stalemate with the Rock Shinobi army in the country of grass, so we must be cautious. Seeing that Narashikaku has expressed his position, Yamanaka Kiki and Akamika Dingza have spoken in no particular order. The meaning of the expression is very simple. If there is no certainty of victory, they will not agree to go to war. Joke. A part of the elite of the 3 Ino, Shika, Cho families. But, they are in the Konoha Shinobi army in the country of grass. If something goes wrong, the Ino, Shika, Cho families will be greatly affected. Yes. Jiraiya smiled and said, it seems that the Ino Shika Cho families don't trust me and Minato very much. Jiraiya-sensei, once the battle with the Rock Shinobi army begins, I'll be firing on all cylinders. At this time, Namikaze Minato, who had never spoken, said with a resolute expression, this time, I will let the entire ninja world know that the Yellow Flash is no weaker than Konoha killing god. It is good. Jiraiya chuckled and replied, in order to ensure the final victory, I will let Mount Myaboku participate in the battle at a critical moment, and the Rock Shinobi army in the land of grass will be caught off guard. The voice did not fall. The tent vibrated instantly. Many elite jonin from Konoha village looked stunned, and immediately became happy and excited, full of confidence. Jiraiya-sama didn't say it earlier, so Mount Myaboku will also participate in the war? Then they are sure to win. After all, Mount Myaboku is a place of inheritance as famous as Ryokai Cave, where almost all toads are good at using immortality. Once they can participate in the battle, the Rock Shinobi army is afraid that they will be defeated by a single blow. For a while, even Narashika Issa showed a bitter expression. I see. No wonder Jiraiya is so insistent. It turned out that they had been prepared long ago, so the meeting was actually just a pretense, just to stand up before the war. It's a shame he thought so much. Luju, do you have any concerns about the 3 Inoshikacho families? Seeing everyone's reaction, Jiraiya looked confidently at Narashikaku again and asked. There is none left. Narashikageyo shook his head and said, everything is obeyed by the commander-in-chief of Jiraiya, and our Inoshikacho family absolutely obeys. Kin. No problem. Yamanaka Kiki, Akamika Dingza shook his head and nodded solemnly. It is good. Boom. Sudden. Just when Jiraiya wanted to give the final order, an Anbu's jonin rushed in from the outside without even knocking on the tent men. Jiraiya looked a little unhappy. Lord Jiraiya. The Anbu's jonin took a deep breath and hurriedly said, Master Luo Lei has arrived at the camp. What? Jiraiya's displeased expression froze, and a buzzing color came out of her mind. What's going on? So fast? Why did Luo Lei come when he said it? Then what's the point of him attacking the Rock Shinobi army ahead of time? However, Jiraiya didn't know that at the current speed of Luo Lei, it would not take half a day to really want to reach the Konoha Shinobi army in the land of grass. Now it's the result of slowing down. So soon. Namikaze Minato is also a little confused. But when I think of my Flying Thunder God technique, he is full of confidence, speed, he must be the fastest. Ha ha ha. Lord Luo Lei is here. We're sure to win, Lord Luo Lei plus Mount Myaboku, I can't figure out how to lose. The rest of the Konoha elite jonin, after the initial shock, made a happy uproar. Obviously. For Luo Lei's arrival, they are all very happy and excited. After all, their ears would have cocoons when they heard the illustrious name of Konoha killing god. Now that the arrival of Lord Luo Lei, you don't have to think about it, the Konoha Shinobi army of the country of grass will also be like the Konoha Shinobi army of Kaikyoyama mountain, and its comprehensive strength has skyrocketed. Call. Narashika Issa, Yamanaka Kiki, and Akamika Dingza couldn't help but look at each other, and deep down they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. They know very well. This decisive battle with the Rock Shinobi army is sure to be settled. Among them, Narashikuji sighed in relief, as if thinking of something, his eyebrows wrinkled again. Jiraiya is obviously making small moves. And that Konoha killing god, but, isn't it a fuel-efficient lamp? But, don't make a mess. Chapter 51. Headache. Narashika Issa rubbed his temples subconsciously. Once an infighting happens, he doesn't know how to choose. On the one hand is Luo Lei, the unscrupulous killing god, and on the other hand is Jiraiya, one of the Sunnins. Whichever side he chooses will completely offend the other side. And Jiraiya, who was not in a very good mood at first, looked at everyone's excited expressions, and her heart that was already a little irritable became more and more irritable. What's the meaning? is that there is no Luo Lei. Can't win the rock shinobi ninja army? Besides, Luo Lei's blood following the net has serious side effects. Once you become crazy, but you even kill your own people, you are not afraid of dying in Luo Lei's hands. Wait a minute. The side effects of the blood snares. In the next instant, as if he had caught something, Jiraiya's expression lifted, and she took the initiative to say, it's a good thing that Luo Lei is here, but, don't forget, Luo Lei's blood sequel has side effects. Once Luo Lei is here, it is a good thing. Out of control, but even killing his own people. Everyone must have an impression of what happened on the Kaikyoyama battlefield. Laugh. The voice did not fall. People who were happy and excited. Gigi's complexion changed, and in an instant, it was as if a spoonful of cold water had been broken, and he immediately calmed down. Although the senior officials of Konoha denied some things that happened in the Battle of Kaikyoyama, but, they are not without channels and friends. Of course, they know that the Konoha shinobi who participated in the Battle of Kaikyoyama were all blocked. Now that Lord Luo Lei is here, it's good news, but, there is also a crisis out of control. By the time, if you kill your own people, then you will die unjustly. In an instant, the atmosphere in the tent became a little dull. The joy and excitement just now were also swept away in an instant. How to do? With the character of Lord Luo Lei, he will definitely join the war if he disagrees. Luo Lei is like a time bomb, it will explode if you are not careful, hurting others and yourself. After a few seconds, accompanied by the low-pitched conversations, everyone's faces were not very good looking, and they were obviously aware of the seriousness of the matter. Haha. See this scene. Jiraiya didn't change much on the surface, but deep down, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he responded quickly. Otherwise, Luo Lei's appearance will disrupt all his foreshadowing. Now it seems that there is still a chance. I just hope Namikaze Minato can seize this opportunity and perform well. Why don't you let Lord Luo Lei have a good rest at the camp? The next moment, the Anbu's elite Jonin's expression changed, and he said amazingly, when Master Luo Lei was in Anbu, he liked to hold back and hide from everyone, now he comes to the battlefield and releases it completely. By nature, he is a pervert lunatic. The Battle of Kaikyoyama proves everything, we can't. Danger. Extremely dangerous. However, it's not over yet. That Anbu's elite Jonin's sixth sense seemed to sense something, and the cells in his body were shaking frantically, as if prompting him to leave his seat quickly. How is this possible? That Anbu's elite Jonin has some doubts. The last time he felt this way was when he was on a mission, surrounded by a pair of elite rock shinobi squads, and it was Namikaze Minato's flying thunder god who helped him out. How about the base camp at the center of Konoha camp? And this situation? Could it be that there are still people who dare to attack him at Konoha camp? Isn't it a joke? The place where he is now is the safest place in the country of grass. Wait a minute. Not good, not good. Sudden. Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato's expressions suddenly changed, and when they were about to say something, they realized that it was too late. Laugh. A crimson hot sight stormed in. It was as if a tracker was installed, and under the unbelievable gaze of that Anbu elite Jonin, it bombarded him accurately. How is it possible? Why is this? That Anbu elite Jonin didn't react until the last moment, and before he could dodge, his body was bombarded alive, and a powerful shock wave of heat swept out. Not good. Everyone get out of the way. Leave the tent, hurry up, leave the tent. Seeing this appalling scene, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Narashiku Haisa, Yamanaka Kiki, Akamika Dingza, and others were shocked, almost without any hesitation, and they didn't have time to think about anything, and they flew out subconsciously. Tent. Boom. A deafening roar resounded. The tent at the center of Konoha camp just vanished into ashes, raising a lot of dust, and a shockwave erupted that shook the entire Konoha camp. Enemy attack, enemy attack. A sudden change. The entire camp of the Konoha shinobi troop was shaken. Many Konoha shinobi saw the explosion of the tent in the center, their eyes stared, and their cheeks were full of disbelief. What happened? Someone actually blew up their command post, how incredible is it? But, the facts are in front of you, and you have to believe it if you don't believe it. Swish. Swish. The next moment, one after another, the sound of breaking the air sounded. Countless Konoha shinobi began to fly towards the place where the command post was located, and soon the area around the command post was filled with water. The other side. Hundreds of meters from the command post. Mao Yuzian was stunned, and the Anbu ninja who led Luo Lei into the camp was also stunned. Some of the Konoha shinobi around were horrified, and they were so frightened that they didn't even dare to breathe or even their bodies. Move it. They just saw a ray shot out of Lord Luo Lei's eyes. Then, the command post of the Konoha shinobi large force slammed. Exploded. Kakashi, did you see anything? In the corner, a ninja of the Uchiha clan with short black hair and a blue-orange ninja sweater said cautiously, the eyes can shoot out rays, which feels more pervert than our Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Let's dodge for a while. Beside her, Rin Nohara, with short brown hair and dark brown pupils, said in a trembling voice, "The command post of our Konoha shinobi troops seems to have been blown up by that ray. It's a big deal." "I see." Kakashi's pair of dead fish eyes were filled with shock, and he muttered to himself, "Why is Luolei big brother so powerful? The way of doing things has also changed, and even the command post dares to blow up." Shock. Extremely shocked. Luolei is Heitake Sakumo's apprentice, Kakashi of course knew. At first, he also asked Luolei some questions about cultivation. The result was good. After being transferred to the Kaikyoyama battlefield, Luolei big brother rose completely and was out of control. Seeing it with my own eyes now. Sure enough. Luolei big brother has changed a lot, it's so terrifying. Nani? Kakashi, you call him big brother? Uchiha Obito suddenly widened his eyes, and said in a daze, "Are you and him brothers? But you're not as handsome as him?" "Obviously not." Roll. Kakashi rolled his eyes at Uchiha Obito and scolded, "He is the apprentice of my father, Heitake Sakumo, and a genius as famous as Mr. Minato." "Genius." Uchiha Obito said, "I am also a genius, don't worry, one day I will surpass you and your big brother." "Idiot." Kakashi shrugged weakly and complained. "Kakashi, I'm going to duel with you." Uchiha Obito showed a scolding expression. "All right." Seeing Uchiha Obito and Kakashi bickering every day, Nohara Rin said nervously, "Minato-sensei, Jiraiya-sama seems to be here." Chapter 52. All right. Seeing Uchiha Obito and Kakashi bickering every day, Nohara Rin said nervously, "Minato-sensei, Jiraiya-sama seems to be here." "Damn it, it's really here." Uchiha Obito shrank his head, looked at Jiraiya and the others who were a little disgraced, and said, "Kakashi, your big brother may be in bad luck. Let's retreat to the back first." Kakashi showed a helpless expression and said, "The next thing is not something we can participate in." After all. Kakashi also added a sentence in his heart. Luolei big brother on one side and Namikaze Minato teacher on the other, he didn't know what to say. In other words, when the gods fight, he can only watch the fun. Okay. Nohara Rin nodded hurriedly, then stepped back together with Kakashi. "What are you afraid of?" Looking at Kakashi and Rin Nohara who were backing away, Uchiha Obito complained carelessly, and involuntarily followed the trend. "I actually met Kakashi." Luolei glanced at Kakashi's back in surprise, his eyes finally fell on Nohara Rin, and he subconsciously used his perspective. Body is okay. Girls in the Hokage world grow fast. As for guilt. As a person in Konoha village, he is completely absent. To put it in a bad way, before you have superpowers, you definitely want to be a Superman. After you have superpowers, you will definitely become a native of the motherland. In short. If you have clairvoyant eyes, do you say you can't see? As for Kakashi. Wouldn't it be better for him to have one more sister-in-law? Nohara Rin, who was backing back, tightened her body, as if she had been seen, and she couldn't help speeding up her pace. "Guru." At this time, Mao Yuexian swallowed her saliva uncontrollably and said, "Lord Luolei, Lord Jiraiya is here." "It's okay." Luolei retracted his gaze and nodded disapprovingly. "Special. He doesn't really want to do it. I also want to live in harmony with the ninjas of the Rock Shinobi Village Konoha Shinobi Battalion. But, it really doesn't work?" He had just entered the Konoha camp, and his strong hearing made him realize that someone in the camp at the command post spoke ill of him. How could he bear it? Eyes open. Found the culprit. It turned out to be an elite jonin of Konoha Anbu who was once suppressed by him. Now it seems to be reused by third Hokage. Gibberish there. There is nothing to say, just do whatever you want, just give him a hot look and send him to the west. So. Luolei just stood there still, with a light expression on his face. As for the surrounding Konoha shinobi people who were trembling with fear, they didn't even dare to breathe, for fear of annoying Lord Luolei. Although I don't know why Luolei has just arrived at the camp of the Konoha shinobi army in the land of grass. As for the bombing of the command post without a word. But, they who heard what happened to the Kaikyoyama Konoha shinobi people didn't dare to say anything more. After all, the so-called god of killing, Mr. Luolei, who is unscrupulous, not only kills the enemy, but also kills his own people. Didn't he just kill one of them without a word? I'm not moving either. Seeing this, Yuexian didn't want to ask anything, so she clenched the long knife and needle in her hand, held her chest out, and just stood there. This long knife and needle was given to her by Luolei. After the group of 7 ninja knives was destroyed, the few ninja knives that were not damaged were sealed in the scroll by Luolei. Just when Mao Yuexian needed it, Luolei gave her a hand. Soon. Under the watchful eyes of countless Konoha shinobi. The high-level officers of the Konoha shinobi group came over in anger, led by Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Narashika Issa, and others. Anger. Really angry. At this time, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Narashikuji, and others were a little unhappy in their hearts. The terrifying scene just now was still reverberating in their minds. Are they the ones who died? This Luolei. It was exactly as rumored. Lord Luolei, what do you want to do? Seeing Jiraiya and others coming, an Anbu Jonin suddenly became emboldened, gritted his teeth, and scolded, to kill our captain with such a cruel method. That's right. Another Anbu's Jonin had a look of shock in his eyes, and added, our captain is having a meeting, and you openly acted, are you trying to betray Konoha village? Lord Luolei, you are really arrogant in blasting our command post. Lord Luolei, you are blatantly breaking the rules, do you want to give us a reasonable explanation? We know that you are very strong, but, it is not the reason why you are unscrupulous. Lord Jiraiya will definitely uphold justice for us. With the beginning of the two Anbu ninjas, the other 6 Anbu Jonin also stood up, obviously dissatisfied and angry that Luolei killed their captain with one blow. Not to mention Jiraiya et al. Here. They took the opportunity to attack, they still didn't believe it. Lord Luolei really dared to take the risk of the Konoha camp and kill them all. This is not Kikyo Mountain, but a country of grass. Lord Jiraiya will definitely not get used to Luolei and let him do whatever he wants. Why? After hearing these words, Luolei laughed at once, and said lightly, your captain spoke ill of me behind my back, and I killed him. Jiraiya, what do you say? Said. Luolei also glanced at Jiraiya lightly. This. Jiraiya's expression changed slightly and looked at Luolei with disbelief. So far? Can you also hear the conversation at the Konoha command post? Isn't that what Luolei listened to what they discussed? What kind of pervert listening is this? No way. Namikaze Minato, Narashaku Haisa, Yamanaka Kiki, Akamika Dingza, and some elite jonin seemed to have thought of something, and they couldn't help but set off a turbulent wave that couldn't be calmed down at all. This Luolei. The awakened blood follows the snare, how can the hearing become so strong? For a while, the atmosphere in the field suddenly became sharp. After awakening the blood and following the snare, you were originally a pervert, killing even your own people. Seeing that Jiraiya didn't speak, an Anbu Jonin snapped at Luolei, don't you know how to abide by the rules? This is the Konoha shinobi camp, not your home. Who do you think you are? Luolei's face flashed with anger. Push your nose on your face? Swish. The next moment, countless people at the scene haven't responded yet. Luolei disappeared in place, and when he appeared again, he was already holding the Anbu ninja just now. What? The Anbu ninja screamed with horror on his face. Because he saw Luolei's eyes flickering with undisguised crimson light, but, no matter how hard he struggled, Luolei's hands were like iron tongs, tightly imprisoning him. Laozi can do whatever he wants. Understand? Boom. With a red-hot sight, the Anbu ninja could only watch his head explode, and the blood was evaporated by the terrifying heat before he had time to splash out. Chapter 53. I don't know when. There are wisps of dark clouds in the sky of the land of grass. The warm sunlight shone through the gaps in the dark clouds and scattered over the Konoha shinobi camp. At this time, countless ninjas in Konoha camp. Looking at the dead ninja who couldn't die any longer, his head was blown up by the hot sight, his eyes were a little horrified. Obviously, no one thought of it. Luolei said he would do it, and he would do it without leaving any room for it. Kill. Just killed. No matter the occasion, no opponent, no time. Guru. After a few seconds, a drooling voice sounded. I saw Uchiha Obito, who had evacuated some distance away, swallowed in horror, then turned his head and started to vomit. That's right. Just started vomiting. He can be considered to have been on the battlefield, killed people. But, it's the first time I've encountered such a bloody, violent, and completely unreasonable way of killing as Mr. Xiang Luolei. It seems that there is nothing to worry about, and dare to do whatever you want. Kakashi, your eldest brother is too pervert. Uchiha Obito wiped the acid water from the corner of his mouth, put it on Kakashi's shoulder, and said, fortunately, you are not so pervert, otherwise, I would never be friends with you. Take your hand away. Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Obito with a disgusting look, patted his hand that was sticking with gastric juice, and said, you are so disgusting, who wants to be your friend? It's so handsome. Beside her, Nohara Rin's focus seemed to be a little different, with a different kind of light flashing in her dark brown pupils. For a while, Uchiha Obito and Kakashi froze for a moment, not knowing what to say for a moment. The picture in front of you. Where can I have a relationship with Shui? Could it be that boys and girls have different concerns? Wow, this. Similar to Nohara Rin, as well as Uyazian, she still hadn't reacted. Luolei threw the headless corpse in his hand very handsomely, and smashed it in front of Jiraiya. Every move is full of haki. A real man. Lord Luolei, are you killing again? After an unknown amount of time, an Anbu's Jonin screamed in horror. Lord Jiraiya, what should I do? Master Jiraiya, do you have to decide for us? Lord Luolei, you are really too arrogant, you don't think of us as your own at all. Lord Luolei killed another one of his own. Seeing that the Anbu ninja was tortured and killed, the 6 Anbu ninjas who had just opened their mouths all made panicked voices, and even looked at Jiraiya. Terrible. Madman. This Luo Lei is a lunatic. Is a normal person, can't do it. But he moved. He also blatantly killed another Anbu ninja. As for the rest of the Konoha shinobi, even if they were a little unhappy in their hearts, they wisely didn't say anything. They are not fools and idiots. There are 6 Anbu ninjas stepping on thunder, don't they know how to avoid lightning? Certainly. Deep inside. They also know what happened to the Konoha shinobi devotees of Kaikyoyama. Lord Luo Lei. Exactly as rumored. So irritable. It's definitely not worth provoking, so be obedient. Not only can he survive, but he can also hold Lord Luo Lei's thigh and gain some military exploits. Then, in this situation, a very strange scene appeared in Konoha camp. Except for the 6 Anbu ninjas who had just spoken, all the Konoha shinobi fighters lowered their heads and did not look like they saw what had just happened. How so? Namikaze Minato was secretly startled. Just now, even he didn't see how fast Luo Lei was. Obviously it's not time-space ninjutsu, it's not flying thunder god, but relying on the flesh to explode supersonic speed. Except for distance, flying thunder god's flexibility is completely incomparable to Luo Lei's speed. How long has it been? How did Luo Lei's strength and speed change so much? Namikaze Minato doesn't know what to say anymore. He used to be very confident, especially after learning the Flying Thunder God technique and Sage mode. He thinks that even if Luo Lei awakens the mysterious blood snares, he can compare. Now it seems a little optimistic. Is something wrong? Narashika Issa showed a rare look of astonishment. He finally knew what some ninjas of the Nara clan went through in the Battle of Kaikyoyama. In the face of such an unreasonable Luo Lei, even someone as smart as him could not stand it. However, there is no other way but forbearance. No way. Too manic and domineering. Yamanaka Kiki and Akamika Dingza also swallowed their saliva cautiously, and the little bit of anger in their hearts has been completely suppressed. Fist is the last word, what Luo Lei said is right. Luo Lei. Jiraiya looked at the killed Anbu ninja, clenched her fist, and said solemnly, can't you give me a face? Anger. Jiraiya doesn't even know how high her blood pressure is. He had thought of many situations facing Luo Lei, but he never thought it would be such a scene. More seriously, he wanted to fight against the Rock Shinobi team ahead of time, but was caught by Luo Lei, which also made him feel guilty of being a thief, so that he did not have enough confidence to face Luo Lei. Cannot. Luo Lei shrugged and said in a low voice, I found out that they colluded with Uegakuer, and it deserves death. I was tearing up to clear the door of Konoha village. If you don't believe me, take a look and see if there is any objection. Talking. Luo Lei pointed to the ninjas at Konoha camp, and said, they all saw it. I only took action after clearing the door. Quiet. The entire Konoha camp was silent. Countless Konoha shinobi practitioners were all sensible and did not speak, and no one dared to look at Lord Jiraiya, like what Lord Luo Lei said, that's what it was. Jiraiya. Seeing this scene, Luo Lei shrugged and said softly, you saw it, no one objected, obviously everyone agrees with what I said. You. Jiraiya trembled angrily, pointed at Luo Lei, wanted to say something but couldn't say anything. What? What the hell is this? In front of his face, framed, upside down black and white? What's even more irritating is that you can find a better reason. Collusion with Uegakuer, the reason is that even children can't believe it, right? And there are these Konoha shinobi people, can't they be a little bolder? What are you doing? Or do you think he dares not go to war? Dare? It doesn't seem to dare. Now that the Konoha shinobi and Rock shinobi units are evenly matched, if there is a sudden infighting, it will definitely be painful for the relatives, and the enemy will be quick. Don't talk about themselves, I am afraid that the high-level Konoha will blame him. Uncomfortable? Not going in, not going back. Jiraiya's heart is like being scratched by a cat's claws. Chapter 54. Uncomfortable? Not going in, not going back. Jiraiya's heart is like being scratched by a cat's claws. Master Jiraiya, are you going to save us? Facing Jiraiya, who fell into silence, the 6 Anbu ninjas who attacked with heavy punches sank in their hearts, and vaguely had an ominous premonition, and cold sweat could not help pouring out of their foreheads. Is the script wrong? Facing the unscrupulous Luo Lei who reversed black and white. Shouldn't Lord Jiraiya bravely stand up for them to do justice to them and punish Luo Lei? Why are you silent? We attacked hard, but you remained silent. It was too shocking. Namikaze Minato-sama, can you say something? One of the Anbu ninjas turned his eyes and looked at Namikaze Minato, who has a tolerant and gentle personality, and said with trepidation, I didn't collude with Uegakuer, Lord Luo Lei is just a frame, you want to decide for us. Minato-sama, you are the yellow flash, can you say something? We were wrong, we were really wrong. We are Third Hokage-sama's most loyal subordinates, how could we possibly collude with Uegakuer? Minato-sama, please comment. The other 5 Anbu ninjas also uttered terrified voices and looked at Namikaze Minato. They don't want to die. I knew this was the case. They should be ostriches too, and now it's good, the guns are the first birds. There was no one to speak for them, even Lord Jiraiya and Lord Namikaze Minato seemed to be worried about something. There was no light of the right path, and they dared not scold and punish Luo Lei. This. Namikaze Minato looked a little complicated. He clenched his fist. He wanted to open his mouth and scold Luo Lei, but found that he had too many scruples. What if it was third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen-sama? Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato thought of the first time he saw third Hokage. Minato, do you know what the will of fire is? Where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to illuminate the village, and the new leaves will sprout. You are a genius, I am very optimistic about you, the future Konoha village may be handed over to you, so. If you encounter problems in the future, no matter what, you must first consider the interests of the Konoha village, and then it is personal benefit. Even if your loved ones interfere with the interests of Konoha village, you must kill your relatives righteously, even if you sacrifice yourself. If you can do all this, you must be a qualified Hokage in the future. Unconsciously, Lord Third Hokage's earnest teaching sounded in Namikaze Minato's ears, like a mantra, calming Namikaze Minato's impetuous heart. The current situation. He must be focusing on Konoha's overall situation and the victory of the 3 battles. Even if it is a little inhuman, he knows how to choose. You. Minato, let me do it. The next moment, just when Namikaze Minato was about to say something, Jiraiya took a deep breath, her eyes fixed, and she said indifferently, you know what you're doing, now it's the time of the Third World War, I'll put you in jail first, wait a minute. Go back to Konoha village and deal with you. What? Boom. The voice did not fall. It's like drinking on the head. Not only did it hit the hearts of the 6 Anbu ninjas, but also hit the hearts of countless Konoha shinobi fighters at the scene, even the high-level officers of the Konoha shinobi troops such as Narashikaku, Yamanaka Kiki, and Akamika Dingza, etc. It trembled inwardly. Yielded. Lord Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato have chosen to compromise and give in for the sake of the overall situation. Even if Lord Luo Lei reverses black and white. They also recognized it. Can you still play like this? Far away. Uchiha Obito, who is still a sophomore, is already dumbfounded. It was the first time he had discovered that someone could express unscrupulousness so vividly. The key is that both Jiraiya-sama and Namikaze Minato recognized it. No way. Kakashi and Nohara Rin were also stunned for a while, as if they didn't expect such a scene. In fact, not only Uchiha Obito, Kakashi, Nohara Rin, but also many genin and chinin felt that their inherent worldview and the will of fire had been overturned. Right may be wrong, wrong may be right. Do not. You are in complicity, and you are a group. I figured it out, you are essentially the same, and you are all the same raccoon dog. Master Jiraiya, have you forgotten the will of fire? Why did you give up on us? Just because we offended Master Luo Lei. After reacting, the 6 Anbu ninjas who were almost desperate, let out a roaring sound with a hideous expression. They hate Luo Lei. But I hate hypocrites like Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato even more. To shut up. Hearing that these Anbu ninjas went too far, Jiraiya reprimanded with a blank face, and wanted to have 6 Anbu ninjas arrested and imprisoned. He doesn't want to explain any more. To escort you back to Konoha at least live, whether there is a crime, it is not a question of the old man, don't you understand his good intentions? Do you want him to point out everything? Jiraiya, I help you. Seeing this scene, Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, his eyes flashed with red light, and he said softly, I know what you mean, it will be very fast, and there will be no pain at all. Joke. He has offended him with a heavy punch, and he still wants to return to Konoha village alive, how is it possible? Don't want. Jiraiya seemed to have thought of something, her expression changed suddenly, and she gave a cold drink. Pity. It's too late. Chapter 55. Pity. It's too late. With a red-hot sight. Bang. Bang. The sound of continuous 6 paths bursting sounded. The 6 Anbu's ninjas looked horrified and wanted to resist, but they found that they had no chance to connect with the seal, so they were blown away by the hot eyes one by one. Maybe to death. They didn't think of it. The end result will be this, they become victims of compromise. Even Mr. Jiraiya and Mr. Namikaze Minato. Can't believe it. Do you died? Therefore. Under the unbelievable gaze of countless people. The 6 Anbu ninjas were killed one by Luo Lei's hot eyes, and turned to ashes, leaving only the smell of blood and burnt flesh in the air. Quiet. The whole place was silent. It only took a few seconds from Master Jiraiya's speech to Master Luo Lei's understanding of what Master Jiraiya meant, but 6 Anbu's ninjas died. You know what I mean. At this time, Jiraiya was the one who wanted to vomit blood the most, but he didn't say anything. As a result, Luo Lei understood what he meant and killed 6 Anbu ninjas neatly. What is this? He didn't do anything and put the pot on his back? This kind of power is really terrifying. Of course, most people looked at Luo Lei's hot eyes and easily killed 6 Anbu ninjas, all of which were hairs in their hearts, and a single glance shot out extremely high temperature rays. Thinking about it, there are some that make the scalp numb. As for any dissatisfaction, all suffocated. Kakashi, your big brother is too pervert. Uchiha Obito shuddered and said subconsciously, I can do whatever I want when I have the strength, how can I feel so good? You dare? Boom. After hearing this, Kakashi stretched out his right hand and tapped Uchiha Obito on the head, saying, if you become like this one day, I will break up with you and kill you with my own hands. Nani, we are brothers in love, you still want to break up with me? Uchiha Obito made a strange cry, rubbed his head, and then patted his chest, saying, don't worry, even if I die, it won't become so ruthless and ruthless. Lin, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Rin Nohara didn't speak, Uchiha Obito asked curiously. Abaj. Nohara Lin, who was in a state of absent-mindedness, shuddered violently and shook her head hastily. Are you alright? Uchiha Obito showed a suspicious expression, and then turned his eyes to the field. For some unknown reason, looking at Lord Luolei, his will of fire in his heart felt a little shaken. Gollum. Gollum, Gollum. Not long after the initial shock and horror, countless Konoha shinobi in the camp, looking at the light-hearted Lord Luolei, couldn't help but make a cautious saliva sound, and there was only one thought left in their minds, that is, no matter what, it's the only thing left. You can't provoke Lord Luolei, even if you are upset and angry, you can only endure and hold back. Boom. Sudden. Just at this time, Konoha shinobi, who was still cautious, hurried back like a frightened pheasant. As for the reason, of course, Luolei was looking around with a half-smile, his eyes flashing red, as if he was looking for the next target. Did you run away? Luolei felt it for a moment, and then showed a displeased expression. Dog Days White Zetsu and Uchiha Madara, who really took his words on deaf ears, dared to blatantly lurk in the camp of the Konoha army in the country of grass? Wait for me. Luolei suppressed his displeasure and suddenly thought of Uchiha Obito. With this fragrant bait in, if you dare to appear, it will definitely make you come and go. Correct. In the original work, it seems that the Battle of Konoha Bridge completely changed the life of Kakashi and Obito. Will it happen this time? Luolei, wait a minute. Seeing the crimson light flashing in Luolei's eyes, Jiraiya took a deep breath, suppressed her inner depression, and said, we are discussing starting a war against the Rock Shinobi army, why don't we have a meeting together? Dajdaj. After hearing this, Luolei glanced at Jiraiya thoughtfully, but didn't speak, just stared straight at him. You pretend. Reload like a little. Jiraiya was looking at her scalp hair by this look, and she could only say bravely, I admit that I have a little selfishness, but I know it won't work, I just hope you don't mind and ignore the past. Humph. Luolei snorted coldly, didn't bother to look at Jiraiya anymore, glanced around indifferently, and then said bluntly, I know that you are all very upset, there is a fire, you are very depressed and aggrieved, especially Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato. So, please express your unhappiness and fear in your heart, and don't suppress the fire in your heart. Because, Rock Shinobi's large force has already attacked, you can release as much as you like. 99. Boom. The first two sentences. Everyone still didn't respond, they thought Luolei was fishing law enforcement again. But, the last sentence directly detonated the entire Konoha camp, and countless Konoha shinobi people showed disbelief, and even rubbed their ears, as if they suspected that they had heard it wrong. The Rock Shinobi troops attacked, but the scouts didn't come back to report. How did Lord Luolei know? Underground. Luolei pointed to the ground, and said helplessly, Rock Shinobi dug a tunnel more than 20 meters underground, and also blocked the breath with a barrier. If there is no misunderstanding, it has already reached a kilometer away. Moving towards Konoha camp at great speed. 4 flowers. What? Dig the tunnel and block the breath with a barrier. No wonder the Rock Shinobi troops have suddenly become quieter these past few days. It turns out that they were digging tunnels. The next moment, accompanied by an uproar, the Konoha Shinobi army completely exploded. Many perceptive Konoha Shinobi people are filled with extremely horrified expressions. Underground. No wonder this time. They vaguely felt that something was wrong, but they didn't expect Rock Shinobi to dig a tunnel more than 20 meters underground and cover it with a barrier. Among them, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Narashika Issa, Akamika Dingza and others seemed to have thought of something, and their faces became extremely pale, especially Jiraiya, when he thought that he was going to have a decisive battle with the Rock Shinobi army, he felt that the world was spinning for a while. I thought everything was in my master. But I didn't expect Rock Shinobi to be more insidious and cunning than I imagined, digging all the tunnels under the Konoha camp. If he is negligent, if he starts a war, he can't even imagine the consequences, and he may become a sinner. Get ready to fight. The next moment, Luolei took a deep breath and shouted loudly, please release the depression, unhappiness, fear, and suffocation just now, and do your best to kill Rock Shinobi. Kill. I'm going to kill them. I don't want to take it anymore, I'm going to kill Rock Shinobi. It seems to be influenced by Luolei's voice. Many Konoha shinobi followers showed angry expressions, especially Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato. Crazy flashes flashed in their eyes, and the killing intent on their cheeks was unbearable. The fire is burning like crazy. Have nothing to say. Let rock shinobi bear the anger and grievance suppressed by Luo Lei. For a time. Don't need to say too much. The bursting breath of countless Konoha shinobi people condensed together, forming a monstrous atmosphere, soaring into the sky. Looking at this scene, Narashika Issa looked suspicious. He was a little confused. What was Luo Lei trying to do? Could it be that he deliberately and unscrupulously killed those Konoha Anbu ninjas in order to raise the momentum of the Konoha shinobi army and unleash the flame in everyone's heart? Terrified. Especially seeing that even Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato were affected and began to lose their temper, Narashikaku patted his head, and his scalp was numb. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 56. Anger burns. Make the Konoha camp's momentum monstrous. Thousands of Konoha shinobi fighters burst out with astonishing killing intent and fighting intent, which can be felt even from a few kilometers away. 3 kilometers away. White Zetsu emerged from the ground and stared dumbfounded at the direction of the Konoha shinobi camp, where a monstrous aura seemed to erupt. From a distance, even the dark clouds in the sky were washed out. How is this possible? White Zetsu showed a rare expression of inconceivable. What happened? Will the Konoha shinobi be so united as Hein? However, when I think of Luo Lei, White Zetsu has some pain in his is he really a lingering guy? He was just monitoring Uchiha Obito, and he had provoked Luo Lei anyway. If he hadn't run away one step earlier, I'm afraid another clone would have died in Luo Lei's hands. There are many avatars, and if you die 183, you will die, but you can no longer monitor Uchiha Obito at close range. Suffering? Just look at it from a distance. At the same time, 2 kilometers away from Konoha camp, thousands of rock shinobi troops have gathered here, led by Captain Rock Shinobi Anbu, who is also the commander-in-chief, Ono Tien, Four Tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi, Elite Jonin, Suma Shi, and the unparalleled Tsuchikage Shield, Terra, explosion-style abilities, Hunter et al. So powerful. This direction, like Konoha camp? What is the madness of the Konoha shinobi, to have such a terrifying fighting spirit? No, it should be that we didn't find us. What exactly are the Konoha shinobi people trying to do? 99. In the face of this undisguised momentum, Ono Tien, Lao Zi, Suma Shi, and others didn't need to sense the ninja's reminder, and they all showed doubts involuntarily. If their secret troops were still safe in the tunnel, they would all think it was Konoha shinobi found out. What should we do now? After pondering for a moment, Sumazi frowned and said solemnly, there should be a problem in Konoha camp. Should we continue? Definitely keep going. Lao Zi said in a firm tone, now that everything is ready, I only owe Dongfeng, and I can't back down. That's right. Ketu took a serious look at the direction of Konoha camp and said, no matter what happens to Konoha camp, it can't affect our determination to attack the Konoha shinobi army. It couldn't affect the morale that rock shinobi had managed to gather. Wait. Ono Tien took a deep breath, a cold look flashed in his eyes, and ordered, as long as Han sends an attack signal, we will go to support at the fastest speed and destroy the Konoha shinobi army. Okay. 35. Lao Zi, Suma Ji, Chi Tu, and the others all nodded solemnly. Victory and defeat are all in an instant. In order to deal with the Konoha shinobi army, they have been deployed for too long, especially the digging of underground holes, which cost a lot of manpower and material resources, and they were afraid of being discovered by Konoha's perceptive ninjas. Therefore, this battle can only be won, not defeated. At the same time, in an underground hole with a diameter of about 8 meters, which is only more than 800 meters away from the Konoha army camp. Look around. Equipped with special equipment, the rock shinobi elites who can stay underground for a long time are moving forward cautiously. Every 10 meters. There was a faint light. This is rock shinobi's lighting equipment specially researched for underground caves. Beside, there is also a rock shinobi who is performing enchantment ninjutsu. Front. It is the Five Tails Jinchuriki Han in bright red armor. It seems to be to increase the humidity in the burrow and make the rock shinobi more comfortable. Han's body continued to emit white water vapor. Hasn't the ninja of Konoha been discovered yet? A look of disdain appeared on the cheeks under the Han mask, and he muttered to himself, I will launch an attack 200 meters away from the Konoha camp, and the Konoha shinobi army will be caught off guard first. Then use the tailed beast bomb explosion at Konoha camp to signal the rock shinobi force to launch a general attack. Now the speed has to be gradually slowed down so as not to be discovered. Thinking of the way the Konoha shinobi were scared by the rock shinobi that emerged from the ground, Han's heart was filled with joy. Konoha shinobi, he is determined, no one can save him. At this time, the camp of the Konoha army, the monstrous fighting spirit and momentum are gradually weakening. But the killing intent on the cheeks of every Konoha shinobi did not diminish, as if they wanted to swallow rock shinobi alive. How is it possible that Luo Lei has easily aroused his emotions? At this time, Jiraiya also calmed down. There was no change on the surface, but he was a little angry inside. He just couldn't suppress his emotions, and he lost his temper. However, after releasing it for a while, I feel a little more comfortable. Amazing. 9. Thinking of this, Jiraiya glanced at Luo Lei and didn't know how he felt. He was being led by the nose from beginning to end. More importantly, he didn't know what Luo Lei wanted to do. Damn rock shinobi. After being depressed and suffocating for a while, Jiraiya can only vent his anger on rock shinobi again through gritted teeth. I'm still too young, I don't have enough patience. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath, suppressed the bad emotions in his heart, and unknowingly clenched the specially made flying thunder god Kunao, and muttered to himself, no matter what. Anyway, let's have a real fight. The momentum and fighting spirit began to weaken, but the emotions were completely mobilized. See this scene. Luo Lei raised his brows and nodded with satisfaction. Fight. No anger at all, so what? Right now. Everyone released the fire in their hearts. Among them, Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato were of course the most angry. Luo Lei was not surprised by this. After all, he didn't give any respect to Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato at all. Cut it, cut it. Don't give face, don't give face. Moreover, now that it is completely released, it is also good for the body, just to observe a moment of silence for rock shinobi. Xian, step back. 5.5 The next moment, Luo Lei gestured at Mao Yazian. Yes. Yazian didn't think much about it, her body retreated in a flash. Humph. You all have fire. Laozi also has fire in his heart, so let's see how terrifying this fire is when it is released. Luo Lei snorted coldly, a ray of crimson light flashed in his eyes, and he turned to look directly in front of Konoha camp. And through the perspective eye, he could clearly see that in the dark cave, one rock shinobi was moving fast, and the front one was not unexpectedly Five Tails Jinchuriki. Next. Laozi will also release the fire in his heart. Chapter 57. Soon. The camp of the Konoha Shinobi Battalion. After more than 1,000 Konoha Shinobi released, they all entered a state of battle. Without elite Jonin deliberately arranging anything, they all consciously began to assemble, Jonin, Chunin, Genin, and some special troops, all standing in their respective phalanxes in an orderly manner. Poker face. No one spoke. Invisibly, the atmosphere of the entire camp is full of chills. Swish. Swish. A sound of breaking through the air rang out. Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Narashika Issa, Yamanaka Kiki, Akamika Dingza and other high-level leaders of the Konoha Shinobi group, all stood behind Luo Lei, silently staring straight ahead. Jiraiya wants to stand side by side with Luo Lei. After all, as the commander-in-chief of the Konoha Shinobi army in the country of grass, he has the qualifications and confidence. But, after hesitating for a while, he still stood behind Luo Lei, even though he didn't want to admit it, and had a lot of opinions on Luo Lei. Jiraiya was still a little fortunate that Luo Lei arrived at a critical moment. Otherwise, if they are not prepared enough to attack Rock Shinobi village, most of the 17 Konoha Shinobi teams will be defeated in an instant. He will also be the big sinner of Konoha village. The treacherous Rock Shinobi. Looking at Luo Lei's back, Jiraiya's expression did not change, and she couldn't help but cursed inwardly. It took a lot of manpower and material resources to dig tunnels, transport reinforcements through the tunnels, and the army of Konoha Shinobi who wanted to fight through the tunnels was caught off guard. Thanks for thinking about it. I am not afraid of being caught in a urn and the whole army will be wiped out. I wonder where the underground rock shinobi is. The flying thunder god in Namikaze Minato's hands flashed a cold light, suppressing the impulse in his heart. And with the top of the Konoha Shinobi battalion in place, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Far away. Is still endless. No sign of Rock Shinobi's army in sight. As for the underground situation, Konoha's perceptive ninjas all had cold sweats on their foreheads, but still had nothing to gain, so they could only look at Lord Luo Lei. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 10 minutes. As time goes by, the camp of the Konoha troop became more and more tense. The palms of many Konoha shinobi who entered the fighting state began to sweat. Hurry up. Don't tell anyone else. Even Luo Lei himself was speechless. These rock shinobi. Be careful in the tunnel. The closer you got to Konoha camp, the slower the speed. It took almost 20 minutes to walk for a distance of several hundred meters. Especially under the eyes of clairvoyant, Luo Lei can clearly see rock shinobi headed by Five Tails Jinchuriki Han, just like a snail. Every small step, he has to stop, and he is cautious to the ultimate. Looking at Luo Lei was a little angry. Hurry up. We can't see, absolutely can't see. Forget it, don't wait, start at about 200 meters. After a few seconds, Luo Lei's eyes began to flash with red light, staring straight at the ground. Originally, he wanted to wait for 100 meters to start, but according to this time, I am afraid that it will not have to wait for 2 or 3 hours. The other side. The underground Five Tails Jinchuriki Han was moving carefully in the tunnel. Almost every step he took, he had to pause a little. The rock shinobi behind him didn't even dare to breathe, for fear that they would cause some unnecessary noises, which caused the sneak attack plan of the shinobi team to fall short. Why does it feel like being spied on? Han secretly muttered. From the time he was 500 meters away from the Konoha shinobi camp, his sixth sense as a tailed beast Jinchuriki felt unpleasant, and he couldn't say exactly what was unpleasant. Konoha shouldn't have found. Han shook his head, his eyes fixed, and he muttered to himself, "It's coming soon, it will be 200 meters soon. 217 meters. 215 meters. 205 meters. 200 meters. Call." Han breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and then it was time for him to perform. He intends to temporarily go out with more than 300 rock shinobi who are very good at earth-style ninjutsu, and let the remaining 700 rock shinobi hide underground for emergencies. Konoha shinobi, tremble. Han slowly stretched out his right hand and was about to give an order. And Luolei, who had been watching all this, suddenly burst into a violent aura, two red-hot eyes shot out from his eyes, and rushed into the ground at a speed that could not cover his ears. Why? With the sound of the ground burning, an explosion sounded, and the ground began to tremble violently. What happened? More than 20 meters underground. The rock shinobi, headed by Han, looked at the trembling tunnel walls and were a little confused. What's wrong? Have you had an earthquake? How does it feel like something is rushing down? Not good. Suddenly, Han seemed to sense something, his expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't care about revealing it anymore, and shouted at rock shinobi behind him, "Don't stay in the tunnel, I'll enter the cave wall." 39. However, it's too late. Boom. Under Han's jaw-dropping gaze, a cracking sound sounded, and two crimson hot sights slammed into the cave. 235 The next moment, one after another screams resounded. Many rock shinobi's body was bombarded alive by the heat vision before they could react, and they turned into coke directly under the terrifying high temperature. This is just the beginning. The heat line of sight begins to move along the burrow, wherever it goes. Even some rock shinobi have reacted and performed defensive earth-style ninjutsu, which is useless in the face of 6500 degrees Celsius. High temperature is a blow to collapse, the dead can no longer die. Help me. Don't you? Master Han, save me, save me. Some rock shinobi who are very good at earth-style ninjutsu are trembling with fear and can burrow into the wall of the cave, but some rock shinobi who are not good at earth-style are like lambs to be slaughtered. In the narrow cave he fled frantically, but could not escape the attack of the hot sight. For a time, the narrow hole is like purgatory, the screams are ups and downs. The smell of blood, the smell of burnt overflowing. And on the ground, with the constant movement of the thermal sight, a charred ravine more than 20 meters deep spread along the direction of the hole, and wherever it went, no matter what it was cut open. Chapter 58. No. Facing the tragic situation in the underground cave, especially after seeing some who had sneaked into the underground cave wall or were shot accurately by the hot sight, Han roared extremely violently, and the terrifying tailed beast chakra wave surged from his body. He is very clear. Is this someone trying to kill rock shinobi underground? However, no matter how Han shouted, he couldn't stop Luolei. What makes Han even more frustrated and helpless is that he wanted to use the tailed beast chakra to resist the red-hot sight and buy some time for rock shinobi in the cave, but was actually stopped by Five Tails. It seems that the hot sight made Five Tails feel it. Danger. While on the ground. FK. Is this still human? I heard the screams of rock shinobi. I'm afraid the rock shinobi underground is not dead. 35. Too cruel, Lord Luolei is really too cruel. The camp of the Konoha shinobi battalion. Countless Konoha shinobi's eyes widened, looking at the scene in front of them, revealing extremely shocked and almost unbelievable expressions. They thought of many possibilities. I just didn't expect that Lord Luolei would be so violent. Without waiting for rock shinobi to emerge from the ground, he took the lead in cutting through the ground with his heat vision, and slammed into the ground more than 20 meters underground. When I think of the rock shinobi who have no way to retreat in the narrow hole, they can't run away and can only be bombarded and scorched alive in the enclosed space. Many Konoha shinobi fans couldn't help shivering. Too violent. Uchiha Obito, Kakashi, and Nohara Lin who were standing in a small square all took a deep breath carefully. There was only one thought in their hearts. If Mr. Luolei didn't make a move, it would be Wang fried. This. Jiraiya stared blankly at the rays shot out of Luolei's eyes. His eyes were full of disbelief, and there was only one thought in his heart: what the hell is this blood following? Good pervert? The staying power is so strong? Especially the temperature of complete release. It made him feel a faint sense of crisis. Okay, so strong. And Narashika Issa, Yamanaka Kiki, Akamika Dingza and other senior leaders of the Konoha shinobi group, looked at each other, and they could see the horror in their eyes. They knew that Luolei's eyes could shoot heat rays, but they didn't expect that it would be so perverted, that he could cut through the ground at a speed that could not cover his ears at a distance of more than 20 meters, slammed into the ground, and kept going. Spread to the distance. Alas! This level of ability is too incomprehensible. 39. Namikaze Minato's face was shocked. First, he looked at the flying thunder god Konoha in his hand, and then glanced at the hot gaze from Luo Lei's eyes, and immediately felt that the flying thunder god technique seemed a little unscented. Luo Lei's ability. It was the first time that he realized what envy, jealousy, and hatred, even hiding in the ground, can be shot. At the same time, 2 kilometers away from Konoha camp, thousands of rock shinobi troops seemed to be impatient, and most of them showed eager expressions. Lord Han, hurry up, we can't wait. Call. Seemingly aware of the tension in the atmosphere, Ono Tien involuntarily let out a sigh of relief. Sudden. Just at this time, a rock shinobi sensory ninja not far away seemed to sense something, and a wisp of cold sweat unconsciously overflowed from his forehead. Master Onoten, the situation has changed. 99. Boom. The words are not finished yet. A sound of the ground being madly burned resounded. Immediately afterwards, Ono Tien, Lao Ziai, Sima Shi and others, as well as thousands of rock shinobi saw a scene that they will never forget. I saw 2 red rays of light appearing directly in front of them, shooting from the direction of the Konoha troop camp, cutting the ground at an extremely fast speed. Perhaps the temperature was too high, and everywhere they went, they were surrounded by flames. Splashed, the ground trembled, and the temperature rose by dozens of degrees. What's this, what's the joke? Ono Tien's forehead overflowed with cold sweat, and the whole mind was blank. As for the others, including Lao Ziai, Sima Ji, Chi Tu, and others, their eyes were sluggish, they just felt as if they had seen a miracle, and it was difficult to make even the slightest sound. For a time, thousands of rock shinobi are all dumbfounded. Clang. This is the sound of rock shinobi being too frightened, his body swayed, and the kunao in his hand fell to the ground. Wait a minute, the burrow. Rock shinobi in the burrow? But, just at this time, looking at the position and direction of the 2 crimson rays cutting the ground, Ono Tien suddenly came back to his senses, like a madman, his body flashed, and he appeared at a tunnel entrance not far away, possessed and listened. What? Help, Lord Han, help! Quick, run quickly and get out of the tunnel. One after another screams came from the cave. Hearing these voices, he glanced at the crimson rays that were cutting the ground in the distance. Ono Tienru was struck by lightning, and his body could not help shaking a few times. There was only one thought in his heart. Bang, bang! The sound of running away sounded. Some rock shinobi in the cave crawled out of the cave like lost dogs. However, only more than 30 rock shinobi came out. The hole that was madly cut by the crimson heat vision collapsed suddenly, and this. It was like a chain reaction, the ground in front of it began to vibrate violently, and wherever there was a hole, it began to sink with a bang. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. Cave collapses. Raised a lot of dust. The earth was shaking, and countless cracks like spider webs appeared, and the scene was very tragic. How is this possible? Damn, why is this happening? No, this is the ability of Luo Lei, the god of killing Konoha. Facing the collapsed hole, Lao Ziai, Sima Ji, Chi Tu and the others finally reacted, and roared with ghastly expressions on their faces. Special. Are they still waiting for the signal to attack? As a result, the signal did not arrive, but a bad news came. The hole that had been dug with a lot of manpower and material resources was actually collapsed by people. More importantly, you have seen the shooting from the camp of the Konoha army for almost 1 kilometer. Half-ray attack? They met. Pfft. After being sluggish for a few seconds, Ono Tien glanced at Rock Shinobi, who had only run out of more than 30 people, and spit out a big mouthful of blood. To know. 1,000 Rock Shinobi elite ninjas secretly supported right. But they are all hidden in the cave? I want to surprise the Konoha Shinobi army. Now the cave is collapsed, and with the crazy burst of heat vision, I am afraid that except for a part of the Rock Shinobi of Grandmaster Earth style, the rest will all die. Light? Surprise has turned into fright. This Luo Lei is killing everything. Chapter 59. Boom. After all the caves collapsed, the hot gaze that burst out with murderous intent was closed by Luo Lei. For a time, whether it is the camp of the Konoha Shinobi army, even the assembly area of the Rock Shinobi army fell into a dead silence. Almost every Konoha Shinobi's forehead is constantly overflowing with cold sweat, showing an extremely unbelievable look, and his mind is blank. As for the Rock Shinobi of the Rock Shinobi team, all of them are pale, and their inner timidity has reached the ultimate. No way. No one thought Lord Luo Lei would be so cruel. He would not be soft on his hands. Using the terrifying heat vision to penetrate the ground, after wreaking havoc for a while, the underground hole collapsed abruptly. It is conceivable that even if the Rock Shinobi in the cave was not shot by the hot site, it must have been crushed to death by the collapsed soil, and it was a great luck to escape. Good. At this time, Luo Lei used his clairvoyant eyes to see that all the holes in the ground had collapsed, and nodded very satisfied. It was the first time he used heat sight with high intensity and full fire power for a long time, and the power displayed was not bad, only a small part of rock shinobi escaped, and most of them died underground. Is this Lord Luo Lei's true strength? I don't know how long it took. Countless ninjas in the Konoha shinobi group came back to their senses and muttered to themselves. Rock shinobi this time. It can be described as stealing chicken without losing rice. Call. Looking at Luo Lei's back with a complicated expression, Jiraiya took a deep breath and sighed. The title of killing god is no longer suitable for him. Yes. Naraluyu nodded, with 200 rays of light flashing in his eyes, and said softly, if Lord Luo Lei really ended the Third Ninja War, then he is the undisputed god of ninja. God of Ninja World? Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato, Yamanaka Kiki, Akamika Dingza and other high-ranking officers of the Konoha shinobi group, all of them couldn't help showing a look of horror. Obviously did not expect. Naraluyu has such a high evaluation of Luo Lei. God of Ninja. Doesn't that mean Luo Lei has a chance to rival the legendary ninjas Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama? Is it really possible? The god of Ninja World, I just want to be a villager of Konoha village. Luo Lei smiled disapprovingly when he heard this, and made a disdainful voice, the god of Ninja World let Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara fight. Go. 5. Naralucus smiled awkwardly and stopped talking immediately. He still wanted to lick Luo Lei? But he didn't expect to lick it on the steel plate. Luo Lei didn't seem to care at all about the so-called god of Ninja World. Get ready to fight. The next moment, a smile flashed in Luo Lei's eyes, and he said meaningfully, Five Tails Jinchuriki seems to be crazy, completely lost his mind. The voice did not fall. 200 meters away underground. In vain, a monstrous tailed beast chakra wave erupted. I saw a pure white beast fused from a dolphin and a horse emerge from the ground and roared up to the sky, followed by a violent aura that charged in all directions. Anger. Extremely angry. Maybe some of them lost their minds. Han, who was able to stay awake, could no longer suppress the five tails in his body. To be more precise, Han doesn't want to suppress anymore, he wants to completely release the five tails in his body, wreak havoc in the Konoha shinobi army, and avenge the dead rock shinobi. Boom. The completely beast-turned Han was extremely violent, and it shook this area directly. Attack. All cheer up, we're going to avenge the dead rock shinobi. Must kill all the ninjas of the Konoha shinobi group. Perceiving this terrifying wave of the tailed beast chakra, the rock shinobi army, which was still dead, was instantly activated. Ono Tien, Lao Ziai, Suma Shi and others suppressed the anger in their hearts, and even more on their cheeks. It was an undisguised display of monstrous murderous intent. Revenge. They want revenge. Let the blood of the Konoha shinobi pay the debt. Swish. Swish. The next moment, Ono Tien, Lao Ziai, Suma Shi and others took the lead to kill the camp of the Konoha shinobi army. Perhaps knowing that there is a fierce battle ahead. After Lao Ziai communicated with Four Tails, he also entered a state of complete body tail beast transformation, and suddenly transformed into a huge red orangutan. Roar. 35. It seems to be responding to Han, and it seems to be the horn to launch an attack. The completely tailed beast turned old Zi roared in the sky, and the violent tailed beast chakra spewed out without money, which affected the entire area. Kill. Watching old Zi turned into a huge red orangutan, thousands of rock shinobi's excited and restless hearts finally calmed down, and the decadent momentum began to rise continuously. In an instant, the fighting spirit is monstrous. Perfect. Onatian couldn't help clenching his fists, and he was relieved. The fighting spirit and self-confidence that had just been beaten, with the outbreak of the tailed beast Jinchuriki, finally made the rock shinobi break out with amazing morale again, and there was a feeling that they were going to fight the Konoha shinobi army to the end. The other side. Not good. 99. Five Tails seems to be out of control. Sure enough, Five Tails Jinchuriki Han was also secretly sent to the battlefield. Looking at the violent Five Tails, Jiraiya, Narashika Issa, Namikaze Minato and others, their expressions changed slightly. It's you? The completely beast-like Han's violent eyes glanced at the Konoha shinobi camp, and finally, his eyes fell on Luo Lei's body, BHFF, and he felt the breath of hot eyes on his body. Revenge. Driven by hatred. The completely beast-like Han rushed towards Luo Lei. Roll. Why do you think I didn't attack you just now? Just to get on the ground and torture you. Luo Lei clenched his fist. In a flash, his body hit Five Tails Kokuo's head with a punch. With the support of supersonic speed. The fist erupted with a force of more than 500 tons, pouring down on Five Tails Kokuo's head like an overwhelming force. Boom! The deafening roar resounded, and the Five Tails Kokuo didn't even react, and was directly smashed into the ground more than 50 meters by the terrifying force. Wave of energy. Roar! Being suddenly bombarded more than 50 meters underground, Five Tails Kokuo let out a painful roar. Although its body is made of the tailed beast chakra, but, more than 500 tons of power, it is still a bit overwhelming. Humph. Luo Lei snorted coldly and didn't give Five Tails Kokuo any time to adjust, so he rushed into the ground with a dodge, grabbed Five Tails Kokuo's tail and lifted it up. Tailed beast. Is it very pervert? Sorry. Laozi is more pervert and cruel than you. Boom. After dragging Five Tails off the ground, Luo Lei threw it on the ground as if he was throwing garbage, and smashed a hole dozens of meters wide on the ground. Roar. 35. An earth-shattering roar came out. Five Tails Kokuo went completely crazy, opened his mouth, the terrifying chakra filled his mouth, obviously it was going to enlarge. FK. After being a tailed beast for so many years, it has never been so suffocated and shamed. Tailed beast bomb. Luo Lei grinned, not afraid at all, and with a flash, he appeared in front of Five Tails Kokuo. Go to hell. 99. Five Tails Kokuo looked overjoyed. A high-density black energy ball suddenly spewed out. Boom. Tailed beast bomb slammed Luo Lei's body violently, bursting out an energy shock wave that made the space tremble. Clap, clap. This is the sound of air bursting. However, very powerful. Luo Lei's body still stayed where he was, as if he had not suffered any harm at all. FK. Seeing this terrifying scene, the Konoha shinobi who were already stunned, their expressions froze, their eyes filled with a ghostly look. Originally, after the appearance of Five Tails Kokuo, everyone still has some worries and fears. After all, this is a tailed beast? It can be called a big killer on the battlefield. The result was good, the awesome Five Tails Kokuo was punched to the ground, and then dragged out of the ground by Luo Lei. Even if he sprayed tailed beast bomb, he was physically resisted by Luo Lei. For a time, everyone has an illusion. That is, Lord Luo Lei is a human-tailed beast, and Five Tails Kokuo is just a fake. Five Tails Kokuo looked at his tailed beast bomb without any effect, and was a little stunned. Hehe, it's my turn. A playful smile appeared on Luo Lei's face, and his body instantly turned into an after-image invisible to the naked eye. Next, the Konoha shinobi fighters at the scene and the rock shinobi troops who had already arrived, saw a scene that made people's scalp tingle. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by the sound of air bursting. I saw Luo Lei relying on supersonic speed, just like playing football, kicking Five Tails Kokuo constantly. Almost every kick, a part of Five Tails Kokuo will be kicked out, although there is a tailed beast chakra immediately. Make up for it, but it will be kicked out again soon. Therefore, in this situation, Five Tails Kokuo let out one after another screaming roar, as if suffering some inhuman torture. Chapter 60. Who? The screams of Five Tails Kokuo continued to sound. It wants to resist. The terrifying tailed beast chakra wave is constantly erupting. But Luo Lei didn't give it a chance. Almost every foot was pouring hundreds of tons of force on it, making Five Tails Kokuo just like a sandbag, being kicked and kicked again and again. The horns are already broken. Maybe if it weren't for the special life form of the tailed beast, Five Tails Kokuo would have died long ago. But Rao is so, it doesn't feel good either. Seeing that Han, who had completely turned into a beast, was constantly being hanged and beaten. The rock shinobi troop, which was aggressively heading towards the Konoha shinobi troop camp, braked suddenly and stopped in an open space 600 meters away from the Konoha camp. Quiet. I am most afraid of the sudden quietness of the air. Originally, everyone wanted to kill Konoha shinobi to vent their anger and avenge rock shinobi who died in the cave, but they saw such a demoralizing scene. In an instant, Onatian, Kitu, Sumazi and others felt like eating shit in their hearts. Did they make a mistake? How strong is Luo Lei, the Konoha killing god? Why does it feel better than the rumors? How powerful? Even the tailed beast Jinchuriki can be beaten? How to do? Kitu hesitated for a moment, then said solemnly, is there something wrong with the situation? War. Onatian gritted his teeth and said, the arrow has to hit the string, and we have no way out. Having said that, Onatian also showed an extremely aggrieved and helpless expression. FK, they had already planned, everything was ready, and they only owed the last step, but they didn't expect that Luo Lei also secretly rushed to the Konoha troop in the land of grass, which caused them to steal chicken and rice. If you retreat, you will only be chased and beaten by Konoha shinobi. Suma Shi took a deep breath and said solemnly, we still have some chances. You are waiting here. Sudden. Just at this time, Lao Ziai, who had entered the state of complete tail beast transformation, said solemnly, I am going to save Han, I feel that he is no longer available. Talking. Lao Ziai has already flew out. Dash. Onatian opened his mouth, trying to stop Lao Ziai, but found that it was too late. The red gorilla in the form of Lao Ziai had already flew out in anger. Damn. Onatian clenched his fists a little irritably, and cursed in a low voice, Old Ziai, you are so irritable, you will pay the price one day. Stand by in place. Next moment, Onatian gritted his teeth and ordered in a deep voice. The current situation is no longer favorable for rock shinobi, so we can only wait and see if Lao Ziai and Han can suppress Luo Lei when they join forces. However, well planned. In fact, Han couldn't hold on anymore. To be more precise, Five Tails Kokuo couldn't hold on anymore. In the field. Boom. Another crash sounded. Five Tails Kokuo was kicked to the ground with a savage kick, and the powerful force caused the ground to crack in an instant. Han, no more. Even if I am an immortal existence, I can't bear it anymore. Damn it, when did such a big pervert appear in the ninja world? Once again kicked to the ground, the tailed beast chakra on Five Tails Kokuo has begun to become sparse, and at a glance, it can be seen that in order to maintain a completely tailed beastized body, a lot of tailed beast chakra is consumed. No, hold on. Han suppressed the throbbing in his heart and said, Four Tails Jinchuriki Lao Ziai has already come to support, we still have a chance. This guy is a super pervert, I'll take it off first. Five Tails was obviously scared inside. As a tailed beast, it is considered to be seen in the world, but it is the first time I have seen a pervert ninja like Luo Lei, and its strength is calculated in 100 tons. Wait a minute. Is this guy really a ninja? Five Tails can't figure it out, and doesn't want to think about it anymore. Originally, they thought they could come out and relax, but they were beaten madly by Luo Lei. Five Tails felt extremely depressed. The next time, even if they took the initiative to release the seal, it would not come out. The voice did not fall. Almost in the next instant, Five Tails took back the few-tailed beast chakra without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, under the gaze of countless people, the huge body of Five Tails Kokuo disappeared, leaving only a dying Five Tails Jinchuriki Han at the bottom of the pit. Wait a minute. Han said weakly and silently, if you don't borrow the tailed beast chakra for me, I will die. He shouldn't kill you, after all, you are Jinchuriki, and you have value. The voice of Five Tails Kokuo resounded in Han's mind, directly causing Han to fall to the bottom and fall into despair. Ask for her flowers. He is very clear. He let Kokuo come out to be abused, which made Kokuo angry. Seeing Five Tails Kokuo take the initiative to retreat, Luo Lei was stunned for a moment, and with a flick of his body, he pinched Han in his right hand. Boil-style monster force. Feeling that his neck was being pinched, Han Qiang endured the pain in his body, and the chakra surging all over his body, he wanted to form a seal. Pfft. Pity. India is not over yet. Han's hands were forcibly torn off by Luo Lei's left hand, and the blood ran wild. What? Han made a desperate voice. He is dead. Without his hands, he has been completely abolished. 00. Damn, stop it. Boom. Lao Ziai, who turned into a red gorilla, stood not far from Luo Lei with a few jumps. The strong force made the ground, which was already ravaged, vibrated violently, and the violent-tailed beast chakra was surging all over his body. What did you say? Luo Lei glanced at Lao Ziai, who was completely beast-tailed, and chuckled, did you let me let him go? You are so vicious. Old Ziki, who turned into a red gorilla, was trembling all over, especially looking at Han whose hands were torn off alive. For a time, he was so angry that he couldn't speak. Vicious. A wicked smile flashed across Luo Lei's cheeks, and a crimson light flashed in his eyes, and said, have you seen the picture of the tailed beast Jinchuriki's head exploding? It must be beautiful, right? Old Ziai, who turned into a red gorilla, frowned, as if thinking about something. Wait a minute, don't kill him, I can follow your orders later. 5. However, Lao Ziai didn't understand, but Five Tails Kokuo panicked a little, took over Han's body, and hurriedly said, from now on, I will be Five Tails of Konoha village, you see. Sorry, Lao Zi likes to kill even-tailed beasts together. Luo Lei shook his head expressionlessly. Boom. A crisp explosion sounded. Five Tails Jinchuriki Han's head was blown out by the heat sight. Chapter 61. Boom. A crisp explosion sounded. Five Tails Jinchuriki Han's head exploded with the heat sight. Roar. How is this possible? You actually killed Jinchuriki Han. Five Tails Kokuo was a little mad, as if returning to the light, the terrifying tailed beast chakra wave broke out, trying to give Luo Lei the final blow. It's a pity, no matter how hard it struggles. Are useless. As the vitality of the Jinchuriki Han passed, its body began to dissipate gradually, and the chakra energy of the tailed beast decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Why? Five Tails Kokuo really can't figure it out. Please. Is it a tailed beast? How much to give some face? Moreover, it has clearly stated that it will surrender, and it has also stated that it will be very obedient. From this 200 onwards, it will be the Five Tails of Konoha village. But Luo Lei is unmoved, doesn't give face, kills if he deserves it, and doesn't show mercy. It's over, I have to reset it again. Certainly. Since it is powerless to resist. Five Tails Kokuo could only give Luo Lei a fierce look, as if to imprint Luo Lei's appearance in his heart. It will not die. Even after Jinchuriki dies, it will be reborn in some other place. The only bad thing is that the personality and memory of this life will disappear, and it will become a baby who does not know anything. I remember you. Five Tails Kokuo let out a final cry and disappeared completely. Just remember, what are you? Luo Lei shrugged indifferently and threw Han's body on the ground. And all this? All happened in an instant. From Five Tails begging for mercy, to Luo Lei begging the killer and throwing away Han's body at will, many people still haven't reacted. I saw that the tailed beast Jinchuriki Han was already dead and could no longer die. In an instant. Whether it is the Konoha shinobi camp, or the rock shinobi army seems to have fallen into silence. Roar. 35. You killed Han and Five Tails. Five Tails has chosen to surrender. Old Zi, who had transformed into a red orangutan, let out a roar of incomparable sadness. Angered by the constant beating of his hands on his chest, there were deafening collision sounds. Died. Han and Five Tails are dead. This Luo Lei is such a butcher and executioner. Master Han is dead. How is it possible that the tailed beast will also die? What? How could Lord Han die? Just kidding. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lao Zi's action was like a fuse, detonating the entire rock shinobi army with thousands of rock shinobi. Almost every rock shinobi's forehead was constantly dripping with cold sweat, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. Even Ono Tien, Kato, Suma Shi, and others were in a trance for a while. The tailed beast Jinchuriki, as the secret weapon of every ninja village, was killed without hesitation after expressing his surrender and surrender. Has Konoha village reached the point of seeing tailed beasts as dung? The tailed beast delivered to the door. Kill it if you say it. Even Jinchuriki was killed? The ninjas of the Konoha shinobi team also stared blankly at this scene, and there was only one thought in their hearts, that is, Lord Luo Lei is too strong and violent, even the tailed beast is insignificant in front of Lord Luo Lei. Great witch. Certainly. Some people feel pity in their hearts. The tailed beasts have all surrendered, and you also killed the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Are you a little impulsive? After all, is this a tailed beast? Once Konoha village captures Five Tails Jinchuriki back, the overall strength will probably improve a lot. Pity. He was killed by Lord Luo Lei. Luo Lei, you can actually be a little more merciful and capture the surrendered Five Tails Jinchuriki back to Konoha village. 35. At this time, Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, and then said seriously, the tailed beast Jinchuriki, as the secret weapon of the major shinobi villages, is very precious, and the willingness of Five Tails to surrender is even more commendable. When it comes to this, Jiraiya also showed a very regretful look, saying, you missed an opportunity to conquer Five Tails. Oh. Upon hearing this, Luo Lei turned his head and squinted at Jiraiya, and said indifferently, Toad Sage Jiraiya, one of Konoha Sunin, are you teaching me to do things? I'm just telling the truth. Jiraiya's heart tightened, he took a deep breath, and said solemnly, actually, there is no need to kill them all, many things have to be considered before they are done, and you can pursue the maximization of interests. After all, everyone is for Konoha village. Five Tails Jinchuriki is dead, there is nothing left, and if it is alive, it will still be useful to Konoha village. I like it, don't I? Lao Zi can do whatever he wants. Why do you teach me to do things? Is it to give you face? I gave you a chance that you didn't know to cherish. The voice did not fall. Luo Lei suddenly became a little angry. FK. The tailed beast, Jinchuriki, kill it if you kill it. Still have opinions on FK, missed the chance to capture Five Tails, and want to bring Five Tails Jinchuriki back to Konoha village? Sorry. I just want to kill Five Tails Jinchuriki. One after another. Now, I'm not happy with you two. Swish. The next moment. Without any warning. Luo Lei's body turned into an afterimage invisible to the naked eye. Danger. Extremely dangerous. At the moment Luo Lei disappeared, Jiraiya felt that the cells in the whole body were in a frantic warning, as if he was being targeted by something. Teacher Jiraiya, be careful. Namikaze Minato, who had not spoken at 5.5, clenched the flying thunder god Kunao in his hand. He never thought that this Luo Lei would be so irritable, and teacher Jiraiya just taught him to do things, to maximize the benefits, and to meet the interests of Konoha village. It turned out well. Without a word, I started. Or move your hand in front of Rock Shinobi's army, it's simply irrelevant and unreasonable. Snapped. The voice did not fall. A crisp voice sounded. Even though Jiraiya has entered a defensive stance. In the face of the supersonic Luo Lei, he was slapped and flew out, and smashed to the ground dozens of meters away, causing a lot of dust. Chapter 62. Sudden change. Was it stunned by the countless people at the scene? No one thought that Luo Lei would attack Jiraiya, one of the Sunins, without any scruples at such a critical moment. For a time. Not only the Konoha shinobi fans were dumbfounded, but even Rock Shinobi's eyes widened. No, something big happened. What shall we do, what shall we do? 55. Narashika Issa, Yamanaka Kiki, Akamika Dingza and other high-level leaders of the Konoha shinobi group, all of them couldn't help but show helpless expressions. In fact, after Jiraiya said those words, they knew something was wrong. After all, with the character expressed by Lord Luolei, if you dare to teach him to do things, then he will dare to teach you to be a man. Alright now, Lord Luolei slapped Lord Jiraiya violently, but it was still a slap in the face of everyone. But more Konoha shinobi people suppressed their inner vibrations and lowered their heads involuntarily. One side was Mr. Luolei and the other was Mr. Jiraiya, feeling that things were a little serious. Especially when the rock shinobi army is still staring at the side. Suffering? Why did Mr. Jiraiya drop the chain at a critical moment? Kakashi, do you still need a younger brother? I can follow his surname. Uchiha stared at Sharinan and said dumbly, it's too domineering, too cruel, too unscrupulous, I feel a call of wildness 5. Roll. Kakashi swallowed and explained, Brother Luolei was not like this before. Then why did it become like this? Uchiha Obito's eyes flashed with a ray of light, and he asked curiously. Who knows? Kakashi shrugged, thinking of his father who committed suicide, and involuntarily showing a ray of sadness. Oh. Uchiha Obito shook his head shyly, and wisely stopped talking. The other side. God help me Iwagakure. Ono Tien of the Rock Shinobi team saw the infighting in the Konoha Shinobi team, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly ordered in a low voice, everyone, don't act rashly, our opportunity is coming. Clear. Yes. 39. The elite jonin of Iwagakure, Kito, Sumashi, etc., all nodded happily. FK. Happiness comes too suddenly. At a critical moment, there was a problem with the Konoha shinobi troop. Now it's time to see if Jiraiya, who was slapped in the face, will fight back. Once he fights back, it will be over. Maybe Rock Shinobi Corps can take advantage of it. Lao Ziai, who was completely beast-tailed, quickly hugged Han's headless corpse and retreated several hundred meters after a few jumps. He gave Han's corpse to a Rock Shinobi Chunin, and ordered, send the corpse back to Iwagakure, let Mr. Third Tsuchikage be buried thickly. Yes. That Chunin didn't hesitate, took the corpse and left the battlefield. Humph. The completely tailed old Ziai gritted his teeth, snorted coldly, and muttered to himself, Han, because of you, there has been an infighting between Luolei and Jiraiya of the Konoha shinobi army, you rest in peace. At the same time, Luolei. Pft, pft. Jiraiya, who was just thrown away by a slap, crawled out of the pothole, couldn't help spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood and a few big knocked-out teeth, rubbed her red and swollen cheeks, and snorted angrily. He was slapped. Still being beaten in front of everyone's eyes, is it tolerable or unbearable? Call. Looking at Jiraiya's cheeks, which were swollen into a pig's head, and a few teeth were knocked out, the Konoha shinobi army made a sound of gasping for air. Some Konoha shinobi may still want to laugh, but are forced to hold back. Mr. Jiraiya. Namikaze Minato's body flashed, and he stood beside Jiraiya and asked worriedly, are you alright? Do you look like I'm alright? Jiraiya pointed to his cheek, gritted his teeth and said, after the 3 wars, I have to rely on my face to eat, what should I do now? Mr. Jiraiya, if you can't bear it, it's a big plan. Now you are fighting with the Rock Shinobi army. You must hold back. It's all about Konoha village. 35. The will of fire also told us that we must have sacrifice and dedication, and it's nothing to suffer a little loss. Namikaze Minato hesitated, and then whispered a few words in Jiraiya's ear. What did you say? Jiraiya's long white hair was about to stand upright, and she said angrily, Minato, don't worry about it, I have to let out my breath, or I will be uneasy. Summoning technique. The next moment, Jiraiya chakras surged, and the palm of his hand pressed directly on the ground. Puff! A plume of white smoke erupted. I saw 2 little green toads appear at the scene. Little Jiraiya, long time no see. Under the gazes of countless ninjas, one of them, a small green toad with a white beard and eyebrows, said in a calm tone, could it be that we are in trouble and need our help? 99. My son, you see how badly Jiraiya was beaten. 35. Another small green toad with purple hair and purple lips let out an exclamation as if it saw something. Yeah, really. Immortal Shenzuo showed a look of interest. Seems to be. Immortal's Haima glanced around, and finally her eyes fell on Luolei, her brows furrowed. Strange. She actually felt a dangerous aura on Luolei. Don't ask me. Jiraiya nodded, her expression unchanged, and said, I want to quickly enter sage mode. Alright. Anyway, it's boring, we'll help you. Swish. The voice did not fall. Immortal Fukazaku and Immortal's Haima stood on Jiraiya's left and right shoulders respectively. The next moment. Accompanied by a terrifying natural energy fluctuation. Horrible chakra fluctuations appeared on Jiraiya's body in vain, red eye shadow began to appear at the corners of his eyes, and red stripes appeared on the red and swollen face. This is... Could it be the legendary sage mode? Oops, is Jiraiya-sama coming for real? Facing the sudden change of image and temperament, Jiraiya seemed to be completely integrated with the surrounding nature. The ninjas of the Konoha shinobi team all widened their eyes, such as Narashikuhaisa and others, but their expressions changed suddenly. Lord Jiraiya summoned the immortal Fukazaku and immortal Shima of Mount Miyaboku and entered the strongest form. It seems that he is about to come to the real thing. Once you really fight with Lord Luolei. That's it. Sage mode is out. Jiraiya battles Luolei, our rock shinobi troops can watch the fire from the other side. 35. Hurry up and fight. Fight for the death together. Facing Jiraiya entering Sage mode. Ono Tien, Suma Shi, Katu and other elite jonin of rock shinobi's main force, all jumped up with joy. 200 but, they all held back and must not make any noise, in case Luolei and Jiraiya were affected the internal strife, wouldn't it fall short of success again? Dajdaj. However, from start to finish, Luolei's expression didn't change, he just stood there. Of course, Namikaze Minato whispered in Jiraiya's ear, with his powerful hearing, he actually heard it. It doesn't matter. If there is a teacher, there must be an apprentice, he has already made it, and Jiraiya dare not do it. As the ancestor of Konoha, if Laozi beat you, you will endure it for me. Otherwise, you will be screwed over at one time. As predicted. After entering Sage mode, Jiraiya clenched his fists, and instead of looking at Luolei, he looked in the direction of the rock shinobi army, and said angrily, attack the rock shinobi army. Sage art thousands of wool needles. Boo. 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 Before he finished speaking, Jiraiya's straight white hair stood up in vain and became hard, and shot countless strands of hair in the direction of the rock shinobi army. What? In the face of the hair attack like raindrops in the sky. The ninjas of the rock shinobi team, who were watching the big play, were all stunned, and they were all a little confused. Did you make a mistake? Did your attack go in the wrong direction? Don't you get angry when someone slaps you in the face, your teeth are knocked out, and your blood is poured out? Can you bear it? Come hit us. What is rock shinobi doing? For a time, countless rock shinobi's mentality collapsed. Chapter 63. For a time, the hearts of countless rock shinobi are broken. No way, they didn't expect that Jiraiya, one of the Sunin, would be so tolerant. He was slapped in the face, and he poured his anger on their rock shinobi. There's no reason at all, they rock shinobi just want to watch the show, who will provoke whom? FK. In the face of Jiraiya's unspoken immortal attack, Ono Tien also scolded rarely, Jiraiya, you are a ninja turtle. I'm convinced. 35. Sumazi wrinkled his nose and muttered to himself, I've seen someone who can endure it, but I've never seen someone as patient as Jiraiya. Don't think too much, let's do it together. The terracotta body flew out in a flash, chakras surging, his hands quickly formed seals, and he said solemnly, rock shinobi in the front row listened to the order and performed defensive ninjutsu with me. Earth style 10,000 miles earth flow wall. Earth style 10,000 miles earth flow wall. Earth style 10,000 miles earth flow wall. 66. Heed this sentence. The dozens of chinins at the front also reacted, and they didn't dare to hesitate, and started to seal the seals in unison. Boom. With a deafening roar, an earthen wall as tall as the Great Wall rose up right in front of the rock shinobi army, blocking the front. Earth-style super hardening technique. Earth-style super hardening technique. Earth-style super hardening technique. Perhaps worried about the insecurity, the dozens of rock shinobi in the second row used a reinforced ninjutsu together to super strengthen the earth wall, making the earth wall several times harder than the rock. The next moment, numerous strands of hair stabbed into the earth wall that had been reinforced several times. Clang. 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 Accompanied by a crackling sound. The seemingly defensive earth wall seems to be shaky in front of Sage Art Majin Senbon. But, fortunately, it resisted. Give up flukes and fantasies and prepare to fight. Resisting Jiraiya's attack, Ono Tien took a deep breath, adjusted his mentality, and shouted abruptly, the first square. The second square. The third square. The fourth square. And Rock Shinobi Anbu No. 1 the first team, the second team, and the third team all attacked my entire army to destroy Konoha's ninjas. When necessary, you can use the secret technique of perishing together. In an instant, thousands of Rock Shinobi troops all went into action. At the same time, Konoha large army camp. After Jiraiya enters Sage mode and attacks Rock Shinobi, it can be said to have given everyone a big surprise. I thought that Mr. Jiraiya would not be able to bear it, but in the end, he held back and vented his anger on the Rock Shinobi team. Therefore, after making sure there was no infighting, thousands of Konoha Shinobi warriors also broke out with amazing fighting spirit. Mr. Jiraiya, I got it. 35. After Namikaze Minato pondered for a while, he muttered to himself a little ashamed, I don't believe you can bear it, it's too inappropriate, I will dictate the code of the will of fire 100 times when I go back. 5. Attack together. At this time, Jiraiya, who entered Sage mode, after attacking by himself, saw that no one had started, and gave a loud command. However, embarrassingly, No Konoha shinobi were dispatched from Camp Konoha. Originally, Namikaze Minato wanted to do it, but as soon as he thought that teacher Jiraiya could endure it, there was no need for him to touch Luo Lei's bad head. I can handle it myself. At this time, Luo Lei's expression was indifferent, a strong fighting spirit rose from his body, and he said coldly, "Let you see what is the power to suppress the audience." After saying this, Luo Lei also took a look at Jiraiya. "Don't you want to show your power when you enter Sage Mode? Then Lao Zi will let you experience the true power of the ancestors of Konoha." "What? Lord Luo Lei, are you kidding me? Did one person hit 1,000 rock shinobi?" The Konoha shinobi fighters who were already ready for battle, in disbelief, let out one after another uproar. Even Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Narashika Issa, and others who entered Sage Mode and prepared to make a big haircut in Kamui were all face to face. "Unbelievable color. You look good." Luo Lei is too lazy to explain so much. With his current physical fitness, fighting for 10 days and a half months is just like playing, so he won't have the same stamina as a ninja. Laugh. The voice did not fall. 2 crimson rays blasted towards the rushing rock shinobi army. Earth-style 10,000 miles Earth-flow wall. Earth-style super hardening technique. 99. Fire-style big flame bullet technique. 35. Wind-style great breakthrough. Earth-style earth dragon bullet. Facing Luo Lei's ray attack, the hundreds of rock shinobi rushing in front, Chakra used countless ninjutsu in a rush, defensive and offensive, and slammed towards the hot line of sight. Boom! A deafening voice rang out. The heat sight collided with those messy ninjutsu, and a high-temperature energy wave of more than 6,000 degrees erupted. Just a stalemate for a second. Those messy ninjutsu were defeated by one blow. How is this possible? The hundreds of rock shinobi who rushed in front of them all had their faces suddenly changed and their minds were shaking. It was really a picture of countless ninjutsu bursting out of their hot eyes. It was too terrifying. How terrible is this heat sight? Not good. Ninjutsu doesn't work. Go away. After a few seconds. After the hundreds of rock shinobi who rushed in the front reacted, they all shouted in panic, "Yes! Nourishing!" The words are not finished yet. A rock shinobi was blasted into coke by the heat sight. And this is just the beginning. Noisy! Noisy! One after another, the sound of being scorched by the explosion sounded, and the hot sight turned into a Shinigami sickle, constantly harvesting the lives of hundreds of rock shinobi rushing in front. Some rock shinobi wanted to hide underground, but they were all caught in Luo Lei's perspective accurate eye shot. What? Asterisk what? Bam. Boom. Bam. Right. For a time. There were screams and explosions one after another on the battlefield. And the terrifying picture of the hot sight killing everything, the speed of the rock shinobi army, which was rushing wildly, slowed down all of a sudden. Chapter 64. Old Purple. Terracotta. Sumashi. See this scene. Dai Tian almost vomited blood in anger, and called out 3 names directly. The meaning was very simple: you go and besiege Luo Lei. No way. This hot sight. On the battlefield, it is an unsolvable killer. Let Luo Lei attack so unscrupulously, I am afraid that thousands of rock shinobi are not enough to kill. Understood. With terrifying chakra fluctuations, Lao Zi instantly entered a state of complete tail beast transformation, transformed into a giant red orangutan, and stormed towards Luo Lei. You all looked up to me. At this time, Luo Lei glanced at the Konoha shinobi army indifferently, his eyes fell on Jiraiya who entered Sage Mode, and he said arrogantly, "Whoever dares to do it, don't blame me for being rude. Now, what I say is the rule. If anyone doesn't follow it, I will kill him." Ha 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 ha. 99. Rock Shinobi Corps, you don't have to rush, I'll hit you all alone. After saying these words, a violent smile flashed across Luo Lei's cheeks. Just let the entire ninja world see the truly terrifying strength of Ancestors 200. Facing the extremely domineering and unscrupulous Luo Lei, Narashika Issa, Yamanaka Kiki, Akamika Dingza and other senior leaders of the Konoha Shinobi Battalion, as well as the ninjas of the Konoha Shinobi Battalion, consciously did not speak. Among them, many Chunin and Genin were even more delighted in their hearts. Once they face each other, they will definitely die, and now, they don't have to go all out, it's just a joy. More importantly, if Lord Luo Lei wins, they will also get a military exploit. A madman is a madman who is unscrupulous. And Jiraiya's fist in Sage Mode is clenched and clenched. Finally, he could only roar a few times inwardly. What is this? He entered the Sage Mode and was ready to make a big hit on Kamui, but he was threatened not to shoot. He was so aggrieved, and what you said was a rule. You are not Hokage, why? Little Jiraiya, get out of Sage Mode. Luo Lei is very different, when did such a monster appear in your Konoha village? With the dissipation of the celestial magic Chuk, BHFF. Immortal Fukazaku and Immortals Haima, who had not spoken all the time, jumped off Jiraiya's shoulders and watched Luo Lei's back rushing towards the battlefield, full of fear and cowardice. Just. The two immortals were actually somewhat shocked. This Luo Lei. Not an easy role. He wasn't like this before. Jiraiya thought for a moment, rubbed her swollen cheeks, and then said solemnly, the battle of Kaikyoyama just broke out some time ago, seems to have awakened some special blood snares. Does the blood follow a snare? Immortal Fukazaku frowned, wrote it down secretly, and planned to go back to Mount Mayaboku to check the information. You don't mess with him. Immortal's Haima shook his head and said meaningfully, if you annoy him again, it won't be a slap thing, you may really die. 66. Which pot is not open to lift which pot? Jiraiya felt her still sore cheeks, and she stopped talking after thinking about it. He was afraid to go on. Which sentence offends Luo Lei and suffers a disaster, then it will be a big loss. Look at it. Immortal Shenzuo shook his head and turned his gaze to the battlefield. At the same time, with Luo Lei's me hitting all of you alone, the entire rock shinobi army has boiled over. One person hit thousands of rock shinobi? How is this possible? Arrogant, or look down on them. Do you really think that thousands of rock shinobi are made of paper? Too much deceiving. Almost in an instant. The ninja of rock shinobi's army who was also deterred by Luo Lei's hot eyes. I got angry all of a sudden. What's so special? You are strong, even if we keep going, we will exhaust you to death. People such as Lao Ziai, Chi Tu, Sima Ji, etc., have already erupted with terrifying chakra fluctuations, as if they are going to die with Luo Lei. Everyone obeys. Dai Tian shouted coldly, I'll attack Luo Lei for me and kill him. Pity. The more hateful the words are, the more poisonous they will be beaten. Swish. Facing the supersonic Luo Lei. Suma Shi, who was breaking out with chakra, was caught by Luo Lei before he could react. How is this possible? Suma Shi twisted his body and growled, do you have the ability to let me go? Boom. Words have not spoken. A crimson light burst out. Directly gave him a headshot, blood splattered everywhere. Maybe Sumaji never thought that he would be so vulnerable. And this is just the beginning. Bang, bang, bang. Without any bells and whistles. Speed is power. Luo Lei increased his body speed to the fastest, almost twice the speed of sound, and kept crashing into a rock shinobi. Therefore, under the watchful eyes of all, there was a very terrifying scene. Each rock shinobi didn't even know what was going on, and they didn't see Luo Lei, their bodies exploded in place, blood and flesh flew around, it was terrifying. For a time, the fragile body of the ninja faces absolute speed. It is fully embodied. Many rock shinobi also used some defensive ninjutsu, but it was of no use. Under twice the speed of sound and Luo Lei's own power, even the super-hardened defense that hundreds of people jointly cast was useless, broke in one hit. What? Abaj. After some rock shinobi jonins were blown up, they could still make a scream, that's all, and some jonin performed body replacement technique and clone technique, all of which were instantly seen by Luo Lei's perspective. Even with aggressive ninjutsu against the air, Luo Lei still banged his body. Among them, Lao Ziai, who was completely tailed beast, also shot a tailed beast bomb. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but Luo Lei was also knocked up by Luo Lei's body. He didn't seem to worry about being injured at all. In less than 5 minutes, the Genin phalanx, the Chinin phalanx, the Jonin phalanx, and the rock shinobi of several detachments of rock shinobi Anbu were unilaterally crushed and exploded. The monstrous smell of blood permeated the entire battlefield. Thousands of rock shinobi. Nearly lost. Chapter 65. Thousands of rock shinobi. Nearly lost. Do not. More specifically. Together with the elite rock shinobi who were killed in the tunnel, more than 2,000 rock shinobi are almost dead. Invisibly, the atmosphere of the entire battlefield is extremely solemn and depressing. Is this the true strength of Lord Luo Lei? Too scary pervert. The rock shinobi army seems to have been crushed by Lord Luo Lei alone. In the face of this almost one-sided scene, thousands of Konoha shinobi members of the Konoha shinobi army were all horrified. No way, they knew that Mr. Luo Lei was very strong, but they didn't expect that Mr. Luo Lei would be so terrifying when he was full of firepower. Killing rock shinobi was like stepping on an ant. Even if there are thousands of rock shinobi, they are useless and can only be sent food. Konoha village is going to be turbulent again. A complex expression flashed across Narashika Issa's wise cheek. He doesn't have to think about it, with the character of Lord Luo Lei who can do whatever he wants, once he returns to Konoha village, it will definitely cause another upheaval. I am afraid that he will not become the ancestor of the high-level Konoha and the major blood Shijianja families. Everyone is going to suffer. Certainly. Think so. The clever Narashika Issa can't say it. From now on the surface, the Nara family are supporters of Third Hokage, but they are actually loyal supporters of Lord Luo Lei. There is no solution to speed, no solution to strength, and no solution to defense. What kind of blood snares is this awakening? Definitely not a six paths body, nor a top sage body. Immortal Fukazaku and Immortals Haima are already a little numb, especially seeing Luo Lei smashing tailed beast bomb with his body, smashing various compound ninjutsu, and A-level ninjutsu. Even the knowledgeable Immortal Fukazuo and Immortals Haima's scalp is numb, and she can't help but ask questions in her mind. Is this FK still a ninja? Is the gap too big? Next to him, Namikaze Minato showed a helpless expression, and the taste in his heart was extremely bitter. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, he can take the heads of dozens of jonins from the other side in the midst of the army. But, like Luo Lei, who directly uses his speed to push everything horizontally, and uses his body to smash everything violently, he really can't do it. Even if he encounters some ninjutsu attacks, he has to dodge and give way. Coupled with physical fitness, the stamina can't keep up, and the gap between people is too big compared to people's popularity. Turn out to be. From start to finish. He and Luo Lei are not on the same level. The clown turned out to be himself. Fortunately, I forbeared, otherwise. Not far away, Jiraiya wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, secretly relieved, and felt that her red and swollen cheeks didn't hurt much anymore. Compared to Rock Shinobi, it seems light enough to be slapped in the face. Old man, such a terrifying monster has appeared in Konoha village, you will be blessed. The other side. Looking at the almost annihilated Rock Shinobi army. Old Zi, Kitu, Onatian who were completely beast-tailed, as well as more than a dozen elite jonin and more than 30 jonins, all looked at each other in dismay, their minds were trembling, and their hearts were dripping blood. How pervert and ruthless is this? The more than 1,000 Rock Shinobi troops were just crushed? Coupled with the reinforcements of 1,000 Rock Shinobi elites and the dead Five Tails Jinchuriki Han, this time Iwagakuer can be said to be a heavy loss? Cool. It's so cool, continue. Luo Lei's body stopped at the center of the battlefield, stepping on the blood-splattered ground. His crimson eyes looked at the only remaining Onatian and the others. The killing intent on his face was revealed unabashedly. No way. This is the first time that Luo Lei is fully fired up. Although that kind of comfort is slightly inferior to that of Crescent Moon Sky Chong, but it is also comfortable enough. Roar. 35. Luo Lei, you really should be damned. After hearing this, seeing Luo Lei's body stop from the supersonic speed, Lao Zi, who was completely tailed beast, finally found his target, slammed his hands on the ground, and the terrifying tailed beast chakra gushed out violently. Boom! A roar sounded. With Luo Lei as the center, the ground began to turn into magma. In the end, a giant active volcano was formed, which erupted with terrifying heat and temperature. The great eruption of the burning river. When I see Luo Lei, I don't dodge. The red orangutan in the incarnation of Lao Zi grinned, and he was going to avenge Rock Shinobi. ZZ. The terrifying magma poured out overwhelmingly, swallowing Luo Lei's body in the blink of an eye. The center of the battlefield also turned into a sea of magma, engulfing and burning everything. Is it fun? However, what surprised Lao Zi was that his seemingly arrogant attacks are useless. With a cold drink, Luo Lei walked out of the magma step by step, completely ignoring the terrifying heat and temperature of the magma. The expression of the red orangutan in the incarnation of Lao Zi suddenly froze, and he subconsciously opened his mouth to use tailed beast bomb. However, before Lao Zi could gather the tailed beast chakra, Luo Lei flew over at a speed invisible to the naked eye and slapped him in the face. It's too fast to escape. The red orangutan in the incarnation of Lao Zi wanted to move his body, but found that his speed could not dodge at all. Snapped. A crisp voice sounded. The seemingly violent Four Tails Jinchuriki was kicked out by Luo Lei with a slap and smashed on the ground in the distance, directly knocking the ravines into another big pit. Being slapped away. The red orangutan incarnated by Lao Zi climbed out of the pit and wanted to continue to attack. Four Tails, are you courting death? 99. Luo Lei smiled coldly, and in a flash, his body slammed into the red orangutan incarnated by Lao Zi. ###. Hundreds of tons of power violently poured out, directly blasting Lao Zi to the ground. The powerful force shook the battlefield. With Lao Zi as the center, countless cracks appeared. Old Zi, surrender and admit defeat, or you will die. No, I want revenge, revenge for Rock Shinobi. If you can't beat it, this guy is a monster, leaving the Green Hills without worrying about no firewood. No. Even if it's death. At this time. In Lao Zi's body. Four Tails and Lao Zi are frantically grabbing control of their bodies. Four Tails wanted to surrender and admit defeat, but Lao Zi had to fight to the end, which made Chakra, the tailed beast, flicker. Don't fight, you're all going to die. Boom. A cold voice sounded. Luo Lei hit Lao Zi's head hard from top to bottom, seeming to feel a little uncomfortable, and added 2 consecutive kicks. 0-0. Boom. Boom. The powerful force not only caused Lao Zi to sink down by dozens of meters, but also caused this battlefield to be like an earthquake, shaking endlessly. Countless cracks began to expand, and the ground began to collapse in a large area. Roar! Old Zi screamed miserably. Although it has entered a state of complete tailed beast, the body of the tailed beast chakra But, powerful forces, there are still some that make him unbearable, especially his head, which almost burst open. Go to hell. 9. Luo Lei's eyes flickered with crimson light, and there was a burst of shooting at the ground. This blow seems unbearable. Old Zi, why are you so stubborn? It's alright now, it hurts me. 5 tails, I'm going to reset too, resurrected. Perceiving the sense of crisis above its head, 4 tails is already going crazy. It has long been afraid and wants to retreat, but it encounters such a strong-headed Jinchuriki. It is too late to resist, and it can only watch the hot eyes. The bombardment came, and an idea popped up in my mind, that is, next time I must not meet a stubborn Jinchuriki like Lao Zi. Why? Lao Zi ignored the 4 tails and let out an unwilling howl. Boom. The next moment, a deafening roar sounded, and Lao Zi was bombarded alive by the heat vision. The powerful force made the battlefield shake the ground and set off a shock wave of explosive energy. Seeing such a terrifying scene, the only remaining Onatian, Kitu, as well as more than 10 remaining elite Jonin, more than 30 Jonin, are all trembling, their minds are buzzing, and their hearts are blank. They are very clear. The rock shinobi force is truly rout. Chapter 65. Cannot use rout. But to describe it as a total annihilation. Although I don't want to admit it, but, the fact is that, with Luo Lei alone, the Konoha shinobi army killed nearly 2,000 rock shinobi and killed 4 tails Jinchuriki and 5 tails Jinchuriki. Violent, bloody, violent, merciless. No doubt. This Luo Lei is a monster among monsters, more pervert than third Raikage. 1, already 1. 4 tails Jinchuriki was bombarded alive. Who? 95. Lord Luo Lei killed rock shinobi's army by himself, that's too powerful. 99. As for the Konoha shinobi battalion, thousands of Konoha shinobi's expressions have become a little numb and sluggish. After recovering, they all looked at each other, and they could see the happy color 20 in their eyes. That's right. Just fortunate. Fortunately, Mr. Luo Lei is the superhero of Konoha village. Otherwise, they couldn't believe the despair and powerlessness of facing Lord Luo Lei on the battlefield. With such a strong power, one person can decide the victory of a battle. Even the tailed beast, Jinchuriki, doesn't take it seriously. Kill it if you want. Uchiha Obito felt that his mentality had been completely shaken. In the past, influenced by the will of fire, even if he was a crane tail, he was full of confidence in the future. Now looking at Lord Luo Lei's unbridled and domineering appearance, his heart actually began to yearn, as if that was what he should pursue. What kind of bullshit will is just killing his willpower? Ugh. Kakashi sighed. Brother Luo Lei finally took a different path. It's too strong. Nohara Lin's eyes were also dull, and she couldn't help but let out a sigh in her heart. 1. Jiraiya was silent for a long time, and then said very unhappily, everyone, get ready, it's time to clean up the battlefield. 99. After hearing this, Narashaku Haisa, Akamika Dingza, Yamanaka Kiki, Namikaze Minato and other high-ranking officers of the Konoha shinobi battalion, suppressing the shock in their hearts, nodded silently. Rock shinobi was almost wiped out, but had nothing to do with them. Not that they are incompetent. But Luo Lei is too domineering and powerful. That feeling is like getting married with a wife, but the groom is not the same as himself. Little Jiraiya, let's go first. You Konoha village are really talented. Puff. With a white smoke. Immortal Shenzuo and Immortals Haima took a deep look at Luo Lei, said a meaningful sentence, and left. They are going to report what they have seen to the Great Toad Sage, and see if the Great Toad Sage can know what Luo Lei has awakened, and why he is so strong, as if he is no longer a ninja. At the same time. Humph. Years. On the battlefield. After killing Lao Zi together with 4 tails, Luo Lei's dull eyes turned, and he looked at Daitian, Chi Tu and the dozen or so surviving elite Jonin and more than 30 Jonin. There was nothing to say. The ancestors did things without reason, and what did they do? That's it. What? Oyodin-sama, what should I do? Why do we, or shall we surrender? As long as we live, there is a chance. Luo Lei is a demon who kills without blinking an eye. Facing Luo Lei's undisguised killing intent, the remaining 30 or so Jonin couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Frightened, and no longer had the courage to resist, they all began to back down, thinking of surrendering and admitting defeat. To shut up. The will of the stone is unshakable. Upon hearing these words, Ono Tien, who was originally angry to ultimate, scolded, if you surrender and surrender, wouldn't the more than 2,000 rock shinobi die in vain? Even if they die, they must resist to the end. 39. Just you. The corners of Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, and his eyes fell on Daitian. Kill me if you can. 9. Sensing Luo Lei's gaze, Onatian gritted his teeth, resisted the tremors in his body, and with the chakras surging all over his body, he performed a ninjutsu that had been accumulated for a long time. Laugh. A white beam of light suddenly shot out from Onatian's palms. If it was Oyemu, I might pay more attention, your words are too weak. Luo Lei shook his head, barely evading, just under Dai Tian's unbelievable gaze, he rushed up to the dust escape original realm stripping technique. Boom! A roar sounded. The white beam of light erupted by the peeling technique of Chen Dun. Yuanjia was smashed by Luo Lei's body abruptly, producing a terrifying shock wave of energy. How is this possible? Can Chen Dun not hurt him in the slightest? Oh no, Tian was completely desperate. You must know that Chen Dun is the secret weapon he prepared, which has been accumulated for a long time, but it has no effect at all. You can die. It is also a stupefied man. Luo Lei appeared in front of him, a hot gaze burst out from his eyes. Do not! Onatian screamed and wanted to resist. But found that it was too late. Boom! Onatian's head was bombarded alive by the heat vision. I don't fight anymore. What? The devil, it's a devil. At the moment when Onatian died, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The terracotta, as well as more than a dozen elite jonins and more than 30 jonins who remained, completely collapsed, as if scared out of fear. In general, panicked and scattered in all directions. Beat. Hit a hammer? Escape. They have to flee far away from such a super monster. You start, clean up the mess, and try not to leave any prisoners behind. Looking at Rock Shinobi, who looked like a bird with a bow of 5.5, Luo Lei smiled evilly, but he didn't do anything. Instead, he turned his eyes and looked at Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Narashika Issa, and others, and gave a loud command. What? Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Narashikuji, and others who were about to clean up the mess were all stunned. They didn't seem to think that Luo Lei would let them finish the game and leave no prisoners. Wouldn't that just let them cut the grass and get rid of the roots? Okay. The next moment, after regaining his senses, Narashika Issa took the lead in reacting, and flew out at a very fast speed, followed by Akamika Dingza, Yamanaka Kiki, and some high-level Konoha shinobi warriors, who looked horrified. It is good. At last. It was Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato who gritted their teeth. Chapter 66. All the orders. Soon, after Jiraiya and the others left, Luo Lei took a deep breath and said in a low voice, clear the battlefield as quickly as possible. If there is a dead rock shinobi, send him the last ride. By the way, counting the stats of Rock Shinobi's death. Yes. 35. The voice did not fall. The Konoha shinobi fighters at Konoha camp hurried into action. The eyes of almost every Konoha shinobi were filled with joy and excitement. No way. Fought so many times. This was the first time they felt that fighting was so easy. Just stand by and watch the play and clean up the mess after the end. There is no danger to life at all. Cool. After the crowd of Konoha shinobi dispersed, Luo Lei stretched. This kind of pointing out everything, no one dared to resist. It was really good. After half an hour, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Narashika Issa, Akamika Dingza and other high-level Konoha shinobi fighters returned to the battlefield one after another, and almost everyone carried several rock shinobi heads in their hands. Among them, in Jiraiya's hand is the head of terracotta known as the Shield of Tsuchikage of unparalleled power, and in Namikaze Minato's hand is the head of 12 rock shinobi. If you look carefully, also found that Namikaze Minato and Since 17's faces are not very good looking. Luo Lei finally asked them to chase the escaped rock shinobi, and also told them to try not to keep any prisoners, that is, to cut the grass and the roots with ruthlessness. This is undoubtedly forcing them to make mistakes. Because, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen once clearly stipulated that if the hostile ninja is willing to surrender and concede and give up resistance, then, the Konoha shinobi must choose to treat the prisoners kindly and show the spirit of Konoha village as the largest ninja village in the ninja world. An atmosphere. The results of it. They went after Rock Shinobi, who was scared and ran away. Almost all of them were willing to surrender and admit defeat. Some of them were afraid and even knelt on the ground, as if I would never resist, just want to be a prisoner. Finally. After hesitating again and again. In addition, seeing Narashikaku, Akamika Dingza and others all beheading the escaped Rock Shinobi, Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato gritted their teeth. Also started. Leave no one alive. So hypocritical. This was the first feeling Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato felt about themselves after killing the escaped rock shinobi, and their hearts were even more powerless. From start to finish, they all seemed to be held by Luo Lei, and they kept choosing to compromise. Lord Luo Lei, it's done. Rock shinobi, who escaped, has been killed by us. This time, the rock shinobi army was almost wiped out, with no survivors. A few minutes later, Narashikaku, Akamika Dingza, Yamanaka Kiki and other senior leaders of the Konoha shinobi group threw the heads in their hands to the ground, and then dodged and stood in front of Luo Lei with a very complicated look. Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato looked at each other and reluctantly stepped over. Luo Lei nodded lightly, and said meaningfully, you have performed very well, and really didn't leave a living. 99. Edge. After hearing this, Narashika Issa, Akamika Dingza, Yamanaka Kiki, etc., the senior members of the Konoha shinobi group all showed embarrassed expressions. The faces of Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato are also slightly ugly. They are not fools, of course they can hear Luo Lei's implication, but, no way, they did violate the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's rules and killed rock shinobi who had given up resistance and wanted to be a prisoner. Swish. But, just when Jiraiya, Narashakuji and others were on pins and needles, a Konoha Jonin dodged and came to Luo Lei, gave a very respectful salute, took out a document, and said cautiously, Lord Luo Lei, the battlefield has been cleaned up, this is rock shinobi death data. Just say it. Luo Lei asked curiously. In fact, he is still a little curious about his own record. There are a total of 1,300 rock shinobi troops, plus 1,000 rock shinobi elites who are secretly reinforced, a total of 2,300 rock shinobi. The Konoha's Jonin's voice was trembling, and he said in an unbelievable tone, only 830 bodies have been found, and there are still a large number of dead rock shinobi that cannot be counted, they are either buried in the ground. In the depths, it is either blown up by Mr. Luo Lei and turned into a blood mist. We also went to rock shinobi's camp to check, and it was empty. We should have sensed something was wrong and had already evacuated. Gollum, Gollum. When he said this, the Konoha Jonin swallowed his saliva carefully, resisting the horror in his heart, and continued to add, according to our estimation, Lord Luo Lei, you have killed at least 2,000 rock shinobi, also killed rock shinobi's high-end combat power such as rock shinobi Anbu Captain and Commander-in-Chief Ono Tien, Four Tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi, Elite Jonin Sumashi, Explosion-style ability carry, etc. 35. Call. The voice did not fall. Luo Lei hasn't responded yet. Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Narashika Issa and others were buzzing in their minds. What else can I say? Despite knowing that Luo Lei nearly killed rock shinobi. But, after hearing the specific statistics, they were still horrified for a while. Compared with the sand shinobi that Luo Lei killed in the Battle of Kaikyoyama, Luo Lei killed more or less rock shinobi in the battlefield of the grassland, and more importantly killed Lao Zi, Han, Ono Tien, Suma Shi, Hunter, etc. Rock shinobi high-end combat power. Once spread, the ninja world is afraid that it will vibrate violently again. Having killed so many rock shinobi, is he going to be famous in the ninja world again? After a few seconds, after Namikaze Minato came back to his senses, there was still some envy and hatred in his heart. Famous? Who doesn't want to come out? He Namikaze Minato also wanted to. It's a pity, apart from killing some terrified rock shinobi at the end. He got nothing in this big battle. Uncomfortable. Oh, it's all over. Jiraiya also sighed a few times in his heart. Originally, I wanted to give Minato some military exploits on the battlefield of the country of grass, so that Minato's resume could be brighter. As a result, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes, not only did not catch anything, but also got a slap, and violated the rules of the old man, killing rock shinobi who had given up his resistance and wanted to be a prisoner. Anyway. Now he understands. This Luo Lei is just indulging his own preferences, doing whatever he wants, playing with them wantonly. Okay, that's it. Luo Lei waved his hand calmly and said, hand over the statistics to Jiraiya, let him sign it in person, and report it to the top management of Konoha village. The next moment, as if thinking of something, Luo Lei added, by the way, the Anbu ninjas I killed in Konoha camp are all counted on rock shinobi's head, war, there is always a little casualty. The Konoha Jonin nodded hastily. At the same time, behind a rock not far from the battlefield, White Zetsu showed a terrified expression, and he kept recalling the scene of Luo Lei's group destroying the rock shinobi army. It never occurred to him. The strength of this Luo Lei was so terrifying that it had already affected their plans. No, I'm going to report to Madara-sama. White Zetsu didn't hesitate, his body dived into the ground and disappeared. Chapter 67. Humph. And the moment White Zetsu left, Luo Lei's expression turned cold, and he couldn't help but snorted coldly. Don't let him take the chance, otherwise, not only Uchiha Madara, but also Black Zetsu, Atsutsuki Kagaya will be F'd at once. Alright. With his current super perception, a scum like White Zetsu couldn't hide it from him at all. If it weren't for White Zetsu's avatar, killing it would only waste time, and he wanted to do it again. Facing Luo Lei whose face suddenly turned cold, Jiraiya, who was signing the contract, thought that he had provoked the monster Luo Lei again, so he accelerated the signing speed, even knowing that Luo Lei blatantly reversed right and wrong, and framed the Anbu ninja he killed on Rock Shinobi's head. He signed. Minato, thank you and Jiraiya to report back to Konoha village. 35. Luo Lei calmed down and laughed loudly, it's time to make the senior officials of Konoha happy, we won the battle of the country of grass, and we won very beautifully. Okay. Namikaze Minato took out the flying thunder god Kunao with extremely bitterness, and nodded unnaturally. Grass country battlefield. Konoha won. Luo Lei became the biggest winner again. He, as Yellow Flash does nothing, is suppressed by madness, it is really too difficult. Konoha village. The Hokage building in the central area, within the Hokage offices. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Yudatan Koharu, Mitokato Homura all gathered here, and on Hokage's desk, there was a special flying thunder god Kunao. A day ago, Jiraiya asked Namikaze Minato to report back, that is, before Luo Lei was in the country of grass, he wanted to fight against the rock shinobi army in the country of grass in advance, and create a chance for Minato to become famous. The senior officials of Konoha thought about it, especially after hearing that the immortals of Mount Mayaboku were going to participate, they acquiesced. Now, they are all gathered here waiting for the results. I wonder what the outcome of Jiraiya's early war will be. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe, exhaled a large puff of white smoke, and sighed, if we can win, Namikaze Minato, Yellow Flash and Light will instantly surpass Luo Lei in prestige and become the #1 in Konoha village hero. Should be successful. After hearing this, Shimura Danzo glanced at the white gauze on his body and said something cold. He doesn't like Namikaze Minato who is loyal to Sarutobi, and he doesn't like Luo Lei who abused him, so, choose one of the two, he prefers Namikaze Minato to rise completely and crush Luo Lei. If the immortals of Mount Mayaboku really help, they will definitely win. Yudatan Koharu took a sip of hot tea from the cup and said meaningfully, it depends on whether Namikaze Minato can seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This Luo Lei should be suppressed. Mitokato Homura gritted his teeth and scolded, he killed the 7 ninja swordsmen and made the 3rd Mizukage declare war on our Konoha village, Enough. Hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and interrupted Mitokato Homura, saying, the 7 ninja swordsmen are raging in the land of fire, and it is their own fault for being killed. I don't care, it's Luo Lei's fault. Mitokato Homura didn't care so much, and said through gritted teeth, putting a deer as a horse, confounding black and white, ignoring us, and recklessly challenging our limits, such a person would have been dealt with long ago if it hadn't been during the war. Calm. You've been influenced to gaff. Sarutobi Hiruzen reassured the pipe, and said as steady as Mount Tai, compromise is an art. Even if Luo Lei does too much, we must pursue the maximization of interests. If we can endure it, we must endure it. If we can't bear it, we must endure it. 5. Mitokato Homura opened his mouth to refute something, but said nothing. Indeed. As Luo Lei became more and more powerful, his heart became more and more uncomfortable and fearful. After all, he was the one who contacted Sand Shinobi to betray Luo Lei. Although Danzo helped him carry the blame, he was still a little scared, he was afraid that Luo Lei would be operated on as soon as he returned to Konoha village. Whoosh! Just at this time, a spatial fluctuation occurred, and 2 figures flickered in vain, appearing in Hokage's office. Came back. Looks like a win. Seeing the sudden appearance of Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yudatan Koharu, Mitokato Homura, Shimura Danzo all looked happy. Jiraiya, what happened to your face? The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a surprised look on his face and said, could it be that Rock Shinobi slapped you? No. 35. Jiraiya rubbed her swollen cheeks and said with a stiff expression, this is something I encountered myself, it's just a small problem. Minato, you say? Hearing this sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't bother to pay attention to Jiraiya, and didn't even say it when he was scared. He was beaten by someone, but he had to say that he was touched. He turned his eyes to Namikaze Minato and said, what's wrong with Jiraiya's face? What's the situation in the country of grass? Did you win? Namikaze Minato hesitated for the following, before smiling bitterly, yes, it was Luo Lei. Boom. It makes no sense. The voice did not fall. Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped the table fiercely, stood up, and shouted angrily, Is there any rules, Luo Lei? Wait a minute. You mean Luo Lei beat Jiraiya? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was angry at first, seemed to react. It's not right. Didn't the war start early? It stands to reason that the one who hit Jiraiya should be Rock Shinobi. Why is Luo Lei playing Jiraiya? The time is not right. Minato, say it again. A few seconds later, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly spoke to Namikaze Minato with an ugly face, could it be that Luo Lei arrived in the country of grass ahead of time with the Konoha shinobi army? 99. Namikaze Minato nodded with a wry smile, glanced at Jiraiya, and briefly narrated how Mr. Jiraiya was beaten. Silence. Upon hearing what happened, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yudatan Koharu, Mitokato Homura, Shimura Danzo were all silent. It turned out that Luo Lei killed the 5 tails Jinchuriki Han, and Jiraiya wanted to teach Luo Lei to do things, but in full watch, Luo Lei slapped him with a backhand and flew out. Infighting was about to break out. In the end, Jiraiya took the overall situation into consideration, guided by the will of fire, and safeguarded the interests of Konoha village. Sharp. After a while, Mitokato Homura gave Jiraiya a thumbs up. As expected of a good apprentice of Sarutobi Hiruzen, whoever has his teacher must have his own apprentice, he is truly ashamed. Jiraiya, you are doing the right thing. Yuditen Koharu took a deep breath and said seriously, the chain didn't fall off at the critical moment. Sarutobi really did not take the wrong apprentice, as expected of Toad Sage, one of the Sunin's right. Yes, well done. 35. Although he wanted to laugh in his heart, Shimura Danzo still controlled his expression, showing admiration, and gave Jiraiya a thumbs up. As expected of my apprentice. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, looked at Jiraiya with gratification, and said, you can't bear what ordinary people can't bear, Jiraiya, you really worked hard for Konoha village. Chapter 68. Tolerating what ordinary people can't bear, Jiraiya, you really worked hard for Konoha village. 1,000 words. In fact, it's not as good as Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen saying that you really worked hard. The voice did not fall. Whether it's Namikaze Minato, who was wronged on the battlefield of the country of grass, or Jiraiya, who was slapped away with a slap, they all feel warm inside. In an instant, I felt that all the compromises and patience were worth it. At the very least, they were praised collectively by the top management of Konoha, and cordially greeted and recognized by Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher Sarutobi, this is what I should do. After a few seconds, Jiraiya endured the pain on his cheeks and said with a pretense of ease, everything is for Konoha village, after the end of the Third War, I will have a good rest for a while. During this time in the country of grass, I really exhausted. When it comes to this, Jiraiya's eyes couldn't help showing a look of longing, as if she had seen herself eating, taking a bath, and watching the fairy life of beautiful women. It is good. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded without hesitation and said, after the 3 wars, you can rest as long as you want. By the way, do Five Tails and Jinchuriki really want to surrender and join our Konoha village? At the next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again, seemingly in disbelief. Now that he said it, Jiraiya doesn't feel ashamed, saying, Five Tails was scared by Luo Lei's beating, so on the condition of joining Konoha village, he wanted to ask Luo Lei to spare his life, but Luo Lei killed him neatly. Dead. 99. It's a pity, the tail beast just disappeared. After hearing this, not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also Shimura Danzo 200, Mitokado Homura, Yuditen Koharu, all showed a look of pity. As a strategic weapon in various ninja villages, tailed beasts are very precious. Now there is a tailed beast who volunteered to join Konoha village, but was refused to kill them. Thinking about them, they have a feeling of losing tens of billions. This Luo Lei is too unscrupulous. Perhaps because of some depression, Mitokado Homura scolded with an ugly face, I don't think Konoha village's interests are the most important at all. Is there Konoha village in his eyes? Is there any high-level Konoha? 99. Aren't you talking nonsense? Yuditen Koharu rolled his eyes at Mitokado Homura and said, if he has Konoha village in his heart, we will not compromise anymore. How's the battle going? Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes, looked at Jiraiya, and asked curiously, Five Tails Jinchuriki Han was killed, what about the other rock shinobi? And what about our Konoha village casualties? Edge. Jiraiya rubbed her head, her expression suddenly became embarrassed, but she was hesitant to say what she wanted to say. I can't stand you anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, picked up his pipe, took a breath, and said, Minato, tell me, what is the situation of the battle? Third Hokage-sama, why don't you should watch it yourself. Namikaze Minato also looked very uncomfortable, took out a document scroll signed by Jiraiya, and handed it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Namikaze Minato suspiciously, took the scroll and looked at it quickly. Just started. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression is still normal, but as the content increases, his expression suddenly begins to change, becoming extremely stiff. Clang. Clang. The next moment. Maybe it's a gaffe to the ultimate. The document scroll and pipe in his hand fell on the table, and Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't notice. See this scene. Yuditen Koharu, Mitokado Homura, Shimura Danzo frowned involuntarily. How could this Sarutobi Hiruzen be so rude? He doesn't look like Hokage. Could it be that the loss of Konoha shinobi's army in the country of grass is too heavy? Thinking of this, Yuditen Koharu, Mitokado Homura, Shimura Danzo took the document scroll and looked at it together. After a few seconds. Just like Sarutobi Hiruzen. The expressions on the faces of Yuditen Koharu, Mitokado Homura, and Shimura Danzo were frozen, as if they had seen something terrifying, their minds were buzzing, and their hearts were blank. No way. They never thought. The battlefield of the land of grass will become Luo Lei's one-man show. No wonder Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato's expressions are so abnormal. It turned out that from the beginning to the end, they had nothing to do with them. Luo Lei defeated the rock shinobi army of more than 2,000 people alone. They only needed to shout and cheer with the ninjas of the Konoha shinobi army. But how could Luo Lei's strength be so terrifying? I really can't believe it. For a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mitokado Homura, Yuditen Koharu felt as uncomfortable as eating shit. Even if Konoha village won Rock Shinobi village, they were not very happy in their hearts, because Luo Lei broke their plan once again, and his strength seemed to become even more terrifying. Hit them in the face. The world of ninja is going to be turned upside down again. After an unknown amount of time, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly recovered, slumped on the chair, and said, once the news spreads, Luo Lei's prestige will rise to a peak in the ninja world. One person killed the Rock Shinobi army, what a monster. Yuditen Koharu sighed with lingering fears. More than a monster. Mitokato Homura didn't know what to say, but he cursed incompetently and furiously, it's an unscrupulous lunatic 5. Sarutobi, what should we do now? There was a rare hint of fear in Shimura Danzo's tone. He seemed to think of the fear of being dominated by Luo Lei at the Kaikyoyama Konoha camp. How else, BHFF? Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the pipe that had fallen on the table, took a sharp puff, and said solemnly, the matter of the battlefield in the Land of Grass cannot be concealed, we can only announce Luo Lei's terrifying record in the battlefield of the Land of Grass. In this case, no way, it has to be announced. We must focus on the 3 battles. The next moment, just when Mitokato Homura was about to say something, he was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying, with Luo Lei's character of doing whatever he wants, we can only passively compromise and cater to him crazily, otherwise, one careless will lead Luo Lei back to Konoha village. It is good. AJ. I agree too. As soon as I heard that Luo Lei was to be brought back, Mitokato Homura, Yuditen Koharu, Shimura Danzo, who were not ready yet, tightened their hearts and said nothing at once. No matter what, they have to stabilize Luo Lei now, at least, until the end of the 3rd battle, otherwise, once Luo Lei returns to Konoha village, they can't imagine what will happen. Jiraiya, Minato, go to the Unokuni battlefield and help Tsunade deal with the Cloud Shinobi army. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a while, then said, in the battlefield of the country of grass, Namikaze Minato did not show his power, I hope you go to the battlefield of the country of Yun and the Cloud Shinobi village, you must fight quickly. Especially you, Jiraiya, your rash action on the battlefield of the Land of Grass almost caused a catastrophe. If Luo Lei hadn't appeared and disrupted Rock Shinobi's conspiracy, the Konoha Shinobi army might have been wiped out. 99. When you arrive at the battlefield of Yuno country, you must discuss more with Tsunade, the chief of the Hyuga clan, and try to help Namikaze Minato as much as possible. You must let him make great achievements. When it comes to this, Sarutobi Hiruzen also said with some anticipation, I hope Minato can stop Luo Lei. Minato, you must do your best. Understood. Jiraiya nodded shyly. I'll try my best. Namikaze Minato showed a worried expression. To be honest, after seeing Luo Lei's horror, he really didn't think he could contain Luo Lei, and now he can only try his best not to disappoint the top management of Konoha. If Luo Lei is concerned, I will send him to the battlefield in the Land of Waves, where the Kirigakuer has already assembled, and the Uchiha clan alone cannot stand it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with some headache, I hope there will be a disagreement between the Uchiha clan and Luo Lei. Well, this can also reduce the pressure on our Konoha top level. Sharp. Shimura Danzo, Yuditen Koharu, Mitokato Homura secretly sighed, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still the same Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the Uchiha family is the first family of Konoha village, and they are also rebellious existences. If they meet the unscrupulous Luo Lei, I am afraid that they will be needle-pointed. To Meimang. In this way, the pressure on the high-level Konoha will definitely be much less. Okay, that's it. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a few puffs of cigarettes. At first, he just wanted to win the 3rd battle, but now Konoha village seems to have the upper hand in the 3rd battle, and he is a little worried about gains and losses. It's really Luo Lei's growth is too fast, and the mysterious blood of the awakening seems to be more and more pervert. More importantly, Luo Lei's character is somewhat unpredictable. To let Luo Lei go to the battlefield of the country of waves, he must show sincerity, otherwise, it may not be possible. I can only bleed a lot, and show him that thing. At the beginning, when Luo Lei was the vice-captain of Anbu, he often applied to read the Book of Seals, saying that he wanted to learn some forbidden technique, but he rejected them. Now, he took the initiative to promise Luo Lei to see it. Is he full of sincerity? By the way, Mr. Sarutobi, we also killed some prisoners. At this time, Jiraiya hesitated, but decided to tell the truth, and said, after Luo Lei scared Rock Shinobi to death, I, Minato, Narashakuji and others killed some Rock Shinobi who had given up resistance. Also, Luo Lei killed some Anbu ninjas and put the blame on Rock Shinobi. Fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said disapprovingly, those things didn't happen, you remember, Luo Lei has always been the superhero of our Konoha village, a bright and stalwart existence. Understood. Jiraiya seemed to know Sarutobi's difficulties, and felt a sigh of relief. The meeting. Chapter 69. Konoha 43 years on December 10. The Konoha force of the Grass Country and the Rock Shinobi force had a grand final battle. That afternoon, Konoha village announced the result of this decisive battle. The rock shinobi team was defeated by the Konoha shinobi team. The superhero of Konoha, Luolei, single-handedly killed the rock shinobi team that killed more than 2,000 people. And killed 4 tails Jinchuriki Laozi, 5 tails Jinchuriki Han, rock shinobi Anbu's captain and commander-in-chief Onotien and other high-level Iwagakuer. As soon as the news came out, the entire ninja world immediately exploded, setting off a hurricane like an 18th-level hurricane, which could not be calmed down at all. No way. No one thought. I just killed the 7 ninja swordsmen. The god of death who made 3rd Mizukage declare war on Konoha village, Luolei. He actually appeared on the battlefield of the country of grass again, destroying the rock shinobi army of more than 2,000 people in a destructive way. He also killed 4 tails Jinchuriki Laozi, 5 tails Jinchuriki Han, rock shinobi Anbu's captain and commander-in-chief Onotien, etc. Iwagakuer's senior management is simply unbelievable. Shocking. Absolutely stunning. Many shinobi villages actually couldn't believe it at the first moment when they heard the news, and they didn't want to believe it either. But after sending ninjas to confirm the authenticity of the news again and again, they had to accept this seemingly impossible news. Going forward, just like the Battle of Kaikyoyama, Tsunagakuer was killed, and Iwagakuer was killed. In an instant. Killing God, Luolei's name is once again famous in the ninja world, and his prestige even overshadowed the shadow of the 5 major ninja villages. Iwagakuer. Perhaps it was because of what happened on the battlefield of the country of grass. Silence. The whole Iwagakuer fell into silence. Unconsciously. An extremely oppressive and chilling atmosphere pervades the entire Iwagakuer. Invisibly, the cloudless Iwagakuer has become like a black cloud that is about to destroy the city, making people palpitate even if they look at it. At this time, if anyone is inside Iwagakuer, you will find that almost every rock shinobi's eyes are filled with hatred, and it seems that he is eager to go and kill Luolei, who has pierced through the rock shinobi army. Actually, just started getting the news. The countless ninjas of Iwagakuer simply do not believe. What are you kidding? How could the more than 2,000 rock shinobi troops be destroyed by the group, and there is also the captain of rock shinobi Anbu who is also the commander-in-chief, Onotien, 4 tails Jinchuriki Laozi, elite Jonin Sumazi, the unparalleled Tsuchikage shield, terracotta, explosion-style capable person, hunter and others are all famous existences of Iwagakuer. How could they all be killed? The results of it? Everything is true. All are dead, even if they surrender and admit defeat, they have not escaped the catastrophe, and the dead can no longer die. Therefore, in this situation, whether Iwagakuer civilians or ninjas, they were all furious, bursting with rage. Obviously. All want Luolei. Eye for eye. Come wash the shame of Iwagakuer. Iwagakuer. Tsuchikage building in the central area. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoji was levitating on the chair, expressionless, not knowing what to think. All day and night. Oyemu was so suspended there, without eating, sleeping, or drinking water. Seeing Onoji like this, Lois opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but said nothing. To be honest, when he first got the news, he was stunned and couldn't believe it, but, when it was really confirmed, he was in a trance and didn't know what to do. He never thought that the rock shinobi army in the country of grass would be defeated so badly, and faced with that Luolei, they would be killed and almost wiped out. Pfft. Sudden. Just at this time. Maybe it's the rush of breath, maybe it's the attack of an old illness. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoji's face turned extremely pale, and he spit out a large mouthful of blood, which was spilled on the desk. #TL. The Lois looked flustered, and wanted to go up to support Oyemu. Do not come. Onoji stretched out his hand to stop the Lois, and said with a pale face, more than 2,000 rock shinobi, Onoten, Laozi, Han, Katu and others have died, what's the use of me being this 3rd Tsuchikage? Ask for her flowers. Why is Luolei so perverted, is he really a person? When it comes to this, a rare tear appeared in Onoji's eyes. Heartache. His heart was like being twisted by a knife, and it was difficult for Ultimate. To put it badly, even in the Second Ninja World War, Iwagakuer was not so badly damaged. The result was good. The confident battlefield of the country of grass, a genius who only emerged from Konoha village, gave Iwagakuer the worst defeat in decades, which made Onoji have some doubts about his life. 00. Pfft. There was another sound of blood spurting, and Oyemu spat out another mouthful of blood, and his face was bloodless. Father, if you continue like this, you will never be able to avenge your revenge. Huang Tu gritted his teeth and said loudly, now we Iwagakuer have more than 8,000 rock shinobi, all waiting for you. As long as you give an order, we will immediately kill the land of fire and make Konoha village bloody. Yes, I not only want to take revenge, but also to find a way to win the Third Ninja World War to comfort the more than 2,000 dead spirits of rock shinobi in the sky. Thinking of this, Oyemu was like a flashback, and there was a cold glow of hatred in his eyes. Did not lose. As long as he's around, Iwagakuer doesn't lose. More than 2,000 rock shinobi died, Iwagakure, and more than 8,000 rock shinobi died. If you have the ability, you can kill them all. Originally prepared for third raikage. Use it on you now. Gollum. Just at this time, there was a sound of hunger. Go and eat. Onoji didn't hesitate, and said with a cold face, I'm full, call me a rock shinobi high-level meeting. Yes. Kitu didn't dare to hesitate and nodded hurriedly. Chapter 70. Cloud Shinobi Village. What? Luo Lei alone united the rock shinobi army of more than 2,000 people? Ha 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 ha, oh Yemu, this old man, I am afraid that he is not vomiting 3 liters of blood now, right? Inside Raikage's office. Third Raikage looked at a newspaper in his hand. At first, he showed a look of uncertainty, and then he couldn't help laughing. Cool. This feeling of watching the fire from the other side is really comfortable. The only thing that is a little unsatisfactory is that Konoha village didn't have much loss, and the strength of that killing god, Luo Lei, seems to be even more terrifying and incomprehensible. Thinking of this, Third Raikage's irritable expression suddenly became serious. With 1 enemy 1,000, he is confident that he can do it, and with 1 enemy 2,000, he can also do it, but, he can kill 4 tails Jinchuriki Laozi, 5 tails Jinchuriki Han, rock shinobi Anbu, the captain of Iwagakure, who is also the commander-in-chief, is at the top of Iwagakure. He may not be able to. I don't want to admit it, but, it's the truth. You can kill even a tailed beast, what a monster. 39. Third Raikage's eyes flickered, and his heart trembled slightly. Since 2000, he thought that he couldn't do Luo Lei, so he regarded the tailed beast as dung. If he defeated the tailed beast, he would only think about taking the tailed beast Jinchuriki back to Cloud Shinobi Village. The strength of Konoha village is really too strong. Tutai, who had not spoken all the time, sat on a chair and said, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others didn't do anything, Luo Lei alone has won the Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi teams. Once all the high-end when the fighting forces are assembled, I am afraid that if not all of us, Cloud Shinobi village will be defeated by one blow. Konoha village has no chance to assemble all the high-end forces. 55. A wise color flashed in Third Raikage's eyes, and he said meaningfully, you said to contact the stubborn Onoji now, will he agree to cooperate with us, Cloud Shinobi village? Definitely will. Tutai nodded neatly and said, Konoha village is a great threat to all ninja villages, and has already shown the strength of 1 to 3, especially the killing god, Luo Lei, who eats 1 cut grows one's wisdom. Third Tsuchikage will definitely make the right choice. That's right. Third Raikage smiled coldly and said solemnly, Kirigakure will definitely feel threatened and contact us. In general, there can be no cooperation between the 5 great ninja villages. Even if there is a short-term cooperation, they cannot trust each other, they will be wary of each other, plot against each other, and betray each other. It's different now. Luo Lei from Konoha village has shown the strength to end the 3 battles. Even a fool knows that he must unite to defeat the strongest Konoha village. Luo Sha of Tsunagakure, Hanzo of the Salamander of Rain Shinobi village, please contact me too. The next moment, Third Raikage seemed to think of something and said, if we can gather a little more power, we can cause a little more trouble to Konoha village, and our Cloud Shinobi village will have a better chance to have the last laugh. 5. Okay. A smile flashed in Tutai's eyes. Obviously, Third Raikage's order is very recognized. Others only know that Third Raikage is a reckless man, but the reckless man is only superficial. The real Third Raikage is also an excellent politician. Kirigakure. After learning about the battle situation in the country of grass, Third Mizukage looked dull and fell into absolute silence. The man who killed the group of 7 ninja swordsmen, and the other person who defeated the rock shinobi army, had some scalp tingling just thinking about it. More importantly, after the 7 ninja swordsmen were destroyed, he declared war on Konoha village angrily. It turned out to be good. The battle situation in the country of grass directly poured cold water on him, which made him calm down all of a sudden. The strength of Konoha village is much stronger than imagined. Lord Third Mizukage. Right in front, Yagura, the captain of Mist Shinobi Anbu, took a deep breath and said, the Nami Nami has gathered a large number of ninjas from the Uchiha clan, and it seems that they are guarding our Kirigakure. After hearing this, Third Mizukage smiled disdainfully, and snorted, it is also thanks to the top management of Konoha that we asked a family that is good at fire style to confront our Kirigakure. Ha ha. Yagura smiled coldly and said, it seems that there is a conflict between the senior officials of Konoha and the Uchiha clan. In the beginning, Second Hokage's dissatisfaction with the Uchiha family was well known in the entire ninja world. 3599. Third Mizukage thought for a while, as if he had made a decision, and said, you sent someone to contact Cloud Shinobi village, Iwagakure, now that the Konoha village family is the only one, do you need a little cooperation? Yes, Lord Third Mizukage. Yagura's eyes lit up slightly and left the office in a flash. Even if we seek skin with a tiger, we, Kirigakure, will not back down. Third Mizukage's eyes flickered, and he muttered to himself extremely coldly, the Uchiha clan, I will leave you all in the country of waves and give Konoha village a heavy gift. Hit. This time, he will go to the front line himself. 35. Ninja World. The storm caused by the annihilation of the rock shinobi army by Luolei, the god of death, continues. The power of Konoha village is at its peak, and there is a tendency to sweep the 4 major ninja villages and win the final victory in the 3 battles. Therefore, in this situation, Kirigakuer, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Iwagakuer, who also had the power to fight in the first battle, after learning that the other party had the intention to cooperate, they secretly fought like firewood, and exchanged a lot of intelligence and information. At last, Iwagakuer, Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakuer, including Tsunagakuer, who has already lied down, and Rain Shinobi Village, which has not participated in the 3rd battle, have all issued an order. That is, no matter what mission you are performing, once you encounter the killing god, Luolei, don't resist, just give up the mission and run away. As soon as this command comes out, killing god, Luolei's name once again shocked the entire ninja world. However, it's all on the surface. It seems that 3rd Tsuchika Jonoji, who is fighting the last battle, cooperated on the surface, but secretly led the rock shinobi army of more than 8,000 people to the battlefield of Yuno country without notifying Cloud Shinobi Village. Invisibly made the situation of the 3 world wars. It's getting more and more turbulent. At the same time, Ninja World. The unknown underground cave. The King of Force, Uchiha Madara has no idea how many times she has been shocked by that Luolei. First, they defeated the Sand Shinobi troop, then killed the 7 ninja swordsmen, and then killed the Rock Shinobi troop of more than 2,000 people, and even 4 Tails Jinchuriki and 5 Tails Jinchuriki were killed. To hear these news, Uchiha Madara doesn't know whether to cry or laugh. This Luolei. It is simply unscrupulous to the ultimate. Alas. I, Uchiha Madara, would like to call you the strongest. I don't know how long it took before the skinny Uchiha Madara gave an inexplicable sense. It's great to be young. If it weren't for my poor health, I would actually like to dance well and shake the world of Genin. 99. J. Seeing Uchiha Madara pretending to be there, White Zetsu froze for a moment, then lowered his head consciously, not even daring to say anything. The era of the Sengoku period belonged to me and Uchiha Madara, and this era may belong to Luolei. Although he didn't really want to admit it, Uchiha Madara sighed softly. It's been a long time since such an amazing guy appeared, unfortunately. I'm destined to miss him, I can't brainwash him anymore. Lord Uchiha Madara, aren't you worried? Upon hearing this, without thinking, White Zetsu said, Luolei's strength is already so terrifying, I'm worried that he will affect us. 35. Under the 6 paths are all ants. A proud look appeared on Uchiha Madara's old cheeks. As long as my plan can be carried out normally, no matter what blood and snares he awakens, it is nothing to worry about. 99. By the way, how is Uchiha Obito? Soon, Uchiha Madara got a sense of it, and instead of thinking about Luolei, he turned the topic to his own plans. Edge. White Zetsu hesitated for a while before saying, I originally planned to make a good layout at Kamobi Bridge, but Luolei defeated the Rock Shinobi army with a destructive force, and my plan failed. There is only another way to think about it, and there is. 4 Tails and 5 Tails are dead, and we need to determine where they will be resurrected. When talking about this, White Zetsu also paused and said, 5.5 that Uchiha Obito seems to have changed a bit. He used to be kind, loving, dreamy, innocent, and a little stupid, but now, I don't know what it is. It wasn't because of Luolei's influence that he seemed to become a little deep, and from time to time he showed a cold look. 39. Has it started to change without suffering? Uchiha Madara was stunned for a rare moment. A look of doubt flashed across his old cheeks, and he muttered to himself, could it be that the darkness in Uchiha Obito's heart has been lured out? If that makes Uchiha Obito doubly miserable, will he doubly explode? Continue to monitor Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Madara said lightly, try to avoid the implementation plan of the god of killing, Luolei, we have to avoid its edge for the time being. 5. White Zetsu nodded and disappeared into the ground. I hope you don't force me, or I'll make you dance. 35. Uchiha Madara sighed and closed his eyes again. He wanted to take a good look at what happened during this time and re-optimize all the plans. Chapter 71. Country of Grass. Konoha Village Ninja Army. Inside the largest tent in the middle. Lord Luolei. Yuanlin picked up the water bottle tremblingly, carefully poured a glass of water for Luolei, then lightly stood behind Luolei and started to massage Luolei. No way. She hasn't recovered yet. After the victory over the Rock Shinobi army, Lord Luolei said that he lacked a maid. Lord Jiraiya understood it in seconds and happened to see her, so he ordered her to bring tea and water to Lord Luolei and take care of Lord Luolei's clothing, food, and daily life. And thinking of how domineering Luolei is on the battlefield, Nohara-Lin's excited heart has not calmed down even now. Heavier. Luolei closed his eyes and said plainly, I don't eat people, so you don't have to be so nervous. All right. After defeating the Rock Shinobi army, Luo Lei just relaxed and didn't go to any meeting, he just started to rest and play. No one in the Konoha Shinobi team dared to have an opinion. Okay. Nohara Lin was shocked, and at 17 she increased the strength of her little hand. Comfortable. The corners of Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, and he sighed secretly. The happiness of the people of the motherland is really unexpected, he just signaled a little, and the maid sent it. Of course, with Luo Lei's strong perception, he could clearly perceive that in a dark corner not far from the tent, Kakashi and Uchiha Obito were squatting in a hurry. 3 hours. Uchiha Obito didn't know why, but felt very unhappy inside, and whispered, Kakashi, what should I do? It's dark, and Lin hasn't come out for 3 hours. Do not worry. Kakashi blinked his dead fish eyes weakly, Brother Luo Lei, I won't do anything to Lin, besides, now that Brother Luo Lei is the superhero of our Konoha village, Lin is going to bring him tea and water, she is the one and opportunity. After all, Obito, you don't want Lin to be in danger on the battlefield, do you? Isn't there also Mr. Minato? Ms. Minato, is there a big Brother Luo Lei? Besides, in case of any danger, Mr. Minato can't arrive, and our strength is too weak, so we can still pin our hopes on Brother Luo Lei. It seems that, our strength is indeed too weak. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito also showed a distressed expression. But, I don't know why, Obito always felt that something was wrong in his heart, and he couldn't say what it was. Rest assured. Kakashi shook his head and comforted, how old is Lin Cai, Lord Luo Lei is just a lack of someone to bring tea and water, don't worry about it. Okay. Thinking of Lin's age. Uchiha Obito also reluctantly admitted that he was thinking too much. That Mr. Kakashi. Suddenly, at this moment, Uchiha Obito's eyes lit up and said, he went to Lord Luo Lei to talk about things, and Lin will definitely come out. Seems to be. Kakashi seemed to have thought of something, and said with a stern face, it seems that some Konoha shinobi people are going to evacuate the country of grass and go to the next battlefield. 35. The other side. Lin, you go back to rest first. Perceiving Luju's hesitation outside the tent, wanting to knock on the door but not daring to knock, Luo Lei gestured to Nohara Lin, and said very casually, come in. The door is not closed. Yes, Lord Luo Lei. Nohara Lin secretly glanced at Luo Lei, and walked out as her pretty face blushed. She just saw Lord Luo Lei. Narashakuji didn't care about Nohara Rin who went out, she walked in with a smile on her face, and said, congratulations to Mr. Luo Lei, who once again became famous throughout the ninja world. Don't talk nonsense. Luo Lei raised his brows and said in a low voice, if you have something, just say it. Narashika Issa smiled awkwardly and said, the Konoha shinobi army led by Tsunade-sama was defeated by Cloud Shinobi village in Yuno country, and Jiraiya-sama and Namikaze Minato brought some elite ninjas to support in advance. We will also lead some Konoha shinobi to the land of soup soon, only a small number of Konoha shinobi will stay in the land of grass in case Iwagakure makes a comeback. Yes? Upon hearing this, Luo Lei said with a smile on his face, then I will not stay behind, but also support Tsunade and try to defeat Cloud Shinobi village at one time. 35. The look on Narashika Issa's cheeks stiffened. Especially looking at the half-smiley smile on Lord Luo Lei's face, he has already scolded Vice Admiral Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato dozens of times. If you dare not face Lord Luo Lei, just give him this hot potato. No matter how smart and wise he is, in the face of absolute power, he would not dare to be cautious, otherwise he would be killed and framed for others, and he would not even have a place to cry. Just say something. Luo Lei frowned and increased his tone, if you don't say anything, then leave quickly, I'm going to practice. Lord Luo Lei, Lord Third Hokage means to let you go to the land of waves, where the battle situation is relatively tight. Narashikaku took a deep breath, took out a ninjutsu scroll, and said, this is Lord Hokage. Entrust what Minato has handed over to you. To the country of waves. Luo Lei took the scroll, opened it and glanced at it. I guessed right. Is multiple shadow clone technique. At the beginning, when he was still in Anbu, he applied to learn multiple shadow clone technique many times, but he was beaten back by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the reason given was also speechless. Ninjas who did not have a huge amount of chakra used multiple shadow clone technique will hurt himself and it is not recommended for him to learn. Now it's coming to the door, as expected of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's behavior. Just now he doesn't seem to need any ninjutsu. With the ability of the motherland, all the ninjutsu he learns is to serve the ability of the motherland, and to maximize the ability of the motherland. Even the 8 inner gates 217, he cannot use it, but he can't live without it. Educational. Multiple shadow clone technique, when a multi-crescent moon rises to the sky in the future, will it be a lot of fun? Thinking of this, Luo Lei looked at the multiple shadow clone technique and instantly became pleasing to the eye. Seemingly aware of Luo Lei's movement, Naralu said without any hesitation, after the end of the third battle, Lord Third Hokage will give you the sealed book for a period of time. It is good. Luo Lei narrowed his eyes and said, "You tell 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen that he did so, I am very happy, and tomorrow I will go to the battlefield of the Land of Waves." 99. Yes, Lord Luo Lei. Narashika Issa breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, turned and left. Finally got it done. It's just that the invisible pressure facing Luo Lei is really too great, and he can't bear it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as expected of you. After Naralu left, Luo Lei muttered to himself, the Book of Seals has been taken out, it looks like it's a bloodbath, and it happens that I am also very interested in some forbidden techniques. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, in case he doesn't keep his promise, Luo Lei doesn't care at all, he can get what he wants without the consent of others. Chapter 72. Land of Wave. It seems that the Uchiha family is in charge of dealing with the Kirin force. The next moment, Luo Lei shook his head with some disdain, and muttered to himself in a sarcastic manner, let the Uchiha clan who are good at fire style deal with Mist Shinobi, who is good at water style, only the top executives of Konoha can do it. With the pupil technique, who knows how much power can be exerted? Aren't they afraid that I will unite with the Uchiha clan? Or do they want me to fight with the Uchiha clan so they can reap the benefits? And Uchiha Obito seems to have changed too. Forget it, what are you thinking about? Luo Lei shook his head indifferently, too lazy to think too much. As the ancestor of Konoha, what do you want to do? You are afraid of being an egg. As for the plot, what does it have to do with him? Now that the Rock Shinobi army has been destroyed, the Battle of Kamabashi Bridge in the Country of Grass will definitely not happen. He will soon go to the Country of Waves again. With the strength of Kirigakuer, it shouldn't last long. The biggest headache now is Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara, right? Good plan. It's been messed up. Boom. But just when Luo Lei was still thinking, Mao Yuzian knocked on the door, walked in with a smile on her face, and said excitedly, Lord Luo Lei, I have been promoted to the deputy captain of Anbu, and I am in charge of preventing foreign enemies from invading Konoha, and I can be transferred at will. Anbu ninja of 3 detachments. Yes? Luo Lei raised his brows and chuckled, congratulations then. All right. I have to say that 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, this guy, does things really well. Mao Yuxian Qiao's face was filled with excitement, and she looked forward to it. I will definitely work hard to keep up with Luo Lei's pace. Rest assured. Roha looked at Uzuki Yuyan so happy, and said casually, you can still be the captain of Konoha Anbu in the future. 35. Really? After hearing these words, Yuzian instantly became agitated, and a surprised expression appeared on her cheeks. She can still be the captain of Anbu? This is too shocking. Real. Luo Lei nodded and said with a smile, I may go to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Waves these days, it depends on your performance. Yuzian seemed to have thought of something, and her pretty face flushed. Anyway, she and Lord Luo Lei have all happened, of course they know the potential meaning. Kneel. Bow your head. Wipe the floor. After 4 hours, Luo Lei walked out of the tent in a happy way, and sat on the tent in a flash, and began to bathe in the silver moonlight. Let's learn the multiple shadow clone technique first. Soon, Luo Lei took out a ninjutsu scroll and began to learn multiple shadow clone techniques. A few minutes later, Luo Lei's eyes narrowed, his whole body chakras surging, and his hands clapped. Puchi, puchi. With a white smoke, more than a dozen shadow clone appeared on the tent. With my transformed chakra, it is easy to separate hundreds of shadow clones. After sensing the consumption of chakra in my body, Luo Lei nodded with satisfaction. It's just a pity that, bathing in the moonlight with 10 shadow clones, the speed of unlocking the Fusion Peak Motherland template did not speed up as expected. Originally, did he think it could be a bug in the system? In that way, the Peak Motherland template can be unlocked and merged at the fastest speed. Now it seems that he has thought too much, and Shadow Clone and multiple Shadow Clone cannot block bugs. Pfft. Since there is no way to block the bug, Luo Lei will disperse 10 Shadow Clone. Ding! Congratulations to host, for defeating the Rock Shinobi troop, killing more than 2,000 Rock Shinobi, unscrupulously killing 4 Tails Jinchuriki Lao Ziai, 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han, Rock Shinobi Anbu's captain and commander-in-chief Ono Tien, etc. The senior management of Uegakuer, the system specially rewards 6% of the experience. Ding! Congrats to host, who is thoroughly famous in the ninja world. The system specially rewards 1% of the experience. Ding! Congratulations host, you have successfully made Konoha's high-level executives agree to you, and dare not attack hard. The system specially rewards 1% of the experience. 35. Ding! Congratulations to host, the Peak Motherland template unlocked and merged more than 50%, unlocking the ability to fly. Ding! I hope the host will make persistent efforts, follow his heart, not be bound, and do whatever he wants. 359. Sudden. A series of mechanical icy reminders sounded in Luo Lei's mind. It's finally here. Luo Lei waved his fist happily. In the past few days, he has been waiting for the system's prompts, and as expected, there is still a reward for destroying the Rock Shinobi army. With a total of 8% experience, the successful unlocking and fusion of the Peak Motherland template exceeded 100%. 50. Unlocked the ability to fly. Finally able to fly. Not waiting for Luo Lei to sigh. A terrifying force poured into his body, and began to continuously transform his body. System, I want to take a look at the properties panel. After the transformation was completed, Luo Lei sensed his transformed body and opened the transparent attribute panel that only he could see. Host, Luo Lei. Age, 16 years old. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin, yang. Ability, Hey Take Knife Technique Grandmaster, Body Flicker Technique Grandmaster, Shadow Clone Technique Grandmaster, Body Replacement Technique Grandmaster, Water Style Grandmaster, Lightning Style Grandmaster, Multiple Shadow Clone Techniques Guild, the Motherland template in peak state unlocked fusion 54.9%. Constitution, 3190 10 points for ordinary people. Spirit 1085. Strength, 1950, 1 punch 230 tons. Speed, 990, 825955 m/s. Heat rays, 7600-8800 degrees Celsius. The number of times to extract the template, 0. Call. Although it has long been expected, the more fusions are unlocked, the more pervert the attribute improvement will be. When he really saw his attributes, Luo Lei couldn't help but gasped. Compared with the last time, no matter in terms of physique, spirit, strength, speed, and thermal vision, there has been a great improvement. The physique has reached more than 300 times that of ordinary people, the mental power has also broken through 1,000, and the speed has reached 3 times the speed of sound. The temperature of the heat site is about to break 10,000. What is even more frightening is that the fist strength reaches 230 tons with one punch. The spiritual power has been enhanced, the superperceptual power has become stronger, and the super hearing power has also become stronger. 39. Finally, Luo Lei put away the property panel very satisfied. Next, it is to go to the country of waves to fight the fog and forbearance troops to collect some experience, and strive to unlock and integrate the Peak Motherland template as soon as possible. Actually, Konoha High Rise does not say. Luo Lei will also go to the battlefield of the country of waves. After all, so much experience, don't want it for nothing. As a result, the top management of Konoha actually took the initiative to compromise and gave benefits, that is, double happiness is coming. After I go to the battlefield of the country of waves, and then go back to the battlefield of the country of soup with a carbine, I think the face of the high-level Konoha will be very beautiful. Said here. I have to say that the 5 big ninja villages, are the 5 big hooligans. It seems that some kind of tacit understanding has already been reached, and the decisive battle is basically in other small countries, such as the country of waves, the country of soup, the country of grass, etc., but they will not fight in their own country. The sorrow of a small country. Chapter 73. Sudden. Luo Lei, who had just put away the attribute panel, seemed to sense something and said with a chuckle, Kakashi, don't hide, come out. 35. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. Kakashi appeared under the tent with a complicated look, looking up at Luo Lei. Is something wrong? Seeing Kakashi's speechless expression, Luo Lei chuckled, I know what you want to say, I can only tell you that Hey Take White Fang is the hero of Konoha Village 5. Are you really a hero? Hearing this sentence, Kakashi's expression became vainly excited, and said, since he is a hero, why did he commit suicide, why did he give up his mission to save his companions? Openly violated Konoha Anbu's rules? Why? Snapped. The words are not finished yet. Luo Lei gave Kakashi a slap in the blink of an eye. Everyone can say that, you must not say that. Luo Lei said, because you are his son. Haha. I'd rather not be his son. Kakashi rubbed his cheeks and smiled miserably, emotions are just a stumbling block in the execution of the mission, why did he want to save his companions and give up the mission? Kakashi, you are so naive. Luo Lei frowned, glanced at Kakashi, and said coldly, if teacher Hey Take Sakumo doesn't die, you may die, even me. What? Kakashi was stunned, a look of disbelief on his cheeks. Abandoning the mission to save the companion is just an excuse. Luo Lei said indifferently, without this excuse, the senior officials of Konoha can find other excuses, and they will never escape. Teacher Hey Take Sakumo finally found that the will of fire is not as good as imagined, and his mentality collapsed. Chose suicide. What? Kakashi's expression turned extremely pale, and he took 4 or 5 steps back. He is not a fool and a fool. Of course, I can hear Luo Lei's implication. Haha. Luo Lei didn't want to say more, patted Kakashi on the shoulder, and said meaningfully, the will of fire is empty, only the strong have the right to speak, and only have the right to make rules, your strength is too weak, work hard become stronger. 55. Politics is cruel. Rules are just words from the superior. Swish. After saying this, Luolei sat on the tent in a flash, and basked in the moonlight. I want to be stronger. 99. I do not know how long it has been. Kakashi said with a determined look, I'm also going to be the new Heitake White Fang of Konoha village. Taking a look at Kakashi, Luolei took out a scroll and said, this, BHFF, contains some ninjutsu I have studied and my understanding of Heitake swordsmanship. I hope it can help you 5. It is good. Kakashi showed a determined expression, picked up the scroll, and left. His strength is too weak, he has no right to speak at all, and talking about anything has no effect. I wonder if there will be a change in Kakashi. Looking at the back of Kakashi's departure, and then perceiving Uchiha Obito who was observing in the dark, Luolei's mouth was slightly raised, looked up at the moon, and put his mind on above the practice. He is not the savior. He has done everything he can, and what Kakashi can grow into is his own business. As for Uchiha Obito, maybe there will be a transformation. Because, when he was talking to Kakashi just now, Uchiha Obito's mood was even more fluctuating than Kakashi's, especially after he said that only the strong have the right to speak and make rules, and his mentality was directly unbalanced. For the next 2 or 3 days, Luolei was completely relaxed, and he played poker with Yuuzian when he had nothing to do. When he was really bored, he asked Nohara Lin to pour tea and water, and massage, serious. As for Kakashi and Uchiha Obito, they seemed to be practicing hard. He didn't care either. Country of Waves. It is an island country between the land of fire and the land of water. Also a country without ninjas. Because of the fighting here between Konoha shinobi and Kirin, all the civilians on the island have been evacuated. At this time, west of the land of waves, the camp of the Konoha shinobi battalion. Inside a huge tent in the middle area, some high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan are gathering here for a meeting. If you look closely, almost every ninja of the Uchiha clan has a look of grief and helplessness on the cheeks, and some even clenched their fists. Suffocated. Come to the country of waves to fight with the mist ninja. It's really too embarrassing, even if you have Sharingan, your strength is greatly suppressed. Because the weather in the land of waves is also cloudy and foggy, plus it is an island country, the fog ninjas fight here like a duck to water, but they can't, and they are good at fire style, which has been greatly affected. This also led to the fact that the Uchiha family was beaten and retreated. And this time to the country of waves, the Konoha shinobi who brought a total of more than 600 people, half of them are ninjas from the Uchiha clan. In less than half a month, almost 50 elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan have been lost. It can't go on like this. Either have the Konoha village high-level reinforcements, or we will retreat and temporarily retreat to the territory of the Fire Nation. If we fight further, we, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, may lose even more. 35. What on earth are the senior officials of Konoha trying to do? Sending us to the land of waves to fight Mist Ninja is obviously aimed at targeting our Uchiha clan. Perhaps seeing the patriarch, Uchiha Fuden not speaking. Some senior members of the Uchiha clan couldn't help but made their voices, expressing their extreme dissatisfaction with the senior officials of Konoha. Alas! 35. After hearing these words, Uchiha Fuden rubbed his temples and sighed uncontrollably. Originally, he wanted to play the glory belonging to the Uchiha clan in the country of waves, but now it seems that he is going to lose his life. The top management of Konoha really made a good move, which not only disgusted the Uchiha family, but also suppressed Konoha invisibly. The first family, the momentum of the Uchiha family. Father, retreat. Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists and said with a determined look, we can't stay in the country of waves and fight the fog at home. 99. Row. Uchiha Fusion thought for a while, then waved his hand helplessly and said, raise your hands to vote. Agree. 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 Almost without any hesitation, the senior members of the Uchiha clan in the tent opened their mouths one after another, and no one objected. Now that the Uchiha family is too busy to take care of themselves, they don't care what the senior Konoha thinks. If you are unkind, don't blame the Uchiha family for being unjust, who is afraid of whom? 47. Uchiha Fusion gritted his teeth and said, no one objected, then we will evacuate the country of waves, go to the country of fire, and wait for the assistance of Konoha village. 99. I object. But the voice did not fall. An indifferent voice resounded, saying, the number 1 Konoha clan, the Uchiha clan, is that all? Chapter 74. The number 1 family of Konoha, the Uchiha family, is that all? The voice did not fall. The senior members of the Uchiha clan in the tent suddenly froze, their eyes filled with expressions of astonishment. Who is it? How dare you mock the Uchiha clan like this? Still this? Didn't you make it clear that you looked down on the Uchiha clan? It's really unbearable and unbearable. The next moment, there was a senior member of the Uchiha family who started Sharingan angrily, wanting to go out and find the person who despised the Uchiha family and deliberately sought trouble. Who is it? Get out of here! A jonin from the Uchiha clan scolded violently, hiding the head and showing the tail, count, dash. Laugh. The words are not finished yet. A hot gaze descended from the sky, pierced through the tent, and struck the ninja of the Uchiha clan fiercely. Boom. An explosion sounded. Before the ninja of the Uchiha clan could react, he was bombarded alive, and there was a smell of burning in the air. Not good. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Protect the patriarch, protect the patriarch. The sudden change made the expressions of the senior members of the Uchiha clan in the tent suddenly change, and they all entered a state of battle, and they surrounded the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fusion in the middle. How? Did I said wrong thing? You Uchiha clan are here? You can't even handle Kirigakuer, and you still want to withdraw to the land of fire? Swish. The voice did not fall. Even if the people of the Uchiha clan have Sharingan, they haven't seen it clearly, and a figure has already appeared in the tent. Who is it? Looking at the sudden appearance of the figure, the senior members of the Uchiha clan in the tent all looked at each other. As a result, after seeing the person coming, Uchiha Fusion seemed to think of something, and his face was sluggish, followed by Uchiha Fugaku, then the first elder of the Uchiha family, and the second elder of the Uchiha family. In an instant, the scene became eerie and quiet, as if a needle could be heard falling to the ground. It's really a bunch of trash, blinding that pair of eyes. Luo Lei crossed his arms and said indifferently, you Uchiha family, it's really nothing more than that. All right. After Luo Lei left the country of grass, he went straight to the country of waves. Thanks to unlocking the ability of the motherland to fly, it took a very short time to fly from the country of grass to the country of waves. I thought that the Uchiha clan would at least be able to fight with the Mist Ninja, but they didn't expect that the Konoha shinobi group led by the Uchiha clan was beaten by the Mist Ninja and was defeated, and now they are discussing to return to the country of fire. Really a bunch of trash. Quiet. Facing Luo Lei's undisguised contempt and ridicule. With the experience of the recently deceased Uchiha Jonin, the top Uchiha clan at the scene, despite their very ugly expressions, did not open their mouths to speak. Even Uchiha Fusion and Uchiha Fugaku opened their mouths and wanted to say something, but after all, no sound was made. They are very clear. Others may be joking. The one in front of me was unscrupulous and arrived at ultimate. The Battle of Kaikyoyama killed the Tsunagakuer army, the 7 ninja swordsmen were wiped out in the Land of Fire, and more than 2,000 rock shinobi super ruthless men were wiped out in the Battle of the Land of Grass. Konoha's top executives have no choice but to compromise and compromise. The Uchiha clan. Although arrogant, his eyes are above the top, and he is extreme, he is not a fool, slamming into the muzzle of others. Therefore, in this situation, even the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan who were present were used to being aloof. But, in the face of an even more vicious, unreasonable and unscrupulous monster, he still lowered the noble heads of the Uchiha clan, and even couldn't help swallowing. Haha. Luo Lei glanced around and finally landed on Uchiha Fusion, saying, Fusion, we meet again. All right. When I was the vice captain of Anbu, he often dealt with the Konoha garrison, that is, the city management of Konoha. Meet again. Uchiha Fusion's expression was a little unnatural, a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he said stiffly, why did you come to the country of waves, are you supporting us? 5. 4 flowers. Luo Lei shook his head and said indifferently, Third Hokage asked me to destroy you. 55. Boom. The voice did not fall. The expressions of the senior members of the Uchiha clan at the scene suddenly changed. Almost all of them subconsciously turned on the bright red Sharingan, stared at Luo Lei with great vigilance, and burst out with terrifying pupil power. It's a pity, there is no pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Luo Lei shook his head, his eyes flashing with red light, and said coldly, keep your pink eye disease to Laozi, or you will be at your own risk. Asterisk. Facing Luo Lei's red eyes, Uchiha Fusion felt great pressure, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and hurriedly shouted. In fact, not only Uchiha Fusion felt the pressure, but all the senior members of the Uchiha clan who opened Sharingan felt great pressure because, after opening their eyes, they could clearly see the radiance in Luo Lei's eyes. The power of terror seems to be able to blow up everything. So, after hearing the order of Uchiha Fusion, the Sharingan of the high-level Uchiha clan at the scene returned to their original state, but their expressions were extremely complicated. The same eyes. How do you feel? Luo Lei's feeling is more terrifying and powerful. How so? Uchiha Fugaku is crying frantically in his heart. He just opened the 3-hook jade, but he still dare not look Luo Lei's eyes directly. This huge gap made him panic. You must know that in normal times, only the people of the Uchiha family used Sharingan to bully others, but now they are being bullied by others. No brains. At this time, Luo Lei shook his head and said lightly, if you Uchiha clan only think about relying on your eyes, have no political acumen, and don't understand the status quo, sooner or later, you will be exterminated. Chapter 75. Quiet. Facing Luo Lei's preaching. Although the senior members of the Uchiha family were very unconvinced, they all bowed their heads. What else can I do? Tolerate. I can only endure it like the senior Konoha. Of course, it's not that the top Uchiha clan wanted to resist, but seeing the corpse that exploded in the tent, I still had a backlash in my heart. Nothing more. What you say is what? Haha. To this, Luolei is too lazy to remind so much. In the future, if the Uchiha clan is destroyed, what will it do to him? As long as the Uchiha family can behave normally in front of him. He is not a bloodthirsty person either, but a mediocre, nuclear-loving ancestor of Konoha village. 230. Okay, let's go, let's go. At this time, Uchiha Fusion also responded and hurriedly said, I want to have a good chat with Lord Luolei. 39. Okay. Patriarch. After hearing this, the senior members of the Uchiha clan who were present sighed in relief and hurried out. They don't want to stay here. Facing Mr. Luolei, the pressure is really too great. As for what happened just now, they also have to admit that they are too sensitive. They all know with a little brains that now is the critical period of the Third World War. Lord Third Hokage couldn't have given such a ridiculous order. As a result, Lord Luolei made a joke, and they lost their minds and started sharing on in fright. #7. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep look at Luolei. Finally, still dejected and walked out. At first, as a genius of the Uchiha clan, he lived under the shadow of Luolei and Namikaze Minato, two commoners. Now he has become the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and the gap seems to be even bigger. Especially compared with Luolei's eyes, there is a gap between heaven and earth. Ugh. After the senior members of the Uchiha clan had all left, the rich genius of Uchiha sighed heavily, found a random chair and sat down, and said bitterly, I also know the situation of the Uchiha clan, but I can't change it. Indeed. Luolei shrugged and said softly, if it changes, it won't be the Uchiha clan anymore. Hearing the sarcasm, Uchiha Futon smiled awkwardly. I have nothing to do, I will go to rest. 99. Luolei stretched his waist and said, tomorrow, we will fight with the Wu Ninja army, and we will fight quickly. In such a hurry? When it comes to the business, Uchiha Fusion has a serious expression and said solemnly, Third Mizukage has come to the country of waves, and the current Mist Ninja team is extremely powerful even if there are no ninja swords. Especially the Huayuruaki clan, the Ghost Lamp clan, the Mizuno Yuki clan, and sent hundreds of elite ninjas. 5. When it comes to this, Uchiha's rich genius added helplessly, our Uchiha family is also forced to help, and we really can't hold it anymore. Indeed, the strength of your Uchiha clan is a little weak. Luolei nodded and said seriously, I don't even have a pair of Mangekyo Sharinon, it's too bad. 39. Uchiha Fusion felt that his heart had been stabbed again, but, because of Luolei's strength, he still bit the bullet and said, my son Uchiha Fugaku is a genius and should be able to awaken the Mangekyo Sharinon. Besides, the strength of our Uchiha clan, even without the Mangekyo Sharinon, is not weak, and it is still the largest clan in Konoha. Yes. After hearing this, a ray of light flashed in Luolei's eyes, and he chuckled, I suddenly thought of a way to help Uchiha Fugaku awaken the Mangekyo Sharinon. What? Boom. Uchiha jumped up from the chair in shock, looked at Luolei with a suspicious look, and said excitedly, Lord Luolei, if you have any requirements, you can say that the Uchiha family can satisfy you, try to satisfy those who cannot be satisfied. 5. It's very simple. Luolei smiled evilly, got up slowly and said slowly in Uchiha Fugaku's ear, I just came to the land of waves to be bored. Let Uchiha Mikato, who is bathing in the tent not far away, accompany me for a few days. Kr. Uchiha Fusion's expression changed suddenly, and when he clenched his fist, he wanted to explode. Special. Uchiha Mikato has a baby kiss with his own son. Is this still what people say? If he hadn't been concerned about Luolei's strength, he would have wanted to fight Luolei on the spot, and the battle would have been 300 rounds. You don't want the Uchiha clan to disappear into the ninja world, do you? Luolei patted Uchiha Fusion on the shoulder and whispered, as long as Mikato becomes my woman, the Uchiha clan will be their own. I am cruel to my enemies, but I am as warm as spring to my own people. By the way, you must keep this matter a secret, otherwise your son will not be able to awaken the Mangekyo Sharinon. Swish. After saying this, Luolei disappeared in the tent in a flash. There is no way, the ancestors of Konoha do things so simply and neatly, without being sloppy. Boom. After Luolei left, Uchiha Fusion's expression was changeable, and with a fist clenched, a chair was bombarded and shattered. This Luolei. It's so unscrupulous, he doesn't take the Uchiha clan seriously, and he doesn't want to let the Uchiha clan disappear, right? Isn't this a blatant threat? Wasn't he afraid that the Uchiha clan would die with him? Deceiving too much. 5.5. It's really deceiving. The next moment, as if thinking of something, Uchiha Fusion muttered to himself, something's wrong, how does he know that Uchiha Mikato is taking a bath? 99. Forget it, for the Uchiha family and for the Mangekyo Sharinon of my son, let's satisfy Luolei. I do not know how long it has been. Uchiha Fusion shook his head bitterly and helplessly. He knew that Uchiha Mikoto didn't like his son all the time, he had to rely on the doll to tie him up, just what Mr. Luolei needed, so let him satisfy him. The Uchiha family is not at a loss anyway, and they can gain a powerful ally, and Fugaku can also awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. It is simply 3 joys. Chapter 76. What about people? Once you figure it out. In an instant, the idea became clear. As long as Fugaku can awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, then the overall strength of the Uchiha clan will definitely rise to a new level, so even if the top management of Konoha village wants to target them, they will have to weigh them carefully. A coldness flashed in Uchiha Fusion's eyes. This time, what the senior officials of Konoha did is really disgusting to him. As the patriarch of the Uchiha family, he could only choose to compromise passively and lead a large army to the Land of Waves to face the Fog Ninja army. Now, with a better option. Maybe the Uchiha clan will gain more by moving closer to Konoha's superhero, Lord Luolei? The Uchiha family has been madly targeted since second Hokage Senjo Tobirama. It's time to change the status quo. As for giving? A woman of the Uchiha clan, no big deal. If you want to live a decent life, life must be a little green. Besides, it's just a woman who has a baby kiss. Fugaku will definitely have no opinion. The other side. Uchiha Mikoto had just taken a shower, and was sitting there frowning after cleaning up. What happened? Why do I feel like someone is peeking when I'm just taking a shower? As a woman's sixth sense, she can be sure that what she perceives is not wrong, but... This is the camp of the Konoha shinobi army, and all the ninjas of the Uchiha clan are stationed around her. Who dares to peek at her bathing? Could it be that I was too tired and had hallucinations? A look of exhaustion flashed across Uchiha Mikoto's pale cheeks. During this period of time, the Konoha shinobi army of the Land of Waves was beaten and retreated, and the situation deteriorated step by step. Even she felt great pressure. I heard that Luolei, who is famous in the ninja world, is here. I don't know if there will be a turnaround. As if thinking of something, Uchiha Mikoto rubbed his petite nose, and a look of admiration flashed in his eyes. At the beginning, when she was at the ninja school, she, Uzumaki Kushina, Luolei, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Fugaku, Hyaga Hayashi, etc., were almost all in one class. Among them, Luolei and Namikaze Minato were undoubtedly the most outstanding and were also known as for the civilian light of Konoha village. Now even if it doesn't make a sound, it's already a blockbuster. Even Uchiha Mikoto admires Luolei's amazing achievements when he learns about it. This is the real man she dreams of. Pity. Uchiha Mikoto's expression is a little sad and helpless when he thinks of the doll kiss he established with Uchiha Fugaku. Her grandpa. The great elder of the Uchiha clan. In order to consolidate her position, regardless of her wishes and thoughts, she and Uchiha Fugaku came to a strong alliance and ordered a doll kiss for her and Uchiha Fugaku. After the 3 wars, the wedding will be held. Boom. Sudden. Just at this time. A knock sounded. Who? Is it me, Uchiha Fudan? Please come in. Uchiha Mikoto looked puzzled. Or get up and prepare to meet Uchiha Fusion. After all, he is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, so he should respect him a little, so as not to get offended. Mikoto, don't get up, just sit and talk. Uchiha Fudan entered the tent, saw Uchiha Mikoto getting up, and said something with a smile on his face. Faced with such an enthusiastic Uchiha Fusion, Uchiha Mikoto was stunned. In normal times, Uchiha Fusion, the head of the Uchiha clan, did not show a serious and old-fashioned look once. Is the sun coming out of the west now? Isn't it the wrong medicine? Complaining in his heart, Uchiha Mikoto stood up cautiously and said, Lord Patriarch, please sit down. TT. Uchiha Fusion smiled and said, You sit, I'll just stand. Lord Patriarch, do you have something to do? Faced with such an abnormal thing, Uchiha Mikoto suppressed his inner confusion and asked carefully. Abaj. Uchiha Fusion smiled awkwardly, and the palms of both hands involuntarily broke out in cold sweat. It was the first time for him to do such a thing, so he felt a little nervous. But, as the head of the Uchiha clan, after Uchiha Fusion took a deep breath, his expression suddenly became serious, and he said solemnly, Mikoto, you don't want the Uchiha family to disappear into the ninja world, right? What? Uchiha Mikoto's expression changed slightly, thinking that something big happened, and said anxiously, Lord Patriarch, did something big happen? 35. Uchiha Fusion nodded feigningly deep, and said in a helpless tone, the Uchiha family has fallen into a major crisis, and if you don't pay attention, there will be danger of extinction. Do I need to do anything? Uchiha Mikoto's expression became serious after hearing that Uchiha Fudan said the problem was so serious. Joke. The Uchiha family is about to be exterminated. As a member of the Uchiha family, she has a duty-bound obligation. That's the one. Uchiha Fusion showed a hesitant expression, opened his mouth, but did not say anything. Lord Patriarch, just say it. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Mikoto became a little anxious, and hurriedly said, as long as I can do it, I will do my best, and I won't let you down. Mikoto, as you know, Lord Luolei has already arrived at our camp. Uchiha Fusion took a deep breath and said earnestly, he lacks someone to bring tea and water, so I want you. What? The voice did not fall. Uchiha Mikoto only felt a buzzing sound in his head, and his mind went blank. Frightened. No. It's a surprise, it came too suddenly, right? She is still thinking about how to catch up with her old classmates? Isn't the opportunity here? Besides, is it her honor to bring tea and water to Luolei, the superhero of Konoha village? By the way, serve Lord Luolei's daily life. Uchiha Fusion saw Uchiha Mikoto's shocked expression, thought she couldn't accept it, and added another sentence. What? Is this what Uchiha Fusion can say? Uchiha Mikoto, who was in a state of surprise, widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Uchiha Fusion in disbelief. She never thought that, as Uchiha Fugaku's father, Uchiha Fusion actually let her go, let she goes. Double happiness is coming. Uchiha Mikoto has only 230 thoughts in his heart. For Uchiha Fugaku, this guy who only hides in the shadow of the family, she has always looked down on it. Still Uchiha's first genius? Even she has opened 3 Tomo Sharinon, what is Uchiha Fugaku proud of? Not to mention Luolei, even Namikaze Minato can't compare. Iron Waist 1. Ugh. Looking at the unbelievable Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Fusion sighed and said bitterly, I know it's hard for you, but now the survival of the Uchiha family depends on you alone, I hope you can consider it. Look. 99. Although Uchiha Mikoto was already jumping with excitement, he was expressionless on the surface, waved his hand, and said coldly, walk slowly, no more. Uchiha Fusion gritted his teeth and said, the Uchiha family will not forget it, I hope you can think about it carefully. As for the baby kiss, I will personally relieve the elder and give you back your freedom. 35. After saying this, Uchiha Fusion left without looking back. However, what Uchiha Fusion didn't know was, after he turned his head to leave, Uchiha Mikoto gave a playful smile, and immediately began to dress up. After all, she also doesn't want the Uchiha clan to disappear from the ninja world. That night, under the unbelievable gazes of countless Uchiha clan people, Uchiha Mikoto, dressed in gorgeous costumes, entered the tent of the Konoha superhero. Luolei in the middle of the camp with a blank face. Chapter 77. For a time, the entire Konoha camp in the Kingdom of Waves is a little quiet. Many ninjas of the Uchiha clan who saw this scene widened their eyes and showed surprised expressions. If it was daytime, everyone wouldn't think too much about it, but, at night, the number one beauty of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Mikoto, was dressed up and went to the tent of Mr. Luolei without concealment. Just thinking about it makes people think. More importantly, Uchiha Mikoto has a baby kiss with Uchiha Fugaku, the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, in this situation, Luolei's tent became the focus of attention of many Uchiha people in the camp. At the same time, old classmate, are you here? Luolei, who was closing his eyes and resting, seemed to have expected it long ago, opened his eyes, and chuckled, just pour me a cup of hot tea. In the face of someone's threat, I have no choice. Uchiha Mikoto blushed, picked up the teapot and poured a cup of hot tea, brought it to Luolei, and said meaningfully, I really don't want the Uchiha family to disappear in the ninja world, I have to. Luolei shrugged, and then said slowly, I'm just here to help you get rid of the baby kiss. After all, when you were at the ninja school, you often complained to me. Don't you remember? Uchiha Mikoto rolled his eyes at Luolei, took advantage of the opportunity to sit next to Luolei, unbuttoned his jacket, and asked, after graduating from the ninja school and entering Anbu, why didn't you contact me? Is it forced by the situation? Luolei shook his head helplessly, and said, if Shueji Shuangluo was not suddenly awakened, maybe you wouldn't be able to see me now. 99. Uchiha Mikoto seemed to feel something, and cursed with empathy, damn Konoha executives and Uchiha clan executives, they are a bunch of greedy garbage. You are right. Luolei nodded and sighed, now I have finally become stronger, I can do whatever I want. Do whatever you want. Uchiha Mikoto blinked his eyes and said with a half smile, I don't believe it. Haha. Luolei raised a brow and said with a smile, don't you worry about Uchiha Fugaku. Just a licking dog. Uchiha Mikoto's face showed disdain, and said, I think I'm a genius, but in fact I'm just a giant baby that doesn't grow up, I couldn't choose before, now I have a better choice. The strong have the right to dominate. 39. For this sake, Luolei didn't bother to say so much. He and Mikoto knew each other at the ninja school, and the relationship is still relatively good. Now he has become a superhero of Konoha, and Mikoto has feelings for him again. The ancestors of Konoha, if you dare to do something special, it will be over. Undress. Then sit in a chair and sip tea and eat. The same moment. Not far away. Uchiha clan young patriarch, in the tent of Uchiha Fugaku. Boom. With the sound of a cup bursting, I saw Uchiha Fugaku suffocated and smashed the cup in his hand to the ground. His heart was so angry that ultimate. The first beauty of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Mikoto, actually went to the tent of Luolei, the god of death in the ninja world. This made Uchiha Fugaku feel like the color on his head had changed. Although he and Uchiha Mikoto are just dolls, but, in his opinion, the marriage and children of the two are already destined, and no one can stop them. Now what? Everything is over. No. 35. Mikoto, not like that. I'm so good to her, she just went to Lord Luolei to discuss things. It's only been an hour, and Mikoto should come out after a while. I've been thinking too much. 9. After Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed, he finally found a reason to comfort himself, walked out of the tent slowly, and looked at the large tent in the middle where Mikoto and Luolei were talking about things. 1 minute. 10 minutes. 1 hour. 2 hours. At the beginning Uchiha Fugaku still had hope. But as time went by, Uchiha Fugaku's expression became more and more ugly, perhaps because of the severe emotional fluctuations. The pair of Sharinans had entered the Scarlet 3 Go-Jade state, and great pupil power fluctuations erupted. Damn. Seeing that the sky is about to dawn. Seemingly unable to bear it, Uchiha Fugaku wanted to rush into the tent. Fugaku, you have to think twice. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Fugaku, who was watching in secret, flew out and hugged Uchiha Fugaku. Father, I can't help it. Uchiha Fugaku said emotionally, I'm going to kill them. 35. Do you want to implicate the Uchiha family? Uchiha Fushin looked cold and said solemnly, with your strength, you will be killed before you approach the tent. Nothing but. 35. Uchiha Fushin planned his son's words neatly, saying, if you can't bear it, you will make a big plan. As the patriarch of the Uchiha family in the future, for the sake of the Uchiha family, you have to endure it. 5. Uchiha Fugaku really wanted to cry. Faced with this kind of thing, he really can't bear it. But when he thinks of Luolei's strength and the plight of the Uchiha family, he can only take a deep breath and try his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Okay. Maybe it's too much forbearance. The emotional fluctuations became more and more severe and violent, and the pair of bright red 3-tomo Sharinon trembled constantly, and at first glance, they were about to change. A play? See this scene. Uchiha Fushin's expression brightened, and he said subconsciously, I asked Mikoto to pour tea and water for Luolei. 99. Uchiha Fugaku sighed sadly. He did not expect that the clown was actually himself, and that his own father actually backstabbed him. Boom. The next moment. Without any sign. Uchiha Fugaku's 3-tomo Sharinon trembled. Immediately afterwards, 3 separate hook jades were connected together, showing a blade-like shape. Chapter 78. Boom. At the moment of entering Mangekyo Sharinon, the chakra on Uchiha Fugaku's body surged violently, mixed with the extremely violent pupil power of Mangekyo Sharinon, and a shockwave of incomparably terrifying momentum exploded, causing the entire camp to shake instantly. Swish! Swish! A sound of breaking through the air rang out. Some ninjas of the Uchiha clan who were still watching, flew over one after another, and looked at the Mangekyo Sharinon of Uchiha Fugaku, all showing a look of surprise. Mangekyo Sharinon. The young patriarch has awakened the Mangekyo Sharinon. Great, after so many years, someone in our Uchiha clan has finally awakened the Mangekyo Sharinon. Is this really our Uchiha luck? 35. Watching Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharinon. Many ninjas of the Uchiha family made a sound of excitement, joy, or shock, and some even left tears of excitement. It's really a pain in the ninja world. The Uchiha family has been around for a long time. How many years have passed, the Uchiha family has not been able to awaken a pair of Mangekyo Sharinon, and generally the Sango Jade has been capped. Now, the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku has awakened the Mangekyo Sharinon. Destined to lead the Uchiha clan to the pinnacle of the ninja world. 230 is so strong. At this time, the most incredible thing was Uchiha Fugaku himself. He just felt that his head was glowing green and his anger was soaring. He suppressed it again, and his mood fluctuated violently. Finally, he was stabbed in the back by his old father. The emotions exploded, and the Mangekyo Sharinon woke up. So simple. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head in disbelief, feeling the terrifying pupil power of Mangekyo Sharinon, and his inner self-confidence suddenly swelled to ultimate. Special. At the time of 3-tomo Sharinon, there was a big gap between Luolei and Luolei. Now that I'm the Mangekyo Sharinon, I should be able to handle you at will? At least I'll be on an equal footing. After all, he awakened the Mangekyo Sharinon, who claims to be the strongest celestial eye to see through the 3 worlds, and possesses the earth-shattering pupil technique. Are you awake? Uchiha Fushin was stunned, an old father's smile appeared on his old cheeks. His own son is truly gifted. Awakened Mangekyo Sharinon at a young age, with the appearance of Hokage. Luolei, Uchiha Mikato. Swish. With a roar of rage, Uchiha Fugaku, who had just awakened the Mangekyo Sharinon, flew towards Luolei's tent at a lightning-fast speed before Uchiha Fushin could react. Uchiha Fushin's expression changed suddenly, but found that it was too late. Pity. Uchiha Fugaku flew over very fast, and flew back even faster. Snapped. Only a crisp sound was heard. Uchiha Fugaku, who felt that he could do it again, flew back upside down, and smashed to the ground. The powerful force directly smashed a pothole on the ground. Who gave you the guts? A cold drink sounded. Luolei's body appeared in front of Uchiha Fugaku, looked down at him and said, I am in a good mood today, if there is a next time, I will kill you directly. After saying this, Luolei also wiped off the lipstick mark on his cheek very calmly. You. Uchiha Fugaku was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, especially seeing the lipstick marks on Luolei's face and neck. Mangekyo Sharinon couldn't help bursting out with majestic pupil power fluctuations, and wanted to cast an illusion on Luolei. Court death. Luolei smiled coldly, with red eyes flashing in his eyes. Enough. Snapped. Another crisp voice sounded. Uchiha Fushin finally reacted and took the lead to slap Uchiha Fugaku, and said with hatred, Did you talk to Lord Luolei like this? If it weren't for Lord Luolei, your Mangekyo riding wheel, BHFF, I still don't know when to wake up. 99. Don't thank Lord Luolei yet? Uchiha Fugaku touched the beaten cheek, his eyes also retreated from the state of Mangekyo Sharinon, opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but said nothing. After awakening the Mangekyo Sharinon, he was not only slapped by Luolei, but also slapped by his own father, and when he sensed the eyes of the ninjas of the Uchiha clan around him, he suddenly felt that the sky was dark. What is the use of him awakening this Mangekyo Sharinon? More importantly, even after awakening Mangekyo Sharinon, when he faced Luolei's eyes, he was still a little trembling. Lord Luolei, thank you for helping Fugaku awaken the Mangekyo Sharinon. The next moment, Uchiha Toyama didn't care so much, and said in a grateful tone, From now on, you are the benefactor of the Uchiha family, just ask if you have any requests. Correct. Having said that, Uchiha Fuyama also took a deep breath, turned his head, pointed at the ninjas of the surrounding Uchiha clan, and said solemnly, about Uchiha Mikato and Uchiha Fugaku's baby kiss, in fact, at a very early time, the elders and I discussed cancelling it. Now, don't think too much about it. It's okay, little thing. 99. Seeing that Uchiha Fushin is so acquainted, Luolei waved his hand very aggressively and said, I like being helpful, as long as I don't disturb my yaxing. The voice did not fall. Luolei happily entered the tent and helped Uchiha Fugaku to awaken the Mangekyo Sharinon. It was just what he expected, but luckily the one Tomo Sharinon was not destroyed like Uchiha Suzuki did when his family was destroyed. Mr. Luolei is really a good person, worthy of being the superhero of Konoha village. Not only did he help the young patriarch awaken the Mangekyo Sharinon, but he also helped us deal with the Mist Ninja army. Lord Luolei has worked hard. After hearing the words of Uchiha Toyama, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan at the scene all showed a sudden realization. They figured out the cause and effect at once, so that they looked at Luolei's back, full of gratitude and admiration. Doll Pro has long since been cancelled? Is he still working hard? Thinking of Luolei's hard work in the tent, Uchiha Fugaku, who was already in a hurry, fluctuated a few times, and Mangekyo Sharinon consumed a lot of pupil power, and passed out. Chapter 79. The Mangekyo Sharinon who just awakened is really weak. It's boring. After Luolei entered the tent, he found a place to sit and shook his head in disappointment. Perhaps his current mental power is too strong, so that he has no sense at all when facing the pupil power of Mangekyo Sharinon. Ding! Congrats host, congratulations host, another perfect release has been completed, and the system specially rewards 3% of the experience. Ding! I hope the host will continue to work hard, follow his heart, not be bound, and do whatever he wants. Sudden. The sound of the system machinery resounds. As predicted. Listening to the prompts in his head, Luolei glanced at Uchiha Mikato, who had fallen asleep, and clicked with satisfaction. 3% of his experience was credited. After a few seconds, another majestic energy poured into Luolei's body and began to transform his body. System, I'll take a look at the properties panel. 99. Sensing the body that has grown stronger, Luolei thought about it for a while, but still curiously opened the transparent property panel that only he could see. Host, Luolei. Age, 16 years old. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin, yang. Ability, Hey Take Knife Technique Grandmaster, Body Flicker Technique Grandmaster, Shadow Clone Technique Grandmaster, Body Replacement Technique Grandmaster, Water Style Grandmaster, Lightning Style Grandmaster, Multiple Shadow Clone Techniques Skilled, Peak State of the Motherland Template Unlock Fusion 58.3%. Constitution, 3,290 10 points for ordinary people. Spirit 1285. Strength, 2,450, 1 punch 320 tons. Speed, 1134, 1029 1085 m/s. Heat rays, 90 800 degrees Celsius. The number of times to extract the template, 0. Who? 35. Although I knew for a long time that the more the Peak Motherland template was unlocked, the more powerful the attributes would skyrocket, but after seeing his attributes, Luo Lei couldn't help but take a breath. Because this time, the attributes have increased by a lot compared to what I thought about it. Nothing else to say. The temperature of the heat site alone will immediately exceed 10,000, and it is a little scary to think about it. In this case, it didn't take long for Luo Lei to put away the attribute panel and look at Mikoto again. His body became stronger, and it was time to be reckless again. The next morning, the news that Luo Lei helped Uchiha Fugaku awaken the Mangekyo Sharinon spread throughout the Konoha shinobi troop of the Land of Waves. In an instant, the ninjas of the Konoha shinobi army in the Country of Waves were shaken. All of them looked horrified. To know. This is the legendary Mangekyo Sharinon. Now that Uchiha Fugaku has awakened, doesn't that mean that there is one more high-end combat force in the Konoha shinobi army of the Country of Waves, and with the arrival of Mr. Luo Lei, the comprehensive strength of the Konoha shinobi army of the Country of Waves can be described as it's skyrocketed. At the same time, Uchiha Fudan, the commander-in-chief of the Konoha shinobi battalion in the Land of Waves, also announced that from now on, he will counterattack the ninja battalion from the Land of Waves, and play the majesty and haki of Konoha village. Great, really great. Lord Luo Lei is awesome, we can finally counterattack the Fog Ninja army. To hear the news, many ninjas in the Konoha shinobi troop of the Land of Waves showed excited expressions. They were beaten by the Mist Ninja and retreated, and finally they straightened their backs again, and once again surged with a surging fighting spirit. That morning, the Konoha shinobi army marched towards the camp where the Mist Ninja army was located. At this time, east of the Land of Waves, inside the camp of the Fog Ninja army, Third Mizukage, Yagura, Ghost Lantern Menu and others all gathered together. Their expressions were very dignified and ugly, and obviously they all knew that the god of killing, Luo Lei, had arrived in the Land of Waves and helped Uchiha Fugaku awaken the news of Mangekyo Sharinon. Damn, how could Luo Lei's speed be so fast? They all arrived at the Land of Waves. Boom. After I don't know how long, seeing that no one was talking, Baby Yagura showed indifference on his face, patted the table fiercely, and said, "Just give us one more day, and we will be able to expel the Konoha shinobi army. Go out to the Land of Waves, win this battle, and play the majesty and haki of our Kirigakuer. What should I do now?" Ghost Lantern Menu's face was also not very good looking, and said, "Third Mizukage-sama, are we Wujin retreating or attacking?" Luo Lei also helped Uchiha Fugaku of the Uchiha clan to awaken the Mangekyo Sharinon, which is incredible. Now the Konoha shinobi troop in the Land of Waves has begun a strong counterattack, obviously fearless, and has decided our Mist Ninja troop, Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakuer are also not reliable. Everyone cooperated, and we couldn't even support it, and we were left to figure out how to deal with it. Ask for her flowers. Killing God, Luo Lei is not a fuel-efficient lamp. The last 7 people of the ninja knife were killed by him, and even the ninja knife was lost. The last 7 people of the ninja knife were really a bunch of waste. With the beginning of the full moon of ghost lights, several other new members of the 7 ninja swordsmen raised their voices with solemn expressions. For them, the loss of the ninja swords caused the comprehensive combat effectiveness of the new ninja swordsmen to drop a lot, so they were quite unhappy with the previous ninja swordsman 7. Afraid of what? After hearing these words, a coldness appeared in Third Mizukage's eyes, and he said confidently, "If the Konoha shinobi army dares to counterattack, our Mist Ninja army will dare to fight. Don't worry, Luo Lei will be handed over to me." 0. The voice did not fall. Yagura, Ghost Lantern Moon and others were all stunned. Apparently didn't expect Third Mizukage to say such an arrogant remark. Although I don't want to admit it. But, with Luo Lei's impressive record, can Third Mizukage really do it? Don't worry, I have a secret weapon. Third Mizukage seemed to know what Yagura and the others were thinking, glanced around coldly, and said, "Luo Lei, I'm done, it's not easy for anyone to come." The meeting. Although there are many doubts in my heart. Yagura, Ghost Manmoon and other Mist Nin elites made a wise choice but did not speak. They were very aware of Third Mizukage's seemingly harmless expression, but they did not blink when killing people. Maybe there really is a secret weapon. Luo Lei, you forced me to do everything. 99. After Yagura and the others left, Third Mizukage's eyes flashed with madness, and he slowly took out a pair of Sharinans from his arms. That's right, the Sharinan. Just a few days ago, a masked man who claimed to be the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara appeared in the Mizukage office, defeated him easily, and cooperated with him, saying that he could have the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan and defeat Luo Lei. Originally, If Luolei doesn't come to the country of waves, he doesn't want to take risks. Since I'm here, I'm sorry, even if I can't win, I will use the strength of others to win you. Chapter 80. Water Country. An unknown underground cave. White Zetsu stood there, hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, Madara-sama, have you really decided to take action? Haha. Hearing this sentence, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes tightly, revealing a pair of ordinary Sharingan, and said softly, didn't you say that he knows that I am still alive? That's right. White Zetsu nodded, and the image of Luolei saying that he was going to FK Madara-sama all at once appeared in his mind. Our plans have been completely disrupted. A look of interest flashed across Uchiha Madara's old cheeks, and said, I want to test him and see how he knows the news that I'm still alive. Certainly. Uchiha Madara still has 1, 2 and 3 sentence left unsaid. That is to see Luolei dancing alone in the ninja world, and his heart that has been sealed is also a little bit eager to move, only the strong can resonate with him, and he hopes to dance with Luolei. Will Third Mizukage cooperate with us? In the next moment, White Zetsu seemed to think of something and asked, if he doesn't use the Sharingan we gave him, wouldn't it be a waste of money? 99. He's worthy of working with me too. Uchiha Madara smiled disdainfully and said sarcastically, he doesn't even know that he has been controlled by my illusion, and it is up to him whether to cooperate or not. Okay. 35. White Zetsu was silent for a while, then said nothing more. He knew very well that, with Madara-sama's proud personality, once something was decided, even if Senjo Hashirama was resurrected, he wouldn't be able to pull it back. Only with Madara-sama's body. Even if he can control the third Mizukage, how much power can he show at his peak? More importantly, with Luolei's unscrupulous personality, the news that Madara-sama is still alive will definitely be made public. At that time, the ninja world will definitely shake again. Is it worth taking the risk of exposing yourself? White Zetsu didn't understand Madara-sama's mind. Country of Waves. After the Konoha shinobi main force decided to counterattack, the Fog Ninja main force also assembled at a very fast speed. Especially after hearing that Lord Third Mizukage has a secret weapon to deal with the killing god, Luolei, Mizukin, who was still a little uneasy, got a boost in morale and instantly became full of fighting spirit. At this time, in the central area of the Land of Waves, more than 500 Konoha shinobi people, and more than 2,000 mist ninjas, formed two black crowds, facing each other across a huge flat ground. In front of the Konoha shinobi army, Luolei stood at the front, and behind him stood Uchiha Fushin, Uchiha Fugaku and other elite forces of the Uchiha clan. Alright. In fact, among more than 500 ninjas, only the remaining 200 elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan were left with real fighting power. The rest of the Konoha shinobi were sent by the high-ranking Konoha to assist the Uchiha clan. In short, they were cannon fodder. The other side. At the forefront of the Mist Ninja army, the third Mizukage, Yagura, Anato Mainjutsu of the new 7 ninja swordsmen and others also stood there quietly. No one spoke. But it made the atmosphere of the entire battlefield become extremely solemn and chilling. Lord Luolei, let me play first. Perhaps feeling that the atmosphere was a little dignified, Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth and said with a complicated expression, I just woke up Mangekyo Sharingan, I need to get used to the actual combat. After waking up from dizziness yesterday, Uchiha Fugaku was brainwashed by his father Uchiha Fushin's good lesson. Now that I have fully understood the reality, I also understand that if the Uchiha family wants to live a comfortable life in Konoha village, at least they can't provoke Luolei, otherwise, if they are hated by both Konoha executives and Luolei, then the Uchiha family's life maybe would be miserable. You sure? After hearing this, the corners of Luolei's mouth twitched slightly, and he said softly, facing the third Mizukage, your Mangekyo Sharingan may be of no use. How is this possible? Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed, and he said stubbornly, Lord Luolei, you look down on Mangekyo Sharingan too much. 39. Swish. The voice did not fall. Just like gambling. Uchiha Fugaku flew out first. He wants to prove his Mangekyo Sharingan well. It's not that I look down, but I met the ancestors of your Uchiha family, your Mangekyo Sharingan is really useless. A coldness flashed in Luolei's eyes. With his current perception, he had already fully sensed the Fog Ninja team, and by the way, he also sensed the country of waves, but found that third Mizukage's state of mind is very strange, obviously under the illusion, and there are 5 avatars of White Zetsu hidden in the country of waves. So, think about it a little. He knew what was going on. To put it in a bad way, with the strength he has shown so far, the strength of third Mizukage, do you want to fight him? In general. Upon learning that he was in the land of waves, the correct response was to withdraw Kirigakure immediately. The result was the opposite. Not only did he not retreat, but he also stood in front of the Mist Ninja army with a confident expression on his face. It was obviously the courage that Uchiha Madara gave him. And after Uchiha Fukio flew out, Sharingan instantly entered the state of Mangekyo Sharingan, and an extremely terrifying fluctuation of pupil power broke out, making many mist ninjas' expressions slightly changed. Is this Mangekyo Sharingan? Okay, such a powerful pupil power, as expected of the Uchiha clan. 5.5 Phew, it's too pervert. The next moment, accompanied by an uproar, many mist ninjas showed nervous and apprehensive expressions. Perhaps Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan's burst of pupil power was too strong, and many mist ninjas didn't dare to look directly. Hehe. 35. Uchiha Madara, I said that if there is a second time, I will FK you all at once. 99. You brought it on yourself. 35. However, just when Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan shocked the audience, Luo Lei took a deep breath and said astonishingly, "Don't pretend, Uchiha Madara, someone is playing a tiger in front of you." Chapter 81. Stop pretending, Uchiha Madara, someone is playing tricks in front of you. A dull voice came from Luo Lei's mouth. All at once, it clearly reached the ears of every Konoha shinobi and mist shinobi on the battlefield. Quiet. The audience fell into absolute silence. Almost every ninja has a puzzled expression on his cheek. What? Hasn't Uchiha Madara been dead for some number of years? All right. Whether it is Konoha shinobi or Kirin, they have actually heard the legend about Uchiha Madara. As a legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara was once the strongest of Uchiha, known as Ninja Shura, good at using the complete Susanoo that can rival the tailed beast. He and Senjo Hashirama are called the legendary ninja. The results of it? Now someone actually told Uchiha Madara to stop pretending. How the dead pretend? Unless Uchiha Madara isn't dead yet? Alive. But, is it possible? After so many years, even if Uchiha Madara didn't die, he must have died of old age 17. For a while, expressions of doubt, puzzlement, inconceivable, etc. appeared on the cheeks of Konoha shinobi and Wu ninja. They didn't understand who Luo Lei was talking about or whether Uchiha Madara died or not. And the most rigid one is Uchiha Fugaku in the center of the battlefield. He has just opened Mangekyo Sharingan, ready to pretend, but Lord Luo Lei called out Uchiha Madara's name? Lord Luo Lei. At this time, seeing that the entire battlefield was shocked by this sentence, Uchiha Fusion said cautiously, Uchiha Madara has already died, and the body has been specially treated and buried in the back mountain of Konoha. Speaking of which, Uchiha Fusion added, second Hokage Senjo Tobirama buried the body himself. That's fake. Swish. Luo Lei's body flashed, and he was suspended in midair, looking down at the fog ninja army in front of him, and said, why, as a legendary ninja, don't you even have the courage to admit your identity? Third Mizukage. Boom. As soon as the name came out, the entire battlefield exploded immediately. In an instant, both Konoha shinobi and Kirin looked at Third Mizukage. Even Yagura, who was standing behind the Third Mizukage, the Ghost Lamp Full Moon and others, all took a few steps back in conditioned reflex, with an incredible expression on their cheeks, and there was only one thought in their hearts, how could the Third Mizukage be Uchiha Madara? Are you kidding? However, just as the Ghost Lamp Full Moon, Yagura and others want to refute, Third Mizukage, who had not spoken all the time, looked a little dazed, and then showed a rare unnatural smile. Was discovered. He was so well hidden that he was discovered, and he was made public in a neat and tidy manner. This Luo Lei's perception is more pervert than he imagined. Originally, he planned to hide it and let Konoha shinobi and Kirin play and warm up, but now it seems to be impossible. Luo Lei disrupted his plan again, out of common sense. From this point of view, Luo Lei really knew he was still alive. Without any ninjutsu fluctuations, it can be suspended in the air. Is this really a bloody net? Looking at Luo Lei suspended in midair, Third Mizukage revealed a look of surprise. I wonder how you know I'm not dead. The next moment, Third Mizukage, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, restrained his mind and said curiously, it stands to reason that no one in the ninja world should know that I am still alive. 39. What? Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara is really alive? No way. Was Third Mizukage controlled by Uchiha Madara? Impossible? Third Mizukage is fine if he doesn't speak. As soon as he opened his mouth, there was an incredible uproar from the entire battlefield. Almost every Konoha shinobi and Kirin shinobi's eyes flashed with extreme horror, looking at Third Mizukage as if they were looking at a ghost, and the most unbelievable are Yagura, Kirigakuer and other elite ninjas such as Kirigakuer? No way? What is this? When did it happen? Even their Mizukage is being controlled? Certainly. Like Onitang Manzuki and others, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan were all horrified. They used to be the strongest of the Uchiha clan, but after leaving the Uchiha clan, he still controls the Third Mizukage? Uchiha Toyama and others have already set off a storm in their hearts. Why tell you? Luo Lei folded his arms across his chest and said without any face, the remnants of the old era should be eliminated, and I don't know what you are still doing. It is good. Third Mizukage, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, smiled indifferently, and seemed to have expected this answer for a long time, and immediately took out a pair of Sharinans in front of everyone, reached out and snapped his eyeballs, and replaced the pair of Sharinans. Ha ha ha. With this laughter, the Sharinan in Third Mizukage's eyes began to appear 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo, and finally the hook jade connected together, and directly entered the Mangekyo Sharinan. Boom. The terrifying pupil power spread out. Although Uchiha Madara only controlled the third Mizukage from a distance, it still swept the entire battlefield. It's Mangekyo Sharinan again. Seeing that another pair of Mangekyo Sharinan appeared, many Konoha shinobi and mist ninja widened their eyes, but when they thought of Uchiha Madara, everyone was relieved. These 230 old-fashioned ninjas have some normal ways of hiding. At the same time, how is this possible? Feeling this pupil power, Uchiha Fugaku's expression turned pale. Because compared to third Mizukage's Mangekyo Sharinan, his Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power was like a firefly and was crushed. Perhaps it was an intention to suppress the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. After the shocking pupil power broke out, the third Mizukage, which was controlled by Uchiha Madara, slammed into Uchiha Fugaku. Boom. 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharinan look at each other. In less than a second, the burst pupil power of Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharinan was crushed and collapsed. What? Uchiha Fugaku let out a scream, and wisps of red blood flowed from his eyes. Humph, shameful. Third Mizukage, who was under the control of Uchiha Madara, snorted coldly, I just woke up to Mangekyo Sharinan, I just want to show off, I don't care about the side effects at all, let's go back and practice. 35. Snapped. However, before the words were finished, a crisp voice sounded. The body of third Mizukage, who was being controlled by Uchiha Madara, was slapped out by Luo Lei and smashed to the ground not far away. Chapter 82. Quiet. A sudden scene. It can be said that the Konoha shinobi and Kirin shinobi at the scene showed shocking expressions. No way. From third Mizukage using Mangekyo Sharinan to force, to being slapped in the air, in less than a second. Before they could react, they saw that the third Mizukage, which was controlled by Uchiha Madara, had been shot and smashed to the ground in the distance. FK. It's horrible. Even if the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara faces the god of death, Luo Lei, will he be slapped? Call. After a few seconds. After reacting, Konoha shinobi and Kirin couldn't help but gasped. Especially the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, even the Sharinan almost stared out, apparently not expecting Uchiha Madara, who is known as the strongest of the Uchiha clan, to be severely slapped as soon as he appeared. It's cool, it's so cool. Next moment, many ninjas of the Uchiha clan showed wisps of excitement. Dog days Uchiha Madara, this super invincible shrunken turtle, a silly dog with no sense of responsibility, also has today? Yes, to the Uchiha family, Uchiha Madara is a traitor, a cowardly garbage, a complete loser and a backstab. At the beginning, Hokage couldn't compete for Senjo Hashirama, so he backed away and wanted to call on the Uchiha tribe to leave the village with him. At that time, the Uchiha tribe and the Senjo tribe formed the Konoha village. How could it be possible to admit it? So the proud Uchiha nun of the clan wanted to follow Madara. Guess what? Uchiha Madara ran away on her own, claiming to be looking for her own ninja and finding true peace. Uchiha Madara, you have today too. Uchiha Fushin gritted his teeth, his eyes flashed with hatred. A few flashes. Uchiha Fugaku, who fell into a coma again, was brought back from the center of the battlefield. I hope you eat a slasher and become wiser. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku who was in a coma, Uchiha Fushin shook his head helplessly, and asked several medical ninjas to carry Uchiha Fugaku down for treatment. At the same time, Dajdaj. After slapped the third Mizukage controlled by Uchiha Madara, Luo Lei's body was suspended in midair again, and he said condescendingly and very seriously, Madara, you should go back to practice and come out. Listen to this sentence. Third Mizukage controlled by Uchiha Madara really wanted to vomit blood. What's so special? This Luo Lei's speed is really fast, even if he is as strong as he can't react. He was slapped and flew out, and more importantly, he also learned what he said to Uchiha Fugaku. With supersonic speed, what kind of blood did you wake up to? A few seconds later, the third Mizukage controlled by Uchiha Madara climbed out of the pothole, ignoring the swollen left cheek, and said solemnly, I Uchiha Madara would like to respect you the most. Snapped. The pretentious words are not finished yet. Third Mizukage, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, was slapped again, and his body flew out again, hitting the ground not far away. Speak politely. Luo Lei himself was a little speechless. He doesn't even know where Uchiha Madara's confidence comes from. He controls a third Mizukage and wants to act in front of his villagers. Did you make a mistake? Are you too confident, or look down on him? Supersonic? 99. No, at least 3 times the speed of supersonic speed this time. Uchiha Madara, who was knocked out again, climbed out of the pothole again, and the pair of Mangekyo Sharinan had a suspicious look. He just pushed Mangekyo Sharingan to ultimate, but he still didn't see Luo Lei's speed clearly. Then there is only one possibility, Luo Lei's speed is already so fast that he can't even see the current Mangekyo Sharingan. I know your speed is fast, but I didn't expect your speed to be so fast. It's a bit of a miscalculation. After pondering for a while, third Mizukage, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, rubbed his swollen cheeks and looked at Luo Lei calmly. Did you miscalculate? Luo Lei shook his head incomparably indifferently, with a ray of madness flashing in his eyes, and sarcastically said, if you have this kind of strength, you should leave early. Remember, hide your body a little bit, don't be found by me, or I'll FK you all at once. There is nothing to say, since Uchiha Madara dares to appear. I'm sorry, he won't be merciful, so Uchiha Madara is done. Snapped. Another crisp voice sounded, although I didn't see how Luo Lei did it. But Konoha Shinobi and Kirin at the scene could clearly see that third Mizukage, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, was thrown away again with one mouth. There is this. In the face of third Mizukage, who said 3 words and was thrown away 3 times. For a time, the Konoha Shinobi people at the scene didn't know what to say. The legendary ninja seems to be nothing more than that. At this level, how dare he control third Mizukage to act in front of Lord Luo Lei? Even Mizunin looked a little speechless, even though they didn't know when third Mizukage was controlled by Uchiha Madara. But, the enemy of the enemy is the friend, as long as Uchiha Madara can defeat Luo Lei, it is their own. The result was good, he didn't say much, his face was swollen. Something bad. Yagura glanced at Ghost Lantern Menu and the others with a serious look, and said, why don't we find a chance to withdraw? 35. Ghost Lantern Menu and the others nodded in agreement without thinking. Just kidding, they're not fools and idiots, now it's clear that the gods are fighting, and if they even lose the third Mizukage, which is controlled by Ukas, okay, Madara, they must be dead. Luo Lei, don't deceive people too much. But at this time, in the face of Luo Lei, who doesn't talk about martial arts, doesn't play cards according to common sense, and slaps his ears crazily with his speed, Uchiha Madara, who controls third Mizukage, finally got some anger. The mentality is also a little broken. How many years have been since Sengoku? He has never been so speechless as he is today. He was beaten after saying a word, But Uchiha Madara? It's so deceiving. Snapped. However, the words are not finished yet. Third Mizukage, who just got up from the ground, was slapped again, and his body flew out again. Chapter 83. Speechless. Facing the third Mizukage, who was thrown away again and again. On the battlefield, Konoha Shinobi and Mist Shinobi couldn't help shaking their heads, with a very speechless expression on their cheeks. Really? Legends are unbelievable. This Uchiha Madara controls the third Mizukage just to be slapped by Luo Lei, the god of killing, and has no chance to fight back. It's really too miserable. Legendary level ninja, Uchiha Madara? That's it? If it doesn't work, just admit it. No one will say anything. After all, the power of the killing god Luo Lei is well known in the ninja world, and it is achieved by killing. Unlike Uchiha Madara, it lives in legends. Boom. Hit the ground again. Uchiha Madara, who controls third Mizukage, was completely furious. He controls third Mizukage, although he can't feel the pain in his cheeks, he knows that the current third Mizukage has been beaten into a pig's head. And say a word. Was beaten in the mouth. Relying on supersonic speed and not talking about martial arts, he has never been insulted like this before, and he really can't bear it. After all, he is Ninja Shura, Uchiha Madara. The existence that once stood on the top of the ninja world, 230 peak, together with Senjo Hashirama. No one can make him submit. The third Mizukage, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, climbed up from the ground again, and the pair of Mangekyo Sharinans burst out with extremely terrifying pupil power fluctuations, and stopped talking nonsense, looked at Luo Lei suddenly, and said solemnly, Luo Lei, you are indeed the most interesting person in this era, you really did not let me down. 99. Yes. Luo Lei raised his brows and said coldly, I didn't exert any strength just now. Believe it or not, I just smashed third Mizukage's head out. You have no chance. Accompanied by a warlike voice. The third Mizukage controlled by Uchiha Madara suddenly erupted with terrifying chakra fluctuations, making Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power surge wildly. Immediately after, under the watchful eyes of all, a blue skeleton appeared on third Mizukage's body, then flesh, skin, and finally a set of Utengu armor. In the end, the majestic chakra was directly condensed into substance, and a blue giant stood on the battlefield, bursting out the terrifying coercion that suffocated the entire battlefield. Boom. BHFF, the next moment, the blue giant twisted his body, his terrifying aura shook the world. Invisibly, the Konoha Shinobi and Mist Shinobi on the battlefield were stunned. Obviously, they did not expect that the third Mizukage, which was controlled by Uchiha Madara, would burst out with such a terrifying aura. Especially this blue giant, it actually gives people the feeling that it can destroy the world. What is this? Could it be that this is Uchiha Madara's secret weapon? It feels so strong, so pervert. One after another uproar resounded. Most ninjas don't know it's called Susanoo, and they can only stare at the center of the battlefield with a horrified look on their faces, and their scalps go numb for a while. What else can I say? Everyone thinks the legendary Uchiha Madara is here? He directly slapped everyone in the face, creating an oppressive blue giant. Complete body Susanoo. This seems to be the ultimate power of the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, complete body Susanoo? 39. Too scary. And the ninjas of the Uchiha clan of the Konoha Shinobi Battalion faced the blue giant. In addition to being horrified, they seemed to have thought of something, and they couldn't help but made an uproar. Among them, Uchiha Fusion was even more so. He swallowed in horror. To know. In family records. Complete body Susanoo is called real Susanoo. 9. The Susanoo complete body can only be opened by those who have used Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power to the ultimate and have a huge chakra. Its power can not only easily split mountains and meteorites, but also has the ability to fly. So, although reluctant to admit it, but I can't help but feel that Uchiha Madara can use the full body even if he controls the third Mizukage from afar. Therefore, under countless horrified eyes, the third Mizukage, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, stood between the eyebrows of Susanoo's complete body, looked at Luo Lei suspended in mid-air, and said, Luo Lei, let you see the true power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the complete body, Susanoo. No need. Luo Lei didn't have the slightest fear and said in a low voice, Uchiha Madara, this is really too weak and disappointing. 35. Yes. The third Mizukage, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, did not speak, his mind moved, and two more forces poured into the perfect body Susanoo. Boom. Influenced by. The blue giant's breath once again soared a lot. Maybe too strong. It shattered the clouds in mid-air, causing the entire battlefield to tremble slightly. The power of the six paths and the pupil power of Rin-Egan. Luo Lei's powerful perception seemed to sense something, and a sigh of admiration appeared in his eyes. I have to say that this Uchiha Madara still has a few brushes. Even if Rin-Egan is given to Nagato, Rin-Egan's pupil power can still be used, and the power of six paths is faintly stimulated. How is it now? Third Mizukage, controlled by Uchiha Madara, said proudly, you should be honored that you were the first to let me use the power of six paths. 35 honored? 99. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Luo Lei couldn't help laughing out loud, spread out his hands, and said violently, then let me show you, too, what is the power to destroy the complete body Susanoo. Swish. The voice did not fall. Luo Lei's body disappeared in place. T7. The expression of third Mizukage, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, changed suddenly, and he controlled the whole body Susanoo went into a defensive state. Boom. It's too late. How fast is Luo Lei now? Before the third Mizukage controlled by Uchiha Madara could react, Luo Lei bombarded Big Blue's head with a punch. Rumbling. A dull crash sounded. With his own strength, under the blessing of 3 times the speed of sound, Luo Lei's fist erupted with terrifying power, and he directly knocked the blue giant out of the sky and smashed it to the ground. Huge potholes, setting off a lot of dust. Chapter 84. Not good. 35. Retreat, retreat. Facing the energy shock wave that erupted in the field, Konoha Shinobi and Mist Shinobi, who were still in a state of horror, suddenly came back to their senses, and their expressions changed suddenly. Swish. Swish. A sound of breaking through the air rang out. Konoha Shinobi and Mist suppressed the throbbing in their hearts, and they all started to retreat collectively. In the field. Crack. 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 The whole body Susanoo, who was hit by a punch, had visible cracks on his head, and it seemed that he was about to collapse. What kind of monster is this? Third Mizukage, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, looked shocked, his mind moved, and chakra filled the air, causing the cracks on Susanoo's head to begin to be repaired. I feel like I've found the feeling of fighting Senjo Hashirama. However, Uchiha Madara is Uchiha Madara, not only did not show any fear, but instead showed a touch of war and violent excitement. Boom. With the sound of the earth trembling, the blue complete body Susanoo stood up from the ground again. Didn't you get a punch? A ray of light flashed in Luo Lei's eyes, and he muttered to himself, after being blessed by the power of 6 paths and Rinnegan's pupil power, even the defense power has increased a lot. To know. If it is calculated in the way of strength times speed equals attack power. Now Luo Lei's fist with all his strength is about 3 times the speed of sound x 320 tons. The power that burst out is absolutely terrifying, but he still failed to knock out the complete body Susanoo. One punch is not enough, then a few more punches. Luo Lei clenched his fists indifferently and stormed towards the complete body Susanoo again. Caught. The pupil power of the third Mizukage, Mangekyo Sharinon controlled by Uchiha Madara was surging frantically, as if he saw something. He controlled the complete body. Susanoo suddenly pulled out his giant sword and swung it straight ahead. Clang! A sound of metal collision sounded. Luo Lei's body suddenly appeared on Susanoo's sword, and his fist pressed against Susanoo's sword. Go to hell! Third Mizukage, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, was also stunned. He didn't think that Luo Lei would not hide at all, but just held his fist against his Susanoo's sword. Isn't he courting death? Boom! The next moment, a dazzling blue light appeared on Susanoo's sword, faintly mixed with a little bit of Six Paths power, and he pressed Luo Lei without hesitation. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since this was cool. Sensing the increasing strength on the sword's edge, Luo Lei laughed loudly and increased the strength on his fist. Click! After a stalemate of less than 3 seconds, there was a fissure where Susanoo's sword edge met Luo Lei's fist, although it was quickly repaired, but, the next moment more appeared, spreading across the entire blade. The expression of third Mizukage, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, changed suddenly. Boom! A crisp voice sounded. Susanoo's great sword collapsed in an instant, and an extremely terrifying air shock wave erupted. Perhaps the force was too strong, and there were cracks in the air that were visible to the naked eye like a spider web. Immediately after, Luo Lei's fist bombarded Susanoo's chest unabated. Boom! Another roar sounded. The incomparably huge complete body Susanoo flew upside down again and smashed to the ground, causing the ground to tremble and rolling up the dust all over the sky. Is this still a human body? Once again blown away, the third Mizukage, controlled by Uchiha Madara, had a rare suspicion of life, and he knew very well how terrifying his Susanoo sword was under the blessing of the Six Paths. Although there is only a tiny bit of Six Paths power, it can't even break the defense on Luo Lei's fist. Incredible! Even Uchiha Madara himself was shocked. However, Uchiha Madara didn't know that the native people in their peak state can resist the bombing of a million-ton nuclear bomb. Although the current Luo Lei has not been fused and unlocked, but, the defense has been extremely pervert. I still don't believe it. Third Mizukage, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, gritted his teeth, and commanded the full-body Susanoo to stand up. However, Luo Lei is faster. A dull voice sounded. Luo Lei's body entered a state of 3 times the speed of sound. From top to bottom, he kicked the complete body Susanoo with one kick. The powerful force poured out, and the giant complete body Susanoo was slammed into the body abruptly. Soil! Boom! A deafening roar sounded. With the complete body Susanoo as the center, there were cracks visible to the naked eye on the ground, which directly filled the entire battlefield. Third Mizukage, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, gritted his teeth and wanted to climb out of the soil. Boom! Another dull voice sounded. The third Mizukage, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, only felt an almost irresistible force attack, and the giant complete body Susanoo was blasted in again. Stand up for me! Once again trampled on the ground, the third Mizukage, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, was furious. He, Uchiha Madara, traversed the ninja world all his life, how has he ever been trampled under his feet like this? Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil strength doubled. It made the blue halo on Susanoo's body skyrocket a lot. However, what greeted him was a top-down kick, and Susanoo's body sank a lot further, and the entire battlefield trembled violently a few times. Give me a good stay underground. Seeing the complete body, Susanoo still wanted to come out. Luo Lei stepped on it a few times. Boom! Boom! Complete body Susanoo sinks down tens of meters again. The entire battlefield has already fallen to pieces. If anyone can stand in the sky and look down at the land of waves, they will find that the perfect body Susanoo falls as the center, and countless cracks are constantly spreading outwards. Seeking flowers. See this scene. Konoha Shinobi and Kirin, who kept retreating, were terrified by cold sweats. Even Uchiha Futon of the Uchiha clan, Yagura of Kirin, Ghost Moon and others all have a blank brain, and they don't know what to think about. Blast me! Maybe it's almost the same. Luo Lei flew to the sky several thousand meters above the sky in a flash, clenched his fist, and bombarded Susanoo, the complete body that had fallen into the ground, from top to bottom at 3 times the speed of sound. Again? In the face of this punch from the sky, the expression of third Mizukage controlled by Uchiha Madara suddenly changed, and he wanted to control the perfect body Susanoo to climb out, but found that it was too late. Rumbling. In less than a second, Luo Lei bombarded the head of the complete body Susanoo with one punch. Just like a Mars hitting the earth, there was an earth-shattering roar, filled with a shock wave that was extremely terrifying. Perhaps the shock wave was too strong, causing the entire country of waves to tremble several times. 0. Immediately after, centered on the place of the explosion, countless cracks turned into countless ravines, sweeping out towards the entire country of waves. Click. As for the main target of the attack, even with some Six Paths power and Rinnegan's pupil power, it doesn't have any effect. Before you know it, Countless cracks have appeared on Susanoo, and it finally collapsed suddenly. How is this possible? Swish! At the moment when the whole body, Susanoo collapsed, the mentality of Uchiha Madara, who was controlling third Mizukage, was completely collapsed, and a look of extreme horror appeared on his cheeks. You must know that although he is old now and not at the peak, he can use a little of the power of six paths and Rinnegan's pupil power. The power of the complete body Susanoo is beyond doubt, but he was crushed by Luo Lei in all aspects, and finally directly boom. What is this concept? To put it badly, even if Senjo Hashirama used sage art wood style true several thousand hands, it is impossible to completely crush the complete body Susanoo. Walk. The third Mizukage, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, wanted to avoid the shock wave of the explosion of the complete body Susanoo. Want to go? A cold voice sounded. Before the third Mizukage controlled by Uchiha Madara could react, Luo Lei's body appeared in front of him, his eyes flashing red light. Uchiha Madara, you messed with Laozi, one day I will FK you all at once. Abaj. The voice did not fall. Third Mizukage, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, let out a scream, and Luo Lei dug out his two Mangekyo Sharinans. Then, a red-hot gaze burst out. Boom! An explosion sounded. Third Mizukage, controlled by Uchiha Madara, exploded. Death. Chapter 85. Boom! An explosion sounded. Third Mizukage, controlled by Uchiha Madara, exploded. Perhaps the temperature of the heat site was too high, and even the blood did not come out, it turned into a mass of coke, leaving only a slight burnt smell in the air. Quiet. The entire battlefield fell into silence. Konoha shinobi and Kirin shinobi, who were retreating, couldn't help but stop and looked at the central area of the battlefield, where a depression several kilometers wide had appeared, with ravines and criss-crossing. The third Mizukage had disappeared, leaving only Luo Lei, suspended in mid-air. Sure enough, is it just a pair of ordinary Sharinans? At this time, Luo Lei saw that the two Mangekyo Sharinans in his hand had turned into two ordinary Sharinans, and put them away. This time, Uchiha Madara took control of third Mizukage into battle, which he did not expect. But, since I dared to participate in the 230 battle, I'm sorry, but I'm following you. Did you win? Uchiha Madara was crushed and blown up. Looks like a win, I just glanced back and saw the third Mizukage was blown up. 99. Ha ha ha, Lord Luo Lei is so terrifying, even Uchiha Madara has been defeated. A few seconds later, the ninjas of the Konoha shinobi battalion came to their senses from the extreme shock and let out a happy uproar, especially the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, as if they wanted to avenge their father's death. Everything was like a revenge. He shook his fist. Cool. Uchiha Madara, a traitor and coward, also has today? X. Uchiha Fusion smiled coldly and muttered to himself, I lost to Senjo Hashirama back then, and now I have defeated the killing god Luo Lei, it's really retribution. The other side. Ah. The third Mizukage-sama seems to be dead. What should we do now? Why don't we retreat? The god of killing, Luo Lei is a monster, and if he fights further, he will definitely be wiped out. Stop fighting, I'm going back to Kirigakure. 99. The ninjas of the Mist Ninja team, while panicking, all began to retreat. Just kidding, after seeing the peak battle between Uchiha Madara and Luo Lei, they no longer have any confidence in their hearts, and even now they feel that their bodies are shaking slightly. How to do? Ghost Dengmenu's face was very ugly, showing sharp teeth, and he said with trepidation, even Uchiha Madara has been defeated, so let's withdraw. Luo Lei's strength is terrifying. 55. Even the whole body Susanoo was blown up, how strong is his body? The other 7 ninja swordsmen hesitated for a while, and nodded in succession. No way, the current Luo Lei, for them, is an insurmountable mountain, even if they are rebellious, they have to choose to escape the battlefield like a bereaved dog. After hearing this, Yagura suppressed the fear in his heart, gritted his teeth and ordered, all retreat. Want to run? Swish. In a blink, Luo Lei's body appeared in the sky above the fog ninja army that had been evacuated for a few kilometers, and said in a low voice, I defeated Uchiha Madara today, I am in a good mood, if you want to survive, just squat with your hands together. Bang. 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 The voice did not fall. Before Luo Lei could respond, the more than 2,000 mist ninjas didn't seem to hesitate for a second, and they just squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands. No way, they all know the god of killing, Luo Lei, who is ruthless and likes to kill indiscriminately. Whether it is the battlefield of the grassland or the battlefield of Kaikyoyama, Luo Lei has killed thousands of ninjas. Now I suddenly say that I am in a good mood. I don't want to kill. Of course they put their heads in their hands and squatted down without even thinking about it. After all, who knows if Luo Lei's mood will suddenly become bad, if he goes back on his regrets, then he will be finished. You see this scene? Yagura, the 7 members of the ninja swords headed by the ghost lamp full moon are a little confused, with unbelievable eyes flashing on their cheeks. What? Someone else's word. More than 2,000 mist shinobi surrendered directly? This FK. It's too spineless. After all, we are also fog ninjas, so can't we support for a few seconds? Swish. In the next moment, I thought so, but Yagura and the ghost light full moon were very honest. Without any hesitation, they squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands. In order to live, just hold your head and squat on the ground. Not shabby. The remaining 6 ninja swordsmen and 7 people are completely stupid, and the others will hold their heads and squat. How can this Yagura and the ghost lamp full moon be so weak? Should at least hesitate. To show his indecision and loyalty to Kirigakure. Never mind. Hold your head and squat down and surrender. After hesitating for a while, the remaining 6 ninja swordsmen and 7 people planned to hold their heads and squat on the ground. Okay, it's time. Luo Lei shook his head, his eyes flashed with red light, and said, I'm in a bad mood again. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen reacted first, with chakras surging all over the body, and a quick seal, mist shinobi technique. Laugh. The next moment, a thick fog spread out in an instant, covering the remaining 5 ninja swordsmen and 7 people. However, under Luo Lei's super perspective, it is almost useless. Laugh. Next second, the bodies of the 7 ninja swordsmen who performed ninjutsu were smashed alive. How is this possible? The fog doesn't help. Seeing the death of the 7 people with the ninja sword, the expressions of the remaining 5 people with the ninja sword suddenly changed, and their hearts became timid, and they began to flee in a panic. From their perspective, this Luo Lei is a capricious demon and lunatic. A moment in a good mood, a moment in a bad mood, what a pervert, a monster. Bang. 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 Screams rang out. The 5 ninja swordsmen who fled outside were just like the 5 targets -5.5, and were exploded by Luo Lei one by one. So far, the second group of 7 ninja swordsmen, except for a ghost lamp full of moon, who knows the times, once again the whole army was wiped out. 1. Ha ha ha, we won. On the battlefield of the Land of Waves, we have defeated the Mist Ninja army. Looking at the Mist Ninja troop who were all squatting on the ground with their arms folded in the distance, the Konoha shinobi troop who were rushing in couldn't help but made a sound of excitement and joy, looking at Lord Luo Lei in midair, just following. What a god! What else can I say? If it weren't for Lord Luo Lei, in the Battle of the Land of Waves, they have already lost. Now the Jedi counterattack, not only defeated the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara, but also made the Fog Ninja team neatly hug their heads and kneel. Lord Luo Lei is the eternal god. Chapter 86. The next day. Battlefield of the Land of Waves. Konoha's superhero, Luo Lei made a strong shot, and the news of the surrender of Mist Shinobi's army spread throughout the entire ninja world at a lightning-fast speed, instantly making countless people show puzzled expressions. Isn't it right? Shouldn't Luo Lei, the god of killing, destroy the Fog Ninja army? How the conscience found out this time that it was only the Mist Ninja who captured more than 2,000 people, it was really incredible. Alright. In the cognition of countless ninjas in the ninja world. Now that Luo Lei has supported the Fog Ninja army in the country of waves, without the support of Iwagakure and Tsunagakure, the fiasco of the Fog Ninja army is inevitable. But, there is no massacre. It really surprised a lot of people. However, didn't wait long. As for the reason why Luo Lei did not start a massacre. But it was like a nuclear bomb exploded in the ninja world, causing the entire ninja world to shake violently. Whether it is Konoha village, Rock Shinobi village, Cloud Shinobi village, Tsunagakure, or even the fiasco of Kirigakure, all of them have set off a turbulent wave 17, and they will not calm down at all. The legendary ninja, known as Shura in the ninja world, and Uchiha Madara, who is as famous as first Hokage Senjo Hashirama, is still alive, and also controlled the third Mizukage to use the complete body Susanoo, but was mercilessly smashed by the killing god Luo Lei. Boom. As soon as the news came out, the entire ninja world shook violently. No way. No one thought. Uchiha Madara, who has been dead for an unknown number of years, is still alive and participated in the third battle in the form of controlling the third Mizukage. Shock. Extremely shocking. Especially for those who have experienced being dominated by Uchiha Madara, they are shocked and cannot help themselves. Certainly. After the shock. After learning that Luo Lei had destroyed the third Mizukage controlled by Uchiha Madara, the minds of countless ninjas in the ninja world have been completely blank, and there is only one thought in their hearts, that is this era. It belongs to Luo Lei completely. After all, this is Uchiha Madara who has lived for an unknown number of years. Although I don't know why Uchiha Madara faked his death incognito, but, if you lose, you will lose. This is an indisputable thing. Luo Lei may be the new god of ninja. In an instant, the 3 battles, which were already in the white hot, became even more lively. At the same time, ninja world. An unknown underground. After defeat. Afraid of being perceived by Luo Lei, Uchiha Madara and White Zetsu left the land of water quickly. Puff. A sound of vomiting blood sounded. I saw that the extremely old Uchiha Madara seemed to be backlashed and spit out a large mouthful of blood, making the body that was supposed to be immortal, even more weak. E.t. White Zetsu's eyes were filled with horror. Apparently by now, he still hasn't recovered from the shock of Uchiha Madara's defeat to Luolei. He had always known that Luolei was very strong, but he never thought that he was already strong enough to knock out Madara, who had used a little Six Paths and Rinnegan's pupil power, even if the current Madara was old and could not play his role. Full power at its peak. Uchiha Madara wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the unremarkable Sharingan filled with disbelief, and muttered to himself, "Since I was defeated by Senju Hashirama, this is the first time I feel so powerless. When it comes to this..." Uchiha Madara couldn't help but sigh, "This Luolei is very strong, maybe he has surpassed me at the peak." "What?" White Zetsu was startled and asked, "Is he really that strong?" 35. A look of shock flashed across Uchiha Madara's old cheeks, and he said, "Perhaps you didn't see it, but in fact, from beginning to end, I was pressed and beaten, and there were very few chances to fight back. His speed, strength, and perception have all reached an incomprehensible level. In fact, before controlling the third Mizukage, Uchiha Madara was quite confident, and the goal to achieve was very simple, that is, to suppress Luolei, so that the plan would not be disrupted all the time, and he did not want to allow such an awesome ninja. People exist. The results of it? He was slapped by Luolei with a hammer, and he was powerless to fight back. This is a bit embarrassing, especially the cruel words that Luolei put out at the end are absolutely serious. He must pay attention to it, or one day the body will be found, and he will definitely be flipped at one time." Cough, cough, cough. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but coughed violently again, and a strand of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth again. "Sir Madara, your body is too old to stand up to any toss." White Zetsu hesitated for a moment before asking, "Now that the ninja world knows that you are still alive, what should we do?" Uchiha Madara shook his head disapprovingly, and said, "If you know I'm still alive, you'll know. Anyway, I won't show up again. This time, I've made sure of one thing. There must be secrets in the ninja world that I don't know." 230. Definitely. White Zetsu nodded and affirmed, "This Luolei knows that we are still alive, it is very abnormal, and his strength growth is also very strange, it seems that he is getting stronger at any time. Don't worry about it so much." After being silent for a moment, Uchiha Madara took a deep breath. There was no fear on his old cheeks, but he said proudly, "You should continue to proceed as originally planned, and speed up the speed appropriately. If it is really not possible, I will think the method is to return to the peak state and collect the tailed beasts by hand." White Zetsu didn't hesitate, his body got into the ground and disappeared. "Luolei, you are indeed very strong." 39. After White Zetsu left, Uchiha Madara said confidently, "I can't show much strength now, as long as I recover to the real peak and get Rinnegan back, I will reach the Six Paths level. At that time, I take care of you again and let you experience the fear of being dominated by the Six Paths powerhouse." He, Uchiha Madara, even when he lost to Senju Hashirama and Luolei, was not afraid. Because winning or losing for a while is nothing. The one who has the last laugh will definitely be him. Chapter 87. At the same time, Ninja World. A mysterious place. There was a shadowy figure standing in a clearing, looking up at the moon in the sky. That's right. This dark guy. It was Black Zetsu, the third son of Itsutsuki Kagaya. How could Luolei's strength be so perverted? It's definitely not the awakening of some bloody snares. Black Zetsu looked up at the moon in midair, and muttered to himself, "The plan has already begun to be disrupted, and we can only take one step at a time." Actually, he has been paying attention to Luolei since Luolei broke out in the Kaikyoyama battlefield. In order to increase the understanding of Luolei, let's see if we can guide Luolei to join his plan. He was still lurking in the dark, but Luolei easily sensed it. If he hadn't had some special ability to escape, he might have been exposed long ago. But Rao is so. Black Zetsu broke out in a cold sweat, and did not dare to monitor Luolei again. But as for Luolei's ability, he can be 100% sure, it's definitely not a bloody snarl, more precisely, he has never seen this ability since the Sage of Six Paths era to the present, as if it just came out of nowhere. The general. And this time, Uchiha Madara is going to deal with Luolei. It was also secretly guided by him, but he did not expect that even Uchiha Madara would be defeated like a destructive force. What a waste. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu couldn't help but scolded Uchiha Madara. If it weren't for his guidance, this Uchiha Madara would have died a long time ago, and now he still looks like he is winning, looking at Black Zetsu with some head scratching. Humph. When the plan is successful, I will definitely say something from the bottom of my heart to thank you. Black Zetsu snorted coldly, looked at the moon again, and fell into contemplation. Because after contacting his mother, Itsutsuki Kagaya through some special means, Kagaya's mother told him that someone in the ninja world seemed to be spying on her, especially at night. The feeling was very obvious. Let him check who in the ninja world could spy on her through the seal of 6 paths planetary devastation. Who is it, who is secretly peeping at my mother's body? In Black Zetsu's pupilless eyes, an unknown light flashed. He just wanted to save his mother, but he didn't want to have another father. Must be found. Kill. There is also a plan, if it really doesn't work. Even at the risk of exposure, he will do it himself. From the time of Sage of 6 Paths to the present, his patience has been exhausted, and he just wants to save his mother quickly. However, Black Zetsu doesn't know if he really knelt down and called Luo Lei dad. Perhaps, Luo Lei revived 10 Tails unscrupulously when he was in a good mood, and let Kagaya unblock from 6 Paths planetary devastation. Konoha village. After learning about the battlefield of the Land of Waves, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Yuditen Koharu, Mitokato Homura from the top of Konoha gathered again. At this time, inside the Hokage office, Konoha high-level F4 looked at an intelligence document in his hand, and his cheeks showed panic and disbelief. Obviously, he did not expect that such a big thing would happen on the battlefield of the country of waves. Not only was Luo Lei transformed, he didn't kill those mist ninja captives, but he also helped the young master of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, to awaken the Mangekyo Sharinan. Even more shocking, the man who made first Hokage Senjo Hashirama and second Hokage Senjo Tobirama very jealous. Not dead, but still alive? Shock. After the shock comes some fear. They know that Uchiha Madara is very unhappy with Konoha village. If he has been planning to destroy Konoha village behind the scenes, thinking about it will make one's scalp tingling. How to do? What should I do now? For a time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Yuditen Koharu, Mitokato Homura looked at each other and their faces were ugly. Ultimate. After being in charge of Konoha village for so many years, it is the first time they have encountered such a difficult problem. Even Luo Lei's problem is not as shocking as Uchiha Madara is still alive. Because, in their childhood, I once stood beside the first generation and second generation and saw Uchiha Madara. It is because they have seen it that they are very aware of the horror of Uchiha Madara, which is one of the reasons why they frantically suppressed and excluded the Uchiha family after taking charge of Konoha village. They don't want another extremely dangerous character like Uchiha Madara to appear in the Uchiha clan. The results of it? The dangerous character is still alive and defeated by Luo Lei. Luo Lei can defeat the third Mizukage controlled by Uchiha Madara, so he should be able to defeat Uchiha Madara's body, right? 39. After a while, Yuditen Koharu's eyes lit up and he said solemnly, as long as Luo Lei is in Konoha village, we don't have to be afraid of Uchiha Madara who is hiding behind the scenes. No. You underestimate Uchiha Madara. After hearing this, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip of his pipe and said with a heavy face, Uchiha Madara is a very scary and dangerous guy who has been hidden for so many years and suddenly appeared with a purpose. 99. When it comes to this, Sarutobi Hiruzen also added, this time, Luo Lei was attacked. I think it should be Luo Lei's birth, which has disrupted his plan and forced him to attack. You mean to say? A thoughtful look flashed across Shimura Danzo's gloomy face, and said, Luo Lei and Uchiha Madara will have a fight. Definitely. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a few puffs of white smoke and said faintly, one mountain cannot tolerate two tigers. When first Hokage and Uchiha Madara had such a good relationship, they all fell apart. Now Luo Lei and Uchiha Madara, only one of them is destined to have the last laugh. 99. Whoever of them has the last laugh is bad for us. 35. Mitokato Homura took a deep breath, suppressed the fear in his heart, and said, in the Battle of the Land of Waves, Luo Lei defeated the third Mizukage controlled by Uchiha Madara, and the ninja world has vaguely begun to call him the god of the ninja world. Have we figured out how to deal with Luo Lei's return to Konoha village? Quiet. After this sentence, the office became silent again. For Luo Lei, they go from love and hate to already feeling fear. Because, with the continuous victory of Konoha village, Luo Lei unknowingly is no longer an existence they can control. As a high-level manager of Konoha, they have some headaches every time they think of Luo Lei going back to Konoha village, especially Mitokato Homura. He betrayed Luo Lei, okay, with Luo Lei's character that he can do whatever he wants. Even if Danzo helped him take the blame, he might be killed. He was afraid, not only afraid of Uchiha Madara, but also of Luo Lei. Let's take a step by step. As for Uchiha Madara, we have to take it to heart and be on guard. Anbu and Genji can check to see if there are any clues. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, a firm look flashed in his eyes, and said, when Luo Lei returns to Konoha village, I will call back all the Konoha village ninjas out there to welcome him. Kin. Shimura Danzo's eyes lit up, and he understood in seconds, there are many things that can't be avoided. 5. Fine. Mitokato Homura thought for a moment, then nodded helplessly, agreeing. He knew very well that this was the best way, but he didn't know what was going on, and he still had an ominous premonition in his heart. Chapter 88. By the way, not only the country of waves, but also the battlefield of the country of soup has received good news. Perhaps sensing that the atmosphere was a little dull and dignified, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and took the initiative to change the subject, saying, Minato defeated Cloud Shinobi villages of group in the battlefield of Uno country, forcing the Cloud Shinobi army to start retreating. *77. After listening to the whole sentence, Mitokato Homura clenched his fists excitedly, and said, Minato finally made his own impressive record on the battlefield. Minato is indeed Minato, gold can shine anywhere. Yuditen Koharu also responded with a chuckle. Unfortunately, Minato is unlucky. Shimura Danzo smiled gloomily and sighed, if it wasn't for the big incident where Luo defeated Uchiha Madara, Minato would definitely become the man of the ninja world during this period. After all, the UP group cannot some nameless person. Alright. Which pot is not open to lift which pot? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mitokato Homura, Yuditen Koharu, who had some happy expressions on their cheeks, froze again. No way. Since the rise of Luo in Kikyo Mountain, it has been out of control. Namikaze Minato has been stubbornly suppressed by 230, and now he finally defeated the combination of 3rd Raikage Sun Yayuai and 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee in the battlefield of Uno country, but met Luo and defeated Uchiha Madara. Big event. Too difficult. If it goes on like this, Namikaze Minato is afraid that it will not be forever. Forget it, the meeting is over. Under such circumstances, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Shimura Danzo displeasedly, and waved his hand casually, this will continue to open like this, it will only become more and more heartbroken, and it will not be worth it at all. Dajach. Shimura Danzo shrugged indifferently, and left the office with Yuditen Koharu, Mitokato Homura. Anyway. Things have developed so far. The most stressed is 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he Shimura Danzo may be able to pick up the slack. Alas. 35. After Shimura Danzo and others left, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the pipe and took a few gulps, then slumped on the chair, his expression changed. After the start of the Third War, he was all about winning the Third War, and now, Konoha village has occupied the absolute upper hand in the Third War, but he is not happy at all. Because, without external crises, internal contradictions in Ya village will emerge. For example, Danzo obviously had other thoughts just now, there is also the Uchiha family, who awakened a Mangekyo Sharinon, and will definitely become restless when they return to Konoha village, not to mention that there is another one who does things unscrupulously to ultimate, doing whatever he wants. Luo of Konoha village is also extremely unfamiliar with the high rise of Konoha village. It's too hard for him to be the strongest Hokage in history. I hope you don't push me. A few seconds later, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a few mouthfuls of white smoke, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and muttered to himself, Ningxian didn't blow it out, and he didn't endure it, but punched it out. Of the country of soup. Within a hidden valley. More than 8,000 rock shinobi troops are stationed here. At this time. Rock shinobi main force camp. Inside a large tent in the central area. What? Uchiha Madara still alive? 35. Controlled 3rd Mizukage, but was blown away by Luo. How is this possible? I saw 3rd Tsuchika looked at an intelligence document in his hand, and while his expression was horrified, there was some gaffe. He never thought that such a big thing would happen in the battlefield of the country of waves, BHFF, that legendary man, Uchiha Madara is still alive, is it incredible? Even now. Onoji could not forget the fear when he faced Uchiha Madara. Father, isn't the situation right now? Lois hesitated for a moment, then said solemnly, Girigakuer has been captured by more than 2,000 ninjas, and even Uchiha Madara, who has been dead for many years, has appeared, should we be more careful? 35. When he said this, Huang Tu swallowed his saliva in horror and said, Luo, the god of death, actually defeated the 3rd Mizukage who used the complete body Susanoo. Is his strength really comparable to the legendary Uchiha Madara? And Senjo Hashirama? No, absolutely impossible. Upon hearing this, 3rd Tsuchika shook his head neatly and said, Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara at their peak were incomprehensible beings, even if the 1st Tsuchikage was in front of them, they were all obedient, and they didn't even dare to breathe. This Luo only defeated the 3rd Mizukage controlled by Uchiha Madara, and it should not have reached the point of no solution. After hesitating for a while, Huang Tu summoned up his courage and said solemnly, in my opinion, Luo is a complete monster, maybe we should give up the 3 battles and withdraw back to Iwagakuer. 35. 66. After hearing this, 3rd Tsuchika frowned and fell into silence involuntarily. He is not a stubborn person, of course, he can understand the meaning of the Lois. However, more than 2,000 rock shinobi were killed by Luo. This kind of bloody feud really does not mean that you can let go. Wait a minute. After an unknown amount of time, Third Tsuchika said solemnly, the battle of the land of Tang is about to enter a decisive battle. I want to see if the rock shinobi army can come to fish in troubled waters. Yes. Hearing Onoji's tone loosened. The Lois looked happy and nodded without hesitation. In the case of the UB group being defeated by Namikaze Minato, then, it depends on whether the third Raikage will come to the battlefield of the Land of Waves. Onoji took a deep breath, a gleam of cold light appeared in his eyes, and he muttered to himself, that Luo Lei should also come to the battlefield of Tang's Higuo, the real decisive battle of the three battles has just begun. 5. The will of the stone will not retreat, it will only become more and more courageous. Chapter 89. Cloud Shinobi Village. Raikage building in the central area. How could AI and Killer Bee lose to Namikaze Minato? 99. Boom. With the sound of a table being smashed. I saw the grumpy third Raikage with a violent look, and smashed the desk with one punch exploding. Special. It never occurred to him. There would be such a bad news in the battlefield of Tang's Higuo. The Konoha shinobi army, which had already been fighting, was defeated, and the Cloud shinobi army was suddenly blocked. Even AI and Killer Bee were defeated by Namikaze Minato who came to support them. This makes third Raikage, who has always been full of self-confidence, unacceptable. What's the matter? Konoha village has a killing god, Luo Lei, it's enough to understand, and now there's another Namikaze Minato, do you want another shinobi village? Did you play? Lord Third Raikage, something bad happened. But, just at this time, Tutai walked in hurriedly without even knocking on the door, with an unbelievable look on his cheeks, and said timidly, in the battlefield of the Kingdom of Waves, a major event has occurred. Battlefield of the Land of Waves. Third Raikage frowned and said disapprovingly, isn't that the fiasco of the Mist Ninja Army? I had expected it for a long time. 99. No, not really. With a hint of urgency in Tutai's tone, he said in an unbelievable tone, the legendary ninja Shura, Uchiha Madara is not dead yet, he controlled the third Mizukage and participated in the final battle of the Land of Waves, and was finally defeated by Luo Lei. How is this possible? Third Raikage was stunned for a moment, flashing a look of complete disbelief, and exclaimed with some gaffe, what did you say? The legendary ninja Uchiha Madara is still alive? That's right. Tutai swallowed his saliva and said with trembling fear, now the world of ninja has exploded, and the god of killing, Luo Lei has vaguely been named the god of ninja world. 6699. Third Raikage was silent for a while, and then a huge wave broke out in his heart, which could not be calmed down at all. He thought that the loss of AI and Killer Bee to Namikaze Minato was enough to shock him, but he didn't expect that on the battlefield of the Land of Waves, there was something even bigger to happen. Calm. I need to calm down. 35. Third Raikage clenched his fists and forced a deep breath. The current situation in the ninja world. It has completely made him unable to see clearly. Even a strong man like Uchiha Madara who has been dead for an unknown number of years has appeared, even if he is as strong as him, he is a little frightened, and his heart is filled with panic. No, I must rush to the battlefield in the Land of Soup immediately. 39. I don't know how long it took, a coldness appeared on Third Raikage's gloomy face, and he said solemnly, Luo Lei's strength is too pervert, once he supports the Tang Kingdom battlefield again, plus a Namikaze Minato, we Cloud Shinobi big. The troops will be defeated without a doubt. Speed prepares me for a technique, I want to go to the Konoha Shinobi who swept the Land of Soup with the fastest speed. When he said this, Third Raikage clenched his fists tightly and added, by the way, contact Third Tsuchika Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakuer must unconditionally unite, otherwise, they will be the same as Tsunagakuer and Kirigakuer. It was defeated with one blow, and there was no way to fight back. But Tian Shao technique is used to transport items. If it is used to transport people, the consequences will be disastrous. Tutai was startled for a moment, and hurriedly said something. With my body, it's absolutely fine. Third Raikage was not afraid at all, and said decisively, time is urgent, I have to get to the Land of Soup as quickly as possible, and I can't waste time. It is good. Tutai's forehead overflowed with cold sweat, and said, I'll go to prepare right away. The country of Soup. The camp of the Konoha Shinobi main force. Central region. Inside a large tent. Tsunade, one of the Sunin, sits at the very center. Next to it are Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, and elite ninjas such as Narasha Hyaga Hayashi, Yamanaka Kiki, etc. are also here. To gather you all, there is a good news to share with you. Our Konoha Shinobi army has won a great victory in the battlefield of the Country of Waves, and captured more than 2,000 mist ninjas. And the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara is still alive. Tsunade looked at the document in his hand in shock, and couldn't help laughing. He controlled the third Mizukage to participate in the battle, and the complete body he used Susanoo was defeated by Luo Lei like a smash. 35. I really didn't expect that the killing god, Luo Lei would be so powerful. Listen to Tsunade's voice. The people in the tent all showed expressions of surprise, and after a buzzing sound in their heads, a turbulent wave broke out in their hearts, and they could not calm down at all. What? No. Did you hear me wrong? Uchiha Madara is still alive and lost to Lord Luolei? Is this a joke? But, hearing Tsunade-sama's tone, it seemed like he was joking. What? Legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara still alive? 5. Lord Luolei is too strong. It's terrifying, it's unbelievable. In an instant, Narashika Issa, Hyaga Hayashi, Yamanaka Kiki and other elite ninjas looked shocked, and they couldn't help but let out an uproar. They never thought. In the battlefield of the Land of Waves, such a big thing could happen. So possible. Even the complete body Susanoo was blown up? 35. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, and there was a bitter look in her eyes. Too difficult. I thought that after defeating the UB group, Namikaze Minato's reputation could be slightly improved. Unexpectedly, Luolei had a direct attack on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Waves. Compared with that, Minato's record was somewhat dwarfed. Ugh. Namikaze Minato gritted his teeth, his inner arrogance was suppressed again, he could only sigh with a sad expression. People are more popular than dead people. Even if it were to separate two battlefields. He still couldn't escape the dimensionality reduction blow from Luolei. Now the big battle of Kikyo Mountain, the country of grass, and the country of waves is over, and only our country of soup is not over. At this time, Tsunade put down the document in his hand, glanced around, took a deep breath, and said, "So, starting from tomorrow, we will fully fire and pursue the victory to officially counterattack the Cloud Shinobi army. The Cloud Shinobi army must be defeated." After saying this, Tsunade also added weakly in her heart, she really doesn't want to stay on the battlefield because she suffers from dizziness. End early. Returning to a free gambling life as soon as possible is what she pursues. Kirigakuer. Inside a conference room in the Mizukage building. The elders, Yuanshi, genius Terumi Mei who has the lava style and boil style 2 kinds of blood, and Hoshigaki Kisame, the deputy captain of Anbu, the patriarch of the Oni Lan clan, the patriarch of the Mizuno Yuki clan, the patriarch of the Huayuryuaki clan, and the patriarchs of other families all gathered together with ugly faces, and the atmosphere was depressed. The Great Battle of the Land of Waves. Kirigakuer was captured by more than 2,000 ninjas. It was a great failure. In addition, the third Mizukage was also controlled by Uchiha Madara, which was also a shame and was thrown into the entire ninja world. After all, Mizukage, one of the 5 major ninja villages, was actually controlled, and he even led the Mist Ninja troops to participate in the Third Ninja World War, which is enough to make people laugh. Third Mizukage really doesn't deserve to die. I do not know how long it has been. The patriarch of the Huayuryuaki clan gritted his teeth and said, "More than 400 elite ninjas of the Huayuryuaki clan have been captured, what should we do now? We also have more than 300 elite ninjas." The patriarch of the Ghost Lantern clan added with a gloomy expression, "Since we have been captured, we must find a way to redeem them. We also have 200. We are 50. 6,695. Seeing that the Huayuryuaki clan and the Ghost Lantern clan have all started, families such as the Mizuno Yuki clan have all made their voices, and the meaning is very simple. More than 2,000 mist ninjas must be redeemed from Konoha village. Come." After hearing these words, Master Yuan frowned and scolded coldly, "I came to you to find a way, not to say how many ninjas in my family have been captured." 39. Humph. After hearing this. 0. Although there are still some unpleasantness, the patriarch of the Oni Lan family, the patriarch of the Mizuno Yuki family, the patriarch of the Huayuryuaki family and others are all wise and silent. Do they know? The elder of Kirigakuer in front of him, Yuan Shi, is also a ruthless character. "Kisame, tell me the news you got." The next moment, when he stopped talking when he saw it, Master Yuan turned his gaze to a man with a shark face. "From the news I got, Konoha village has no right to decide to redeem the more than 2,000 captives of the Mist Ninja. Only the god of death." Luolei nodded and agreed. Hoshigaki Kisame took a deep breath and said solemnly. 3 days at the latest, Luolei will leave the country of waves, and we must convince him within these 3 days. To get Luolei's nod to agree. The voice did not fall. The meeting room fell into absolute silence. Even the patriarch of the Ghost Lantern clan, the Mizuki clan, and the Huayuryuaki clan kept their heads down and did not speak. They knew very well that getting the nod of Luolei, the god of killing, was definitely more difficult than going to the sky. As for trying to force Luolei? No kidding, with his horrific record of defeating the Uchiha Madara-controlled third Mizukage, even sweeping Kirigakuer, maybe. A bunch of trash. Master Yuan glanced around coldly, and could only helplessly look at Terumi Mei, and said, "You go to the country of waves and try to sleep with Luolei. As long as the conditions are not harsh, you can agree. No problem." Terumi Mei didn't hear anything, but there was a hint of high-spirited confidence in his eyes, and said, "It's just that I'm going to see the killing god, Luolei's greatness." 39. Kisame, come with you. 5. Looking at Terumi Mei, who was in high spirits, Master Yuan shook his head helplessly, and gave another order to Hoshigaki Kisame. Clear. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, revealing sharp fangs. Party. Yuan Shi waved his hand a little tiredly. What happened during this period of time made him exhausted, and he was unable to handle many things. Now I send Terumi Mei to go, and it is also a dead horse as a living horse doctor. I just hope that the killing god, Luo Lei, can see Terumi Mei. As long as he can see it, everything is easy to say. Chapter 90. Gun. After hearing this, the patriarch of the Ghost Lantern clan, the patriarch of the Mizuno Yuki clan, the patriarch of the Huayuruaki clan, and the patriarchs of some other clans glanced at Terumi Mei with half a smile, then got up and left the conference room in no particular order. Terumi Mei didn't hear it. These old fritters can hear it. Master Yuan asked Terumi Mei to persuade. No, it's pajamas Luo Lei, obviously wanting a beauty trick. With Luo Lei's unscrupulous behavior, and only beauty tricks, it may be of little use. If that doesn't work, then they can only give up the redemption of more than 2,000 mist ninjas. It's just a pity that Terumi Mei, a genius who has two boundaries of lava style and boil style, is cheaper than others. Rest assured. Facing everyone's gaze, the young Terumi Mei thought she was worried about her, and muttered to herself confidently, I will definitely try my best to convince Luo Lei today. I'm leaving too. After saying this, Terumi Mei flashed her body and left 230 to open the conference room. Kisame, when necessary, remind Terumi Mei. Master Yuan rubbed his temples, glanced at Hoshigaki Kisame who had not left, and said, there is no other way now, I have no choice but to do this. Is there really no other way? Hoshigaki Kisame restrained his expression, thought for a moment, and said solemnly, with Terumi Mei's talent and ability, once he grows up, he will definitely have cage-level strength. Master Yuan shook his head bitterly and said, comparing more than 2,000 mist ninjas with a cage-level powerhouse, what would you choose? Hoshigaki Kisame hesitated before speaking. Politics is ruthless. Master Yuan took a deep breath and said slowly, Terumi Mei is my confidant. It is normal to make sacrifices when necessary. If she can make a contribution this time, I will personally list her as a candidate for the 4th Mizu cage. Understood. A look of confusion flashed in Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes, and his body disappeared into the conference room in a flash. Oh. It's really hard. After everyone was gone, Master Yuan suddenly slumped on the chair. The 3rd Mizu cage controlled by Uchiha Madara was defeated by Luo Lei, which gave Kirigakure a heavy blow. Now the ninja world is watching Kirigakure's jokes, so it is imperative to rescue the more than 2,000 captive Mizu cage. Country of Waves. The camp of the Konoha shinobi main force. Inside one of the largest tents in the central area. Lord Luo Lei, what are you going to do with the more than 2,000 fog ninjas? Uchiha Fusion hesitated for a while, but still asked curiously. I don't know either, anyway, I can't bring it back to Konoha village, it's cheap for the high-rise Konoha. Hearing this, Luo Lei shrugged indifferently, and said softly, if it really doesn't work, kill them all. Uchiha Fusion was stunned for a moment, then suddenly shuddered. Killing more than 2,000 ninjas lightly, maybe only Lord Luo Lei can be so casual. As for bringing it back to Konoha village, that's even more impossible. He agrees with Mr. Luo Lei's point of view, and he can't be cheap. Don't worry, Kirigakure will definitely send someone to talk. At this time, the corners of Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, and he said meaningfully, there are more than 2,000 mist ninjas, as long as the high-level officials of Kirigakure are not fools, they all know how to redeem them. Hope so. Uchiha Fusion thought for a moment and nodded. Boom. But, just at this time, there was a knock on the door. I saw a jonin from the Uchiha clan walking in and very respectfully reporting, Lord Luo Lei, the patriarch of Fusion, Wu Nin has sent people to negotiate, and the one who is the leader will talk to Lord Luo Lei by name. Talk to me? Luo Lei frowned and asked curiously, what's his name? The super genius of the younger generation of Kirigakure, Terumi Mei. Jonin of the Uchiha clan apparently knew about it in advance, saying, it is said that this Terumi Mei has 2 blood boundaries, lava style and boil style. Okay, you go out first. Hearing that it was Terumi Mei, Luo Lei smiled and nodded, let her come in, I'll have a good talk with her. Yes. Okay, Lord Luo Lei. Both Jonin and Uchiha Fusion of the Uchiha clan were stunned for a moment, and after they reacted, they walked out. 10 minutes later, Terumi Mei was led in by Uchiha Fusion, and when he went out, Uchiha Fusion also showed a sudden realization. I see. Kirigakure is going to use the beauty trick. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Fusion's heart was filled with joy. Fortunately the Uchiha family used the beauty trick first, otherwise, they would have been stabbed in the back by Kirigakure. Yet, after entering the tent, Terumi Mei glanced at Luo Lei, with a look of surprise on her cheeks, and said, I really didn't expect that the ninja world killer god is quite young and handsome, and he didn't look as horrific as he imagined. After hearing this, Luo Lei was suddenly speechless. Do you need my elder sister to give you a kiss? Terumi Mei is so familiar, she blew a kiss at Luo Lei, then found a place to sit at random, stretched her waist, and revealed her own face. Perfect arc. Yes. Luo Lei was too lazy to say anything, so he took off his jacket. R. Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment, then said with a wary expression, what do you want to do? You've all come here, and you don't know what to do? Luo Lei frowned and said, the higher UPS of Kirigakuer didn't tell you how to please me. To please you? Terumi Mei's eyes widened, her face suddenly became extremely red, and she said excitedly, I'm not that kind of woman. Then what are you doing? 9. Luo Lei smiled and said with great interest, didn't the senior management of Wunan teach you how to convince me? No. Terumi Mei hurriedly shook her head and said, Master Yuan just asked me to negotiate with you, try to sleep as much as possible. In the next instant, Terumi Mei seemed to have thought of something, and her face instantly turned pale. She understood everything, no wonder when she left, everyone showed a half-smiling smile, and they all knew what Master Yuan asked her to negotiate, and she was used as a bargaining chip. Also, what Master Yuan said was not a slip of the tongue, but just what he wanted to express. Damn. Take me as a bargaining chip. A few seconds later, Terumi Mei's lips moved slightly and said in a cold tone, the negotiation is over, I'm going back to Kirigakuer. Talking. Terumi Mei angrily wanted to get out of the tent. As soon as you leave, I'll kill more than 2,000 mist ninjas. By the way, I'll go to Kirigakuer for a walk, killing a chicken dog. Luo Lei didn't get angry, but said slowly. You dare. Terumi Mei turned her head, chakras surging, her hands suddenly began to form seals. Terumi Mei, you don't want Kirigakuer to destroy the village, do you? Boom. 5.5 Terumi Mei, who was in the process of forming the seal, was shocked, her hands that were forming the seal froze, and a pair of emerald green eyes showed an extremely angry look. This guy in front of me. How could such a person, relying on his own strength to do whatever he wants, wantonly threaten to intimidate her? Still not a man? She also has to destroy the Mist Ninja village, which is undoubtedly something she cannot tolerate. But, thinking of Luo Lei's strength, Terumi Mei became desperate, and a sense of powerlessness filled her body. Let's go. Luo Lei smiled violently and said coldly, what are you still doing, do you still need me to teach you? Come on, get over here, and follow the rules. There were tears in Terumi Mei's eyes, she wanted to say something, but she said nothing. He can only hold his head and walk towards Luo Lei blankly. Chapter 91. Country of Waves. The camp of the Konoha shinobi main force. No need to remind, it should all be successful, Terumi Mei finally gave in. 35. Hoshigaki Kisame's shark face showed a look of helplessness, and muttered to himself, it's a kind of sadness for the huge Kirigakuer to rely on a woman? Actually. After the boss, the watermelon mountain puffer ghost, died. Hoshigaki Kisame was determined to be a qualified Kirin, and now it seems that he has some naivete. In the face of absolute might. Even a super genius who claims to have the two bloodlines of lava style and boil style can be used as a bargaining chip and can be exchanged at will. Fortunately, he is not a woman, otherwise he may also be a bargaining chip. Is all this right or wrong? Hoshigaki Kisame doesn't know much. But Kirigakuer has made him feel terminally ill. A change is urgently needed. Otherwise, can only continue to rot. Forget it, take one step at a time, and if it really doesn't work, just leave. Hoshigaki Kisame thought about it for a while, but was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, there is no place to keep a master here since 17. Only. What if I eat Terumi Mei and don't accept the bill? Thinking of this, Hoshigaki Kisame has some sore balls. Weak. Even negotiating is afraid of being taken all by the opponent. Now he only hoped that Luo Lei would not eat and wipe it up and turn his face and not recognize anyone. At the same time. 1 minute. 10 minutes. 1 hour. Finally. After 5 hours. Luo Lei walked out happily from the largest tent in the middle. Is it already dark? Looking up at the moon in midair and looking around the crowded camp, Luo Lei's body turned into an after-image invisible to the naked eye in a flash, and appeared in a camp not far from the camp. On top of the mountain. Why hasn't the beep sounded yet? Luo Lei sat casually on a giant rock and muttered to himself, this time, I defeated the third Mizukage controlled by Uchiha Madara, and beat Terumi Mei, so the system should be rewarded a little more. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for defeating the big force of the Mist Ninja, capturing more than 2,000 Mist Ninjas, and defeating the third Mizukage controlled by Uchiha Madara, the system specially rewarded 6% of the experience. Ding! Congrats host, congratulations host, another perfect release has been completed, and the system specially rewards 3% of the experience. Ding! Congrats to host, for achieving the title of God of Ninja World, the system specially rewards 1% of the experience. Ding! I hope the host will continue to work hard, follow his heart, not be bound, and do whatever he wants. Sudden. Without any sign. The system prompts sounded one after another. It's comfortable, and another 10% of the experience has arrived. Hearing the prompts in his mind, Luo Lei stretched his waist happily, with a happy look on his cheeks. Next moment, a majestic force poured into Luo Lei's body and began to transform his body. Cool. Although this is not the first time. But, sensing that the countless cells in the body were cheering, Luo Lei couldn't help but let out a shout. This time. Perhaps there are more unlocked fusions. It took more than half an hour to calm down slowly. Feeling stronger. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Lei sensed his body and couldn't help but clenched his fists. A look of surprise flashed on his cheeks, and said solemnly, "System, I want to take a look at the attribute panel." 35. Host, Luo Lei. Age, 16 years old. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin, yang. Ability, Hey Take Knife Technique Grandmaster, Body Flicker Technique Grandmaster, Shadow Clone Technique Grandmaster, Body Replacement Technique Grandmaster, Water Style Grandmaster, Lightning Style Grandmaster, Multiple Shadow Clone Techniques Guild, the peak state of the Motherland template unlocked fusion 68.5%. Constitution, 6,290 10 points for ordinary people. Spirit 2885. Strength, 4,150, 1 punch 999 tons. Speed, 2234, 1829 1999 m/s. Heat rays, 16,16900 degrees Celsius. The number of times to extract the template, 0. Although already known. But, after looking at his attribute panel, Luo Lei couldn't help but widen his eyes. The change in attributes was so terrifying, it almost doubled. More specifically, after unlocking more than 60%. Whether it is physique, spirit, strength, speed, hot sight, it seems to have doubled. The physique is more than 600 times that of ordinary people, the strength is almost 3 times the original, the speed has become faster, and the thermal sight has doubled, which is simply unbelievable. 230. Sure enough, the further you unlock it, the more terrifying the attribute increase will be. After a while, Luo Lei put away the attribute panel, showing a happy look. Because, with the continuous transformation of his body, the amount of chakra seems to have undergone an amazing transformation, and it has become a chakra. The body seems to perceive the natural energy more closely, and it is easy to integrate with nature. Perhaps the perception has become stronger. Luo Lei frowned and looked at the moon in midair. He seemed to be able to vaguely perceive Atsutsuki Kagaya sealed in the moon. Besides, he also sensed 3 breaths on the surface of the moon. When you have time, go to the moon to play. Soon. Luo Lei stopped thinking about it. The surface of the moon should be the people of the Atsutsuki clan. As for the Atsutsuki Kagaya in the moon, let's stay there for the time being, at least wait for him to come to the sky a few more times before he goes to open Atsutsuki Kagaya and have a good time with her. Do whatever you want. Chapter 92. The next day. Country of Waves. The camp of the Konoha Shinobi Battalion. Inside the largest tent in the central area. Terumi Mei, who had been taught a lesson again, sat silently on the chair. Some terrible scenes appeared in her mind, and tears began to appear in her beautiful eyes. Pervert, really a big pervert. Seems to have thought of something. Terumi Mei couldn't help shivering, she never thought that Luo Lei was such a person. When you wake up in the morning, should you rinse your mouth first? Seeing this scene, Uchiha Mikoto, who had already woken up, brought a cup of hot water with a smile and said, "Rinse your mouth, eat some food, it's a new day." You. Vomit. Seems to be thinking of something. Terumi Mei blushed, took the water glass, and began to rinse her mouth. You are still too young. Seeing this, Uchiha Mikoto smiled slightly and said, "Actually, Lord Luo Lei is quite good." What? Terumi Mei's eyes widened, looked at Uchiha Mikoto in disbelief, and said coldly, "He is an unscrupulous BD and pervert, what's so good? He just likes to do whatever he wants with his tyrannical strength. The strong should enjoy these privileges." Uchiha Mikoto did not refute, and said with some emotion, "I used to be a tool for marriage in the Uchiha clan, and I couldn't master my own destiny at all. Now, I have become an existence that the Uchiha clan dare not provoke, even if it is the clan leader, Uchiha. When Fusion sees me, I will lower my head and talk. This time, when I return to Konoha village, I will find a way to become the head of the Uchiha clan." Speaking of this, Uchiha Mikoto's pretty face was still full of excitement, saying, "Since the Sengoku period, the Uchiha family has not had a matriarch, I will break the routine and become the first matriarch of the Uchiha family." Edge. Facing a happy smile. Uchiha Mikoto, who is full of vision for the future. Terumi Mei opened her mouth, trying to refute something, but couldn't say anything. Uchiha Mikoto is used as a marriage tool by the Uchiha family, so why is she not Kirigakure's bargaining chip? Even the Yuanshi elders, who she has always trusted, only regard her as a slightly more important tool. Should I do this? For a time. Terumi Mei fell into confusion. For a long time, as a super genius with the boundaries of lava style and boil style, she has always been held in the palm of your hand in Kirigakuer. Result. Now Mist Shinobi top management poured cold water on her mercilessly. Chill out, chill out. You can be fourth Mizukage. Looking at Terumi Mei who was confused, Uchiha Mikoto smiled and shook his head, and said in a surprising voice, since the top management of Kirigakuer is unreliable, then you can become the Mizukage of Kirigakuer and rule the entire Kirigakuer. Once you become the fourth Mizukage, you are the queen of Kirigakuer and can change Kirigakuer at will. After this sentence, a ray of light flashed across Terumi Mei's beautiful eyes. Yup. Could she be Kirigakuer's Mizukage? Before, she didn't have that kind of mind, she just wanted to practice hard. But now, with Lord Luolei as the backer, as fourth Mizukage, isn't it a sure thing? Whoever dares to object to Kirigakuer is courting death. Only. Thinking of this, Terumi Mei has some vague regrets. She didn't cooperate with Luolei yesterday, and she didn't know if she would be angry. After a few seconds, Terumi Mei hesitated for a moment, then clenched her silver teeth tightly, and then said awkwardly, Mikoto, what should I do now? 35. I'll tell you. Uchiha Mikoto smiled, walked over to Terumi Mei's ear, and whispered a few words. Isn't this bad? Okay. Too embarrassing? 55. Don't worry, you can do as I say, absolutely. At this time, inside another big tent, Luolei, who was talking about things with Uchiha Fusion, had an imperceptible smile on his face. Uchiha Mikoto, as expected, is his right-hand man. Just listening to the whispers of Uchiha Mikoto and Terumi Mei with his super hearing, why does he feel a little uncomfortable? Will he, the villagers of Konoha Anbu, give in? Never mind. Or give in. If Terumi Mei did exactly what Mikoto said, it would still taste really good. Lord Luolei, could it be that he just released more than 2,000 mist ninjas without discussing any conditions? Uchiha Fusion thought for a while, and then said with some worry, if we do this, the senior officials of Konoha will definitely be dissatisfied. Do not care. Luolei smiled and said disapprovingly, the top of Konoha is a hammer. Okay. 35. Once again, I got an affirmative answer from Lord Luolei. Uchiha Fusion was sure in his heart, so he made up his mind. The top officials of Konoha also want them to use the more than 2,000 captives of Kirito to make Kirigakuer sign some unequal treaties. I will sign a hammer for you. If you have the ability, you can blame Lord Luolei. When I think of the shriveled appearance of the Konoha high-rise headed by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Fusion's heart couldn't help but feel sober. Okay, that's it. Luolei stretched his waist and ordered, you ask the Konoha army to prepare to evacuate the country of waves. Understood, I'll make arrangements. Uchiha Fusion nodded, then turned and left the tent. Next, it's time to go to the Tang country battlefield to harvest. 35. After Uchiha Fusion left, a coldness flashed in Luolei's eyes. This time, his strength skyrocketed. Once you reap some experience in the field of soup, there will be a transformation in that strength, and the time to fully integrate the peak motherland template is getting closer and closer. Let's go, I should go and release it well. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. Luolei's body disappeared inside the tent. After 4 hours, Luolei and Terumi Mei walked out from the biggest tent in the central area. Lord Luolei, Terumi Mei lowered her head, felt the pain in her body, and said with a blushing face, are you really willing to help me sit on the Mizukage seat? Luolei nodded refreshedly and said, isn't that the 4th Mizukage? It's just a trifle. Thank you. Terumi Mei thought for a while before saying something very solemn. As Mikoto said, only the strong have privileges. Isn't it normal for Lord Luolei to have her? Let's go. Luolei smiled and didn't say much. For him, putting Terumi Mei on the Mizukage was a trivial matter. Moreover, if I remember correctly, in the original work, Terumi Mei ascended the position of 5th Mizukage, but the time to sit on the position of Mizukage was on the eve of the 4th Ninja World War. As for the reason, of course it's because of Kirigakuer's meta division. This old thing, after the death of 4th Mizukage Yagura, has been in control of the power of the Mist Ninja. If the 4 wars did not break out, the Master Yuan was already old and inconvenient to move. I am afraid that he would not give up the power of Kirigakuer. Now he's just bringing it all forward. 10 minutes later, Luolei brought Terumi Mei to the front of the more than 2,000 Mist Ninja troops that had already gathered. Quiet. The whole place is dead silent. Many Wu-Ren looked at Luolei and swallowed cautiously, not even daring to breathe. Even Yagura and the Ghost Lamp Full Moon are pulling their heads. Recently, they're going to be driven mad. After Luolei captured them, he hung them up and didn't say what to do with them. Even Yagura and Ghost Lantern Menu couldn't stand the feeling of unease. I came today to tell you the good news that you can go back to Kirigakuer. 35. Luo Lei glanced at the more than 2,000 misters, and said calmly, "From now on, the 4th Mizukage of Kirigakure is Terumi Mei, do you have any opinions? Can we go back to Kirigakure?" "What? How is that possible, 4th Mizukage Terumi Mei?" The voice did not fall. It used to be a very quiet place. There was a riot in an instant, and more than 2,000 mist ninja couldn't help showing expressions of horror on their cheeks, looking at Terumi Mei who was standing next to Luo Lei, full of disbelief and awe. What? Young Terumi Mei is going to be the 4th Mizukage? Or did Luo Lei from Konoha village accept his fate? Are you kidding? There is no doubt that more than 2,000 mist ninjas did not expect that Luo Lei would say the words to make Terumi Mei a Mizukage. To put it mildly, you are a Konoha shinobi who wants to appoint Terumi Mei as Mizukage, don't you deliberately look down on Kirigakure? This. Yagura looked a little surprised. It stands to reason that after the death of the 3rd Mizukage, as the confidant of the 3rd Mizukage and the captain of Anbu, he is the best candidate for the 4th Mizukage. The result is good. Killed a Terumi Mei directly. Impossible? The ghost lamp full moon also showed a dull expression. Without the consent of Konoha village, directly appoint 4th Mizukage, what is this Luo Lei trying to do? Can't you? Listen to these voices. Terumi Mei's face turned pale. Laozi didn't discuss with you, he was appointed, understand? 99. Seeing this scene, Luo Lei was a little angry, his eyes flashed red, and said coldly, "It seems that Laozi is too kind, and he will die for Laozi 5. The voice did not fall. No sign. 2 crimson hot sights shot towards the mist ninja army, and a strafing shot came directly. Chi! 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 With the sound of the body being cut by the hot sight. The more than 300 mist ninjas standing at the front were all cut off one by one before they could react. For a while, the screams were ups and downs, blood splashed, and it was terrifying. Chapter 93. Abaj. No. Ouch. Too scary? No. Don't kill us, we dare not have any opinion. 66, 99. Facing the more than 300 mist ninjas who were killed by heat sight, the remaining thousands of mist ninjas widened their eyes. After the initial shock, they all made trembling sounds, and even more frightened. He slumped on the ground, his body trembled, and he began to vomit. No way. No one thought. Luo Lei will act upon disagreement. Killing everything indiscriminately has no intention of showing mercy at all. However, it's too late to scream for mercy now. Laugh. With the sound of hot sight burning the air. There were more than 300 mist ninjas, who were violently cut from the waist by the hot sight, and the bloody smell filled the air, making everyone in this area smell it. In the end, after killing 1,000 or so Wu ninjas, the hot gaze in Luo Lei's eyes was closed. Quiet. The entire mist shinobi force was completely dead. The remaining 1,000 or so mist ninjas, almost all of them with weak legs, all slumped on the ground, their eyes filled with horror and fear. Damn. Yagura wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, trembling fiercely in her heart. He had some doubts just now? Do you question a hammer? Killing God, Luo Lei made it clear that he wanted to promote Terumi Mei to the top, whoever doubted might die. It's too brutal. The ghost lamp full moon suppressed the heart palpitations in his heart, and only felt that there was a blank in his head. Without blinking, more than 1,000 mist indoors disappeared. Too cold-blooded and violent. A group of brainless things, who are still captives, want to oppose Terumi Mei as Mizukage? Isn't it courting death? At this time, Hoshigaki Kisame, who was standing behind Terumi Mei 230, stroked Same Hata in his hand, and a shark's face showed disdainful expression. In his opinion, now Terumi Mei has become a trend. Be opposed to? Just looking for death. As for the Same Hata in his hand, it was given to him by Lord Luo Lei. After the previous ninja swordsman group was wiped out, Same Hata was sealed in the scroll by Luo Lei. Now Luo Lei gave him Same Hata to help Terumi Mei well. Hoshigaki Kisame readily agreed to this. Kirigakure is now terminally ill and in urgent need of reform. He is willing to act as the vanguard of reform and realize his own value. As for the Konoha village ninjas who were still watching the excitement, they were only shocked and their expressions returned to normal. Joke. With the unscrupulous character of Lord Luo Lei. If you don't kill people, that's not normal. It's normal to kill some disobedient mist ninjas. Come again. And after killing more than 1,000 Wu ninjas, Luo Lei's violent eyes swept around, and his eyes fell on the remaining Wu ninjas who were sitting on the ground. Lord Luo Lei, we have no opinion at all, from now on, we will only follow Mrs. Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei is basically the 4th Mizukage, and we all agree. If anyone is not convinced, it is against us. 99. The next moment, seeing Luo Lei who was still trying to kill, the rest of the mist ninja who were paralyzed on the ground were frightened. No complaints for Terumi Mei as 4th Mizukage. What about you? Luo Lei looked blankly at Yagura and Ghost Lantern Moon. We have no opinion either. With Terumi Mei's talent and ability, being 4th Mizukage is completely justifiable. BHFF, facing Luo Lei, the god of killing. Where did Yagura and the ghost lamp full moon dare to hesitate? They nodded hastily. Bad bones. Seeing those Kirin in front of him change their expressions again, Terumi Mei clenched her silver teeth and couldn't help but muttered in her heart. Luo Lei snorted coldly, looked at Terumi Mei at the same time, and said, "For the sake of seeing you perform well, I will accompany you to Kirigakure and kill all those who are not convinced." What? Hearing Haki's words, Terumi Mei's pretty face flashed a blush. She knew that after she proposed to be the fourth Mizukage, Luo Lei made a request, then let her wear the Mizukage imperial robe. Go and play in Kirigakure. After saying this, Luo Lei took the lead and flew in the direction of Kirigakure. It is good. Terumi Mei looked happy and followed. Kirigakure is going to change. Yagura, the ghost lamp full moon, Hoshigaki Kisame shook his head and followed, and he could only mourn for the top of Kirigakure. I hope you will not be ignorant of flattery. Otherwise, very serious consequences. In the end, it was the remaining 1,000 mist ninjas who didn't dare to hesitate, and followed him from the ground. I have to work hard. The Konoha shinobi group, Uchiha Mikoto looked at Luo Lei's leaving back, clenched his fists, and muttered to himself, after we go back, I have to talk to Uzumaki Kushina first. Namikaze Minato, that pseudo-kun, doesn't deserve her at all. Thinking of this, Uchiha Mikoto's pretty face also showed an expression of extreme disgust. Lord Luo Lei had already told her something. Disgusting Konoha high-rise. Just treat Kushina as a tailed beast weapon. She also designed an old-fashioned hero to save beauty to achieve the effect of perfect control of Kushina. Now, she wants to let Kushina know the truth of her design, so as not to be deceived by Namikaze Minato. There is also Namikaze Minato. Mikoto used to think that Namikaze Minato was sunny, atmospheric, and responsible. Now it seems. It's just a licking dog at the top of Konoha. The high-level Konoha asked him to go to the hero to save the beauty, and he went to the hero to save the beauty, and he really had no opinion at all. Seeing that Lord Luo Lei was gone, Uchiha Fushin took a deep breath and commanded in a deep voice, "Everyone obeys the order, we are going back to Konoha village." Ugh! Uchiha Fugaku sighed with a complicated expression and flew out first. From now on, the battlefield of the country of waves is his sad place. Kirigakure. Located in a deep mountain in the land of water. The territory is often covered by thick fog, and it is a ninja village completely isolated from other countries. For a long time, due to being far away from the mainland, coupled with the barrier of the ocean, and its own comprehensive strength is not good, Kirigakure has rarely been involved in the Ninja World War. For rest, Kirin village did not even participate in World War II. I just want to wait for one day, if I don't make a move, I will shock the ninja world as soon as I make a move. However, the fact is the opposite. Kirigakure participated in the Third War, but it became a joke. The third Mizukage was controlled by Uchiha Madara with illusion and was blown up by Luo Lei. More than 2,000 mist ninjas were also captured, and Kirigakure was immediately returned. Before liberation. At this time, at the entrance of Kirigakure, the elders of Kirigakure, Yuan Shi, the patriarch of the Ghost Lamp clan, the patriarch of the Huayuryuaki clan, the patriarch of the Mizuno Yuki clan, etc. The high-level leaders of Kirigakure, as well as more than 100 mist ninjas gathered together. As for the reason, of course, the Mist Ninja team has returned. Master Yuan, it looks like Terumi Mei has succeeded. According to the information from the scouts, the Mist Ninja troop is moving at high speed towards Kirigakure. The patriarch of the Ghost Lantern clan, the patriarch of the Huayuryuaki clan, the patriarch of the Mizuno Yuki clan, and other high-level members of Kirigakure all looked a little excited. They used to be dead horses as doctors, but they didn't expect Terumi Mei's beauty trick to work. Losing one Terumi Mei, in exchange for so many Mist Ninjas, is really not a loss. What exactly is the situation? Listen to these words. Master Yuan's brows wrinkled, and he didn't say anything. A ray of unease flashed in his deep eyes. Because, from the beginning to the end, Wu Ninja never came back to report. The scouts who approached disappeared, so the scouts sent out from behind only dared to take a look from a distance, and it was unclear how many Mist Ninjas had returned. At *7. Sudden. A perceptive Mist Ninja said excitedly. Sha. Sha. The voice did not fall. Accompanied by the sound of breaking air. Luo Lei, Terumi Mei, Hoshigaki Kisame, Yagura, Ghost Lantern Moon and others first appeared at the village entrance of Kirigakure. That is? The next moment, countless eyes fell on Luo Lei. Immediately afterwards, the senior leaders of Kirigakure were stunned for a moment, and immediately felt a shock in their hearts. Is it him? The new god of ninja, Luo Lei? How did he come to Kirigakure? Something wrong? Something wrong? No wonder some of the Mist Ninja scouts who were approaching disappeared for no reason, so they were killed? No, there is a situation. After recognizing Luo Lei, Yuan Shi and other senior officials of Kirigakure were shocked and wanted to withdraw to Kirigakure. Stop! Luo Lei's body flickered, and he came to them, looked at Master Yuan and others indifferently, and said, "You should be the high-level officials of Kirigakure, right? 35. Who are you? Have you spoken to Master Yuanshi like that?" After hearing this, Master Yuan and the others didn't respond. Several of the Jonin Mist ninjas didn't seem to recognize Luo Lei's identity, and scolded them one after another. Haha! Luo Lei is too lazy to say anything. After all, everywhere, there will be ninjas with problems with their brains. Bang, bang! After two crimson hot eyes swept across, the more than 100 mist ninjas at the scene didn't react when they saw that his body had been cut open, his body fell to the ground, and he couldn't die any longer. In the face of Luo Lei, who killed hundreds of mist ninjas with ease. Master Yuan, the patriarch of the Ghost Lamp clan, the patriarch of the Huayoryuaki clan, the patriarch of the Mizuno Yuki clan, etc. Kirigakure's high-level eyes stared, and they immediately trembled. Luo Lei. This is definitely the god of killing Luo Lei. Only his eyes can shoot out rays, killing everything in seconds. The corners of Luo Lei's mouth were slightly raised, and he said lightly, "From today, Terumi Mei is the fourth Mizukage, do you have any opinions?" What? Upon hearing this, Master Yuan couldn't help frowning, and explained in a respectful tone, "Mizukage must be unanimously approved by the village, and must report the name of the country of water, and finally, kin." Too much nonsense. Boom. The words are not finished yet. Under the terrified eyes of Yuan Shi, a hot gaze blew his head. Chapter 94. Too much nonsense. Boom. The words are not finished yet. Under the terrified eyes of Yuan Shi, a hot gaze blew his head. How is this possible? Why is this happening? My attitude and tone are already very good. I have no objection to Terumi Mei being the fourth Mizukage, but to be honest, why did you kill me mercilessly? 99. Leave me alive, I can also help Terumi Mei stabilize the overall situation and grasp the general direction of Kirigakure's development. At the moment of death, countless thoughts flashed through Master Yuan's mind, but he never understood why Luo Lei was so irritable and merciless, killing him without mercy. He is the elder of Kirigakure. Ah! What? Master Yuan is dead. How is it possible? This kills the Yuan Shi elder. Facing the marshal who was killed in one blow, the remaining leaders of the Ghost Lantern clan, the leader of the Huayoryuaki clan, the leader of the Mizuno Yuki clan, and other high-level leaders of Kirigakure, their foreheads were covered in cold sweat, trembling in their hearts, and they looked at Luo Lei. His eyes were full of fear. What are you kidding? Did Kirigakure's Yuan Shi elder just die like this? Is there a mistake? Master Yuan, you brought everything on your own. Not far away, a coldness flashed across Terumi Mei's cheeks, and she said coldly, "In order to maintain my detached status in Kirigakure, even as a confidant, you are used as a bargaining chip, and now I'm in water. Lord Luo Lei, are you satisfied?" 99. Do you died? I've been an elder for so many years, and I should die. From now on, there will be only one Mizukage in Kirigakure, and there will be no more bullshit elders. See this scene. The expressions of Hoshigaki Kisame, Yagura, Anato Mansuki, and others did not change. Over the years, Master Yuan has been a high-ranking authority in Kirigakure. Not only does he have the same power and status as Mizukage, he is in charge of everything in Mist Shinobi, but also the most important matters in the village can only be carried out with his consent. He and third Mizukage often compete for power and profit, which can be said to be a serious obstacle to the occurrence of Kirigakure. Now, the old thing is dead. From now on, Kirigakure will only have the voice of fourth Mizukage Terumi Mei. Swish. Swish. Sudden. Just at this time, the remaining more than 1,000 of the Mist Ninja army also arrived. When they saw the more than 100 Mist Ninjas who could no longer die, and the elders, Yuan Shi, these more than 1,000 Mist Ninjas showed extremely bitter expressions, and their fear of Luo Lei increased even more. For a long time. Sure enough, they are all equal. Facing Luo Lei, the god of ninja world, even a high-ranking Master Yuan can't escape death. Do you have any comments? 35. After killing Yuan Shi, Luo Lei glanced at the remaining senior members of the Fog Ninja, and said calmly, "If you have an opinion, just say it, and I will consider it carefully." All right. For the old thing like Yuan Shi, who is greedy for power. There is no need for any reason, you have to kill it, otherwise the young Terumi Mei may not be able to play the scheming master teacher, but if he kills 100, there will be no future troubles. No comment. No opinion at all. Our families will embrace Terumi Mei as the fourth Mizukage. The remaining leaders of the Ghost Lantern clan, the Huayoryuaki clan, the Mizuno Yuki clan, and so on, the top leaders of Kirigakure are all political veterans. As for Master Yuan's death? To die, to die. They also wished that Master Yuan would die sooner. In the past, the major families were caught between Yuan Shi and Mizukage, in a dilemma. Now, they don't have to worry about it anymore, they can cooperate actively with fourth Mizukage Terumi Mei and it's over. As for continuing to oppose. Don't be kidding, with Luo Lei here, opposition is death, it's better to live well. $7. Luolei nodded with satisfaction and said, let's go. Terumi Mei. Yes. Terumi Mei took a deep breath, a look of determination flashed across her pretty face, followed behind Luolei, and walked into Kirigakure with her head held high. From now on, she is no longer a bargaining chip. 4 flowers. It's the Mizu Cage of Kirigakure, the queen of thousands of people under Lord Luolei. The days of Kirigakure have changed completely. Looking at the backs of Luolei and Terumi Mei, whether it is the more than 1,000 Mist Ninjas of the Mist Ninja team, or Yagura, Hoshigaki Kisame, Ghost Lamp Full Moon and others, they can't help but sigh. As for whether it is good or bad, only time will tell. The next thing is very simple. With the support of 1,000 Mist Ninja troops, the Ghost Lamp clan, the Huayoryuaki clan, the Water and Moon clan and other families, and the assistance of Yagura, Hoshigaki Kisame, the Ghost Lamp Full Moon and others, Kirigakure completed the change of dynasty in less than half a day. The countless civilians of Kirigakure who saw it were stunned for a moment. 0. However, after learning that the man behind Terumi Mei is Luolei, the god of ninja world, all the Kirigakure civilians were relieved, and they all showed a sudden realization. No wonder the young Terumi Mei was able to ascend to the position of Mizu Cage, so she has a background? As for the identity of Luolei Konoha shinobi, many civilians in Kirigakure don't care much, fists are the last word, it is their luck that Luolei, known as the god of ninja world, can see Kirigakure's 4th Mizu Cage. In the afternoon that day, Terumi Mei held a grand succession ceremony wearing the Mizu Cage imperial robe. As a specially invited witness, Luolei also attended the ceremony and gave a short speech that he is not only a superhero of Konoha village, but also a superhero of Kirigakure. From now on, Kirigakure will be covered by him. As soon as this sentence comes out, Kirigakure countless civilians boiled. As for the countless fog ninjas who had seen the other side of Luolei, the patriarchs of the major families shook their heads with a wry smile. If they hadn't seen Luolei recklessly killed about 1,000 fog ninjas and killed Yuan Shi in seconds, maybe they all believed it. Lord Luolei's words are actually warning them to obey the rule of 4th Mizu Cage Terumi Mei. That night, the 4 major Mizu Cage Terumi Mei entered the Mizu Cage office in full costume. God of Ninja World, Luolei is resting there. Chapter 95. The next day, the news of Terumi Mei's succession as 4th Mizu Cage with the support of the Konoha killing god, Luolei spread throughout the entire ninja world at a lightning-fast speed. In an instant, it made countless ninjas in the entire ninja world stunned. The major ninja villages also fell into a silence for a while. FK. Isn't it the 3rd Ninja World War now? How Konoha kills God, Luolei is just like playing, he can do whatever he wants, there is no rule at all, it's just like when he thinks about it, and when he does it. It's good now. After blowing up the 3rd Mizu Cage controlled by Uchiha Madara. Just went to Kirigakure to play. Also pushed the young Terumi Mei to the position of 4th Mizu Cage? What is this for? Do you want to betray Konoha village, or find a way out for yourself in advance, or do you want to stand on your own? Therefore, in this situation, countless ninjas in the ninja world showed puzzled expressions, saying that they could not understand Luolei's fascination. As for Cloud Shinobi village and Iwagakure, it is involuntarily Yuxi. If Luolei, the god of ninja world, really wants to establish his own business, doesn't that mean that the biggest advantage of Konoha village will be gone? For a time, the 3 wars add more variables. Konoha village, which had the absolute upper hand, seems to be a little unstable again. Konoha village. When the news came back, countless ninjas and commoners in Konoha village also boiled. What's the situation? What's wrong? How did our Konoha village superhero go to Kirigakure? He also helped a young ninja named Terumi Mei sit on the 4th Mizu Cage position. Could this be to join the rhythm of Kirigakure? Terrified. There is something wrong with this. As a result, many ninjas and civilians in Konoha asked Konoha executives, what's going on? The superhero of Konoha, Luolei, how did you get to Kirigakure? Did something happen? Already? At this time, Hokage building in the central area. The F4 in the high-rise of Konoha gathered again and again. Boom. With the sound of a cup being smashed. I saw 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting in his chair with a gloomy face, feeling frustrated and angry to ultimate. He felt like he was going crazy. This Luolei relies on his own strength to be tyrannical, playing cards completely out of common sense, doing things for no reason, and disobeying Konoha village's top management. How long has it been? Started doing things again. Defeat the Mizukan army, slaughtered the 3rd Mizu Cage controlled by Uchiha Madara, and captured more than 2,000 Mizu Cage. It turned out to be to support Terumi Mei's superior 4th Mizu Cage. What did he want to do? Air hitting their Konoha village executives in the face? Or show your muscles and express your strength so strong that you can decide who Mizu Cage is at will? More importantly, the top management of Konoha can't have any drastic actions, so as not to anger Luolei, which makes Sarutobi Hiruzen feel as uncomfortable as eating shit. Facing the incompetent and furious Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Yudatan Koharu, and Mitokato Homura also had very ugly faces. Obviously, Luolei did not expect that Luolei would go to Kirigakure to support a young ninja named Terumi Mei, Mizukage. As for Terumi Mei, they also checked the information carefully. He is a genius of mist ninja with the boundaries of lava style and boil style, and he is very beautiful. Wait a minute, she looks very pretty. Suddenly, Yudatan Koharu seemed to have thought of something, and said solemnly, when he was in Anbu, he seemed to have chosen Oyuki Zian to be his secretary. If he started from this, would he be able to temporarily stabilize Luolei? You mean Luolei has that hobby? Upon hearing this, Mitokato Homura frowned and said thoughtfully, it is said that the relationship between Uchiha Mikoto and Luolei of the Uchiha clan is also very close. For this reason, Uchiha Fusion also released his son from Uchiha Mikoto's doll. 5. In this case, we can start from this aspect for the time being, and we must stabilize Luolei first. Shimura Danzo said with a gloomy face, we have already won the 3 battles, and we cannot fail at the last minute. Who are you looking for then? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up, nodded and said, in order to get into Luolei's magic eye, you must at least be beautiful, and it is best to be loyal to Konoha village, so that you can contain Luolei and stabilize Luolei to the greatest extent possible. This. After hearing this, Yudatan Koharu, Mitokato Homura, Shimura Danzo all fell silent. They don't have any beautiful daughters, otherwise, they can give it a try. How about Tsunade? The next moment, Yudatan Koharu said surprisingly, although he is a little older, he should be worthy of Luolei 35. Sarutobi Hiruzen simply refused, and said solemnly, I know Tsunade's character. If we dare to dominate her marriage, I'm afraid she will overturn the Hokage building. Then what should we do? Yudatan Koharu was also speechless, and said, it seems that there is nothing suitable. There was originally a Kushina, but, we have already arranged it for Namikaze Minato. Let's look for it in secret first to see if there is anything suitable. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and said, by the way, look at Luolei's next move and try to prepare for the worst. That's all for now. Yudatan Koharu, Mitokato Homura, Shimura Danzo hesitated for a moment, and nodded forcefully. Things have developed so far. Completely out of their control, they can only adapt 5.5, see tricks and tricks. Alright. Fortunately, Luolei and Kirigakure didn't know what they were thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely sneer, he just wanted to do whatever he wanted, and he just wanted to put Terumi Mei on the Mizukage position to satisfy his own bad taste, and there was no extra thought. Also, he is very vengeful. Now that Uchiha Madara has all the shots, he reluctantly grabs Kirigakure's 3 tails first. Want to revive 10 tails, want to eat farts? Atsutsuki Kagaya, he, the ancestor of Konoha, has decided to eat, and it is not easy for anyone to come. Chapter 96. Kirigakure. Mizukage building in the central area. Terumi Mei put her hands on the table, barely propped her head up, not knowing what to say. She was convinced. Lord Luolei is a super big pervert. 77. Luolei took a cup of hot tea, took a sip, and said with a chuckle, I should also go to work, I have cleaned up the 3 tails, and I will rush to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Soup. 995. Fine. Hearing that Lord Luolei was leaving, Terumi Mei nodded and said, don't worry, I will be a qualified Mizukage. It's okay. Luolei shrugged and said disapprovingly, you can play whatever you want. If you don't obey, kill them and you're done. Terumi Mei's pretty face stiffened, and she stopped talking immediately. She understands the behavior of Lord Luolei, she is unscrupulous, and she can't do anything, she can't do it for the time being. Boom. But. Just at this time. With a knock on the door. A ninja from Mist Ninja Anbu walked in and said, Lord Luolei, 4th Mizukage, the name of the Land of Water has signed the appointment letter unconditionally. Understood, you retreat first. 95. Terumi Mei's young and beautiful cheeks showed a trace of majesty that belonged to Mizukage, and she gave a faint order. Yes. 99. The Anbu ninja did not hesitate, bowed his head and backed out, and closed the door of the office. It's okay, it's a bit like Mizukage. Seeing this scene, Luolei nodded with satisfaction and said, in half a year, you should be able to fully adapt to Mizukage's new identity. Actually, I regret it. Not to mention it's okay, but Terumi Mei felt a little helpless and complained, Mizukage seems to be a high-ranking person, and there are too many things to deal with, so I don't have any extra time to practice. 5. Let's delegate power appropriately. Luolei smiled and said softly, Yagura, Ghost Lantern Moon, Hoshigaki Kisame, Ching, and others are all talents and can be reused. With me here, they dare not play tricks. 35. Terumi Mei nodded. Okay, before we go. After 3 hours. Luolei flew out of Mizukage's office in a flash, heading southeast of Kirigakure. After coming to Kirigakure, he sensed the surroundings of Kirigakure. That's when I discovered the chakra scent of the wild 3 tails. Now that I'm leaving, just reluctantly take three tails away, isn't there a saying? Go the way of others, let others have no way to go. Uchiha Madara offended him. I'm sorry, Laozi is going to go your way, leaving you nowhere to go. If I remember correctly, in the original book, Uchiha Madara deliberately chose the time when Namikaze Minato was performing other tasks, manipulated the mist shinobi Anbu ninja to capture Lin, sealed the tailed beast Three Tails Isofu in Nohara Lin's body, and placed it in Lin's body. A spell is placed on his heart so that he cannot harm himself. Now that Kirigakuer has changed, Terumi Mei has become the fourth Mizukage, and the Three Tails will also be taken away by him. When he came to take a look, what would Uchiha Madara do? Swish! Now Luo Lei's speed is very fast. In less than 10 minutes. On the island where the Three Tails are located. Should it be right here? At the center of the island. Luo Lei looked down at the huge, crystal-clear lake and said, "You have to be beaten out of the lake first." Laugh. A cracking sound rang out. Luo Lei's body appeared on the lake surface in a flash, and he punched down without hesitation. Boom! The majestic power to ultimate axe on the lake. In an instant, a deafening roar resounded. The powerful force caused a huge depression to appear on the lake, rolling up huge waves dozens of meters high. At the same time, lake bottom. I saw a turtle with three tails covered in thorns all over its body and opened its eyes in confusion. It seemed to sense the crazy surging of the lake. Boom! Next moment, even in Three Tails have not responded. A terrifying force acted on its tortoise shell, making a metal collision sound. Perhaps because the force was too strong, the Three Tails were slammed down by dozens of meters before they stopped. What's wrong? Where am I and what am I doing? Three Tails stuck in the mud has some idiots. It was sleeping, and then it was inexplicably blasted into the depths of the mud. What is this? Is it deliberately bullying it? It's unbearable. Three Tails is unbearable. The terrifying tailed beast chakra spreads out. Three Tails slammed out of the silt and flew towards the lake at a very fast speed. It wants the person who attacked it to pay the price. The tailed beast doesn't show its power. Does it really take it to be a turtle? Clap la la. After a few seconds, the huge body of Three Tails appeared on the water surface, causing the lake surface, which was already rolling with huge waves, to riot again. You finally came out. Luo Lei grinned and said, "Three Tails, you are really too strong." Boom! Another deafening roar sounded. The Three Tails, who had just come out, didn't even react when they felt that their tortoise shell had been hit hard, and a terrifying force bombarded it to the bottom of the lake, smashing a huge pothole. How fast is it possible? Three Tails was beaten and got dizzy. What's going on? It didn't even see the person who did it, and it was punched to the bottom of the lake again. Click. But, just at this time, a very clear voice sounded. Under the incredible gaze of Three Tails, the tortoise shell covered by the tailed beast chakra actually appeared one after another, cracks like spider webs. That's right. Just cracks? Breaking my tortoise shell with one punch. Three Tails reacted at once, and immediately began to panic, and wanted to leave an underground passage at the bottom of the lake and dive into the sea. It is very clear. The guy who attacked it was definitely a monster. Want to run? Pity. Three Tails haven't acted yet. I feel like my tail is being grabbed. Immediately after 247, an irresistible force came from the tail. It was dragged out of the water abruptly and smashed into a clearing. Stop fighting, really stop fighting. Three Tails wagged his three little tails, and hurriedly said pitifully, "I admit defeat, I choose to surrender." 35. This is the end? Luo Lei let go of his fist indifferently. Did he think Three Tails could last a little longer? You are. Three Tails only had time to take a look at Luo Lei and said, how can you be so strong? 99. Nonsense, I'm already strong. Come on, 35. Luo Lei said calmly, "From now on, you will be my pet." Oh. Three Tails dare not say more. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. Its huge body was grabbed by Luo Lei, and flew towards the direction of Tang's Higuo at a very fast speed. Sensing that Luo Lei, who was flying with her own weight, was under no pressure under her weight. Three Tails has some doubts once again. It, dignified tailed beast, was taken away. Where the hell is this humanoid monster? Big brother, big brother. I am the famous Three Tails, how much should I give some face? Old man Six Paths. Come and save me. Chapter 97. After capturing the Three Tails Isofuji, Luo Lei left Kirigakuer and went to the front line of the Tang country at great speed. Nowadays, Luo Lei's speed is quite fast, especially in the state of flight. It took less than half a day to reach the territory of Tang's Higuo. The only one who is somewhat broken and helpless is Three Tails Isozuk. It never thought. In the ninja world, there will be monsters as pervert as Luo Lei. Without any chakra fluctuations, you can fly in the sky at will, and the power is also powerful to an ultimate. As a tailed beast, it can actually fly in the sky and enjoy the thrill of supersonic flight. If the tailed beast's body is not strong enough, it feels that it will be killed alive. But Rao is so. It is also very uncomfortable. So that three tails felt that their tails were gone. The country of Soup. Located in the northeast of the Fire Country, it is known as the ninja village that forgot the war. After the outbreak of the Third World War, Konoha village and Cloud Shinobi village have assembled a large number of troops in Yuno country and fought one trial war after another. In the earlier period, the combination of Cloud Shinobi village pressed Tsunade, one of the Sunin, to fight, making the Konoha Shinobi army retreat steadily, showing the decline. But at a critical moment, Toad Sage Jiraiya, one of the Sunin, and Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato came to support, helping the Konoha Shinobi army to stabilize the situation, especially after Namikaze Minato defeated 3rd Raikage Sun Knight Moon after AI and 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer B. The situation in the country of Soup was reversed directly. The Konoha Shinobi battalion begins to fight against the Cloud Shinobi village battalion. Pity. Not suppressed for a few days. The 3rd Raikage, known as the strongest Raikage in history, used the technique of Tian Shao to arrive directly in the country of Soup. No nonsense. Directly destroy the elite squad of 3 Konoha Shinobi who were chasing Cloud Shinobi. Strong pressure. Forcing the Konoha Shinobi main force to suspend the attack. Invisibly, the battlefield of Tang's Higuo fell into anxiety and confrontation again. At this time, Soup Country. Somewhere in the jungle. A Konoha elite team consisting of 13 ninjas and a Cloud Shinobi elite team consisting of 12 met here. Enemies are jealous when they meet. Without saying a word, the two teams started to melee. Because the overall strength of the two sides is similar, the battle gradually entered a stalemate stage. But just at this time, with a terrifying chakra wave, I saw a blue cat demon pattern chakra appearing on the surface of the body, with upturned hair and off-white eyes flying out from the depths of the jungle. Half-tailed beast cat's paw. Swish. A cracking sound of air rang out. Konoha Jonin, who was fighting a Cloud Shinobi Jonin, didn't even react, and a bloody hole appeared in his chest. B. The Konoha Jonin screamed, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood from the corners of his mouth, and said, "Retreat, retreat, Cloud Shinobi's second tail Jinchuriki is here to support." Puff. The words are not finished yet. The head of that Konoha Jonin was grabbed by wooden golem. For a while, blood splattered everywhere, which was extremely terrifying. Retreat. Quick, all retreat. Two-tailed Jinchuriki is here, we retreat quickly. Faced with the sudden appearance of wooden golem, the remaining 12 Konoha Shinobi were a little panicked, and without any hesitation, they began to leave the battle and retreated in the direction of the Konoha Shinobi army. Chase. Kill them. Seeing that the Konoha Shinobi wanted to retreat. 12 Cloud Shinobi's morale is high, where will they give up the opportunity to beat the underdogs? Just want to chase after victory. Humph, if you dare to chase, don't blame us for being rude. One of Konoha's elite Jonin gave a cold cry and took out a specially made flying thunder god Kunao. T7. Seeing this scene, wooden golem threw his head away and said with a cold face, "Prepare to retreat, can't stay here, lest Namikaze Minato come back." Yes. Lo. After hearing this, 12 Cloud Shinobi despite some unwillingness in their hearts. But, in the face of the invisible sense of oppression brought by flying thunder god Kunao, he was forced to nod his head. No way. Ever since Yashiki Ai-sama and Killer B-sama lost to Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato, the Cloud Shinobi unit issued an order that when they saw the flying thunder god Kunao, they would retreat unconditionally. Even the two wooden golems could not violate this rule. Withdraw. The next moment, with a cold look on wooden golem's face, he muttered to himself, "You wait for me, 3rd Raikage will definitely defeat your Konoha Shinobi army." 39. By wooden golem, I feel the breath of 3 tails. In vain. Second tail's voice resounded in wooden golem's mind. What? The two of you wooden golem frowned and said, "You mean the 3 tails are around here?" Impossible, aren't the 3 tails in the land of water? I do not know either. Airway made a puzzled voice and said, it seems that 3 tails fell from the sky. Stupid, it remembers that 3 tails doesn't seem to be able to fly, right? How could it fall from the sky? Fall down, wait a minute. After hearing this, the expressions of the two of them changed from wooden golem, as if they had sensed something, and said, "Get out of the way, did Zhao, all of them get out of the way." Swish. Swish. A sound of breaking through the air rang out. First flew out of him by wooden golem. Although the remaining 12 Cloud Shinobi were a little puzzled, they did not hesitate, and left the place at a very fast speed. Boom. The moment they left, a tortoise full of thorns and 3 tails fell from the sky and hit the place where they were standing just now. Boom. A deafening roar resounded. 3 tails smashed to the ground, and a terrifying shock wave of energy erupted, swept out in all directions. The powerful force instantly made countless trees rise from the ground, and a huge deep pit appeared on the ground, setting off countless of dust. Chapter 98. I was wrong. From now on, I will be your most loyal pet. Stop torturing me, please, really please. I. 3 tails. Is one of your dogs? Was thrown from a height of several thousand meters by Luo Lei. The 3 tails Jifu, who was already a little broken, completely broke his defense, and there was a flash of fear in his eyes, and he let out a series of screams begging for mercy. As a tailed beast, it has never been so desperate. Especially this guy named Luo Lei, just like a special pervert, can't figure out his specific thoughts. Other ninjas. Facing the tailed beast, they shivered. He is well. Pinch the tailed beast at will, don't treat the tailed beast as a person. Now throwing it down from an altitude of thousands of meters, even if it doesn't fall to death, it will be tortured crazy. Quiet. Facing the 3 tails who were begging for mercy. The 2 wooden golem, who had already withdrawn, had their eyes dull and puzzled. What's the situation? Why did 3 tails fall from the sky, still begging for mercy in trepidation, and saying that they want to be pets? Is this still the ruthless and rebellious tailed beast in her impression? Is it the distortion of the tailed beast, or something else? Incredible. It's really weird. Be careful everyone, it's 3 tails. At the next moment, 247 may have seen the dazed expressions on the faces of the 12 cloud shinobi, and wooden golem took the initiative to explain. What? Is this 3 tails? When did 3 tails, as a tailed beast, become so humble? After hearing this, not far away, the 12 cloud shinobi looked surprised, looking at the incomparably humble 3 tails in the field, their eyes were about to pop out. Did you make a mistake? Did they think that a big tortoise had fallen from the sky? The results of it. Lord Wooden Golem told them to be the legendary 3 tails? Please. Is this all about 3 tails? Walk. By Wooden Golem, hurry up. At this time, Airway was surprised for a few seconds, and out of the cat demon's keen sense of crisis, he hurriedly said, 3 tails is so miserable, there must be a reason, let's evacuate here quickly. What? The 2 wooden golem hesitated for a moment, then whispered, these are wild 3 tails. If you capture the Cloud Shinobi army, it will definitely be a great achievement. Lord Luo Lei, Airway, I sense the aura of Airway Jinchuriki. Suddenly, 3 tails seemed to sense something, the huge turtle head stood upright, and said flatteringly, 2 tails is also very strong, I think it can also be used as a pet for you. In the face of the tail are 3 tails, Airway is so speechless. I have seen a shameless turtle, and I have never seen a shameless turtle like 3 tails. What? It's actually the killing god of the ninja world, Luo Lei. And listening to the last words of 3 tails, the 2 from Wooden Golem shuddered, their heads hummed, and they flew towards the camp of the Cloud Shinobi army without looking back. Understood. She understood it all. 3 tails turned out to be dropped from the sky by Luo Lei, the god of ninja world. So. To be so humble. But. Isn't Luo Lei in Kirigakuer? A few days ago, Terumi Mei was named 4th Mizukage. Why did he come to the land of soup again? How fast should he be? What? The 12 Cloud Shinobi also shouted in horror, then turned around and ran away. This Luo Lei. But is it scarier than Namikaze Minato? He actually came to the land of soup, and he had to go back and report to Lord Third Rakage, so that he could be mentally prepared. Swish. They are fast. Luo Lei's attack speed is faster. It's too late to run now. Accompanied by a cold voice, a crimson hot sight fell from the sky, hitting a Cloud Shinobi Jonin with precision. Boom. An explosion sounded. Even before that Cloud Shinobi could react, his head was shot, and the red and white things flew wildly. Ah. 35 don't. It's really a killing god, Luo Lei. 35. 3. Seeing that one of the companions was killed by Luo Lei's iconic heat sight, the remaining 11 Cloud Shinobi, the scalp numb for a while, screamed in fear, making the speed of escape faster. Some pity. With Luo Lei's current strength, how could they escape? Bang, bang, bang. 11 explosions sounded in a row. The remaining 11 Cloud Shinobi, in the process of escaping, did not react, and bombarded one after another, BHFF. Maybe to death. They didn't think of it. Here you will meet Luo Lei, the killing god. For a time. Blood rushes. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood and burning. No. You can't escape. The 2 who were running away were suppressed by Wooden Golem's inner fear, forced to calm down, and said solemnly, Second tail, I want to enter a state of complete tail beast transformation. It is good. Airway was silent for a while, but was forced to nod in agreement. The next moment. With the terrifying tailed beast chakra fluctuates. The 2 were transformed from Wooden Golem into a cat demon covered in blue chakra flames. They scanned the surroundings with great vigilance, trying to find the place where Luo Lei was hiding. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Luo Lei flashed his body and stood on the tortoise shell of 3 tails, laughing loudly, it's completely tailed beast, I like it better. Alright. In fact, even Luo Lei himself did not think of it. As soon as I arrived in the land of soup, I met Neo Yu Wooden Golem, who is now also incarnate as Neo Matatabi. What are you waiting for? Do something and it's over. It's finally here, Great Fireball. When Luo Lei finally showed up, the two of them, wooden golem's eyes lit up, opened their cat's mouth and spat out a huge fireball, attacking Luo Lei. Bold-tailed beast! Don't you kneel down and surrender. Big water polo. In the face of the attack by wooden golem, Luo Lei didn't respond. Three Tails suddenly became unhappy, opened his mouth and spit out a giant water polo. Laugh. The next moment, the great fireball and the great water ball collided suddenly, producing a large amount of white water vapor and making a sizzling sound. Big Turtle, don't go too far. Two Tails controlled by wooden golem and scolded. Little wild cat, be obedient, otherwise the consequences will be serious. Three Tails didn't care so much, and mercilessly threatened, expressing the image of his dog-legged son incisively and vividly. Joke. It has finally found time to express itself, and of course it has to seize the opportunity. Airway is really going to vomit blood in anger. This Three Tails, himself a tail trader, also acts as a tail beast leading the way, but he has the ability to overcome it. The two of them gritted their teeth by wooden golem, opened the cat's mouth, and gathered a large number of tailed beast's chakra. Swish. After a few seconds, a huge tailed beast bomb flew out of the cat's mouth by wooden golem. Burst. In an instant. In the two by wooden golem and the unbelievable gaze of Two Tails. Luo Lei didn't even dodge, so he used his body to knock tailed beast bomb alive. Boom. A deafening roar resounded. The tailed beast bomb explosion produced a terrifying shock wave of energy that swept out in all directions, causing cracks to appear in the air, and the area trembled violently. Have you had enough? After hitting the tailed beast bomb, Luo Lei's body appeared in front of the two wooden golems, laughed playfully, grabbed Airway's tail, and disappeared in place. After entering the completely tailed beast, wooden golem screamed, and the tailed beast chakras surged violently. However, they found that there was no use for it, so Luo Lei could only be taken away. Chapter 99. After 5 hours, Luo Lei walked out of a temporarily found cave, and stretched happily. This one by wooden golem. He brought it to the door by himself, and also took the initiative to enter the complete tail beast transformation, and came to the temptation of a tail beast. Then don't blame him for being cruel hands. Therefore, Luo Lei was forced to let wooden golem experience a severe beating from the society, and let her know the horror of the ancestors of the wooden leaves. Really? The system rewards another 2% experience. 35. Seemingly feeling that his power has become stronger again, Luo Lei silently opened the attribute panel that only he can see. Host, Luo Lei. Age, 16 years old. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin, yang. Ability, Hey Take Knife Technique Grandmaster, Body Flicker Technique Grandmaster, Shadow Clone Technique Grandmaster, Body Replacement Technique Grandmaster, Water Style Grandmaster, Lightning Style Grandmaster, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique Grandmaster, the Motherlander Template in Peak State Unlock Fusion 70.3%. Constitution, 7090 10 points for ordinary people. Spirit 3185. Strength, 4850, 1 punch, 1399 tons. Speed, 2534, 2329 2499 m/s. Heat rays, 17,19990 degrees Celsius. The number of times to extract the template, 0. A quick glance around. Luo Lei nodded with great satisfaction when he saw that the top-level Motherland template had risen from 68.5% to 70.3%. As for her properties, there is nothing to say, there are billions of points of increase. After a few seconds, Luo Lei put away his attribute panel, turned his head and glanced at wooden golem in the cave, and said with a blank expression, "You don't want to make the whole ninja world know what happened today, right? When the rest is over, go back to Cloud Shinobi Village. The battlefield of Uno country is not for you. By the way, if you dare to mess around, I'll go to Cloud Shinobi Village and start a killing spree." Swish! A cracking sound rang out. Luo Lei appeared on the tortoise shell of Three Tails in a flash and said, "Let's go, let's find a place to watch the play." After coming to the land of soup, Luo Lei used his powerful perception to perceive the kingdom of Tang. But I was surprised to find that there are more than 8,000 rock shinobi secretly hidden in a hidden valley in the country of Uno. Obviously, Third Tsuchikage Onoji has not given up after experiencing the fiasco in the country of grass. This time, there is a good show to be staged in the battlefield of Tang's Higuo. As for going to the Konoha shinobi camp, a reminder to Jiraiya et al.? Forget it. He, the ancestor of Konoha Anbu, of course, must appear at a critical moment to turn the tide and be worthy of the title of superhero. Yes, Lord Luo Lei. Three Tails didn't dare to hesitate, wiggled their tails, and crawled towards the center of the land of soup. Why? You wooden golem in the cave has already withdrawn from the state of complete tail animalization, and the whole person is still stunned, as if he had thought of something, and the tears in his eyes could not be suppressed. After being a ninja for so many years, this is the first time she has met a pervert, unreasonable, reckless ninja like Luo Lei, a proper big devil. And it's completely unreasonable to play cards. What you do made her feel a little desperate. Especially thinking of Luo Lei's single-handed suppression of her who was completely tailed beast, and blowing tailed beast bomb at will, a deep sense of powerlessness appeared in Wooden Golem's heart. It's not that she is not strong enough, but the opponent is too powerful, even she can only be suppressed by force. What should I do now? Wiped the tears from his cheeks by Wooden Golem, the whole person fell into confusion. She really wanted to tell Lord Third Rakage that the god of killing, Luo Lei had already arrived at the battlefield of Tang Kingdom, but, thinking of Luo Lei's threat, she hesitated. She is very clear. With Luo Lei's unscrupulous character, if he really dared to mess around, the consequences would not be very serious. Go back to Cloud Shinobi Village. Seemingly knowing that Wooden Golem was in a tangle, the second-tailed Matatabi trembled in Wooden Golem's mind and said, Luo Lei's strength is too terrifying, it has reached the point where he can easily handle our tailed beast, retreat is the best choice. All right. In the end, the two of you Wooden Golem sighed and muttered to themselves, then go back to Cloud Shinobi Village. Anyway, with Lord Third Rakage's irritable character, even if he knew that Luo Lei was coming, he would not be able to retreat. He would only choose to be tough with the Konoha Shinobi army and fight to the end. It's better not to tell it in the first place, so as not to affect the morale of the Cloud Shinobi army. Seeking flowers. Ugh. Neo Matatabi was full of shock and couldn't help sighing. It finally knows why Three Tails is so humble. It's not that Three Tails has been modified, but Luo Lei is too tyrannical and can easily suppress the tail beast. At the same time, Soup Country. Cloud Shinobi's frontline camp, inside the huge tent in the middle. What? Is there something from Wooden Golem back to Cloud Shinobi Village? This is made by Wooden Golem, it's really outrageous, now is the critical moment, how can she leave the battlefield at will? Listening to the confession of a Cloud Shinobi Anbu Jonin. Third Rakage's expression was very ugly, and when he clenched his fist, he was about to curse. The two were created by Wooden Golem. There is simply no collective consciousness at all, so go back and forth, do you really think Cloud Shinobi's army is a toilet? Come when you want, go when you want. After hearing these words, the clay platform in the tent, Yayu AI, Killer Bee, Darui and other senior members of Cloud Shinobi's main force did not speak, showing a look of doubt, and obviously did not understand, as the second tail Jinchuriki, what happened to Wooden Golem? Will suddenly quit and go back to Cloud Shinobi Village. There are no signs at all. Lord Third Rakage, go back from Wooden Golem. Perhaps sensing the awkwardness of the atmosphere, Tutai thought for a moment before taking the initiative to relieve the siege with a smile. As a girl, Wooden Golem always has some inconvenience for a few days every month, maybe it's embarrassment, so I went back to Cloud Shinobi Village. Besides, with Cloud Shinobi's large-scale expedition, the interior of Cloud Shinobi Village is empty, and Wooden Golem can just go back to stabilize the overall situation and prevent someone from stealing the house. Humph. Third Rakage snorted coldly and said, I hope so. Boom. Sudden. Just at this time, a ninja from Cloud Shinobi Anbu hurried in and said with a surprised expression, Lord Third Rakage, Third Tsuchika Jonoji has agreed to cooperate fully with us. What? Ben also has some unhappy Third Rakage. Immediately excited, a few strands of joy appeared on Rough Mind's cheeks. Chapter 100. What? Originally there were some unhappy Third Rakage. Immediately excited, a few strands of joy appeared on Rough Mind's cheeks. After waiting so many days, I finally waited for the reply from Third Tsuchika Jonoji. The previous cooperation, Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwaigakuer, Kirigakuer, just simply exchanged some intelligence and information, and helped each other in terms of resources. Now with the fiasco of Kirigakuer, Third Tsuchika Jonoji finally agreed to fully cooperate. And once fully cooperated, Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi will merge together to fight against the Konoha Shinobi army. Thinking of this, the excitement inside Third Rakage couldn't be suppressed. By the way, Lord Third Rakage. The ninja from Cloud Shinobi Anbu added in disbelief, Third Tsuchika Jonoji has gone outside the camp 247 and wants to see you. Hi. 9. Third Rakage frowned and said with a little doubt, you mean Onoji has already gone outside the camp? The ninja of Cloud Shinobi Anbu nodded hastily. Third Rakage looked overjoyed and said, quickly invite Onoji in. Yes. The ninja from Cloud Shinobi Anbu didn't hesitate and walked out without looking back. Hehe, if I'm not mistaken, the Rock Shinobi army has also come to the land of soup. Seeing Cloud Shinobi Anbu's back leaving, Third Rakage's expression suddenly softened, and he said wisely, Onoji, this old man, really has no intentions. 99. To fully cooperate now, it should be a last resort. After hearing this, Yayu AI said with a serious look, I just don't know how sincere Iwaigakuer is. 995. As long as we can fully cooperate, our Cloud Shinobi team will not lose. Darui frowned and said solemnly, no matter what, we and rock shinobi must temporarily put aside our own prejudices and contradictions, and agree to the outside world, in order to have a chance to defeat Konoha village. 35. After saying this, Darui couldn't help sighing and said helplessly, otherwise, with the oppressive force shown on the battlefield by the killing god Luolei and the yellow flash Namikaze Minato, we Cloud Shinobi can win only with the strength of our Cloud Shinobi. The chance is less than 10%, or even less. 35. Quiet. After this sentence, the atmosphere of the entire tent suddenly became depressed and solemn. Even Killer B, who has always been a fool, lowered his head helplessly. Because, even if they don't want to admit it, it can't change the fact that Konoha village has the absolute upper hand in the 3 battles, nor can it change the amazing talent and powerful fighting power of the killers, Luolei and Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato. Especially the killing god, Luolei. It is quite terrifying that one of the 5 great ninja villages, Kirigakuer, can be changed by his own oppressive force. Don't worry about it so much, I have confidence in our Cloud Shinobi's strength. After a while, Third Raikage's eyes flickered, showing a hint of resoluteness, and said, wait for Onoji to come and see what he has to say. Yayuai, Killer B, Darui, Tutai and other high-level executives of Cloud Shinobi village nodded silently. Have nothing to say. Things have come to such a point. It is impossible to back down and surrender, you can only grit your teeth and fight the last stand. Soon. After 5 minutes. Third Tsuchikage, Onoji was introduced to the tent by an Anbu. Haha, Onoji, long time no see. Seeing Onoji, Third Raikage laughed loudly, got up hastily, and said, if I remember correctly, the last time we met was like the end of World War II? 99. Onoji nodded without changing his expression, found a random place to sit down, and said indifferently, if it weren't for the pressure from Konoha village, it would be impossible for me to cooperate with you Cloud Shinobi. Really? 99. Third Raikage was not angry, but instead said with a smile, we are also for the same reason, if it weren't for Konoha village, we Cloud Shinobi would not be able to cooperate with you Rock Shinobi. Haha. Onoji showed a disdainful expression, rubbed his rosacea. He came this time to cooperate with Cloud Shinobi in all aspects, and strive to concentrate the strength of Cloud Shinobi village in Iwagakuer, and let Konoha village suffer a defeat. Otherwise, as time goes by, Cloud Shinobi village in Iwagakuer, it is very likely that he will be defeated by each and become the loser of the Third Ninja World War. Haha. Third Raikage also agreed with a disdainful expression, and said in a meaningful way, although I don't want to admit it, but, now Konoha village is indeed the strongest, we will gain both together, and we will lose both. Edge. Listening to Third Raikage and Third Tsuchikage pinch each other there. The Tutai in the tent, Yayuai, Darui, and Killer B all shook their heads inadvertently. They all wanted to cooperate, but they choked each other there. Third Raikage and Third Tsuchikage were really a pair of enemies. Never mind. Third Tsuchikage Onoji shook his head, didn't bother to talk nonsense, and asked straight to the topic, if you cooperate fully, what is your plan? It's very simple. Third Raikage took a deep breath, his expression became serious, and said, our Cloud Shinobi Corps and your Rock Shinobi Corps form the Cloud Rock Coalition force to attack the Konoha Shinobi Corps together. Try to take Yuji at once. The country's Konoha Shinobi army was destroyed. 99. It's that simple. Third Tsuchikage Onoji frowned and said, the Konoha killing god may arrive at the land of soup at any time. Luolei is in Kirigakuer now, so we have to launch a general attack on the Konoha Shinobi army of Yuzakuni at the fastest speed. Third Raikage clenched his fist and said in a cold tone, only in this way can the risk be reduced to lowest. AJ. Third Tsuchikage Onoji was silent for a while, then slowly opened his mouth and said, when will the attack be launched? Tomorrow. Third Raikage smiled confidently and said, as long as our 2 ninja villages cooperate, no matter whether Luolei can make it to Tang's Higuo or not, I am confident that we will win this decisive battle. It is good. Third Tsuchikage Onoji thought for a moment, and then said very solemnly, we Rock Shinobi village can produce 8,000 Rock Shinobi. Okay, Yachi Rock Shinobi. Third Raikage didn't react at first. But, the next moment, he realized that something was wrong, and there was a humming sound in his head, and the Dog Day Onoji actually said that the Rock Shinobi village would sell 8,000 Rock Shinobi. What did he want to do?